I know 2-part is so late, sorry for this. Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. And support for new PC please. Chapter 100, The Tyranny of the Concubine de Maria. Hearing the words of the war concubine de Maria, Dutton and Arcadios breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the humiliation they suffered was valuable, and the sacrifice they made for the country was worth it. As long as the posture is low enough, all crimes are still negotiable. Dutton was overjoyed, and was already planning to propose a series of remedial measures such as land cession and compensation to the Western continent. In order not to offend the Western continent, they had planned in advance to give up to 30% of the territory. And just when everyone felt that things had turned for the better. De Maria slashed across and pierced Tenton's heart. Under the dazed and trembling eyes of everyone, Defense Minister Dutton collapsed to the ground, blood gushed out, and he had stopped breathing. That's it. August, we need to treat our guests like this. Wasting time with these bugs, isn't it a loss of face for our empire? The scene fell into silent 05 silence. Anger, sadness, shame, hatred, self-blame, confusion, bewilderment, and more despair of being helpless in the face of heavy reality, these feelings linger in everyone's mind. At this moment, what else can the Sakura Knights of the Eastern Continent do? Watching the companions I get along with day and night die at the hands of foreign people, do I have to humbly beg for forgiveness from the other party in this posture? In that case, are they still human? However, if they are offended, what should the hundreds of millions of people in the Eastern Continent do? What should they do about the entrustment of King Thomas and the safety of Princess Emerald, and what is the significance of them being knights? Before he knew it, Arcadio's eyes were filled with tears. If he swung his sword at the high-level people in the Western Continent, his country would be implicated, and if he endured their atrocities, he was not worthy of being a human being. In this case, maybe he has to die. Without further hesitation, Arcadios pulled out the saber from his waist, and stabbed at his chest. Dream. At this moment, August's body burst out with a burst of strong red magic power again. Under the fluctuation of this magic power, the air seemed to be stained with scarlet, and Arcadios was directly stunned. Will I let you die so easily? De Maria, I'll leave the rest to you. Hehe, it's exactly what I want. De Maria's blonde hair stood on end again, this time not from anger, but from sheer excitement. On the other hand, Brandish put one hand on his waist with a face of indifference, as if it had nothing to do with him, and had no interest at all. Brandish, come with me later. You're free today, aren't you? Yes, yes. Just finish it soon, I still have to eat shaved ice. Looking at a large group of knights who were stunned, De Maria stepped forward step by step, and she could feel her brutality and wildness just from her steps. However, August seemed to remember that there was something important to deal with, so he paused and asked. De Maria. Huh? What's the matter? Did you find out what happened last night? You are right. De Maria suddenly recalled a major event that happened recently after Fez's teleportation. That was last night, a piece of wasteland in the Western continent that was originally planned to be reclaimed was suddenly blown up by an extremely huge impact, and a huge crater comparable to a meteorite crash was inexplicably formed. Whose masterpiece is that? Probably only Luo Yun knows. However, the 12 shields of the Guardians of the Western continent are as strong as they are powerful, and they are not omniscient. It is impossible to determine who the perpetrator is based on just one explosion. That kind of thing doesn't matter, anyway, an attack of that level can't be done by the bastards of the Kingdom of Fiori. Well, you said that too. August hung his wand on 2 posts on the ground. There's one more thing I'm a little concerned about. Forget it, when Irene comes over, it won't be too late to tell her. De Maria smiled contentedly. So, can I go now? Go ahead. Do as you like. West Continent, inside Tamiya Dungeon. The damp stone wall blocked the light tightly, the smell of rotting flesh and stench permeated the air, and the strange sound of water droplets could not be heard. In front of De Maria and Brandish, Arcadios, who was suspended, gradually woke up. He had been hung up for an unknown amount of time, and his wrists had even been strangled purple. Not only his wrists, but there are countless stab wounds and whips all over his body at this moment, but he seems to be unable to feel it at all. I don't know if his nerves have been numb and his perception has been weakened, or his willpower is too strong. Where? When his vision gradually changed from blurred to clear, Arcadios looked at the two girls in front of him, and his body quickly became stiff. The person in front of him is an enemy, but now he is a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, and he can only wait for them to deal with him. Looking at the Knight Leader, Maria couldn't help but let out a sneer. You have a lot of backbone. I heard that you were tortured like this by your subordinates, but you didn't make a sound. It's okay, it's our turn next, we two girls are very gentle, we will definitely make you feel better. You. The moment Arcadios just spoke, Maria suddenly shouted. The seal of time. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding time seemed to stand still, and even the water droplets falling from the prison roof hovered in the air and stopped dripping. Sieve. Maria raised the knife and slashed into Arcadios' lower abdomen with a knife. Obviously she used a little force, but it only made a small hole in his lower abdomen. As expected of the Knight Commander, you have exercised your muscles well. Maria sneered and looked at Brandish beside her, ending the time pause. And Brandish sighed a little, but slowly looked at the knight's belly. Enlarge. Wow. Ugh. Painful roars flooded the entire dungeon in an instant, and blood gushed out from Arcadios' lower abdomen. This was a more painful flesh and blood than seppuku. With Brandish's shape magic, you can freely manipulate the size of any object. When she magnified Arcadios' wound, his dense nerves seemed to be crushed by a meat grinder in an instant, and he felt the pain from various wounds in an instant. However, the pain is far from over. Maria sneered and pointed the wide blade at Arcadios. Traces of Time. Chapter 101. Scar of Time is Maria's customary magic, which can inflict all the pain that the enemy has suffered in the past on the body for torture. As the head of the Knights of the Kingdom, Arcadios has accumulated countless wounds even during training, not to mention fighting. When these wounds add up. Ugh! The heart-piercing wailing was endless like a volcanic eruption, and it was not driven by his own will at all. The Knight Leader's instinct made him howl in hell, looking at him like a god who had committed a crime. The self-generated body is repeatedly burned by the flames. Hee. The group leader's painful cry came from her ears, and Maria immediately had a happy face. She had long wanted to take revenge on Fez, but even this couldn't relieve her anger. When I catch the mage who teleported Fez, I will definitely take care of him 100 times and 1,000 times better. In the dungeon, the endless punishment is still going on. Inside the Alvarez Imperial Palace, August looked at Irene, who was slowly stepping into the hall, and slowly raised her head. Irene, how's things going with Selene? Irene smiled flirtatiously. Are you talking about recruiting Selene to join us, or about investigating him? The latter, of course. August closed his eyes, looking vaguely displeased. He has said long ago that he intends to join us. Perhaps that is just a cover-up. His essential purpose may be to invade us from the standpoint of the Eastern continent, and at the same time win our favors so that he can avoid suspicion. If I go east to Ishgar and hear his voice with my god ear, everything will be easier. But I don't have time to go now. Your Majesty is not in Alvarez right now, there is nothing you can do about it. There was a burst of light from Irene's right hand, and a stack of documents suddenly transformed into her palm. This is the letter sent by the emissary sent by Selene this morning. A messenger sent it. It should be that he was hiding an undercover agent in the Kingdom Army, but we didn't pay attention and killed them all. August took a few steps forward and took the letter from Irene's hand and studied it. I see. He made a promise right away, thinking that he could investigate the whole matter of Fez on his own? Nonsense. His magical power is indeed good, but does he have any investigative ability? Irene said with a chuckle, maybe they hide some housekeeping skills. Before that, we didn't expect them to be able to send the magic pulse bomb, did we? Did we underestimate the power of Ishgar? That's what you said. August sighed. It's just that the more anxious he is, the more worried I am. Transmitting that pulse bomb is such a big deal. I really can't think of anyone else besides him, Selene. Irene, I'll leave the investigation to you. While speaking, Irene almost walked out of the palace hall. I've thought so for a long time. I came here today just to say hello and allow me to go to Ishgar. You are still so old. Now this is just a delaying tactic to wait for the magic power of our 12 shields to recover. In any case, when the investigation is over, we will directly fight against them. Ishgar, East Continent, a high-end apartment near the Magic Council. A man with brown hair, 2 wing-shaped buns on top of his head, and a black and white cloak was sitting in front of the couch. He looked young, with a horizontal scar right in the center of his face, but it was far less recognizable than the peculiar bun on top of her head. This is the head of the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar, Selene the god. Today, there is no such thing as the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar. To be more precise, it should be the head of the 10 wizard saints and the strongest of Ishgar. This strongest man is now in a little trouble. Selene looked at the spare parts of the letter in her hand, with mixed feelings in her heart. Not long ago, the 12 shields of the Western Continent offered him an olive branch, inviting him to join and become a member of the Western Continent. For Selene, who only cares about strength and does not care about the country, status, and bondage, this is undoubtedly a good opportunity, but just when she was still hesitating whether she should just leave, an accident happened. 3,000 magic pulse bombs exploded in the Western Continent in the blink of an eye. I heard that there is no magician who can release magic power in a day in the hundreds of magician guilds. Small spillover. The dissipation of magic power is like a traumatic injury to a mage. It takes 100 days for an ordinary mage to recover, but who are the 12 shields of the Holy Guardian? For them, it may take up to 2 weeks. The full blood that can live and breathe has been resurrected. The magic pulse bomb is a secret of the Eastern Continent. Even if ordinary mages don't know it, the high-level officials of the Western Continent are well aware of it. With such an obvious provocation, the Fiori Kingdom and the Alvarez Empire are bound to start a war. After that, the Eastern Continent has no cards to save their lives, and the Western Continent will definitely invade after a short rest, and will definitely complete the territorial conquest with a crushing attitude. In this way, his position is very embarrassing. If I join the Western Continent now, I will inevitably arouse doubts. I have a sense of disobedience like a thief calling a thief. How can there be such a coincidence? If they stay in the Eastern Continent now, if they attack in advance, Selene doesn't feel that she will be the opponent of the Magic King August at all. In other words, it's dead anyway. Therefore, Selene quickly sent a letter to the Alvarez Empire, the general content of which was to help investigate the instigator of the Fez incident, in order to show her position. Good. In fact, do we really need to find the real culprit of the Fez incident? Not necessarily. As long as Selene shows enough sincerity in subsequent actions and fully proves that she is hostile to the Ishgar continent, she can win the trust of the Western Continent, which is the most important thing. As for the real culprit of the Fez incident, not to mention that Irene and the Magic King have the ability to slowly investigate the incident, if they really want to go to war, who would care? I have to quickly find a way to make a contribution to the Western Continent, there is not much time left. Selene got up from the bed. Investigate Fez first. Although there is a high probability that nothing will be found, it is better than doing nothing. Report the information to them before killing all the powerful wizards of Ishgar. In this way, when their attention is diverted from Fez, everything will fall into place. Chapter 102. Magnolia Harbor. Luo Yun, Myra Jane, Urza, and Jovia walked among the eastern jungle, and the atmosphere was inexplicably awkward. So, why did you all come here to do the task? Luo Yun felt a little speechless. It has been a long time since the last incident of the Magic Council. After a period of magic power, Jovia also officially joined the council and was able to accept the commission. During this period, Urza began to slowly receive treatment from Granny Polyasica, and her lost eye should be able to regain its light after a while. Myra Jane is still as aggressive and brutal as before, but she can't put on any airs in front of Luo Yun. Everyone is still harmonious as before, the only thing that is not harmonious is that whenever Luo Yun accepts a new commission, these three girls can always come out together with Luo Yun for various reasons, either because the commission is on the way or because they want to learn Luo Yun's experience in executing commissions. Moreover, the three of them often had very unpleasant quarrels, which also caused Luo Yun quite a headache. I came here because I was commissioned to also be in the Eastern Forest. Wouldn't it be good to strengthen the relationship between companions 073? I also have a request. My commission has been completed, and I specially learned from my seniors. Luo Yun wiped the sweat off his face. I understand the truth. But why are you coming out in swimsuits? In front of Luo Yun, Juvia, Urza, and Myra Jane are all girls in a cool swimsuit. Juvia was wearing a cool sky blue swimsuit, without any extra decorations, which looked a bit childish, but it complemented her blue hair, making her skin fairer and giving people a flimsy softness. Myra Jane is wearing a black gauze swimsuit with a few circles of lace on it, which looks mature and charming that does not match her age, but whenever Myra Jane puts on that wanton expression of a little devil, Luo Yun on the contrary, she would feel that this dress suits her very well. Urza is wearing a white swimsuit with a few bowknot ribbons as a lining. Although she is just in the puberty stage, her figure is already quite proud, not inferior to Myra Jane at all, especially her ketone body is faintly visible in a white suit. It's almost impossible to take your eyes off. Wearing such bold, clothing, they don't seem to care at all. Anyway, because it was too dangerous, no one in the Eastern Forest came to carry out the commission, and Rong Yun could use the teleportation magic to take them away for 2 days. This is of course what they said. Luo Yun knew all this because when he asked Warren Rocco to learn the magic of reading words, he accidentally let them hear his desire to see Juvia in summer clothes. So, Urza and Myra Jane are fighting each other, thinking that I can't compare to this little girl's film by just taking out the swimsuit? This is the real reason why they dress hotter than the other. Luo Yun quickly drew his eyes away from the three of them. Don't get distracted. To be honest, if I look at any one of them, I think the other two will look at me with contempt, but if all three of them look at it, I won't be able to see the wild monsters that will attack at any time. Luo Yun, why do you keep going forward? Wait for me. Execute the mission is important. Luo Yun looked like a gentleman, and the girls competed with each other behind him. Miss Juvia, you are inexperienced now. It is very dangerous to come to a place like the Eastern Jungle. Why don't you go to the West to carry out ordinary collection commissions, which is more suitable for you? I don't matter. Don't look at me like this, my magic power is still. So, do you want to try it? See if your water magic is stronger or my receiving magic is stronger. Zi La. Somehow Luo Yun has gradually gotten used to such noisy entrustment. Usually Myra Jane and Urza are always bickering, but now after joining a Juvia, the two of them unexpectedly unite, no longer poking at each other easily, but unite to exclude Juvia. Soon, the playfulness of the girls behind Luo Yun gradually subsided. What's going on? Are they so obedient? It's really rare. Luo Yun turned around after thinking about it, but saw Juvia standing in the same place in a grieved manner, with her head bowed and feet fixed, like a child who has made a mistake. But Myra Jane and Urza both blushed, folded their arms together in front of their bodies, and squatted down embarrassingly. Luo Yun didn't understand what was going on, but after looking at their wet hair, he realized that they were taught a lesson by Juvia. It is probably because of Juvia's unintentional, but her water magic is too fast. Even though the swimsuits worn by Urza and Myra Jane are of good texture, after being impacted by the water, they seem to be a thin layer. It has already revealed a little flesh color of the skin, and it looks more. Luo Yun, can you turn around? Sorry. Luo Yun hurriedly turned his head over. Changing magic, armor of the sky wheel. Accept the magic and devil form. Soon, the two changed into brand new clothes with their own magic, and continued to walk behind Luo Yun. With the news of the two people's magic power fluctuations coming from everything in the sky, Luo Yun has never hated the existence of magic like this one day. I don't know why it feels like the fun is less than half. Fire Dragon's Roar. A ball of fiery flames spewed out, instantly turning the monster in front of him into charcoal, and Luo Yun also sighed slightly. This is the last one. Whether it's not tired or not, it's really troublesome. What about your commission? How is it going? It's all settled. As he spoke, Urza lifted a flapper full of flying swords, and Myra Jane picked up a scarred orc. Let's go back now. As Luo Yun said that, he was about to activate the dark text teleportation magic. Just make a mark, and Luo Yun can bring the three of them back to the guild at once. But Urza and the others looked reluctant. Luo Yun, can you stop using teleportation magic? Why? We don't want to rely on this kind of powerful magic, the feeling that Ben really fulfilled the commission with his own power. Oh, then I'll go back with teleportation magic alone. Don't. You should use teleportation magic to bring us back together. Luo Yun scratched his head, almost dumbfounded by these girls. Even without speaking magic, anyone can tell that they just want to accompany you for a longer walk. Chapter 103. Wait, you can't go now. Can't go? The girls asked in a daze. Wait a minute. Luo Yun's expression suddenly became serious. As soon as he saw Luo Yun's appearance, Urza knew that he was not joking, but that something really important was about to happen. At this moment, all kinds of things are constantly transmitting nearby information to Luo Yun's brain, and there is obviously something strange in these information. However, due to the long distance, the intelligence gathering ability of Sensei Wangxiang is limited after all. Luo Yun has to use the mind-body and teleportation magic to expand the intelligence gathering scope of Senshuo Wangxiang. Soon, the information in Luo Yun's mind became clear, and the face of the only human besides the fairy tale guild in the vicinity flooded into Luo Yun's mind quickly and completely. Altair. For a long time, Luo Yun could vaguely notice that Altair hadn't gone far in the Maloria harbor, but Luo Yun never took the initiative to trouble her. As for the reason, it is very simple, because Luo Yun wants to use Altair as bait to catch the big fish behind her, the Dark Guild. But such a long time has passed, Luo Yun thought that if Altair had the heart to report to Hades, he should have acted already. Now that she accidentally discovered the location, Luo Yun will not let her go this time. Under the power of teleportation magic, Luo Yun can take the initiative to avenge himself being used. Although he was not used by Altair in the end, the person who had this idea has been sentenced to death by Luo Yun. Once again, he used the myriad of things to investigate the threats nearby, and after learning that there were no powerful wild monsters infesting, Luo went to the main girl and said in all seriousness. You wait for me for a while, I will go back when I go, you can rest assured, don't walk around, it should be safe around here. Urza has developed a tacit understanding with Luo Yun. When Myra Jane and Juvia were still quite puzzled, she had come to her senses and nodded to Luo Yun. Eastern Forest Frontier Wetlands. Altair walked slowly, she looked up to the sky, as if waiting for something. It is said to be a wetland, but in fact the environment here has been severely damaged year after year, and it has long become an ordinary area overgrown with weeds. It is only because of the lush vegetation here that it is easy to hide, so Altair temporarily hides here. Because the plan was destroyed by Luo Yun, she withdrew from the Magic Council ahead of schedule, and the magic airship of the guild had not returned according to the schedule, so she had to lie dormant in a more secret place and wait for the good news. Should I inform the Balam Alliance about Luo Yun? Altair thought about the next plan, but he just felt clueless. She had arranged everything perfectly, but because of Luo Yun's sudden intrusion, all her plans were disrupted. Damn! Altair growled in a low voice, somewhat annoyed. It was at this moment that a breeze brushed the back of Altair's neck. The breeze was extremely unusual, and there seemed to be a faint magical power in it, but Altair looked around in panic, but found no one. You're just a young girl. What? Altair looked up. On a high place, next to a very tall tree, a young man with two wings slowly descended like a god descending into the world. The pair of wings behind him just waved slightly, and seemed to rustle with a bit of holy radiance, and the brilliance made Altair more than a little dazzled. And when he saw the boy's face clearly, Altair suddenly trembled all over his body, his hands and feet became cold, and he was so surprised that he couldn't describe it. Luo Yun. The existence like an archangel who judges the evil deeds of demons is precisely Luo Yun, who destroyed the Tower of Heaven and the Magic Council by himself not long ago. How did he come here? Who can understand Luo Yun's current ability? Superior Universe, Teleportation Magic, Dark Text Wing. If you add a thought body to expand the range of Chaos Universe, now Luo Yun can use this. The posture of God descending to earth instantly descends in front of anyone. Altair was completely at a loss. She did faintly realize that all the actions Luo Yun did had something to do with her, but she was never sure that Luo Yun was deliberately targeting her. Otherwise, why did he agree so happily when he signed the letter to activate the power of the magic wizard? Why did he keep his face when he had the chance to kill himself several times? But when he saw Luo Yun again, Altair was finally sure that Luo Yun knew that he was the mastermind behind everything. 0. Asking for flowers. But what is Luo Yun's purpose? Altair has no way of knowing, and it is precisely because of this that she feels the unknown terror in this man. Long time no see, Altair. You should be very curious about how I got rid of the control of memory magic. Luo Yun put down a few words lightly, and then, a green light suddenly shot out from his pupils. Style eyes. In an instant, Altair felt that the world was trembling. The powerful magic power in Luo Yun's body conquered her 5 senses, and directly led to her cerebral cortex. Quickly began to mess with her spirit. Altair clutched his forehead, apparently in serious discomfort. 0. Before she can be completely controlled by Luo Yun, the magic power in Luo Yun's body is rioting again. Memory magic. Sieve. The moment the 4 eyes met, Altair's brain seemed to have an electric current, and the hippocampus in charge of memory continuously secreted a liquid with magic power. Under the disorder of memory, multiple nerves in her brain jointly issued an alarm. Altair is already having a splitting headache. Well. Squatting down with difficulty, Altair, who was covering her head, couldn't bear the intensive nerve pain. She put her palm on her forehead, and she exuded a strange light blue magic power all over her body, as if relying on this magic power to survive fight against Luo Yun's spiritual magic. However, something incredible happened. Did the memory modification fail? Altair was not controlled by Luo Yun, and her pain gradually began to ease until she completely woke up from the mental disturbance. This kind of situation is indeed rare, and it can't help but arouse Luo Yun's attention. Great Sage Analytical Appraisal activates. Ding! Great Sage Analysis and Appraisal, identifying the status of the target Altair Milkovic. Please wait. Soon Luo Yun understood what was going on. Altair's magic arc of time has the ability to temporarily change time, but it cannot act on people to bring dying humans back to life. However, this does not mean that she cannot let magic affect her. Chapter 104. According to the detailed analysis of the Great Sage. However, her magic can act on the liquid in her own hippocampus and pituitary gland, bringing her mental state back to a few minutes ago, so that any spiritual magic has little effect on her. Although it is unexpected, it is also reasonable. Perhaps her powerful magic power alone can suppress my magic, which is not surprising. Looking at Altair, who stood up slowly, Luo Yun sneered and said, "Your magic is good, but I can't let you go just because of this. It's a good idea to try to use me to complete your plan in the Magic Council, but it's a pity that there won't be a second time." While speaking, Luo Yun's body already revealed a powerful magic energy. Although the magic power has not yet been released, the hidden ferocity of 633 in it made Altair lose his mind. He knew that even if he used it, no matter how hard you try, you can't be this man's all-in-one enemy. Not only that, but the magic energy on Luo Yun's body is still continuously expanding and depleting. The originally slightly dazzling golden magic power is almost burning through the eyes at this moment, and the earth that was originally just dusty is cracked and broken under the sound of sudden movement. The breeze passing over the back of Altair's neck suddenly turned into a howling storm, and Altair, who was struggling to stand up, was staggered by the raised rock formations on the ground. While in a trance, she actually saw 7 streamer phantom swords full of extremely powerful magic power suspended in the sky, like the blades of judgment of an archangel questioning her crimes. The Arc of Time. Altair tried his best to drive the magic power in his body, trying to return all the 7 flowing light phantom swords to their original state, and return them to Luo Yun's body due to the magic power, but the number of magical swords glowing with strong blue light in the sky was actually increasing. In just a few seconds, the 7 phantom swords grew denser and denser like remnant clouds, and finally formed a sea of blue light swords in the sky. Altair fell to his knees helplessly. How could she not know that this move is Jalal's 7-star sword? But even if the magic power is as strong as Jalal, he can only release the 7-star sword twice in a row. Altair still has room to maneuver, but Luo Yun's 7-star sword is not. There are more than 10 groups. His magical power, is it infinite? This is the so-called despair, this is the pure crushing of strength that the difference in the type of magic power cannot make up for. Approaching step by step, Luo Yun did not make a move for a long time, just to make Altair feel the real fear. To repay the grievances of the conspiracy with the spiritual wounds, this is an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. It's time to end. In this desolate place where the magic power is rampant, Luo Yun said to Altair coldly. A palm waved down gently. With such a simple and extremely simple action, the phantom sword between the heavenly dome is like 1,000 horses and horses. Following the general's order, it flew down in one go, vowing to crush Altair into dust. At the same time, a purple-black evil spirit suddenly lingered in the air. This is the magical power of dark magic, but it is so evil that it is even difficult for people to tell what it is for a while. Ha, is it finally here? Luo Yun showed a faint smile, as if everything had been figured out by him. Call. On the ground, beside Altair, a purple-black phantom suddenly appeared, and the phantom gathered to form an arch. Time has completely wrapped Altair. Shadows of everlasting darkness. Even without analysis, Luo Yun knows that the shadow of ever darkness is a high-level defensive magic in dark magic, and this black phantom barrier can resist almost all attacks. But it's not just that kind of magic that's new around Altair. Super Gravity Ball. A black hole like pure black anti-gravity ball quickly formed above the shadow, and at the same time erupted with an extremely powerful attraction force. Everything around it seemed to be absorbed by it, and suddenly a space appeared weird twist. This strong attraction made the 7-star sword array in the sky seem to be folded along with the distortion of the 3-dimensional space, and they were actually drawn into the black hole together. Thrust. The remaining 7-star swords descended from the sky with terrifying magic power, but they couldn't break through the black barrier when they hit the shadow directly, which bought Altair a lot of time to use magic. Arc of Time. Altair was bombarded by the terrifying magic power above his head, and he insisted on restoring the magic sword that flew away later into magic power and sending it back to Kei Yun's body. However, it seemed that she and the caster of the dark magic successfully resisted Luo Yun's attack, but she was already panting and her energy was seriously exhausted, while Luo Yun didn't use even 10% of her strength. Amidst the dark evil spirit, a tall figure emerged leisurely. Hades, President of Grimoire Heart. His figure is quite burly, although he is a mage, his body is extremely strong, and it is completely impossible to tell that he is over 100 years old. Because he has the Grimoire Heart to replenish his life energy, Hades looks like he is still in his 40s or 50s. Behind Hades, a group of figures slowly emerged from the darkness, and there were as many as 7 people at a glance. No need to think about it, it is the remaining 7 kin of Purgatory and Blue Note, the vice-chairman of the Grimoire Heart Guild. Of course, the shadow of eternal darkness just now was released by Hades, and the super gravity ball is the masterpiece of Vice President Blue Note, and it can also be regarded as his nirvana. He is good at gravity magic, and his magic power is astonishingly huge, but he has to use the strongest moves to fight against Luo Yun's 7-star sword formation. You are Luo Yun, that's right. Hades's low and menacing voice came slowly. I finally met you. You are much younger than I thought. 15? Or 16? It doesn't matter. 2.3 These are not important, show me your talent. See if you are as unfathomable as Altair said. There was a chill in Hades' one eye. After all, you should be much more than that, right? Facing Hades, Luo Yun also smiled easily. Perhaps I should say this to you. If you don't have any skills, I will be very disappointed. At this moment, the air seemed to freeze. Who is he, Hades? The second president of Fairy Tail is a well-known figure in the magic world that has spanned 100 years. He is obsessed with studying magic all day long, and longs for the ultimate realm of magic. It is precisely because of his excessive desire for power that he embarks on the study of dark magic. Therefore, the Dark Guild he formed is not included in the guild ranking of the Kingdom of Fiori. Chapter 105. But anyone who has really learned about it knows that Hades is no less powerful than the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar. It is no exaggeration to say that he is one of the strongest on the continent of Ishgar. And the Luo Yun in front of him dared to talk nonsense in front of a big man like Hades? In the eyes of the 7 kin of purgatory behind Hades, Luo Yun seems to be just a teenager. Although they have also seen the power of the 7 kin of purgatory just now, they can't believe that Luo Yun can release such lies, as if didn't take Hades seriously. Even if he is a new 10th level mage with powerful magic power enough to make Altair helpless, how could he be so arrogant in front of all members of the Grimoire Heart Guild? After all, each of their 7 kin of purgatory is a top powerhouse with lost magic. At this moment, the anger of all members of Grimoire Heart was pushed to the highest point. You'd better just get caught, so that you will suffer less. The speaker was Blue Note Stinger, vice president of Grimoire Heart. When his gaze intersected with Luo Yun, a gravity singularity had already appeared on Luo Yun's side. Proficient in gravity magic, he can condense gravity infinite 05 at one point to create a black hole, and soon Luo Yun's body will be swallowed and torn apart by the black hole created by the gravitational collapse. However, Luo Yun just stood there without any movement. He didn't feel flustered and didn't take any action, as if he didn't notice the strong magic power of Blue Note at all. Such composure and calmness, of course, is because he has already made a coping strategy. Well, the gravitational singularity around Luo Yun was suddenly lifted, and Blue Note suddenly collapsed on the ground, his face paled, and his body was twitching, covered in cold sweat. UBD. Blue Note mumbled and then lost consciousness. Luo Yun smiled lightly and said, "Space Destroyer. How does it feel to drain the magic power? This move was easy to dodge, but you were too eager to kill me and stepped on the mine." As he said that, Luo Yun walked forward between Hades and 7 kin of purgatory with a peaceful smile on his face, like a worldly expert strolling in the chaos of the army. Ding! Predator, predating target Blue Note Stinger. Ding! Predator analysis, target object analysis completed. Congratulations to the host for mastering the skill, gravity magic. The moment Luo Yun devoured Blue Note, his figure instantly disappeared on the half-wet ground. What did you do to Blue Note? Small brat, court death. A black and yellow-skinned exploding head suddenly rushed out. His name was Asma, and he had an extremely combative personality. He used the lost magic, the arc of the big tree, to turn the magic power of the earth into fruits and cause a violent explosion. The chain explodes. The moment he rushed out, the vines and dead branches all over the wooded area were actually connected into a tough chain, which firmly bound Luo Yun's hands and feet. Starting from the root of the vines, the strong explosion sound continued to reverberate and arouse, and Luo Yun was about to be blown to pieces. However, this is not the end. Flame God's Dinner. A boy like a blonde lion king had an arrogant smile on his face, and at the same time Asma made a move. He had already molded a pair of black claws with black flames. This is Zangkro, who is good at killing god flames. His god-killing flame is completely black, and its power is even higher than that of Fire Dragon Slayer magic. When the fireball spewed out from the black big turtle and the explosion of the chains attacked him, Luo Yun knew that this was Zangkro's most powerful magic. When the black flames and serial explosions are approaching Luo Yun's face. Tower of the Empire. The silver-haired man in glasses shouted loudly. Luo Yun, together with the black flames and the exploding chains, were instantly locked into a huge tower. This is not an illusion, but a complete reality. Lastros, his ability is called Arc of Embodying and can turn imaginary things into reality under certain restrictions. And his best Tower of Empire can instantly call out a huge tower that completely seals off the enemy and then triggers a strong explosion. Next, he could already imagine the picture of Luo Yun being blown to pieces in the tower. Bang boom! The roar of the explosion exploded in the tower in an instant, and the triple explosion with chain explosion and flame explosion, even a god would have to break a few bones. Even through the thick tower wall, the sound of the explosion still made everyone's eardrums ache. Hee, that's all. Azma, Zangkro, and Lastros smiled and looked at the huge tower that was blown to pieces, full of the pleasure of killing. However, in the next second, everyone's expressions changed in surprise. What are you laughing at? Luo Yun's voice came again, but it was from behind him. The three turned their heads in panic, and before anyone knew it, Luo Yun slipped behind his teammate unscathed. The chains that exploded on his body, the black flame that was supposed to drain his magic power and burn him to death, and the shackles of the Empire Tower didn't work on him at all. Just before everyone could understand what happened, Luo Yun repeated his old trick, and 277's eyes once again released a terrifying green light. Style eyes. Suddenly, one of the 7 dependents, Kane Hikaru's huge body froze instantly, and he was completely at the mercy of Luo Yun's wiping cloth. But before that, Luo Yun's eyes flashed, and the magic power in his body exploded again. Memory magic. In another split second, Mirdi, the shortest pink-haired girl among the 7 dependents, her eyes turned white, and her memory was completely erased. She knelt down on the ground, as if she had suffered some huge shock and had completely lost her ability to move. The air fell into silence again. The moment he turned his head, beside Luo Yun, the 2 people in the 7 kin of purgatory had been brought down by him without any effort, and the process of releasing any magic was over. The vice-chairman with incredible magical power has disappeared at this moment, and no one except Luo Yun knows his whereabouts. Crushed. There is no magic power competition at all, just in terms of casting and action speed, Luo Yun has crushed everyone in the grimoire heart like a king. All this happened so fast that everyone went from joy to astonishment to bewilderment to fear, and only Luo Chu and Hades remained calm throughout the process. Chapter 106. Their series of magical attacks on Luo Yun now seem ridiculous, stupid, and superficial, just like a child hitting an adult on the back with a clenched fist. Kr. 7 kin of purgatory either failed to attack or was instantly defeated. Zaldeo, the last remaining person, gnashed his molars in trembling and anger, and was ready to fight the young man in front of him to the death. However, the big hand has always been in front of him. Don't go there. You are not his match. That's Hades. His extremely serious and calm voice revealed, making Zaldeo instantly tense up and took 3 steps back. Afterwards, Hades looked at Luo Yun leisurely, his eyes changed from the solemnity just now, and instead showed a little joy. Hee, perfect, too perfect. If I'm not wrong, you can copy other people's magic, right? I heard that you joined that brat's guild? Your strength is hundreds of times stronger than that brat's, so why are you willing to listen to his orders? Hades questioned in a playful tone. The little devil he was talking about was none other than Makarov, the head of the fairy tale guild. Just by this title, you can hear the lofty status of Hades in the wizarding world. When he founded Fairy Tale, he and Makarov's father, Yuri Driar, were both co-founders, so they were considered to be of the same generation. In terms of age, he can be said to be a figure of Luo Yun's great-grandfather. Luo Yun responded to Hades with a calm face. What I want to do, what I want to do, what I can do, has nothing to do with you. Don't question me, because your days are numbered. Without anyone noticing, Luo Yun launched the magic program of memory magic, but Hades didn't see any change at all. Instead of even responding with pain and writhing like Altair, he's already building up his magic. Through the analysis of identification ability, Luo Yun understood that Hades has a protective shield composed of dark magic power all over his body, which can protect him from any foreign magic power. At least the little magic power released by the silent magic power of the mind control system is definitely not enough in front of this protective cover. If spiritual magic is useless to him, he should be a little more serious. He, little devil, what a big tone. The veins on his face suddenly appeared, twisted and curled up, and the roots were clearly attached to the bones. Hades' expression suddenly changed from relaxed to furious. At that moment, Hades' single eye revealed a terrifying red light, and the dark aura everywhere emerged from his body, violently surging, turbulent, and circling like a river tide. I don't know how many undead souls died at his hands, as if under his enslavement and driving, they wailed hysterically. This desperate pain turned into the powerful magic power of Hades, and the bursts of darkness already filled the surrounding air, smudged into a frightening purple-black. Do you think you can do whatever you want with the ability to copy magic? That's because you haven't experienced the real darkness. I will carefully study your magic, and then use it to make it better and more outstanding than your performance. You are just a bit of talent, so how can you deserve to study it with painstaking efforts? I'm on par with a century-old me. Starting from you, I will completely defeat Fairy Tale, resurrect Zeref, and let the great truth of magic spread throughout the world. Under the wrath of Hades, the soil continued to crack outwards one after another. Although the surrounding tall trees had not been attacked by strong winds and showers, deep and wide scratches appeared on the trunks for unknown reasons. Occasionally, fallen leaves touched the dark evil magic power, but they were smashed into pieces in an instant, and turned into nothing in an instant. Under such a creepy scene, Luo Yun didn't even bother to frown. Little ghost, you really can stand up. A cloud of black starburst instantly condensed in Hades' palm, and the magic power from all sides quickly gathered in his palm, forming a magic energy cluster as dazzling as obsidian. The magic power in this is much stronger than that scattered in the air just now. Amaterasu 28 styles. Hades' thick sound fell, and the strange magic unfolded immediately. Luo Yun couldn't help being amazed by the structure of this magic formula. The starlight in Hades' palm disappeared instantly, as if it had been sucked away by something. Average strength. At the same time, 3 spells were quickly produced in 3 directions on the front, middle, and side of Luo Yun. The moment the 3 magic spells of dark elements were born, the magic power in Hades' body exploded, and a huge explosion of darkness accompanied the spells. When it spread out, there was a loud roar in an instant, and the birds and beasts fled far away. Boom! A deep crater was blown out on the ground where Luo Yun was, and the flying dust and haystacks completely blocked the 7 kin of Purgatory's sight, and it didn't dissipate after a long time. As expected of Hades, the blow he made casually was far superior to the combined attack of his subordinates in terms of explosive power and launch speed, and the launch of this spell had no track, just like Luo Yun's teleportation, it was generated with him. The structure of magic power is also far beyond ordinary magic. The smoke dissipated. Altair on the side wanted to say he was relieved, but when the smoke cleared, he was immediately dumbfounded, and his brows were wrinkled together again soon. With the same posture, in the same position, and with the same indifferent expression, Luo Yun still stands in the original flavor, what he should be or what he should be. The only difference is that the somewhat metallic color has gradually faded from his skin, that's all. Unscathed. The Iron Dragon Slayer magic has already improved Luo Yun's body toughness by several levels. Good Xiao Xiao, coupled with the dual resistance to high-level physical magic, such an attack can't cause even a little damage to Luo Yun. Is this the dark power you seek? Hades. Treat me with no seriousness, you are really arrogant. 1+. Hades' heart tightened, looking at Luo Yun in front of him, he couldn't help but open his eyes, the whites of which were bloodshot. Didn't you really do it? Just now Hades used at least 80% of his magic power, but the magic Amaterasu's 28 moves can't be regarded as his strongest magic. That's all. How can Shen Luofa be able to get out of harm's way? Monster! At this moment, Hades gradually began to realize that the man in front of him was not just as simple as having a lot of magic. I definitely can't just judge him as a 10 wizard saints level powerhouse, let alone judge his level with the level of Makarov and Jalal. Chapter 107. Hades stopped talking. He wanted to accumulate all the resentment and vigilance against Luo Yun in his heart. Even if he didn't use his whole cards, at least he had to pour all his strength into every blow to shake this young man. Forget about your practice in the past 100 years, let go of your body. Hades put his will back into the accumulation of magic power. Unlike before, This time his expression changed from anger to a calmness like that of Luo Yun, just like the calm water surface, but there is a raging murderous intent hidden inside. You guys, step back quickly. Hades said in a low voice. Hearing the news, the still active members of the seven kin of purgatory dragged Mirdi and Cain, who had lost consciousness, and retreated, keeping a little distance. Hades' body began to tremble slightly. Soon, the dark aura from all around gathered towards Hades' palm again. This time, not only the surrounding air, but also the sky was gloomy purple-black. There is a bit of coquettish purple in it. It is really teaching people that trees are soldiers. If an ordinary mage came to the place where Hades was, he would have already been overwhelmed by this gloomy purple-black world before seeing him, making it difficult to move an inch. This place is not so much the human world as it is the underworld. No matter how kind and honest a person is, they will unconsciously start recalling their sins in the past when they come here, begging for forgiveness from Hades. Suddenly, the magical power in Hades' palm was powerful, and the moment an irregular body full of dark energy was born, the explosive wind spread from his whole body in all directions in an instant. The trunk of the big tree snapped and collapsed, and the swaying leaves hadn't touched it yet. The dark energy disappeared in an instant, and even the face of seven kin of purgatory was bloodshot. Amaterasu, Hyakushi. Amaterasu's 100 styles. This is Hades' dark magic with extremely powerful destructive power. Even Makarov's strongest defensive magic 3 pillars of magic circle can't compete. In a blink of an eye, the 7-layered dark spells had circled and criss-crossed Luo Yun from the air. Not only did the number increase sharply, but the activation speed was even twice as fast as before. At the moment of activation, even Altair trying to react at full speed is still difficult to keep up with the speed of this spell. After Luo Yun gave a light smile, a ground-breaking explosion broke through the entire forest, and the tall wetland forests could not resist the explosion sound. However, the explosion was not aimed at Luo Yun, but at Hades. Shadow of eternal darkness. In an instant, an extremely wide dark barrier was erected, and Hades was in it. To increase the speed and prop up this dark barrier, a lot of magic power had been used. Seeing the two forces of Amaterasu Hyakushiki and ever darkness engulfing each other, it's like lifting a rock to shoot yourself in the foot, asking for trouble. Hades is already sweating profusely. There is no time to think about the reasons for this. Who? Hades was panting heavily. If it wasn't for his extraordinary reflexes and powerful defensive magic, he would have been blown to pieces by his own Amaterasu Hyakushi at this moment. Amidst the ever-increasing heartbeat, he already felt the decline of his body functions. This had nothing to do with the replenishment of mana and energy, but simply because of excessive physical exertion. Seeing the cyan light rippling around the unscathed Luo Yun, Hades narrowed his eyes. Could it be? Triple magic array mirror water. This is Jelal's magic, and it is also a counter magic that he rarely uses. He uses the magic circle of the 3 elements of fire, ice, and darkness to bounce back the enemy's attack. Its rebound effect is firmly linked to the caster's magic power, and under Luo Yun's infinite magic power, its effect is hundreds of times and 1,000 times greater than that of Jelal. Luo Yun walked slowly towards Hades. I said that you should deal with me seriously, but you still don't seem to understand. Hades, or should I call you Pregito? The source of your magic power is the power core of your guild's spaceship. Your hidden strength can only be activated after you take off the blindfold. I'm right. How do you know this? Hades' tense expression suddenly collapsed. After Luo Yun resisted his first round of offensive just now, Hades didn't have the idea of being able to defeat Luo Yun completely. It would be better to say that he could keep the guild members from evacuating safely. Originally, I wanted to have 2 cards in my possession, so that I could show them to frighten him when I lost to this young man, but now my own cards were so lightly dismissed by this young man. Hades was sure that he was not disturbed or affected by any spiritual magic, and he didn't think that this teenager could know the secrets of his dark magic that not many people in the whole magic world knew. Mystery. The teenager, like a mystery, began to shock and terrify Hades viscerally. Don't you need to come out? That's heaven's punishment. Or is it called the executioner of heaven? After the words fell, as Luo Yun slowly approached step by step, Hades involuntarily retreated step by step, his feet trembled uncontrollably, his calves were half paralyzed, and his body was instinctively afraid of the young man in front of him. It is already obvious that since Luo Yun knows all the secrets of Hades, he is fully capable of dealing with all of Hades' cards behind him. This century-old Ishgar top powerhouse, with his seemingly endless means and strength at this moment, but it seems that the oil is exhausted and the lamp is exhausted, and the donkey is at the end of his skills. Backwards, Hades's back was tightly pressed against a beech wood. The cold touch made him suspect that it was the magic power of Luo Yun. Suddenly the magic power surged all over his body, and in just a split second, the wood was captured by him. The dark magic power shattered. It was this sudden surprise that made Hades regain his sobriety from his fear. There is no way out. This person's magic knowledge and magic power are far beyond my estimation. He is definitely not at this age. He must have used some kind of eternal youth magic to keep his appearance. He is clearly a magician in the field of the bitter. Hades murmured to himself in a daze. He understands that there is only one magic that can deal with this situation. The law of goblins. Following his own heart, Hades tore off the blindfold, and the right eye full of demonic power was rippling with terrifying magic energy. While releasing endless black miasma, it actually made the surrounding space shudder. There is a slight twist. Chapter 108. Ding! Predator Analysis. The magic power analysis about super magic has been completed. Congratulations to the host for mastering the skill, Super Magic Fairy Law. It's just right, I didn't intend to use this power to fight against him. The strong wind blew past Luo Yun's flanks with the smell of death. At this moment, Luo Yun finally felt the huge dark magic power that could make any living being tremble. This is completely different from Amaterasu's previous magical power. If the previous magical power was only stronger than Jose and Jalal, the current magical power of Hades is far superior to that of the previous one, which is comparable to or even surpassed by the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar. The true power of the magic power penetrated directly into the brain, and the moment Luo Yun felt the evil magic power, his body was shocked, and it seemed that he could see the death of countless creatures in his eyes. That's it. What Luo Yun is waiting for is Hades' extremely powerful final evil power. Only when he clearly sees how strong Hades' magic power is, can it be worthwhile for Luo Yun to fight him. The surrounding trees were actually contaminated by the evil breath, and even the outlines and body were fainted into purple-black. Together with the sky and the earth, Hades' body seemed to become a radioactive pollution core. The flowers and trees are withered, the vegetation is withered, the air, dust, the ground, and all objects that can be observed are soaked into the evil darkness, and only the shape can distinguish the original object. Then, Hades' beard suddenly raised, and a dark magic energy body several times larger than before quickly filled his fingertips, like a violent wild horse being suppressed and tamed by him, the powerful energy, but it continued to surge out uncontrollably, with his long hair and beard curled up together, as if to absorb all the surrounding substances into his physical energy to enhance its majestic potential energy. Such is the law of the devil, the end magic that Hades never dared to abuse. This power is the magic developed by Hades after fully studying the laws of the Mavis Goblin. After reversing the power of light and darkness, it can create a powerful destructive force that can destroy everything. And because once this trick is issued, it will bring devastating consequences, Hades has never been afraid to use it. With his dark magic Amaterasu, he can basically easily deal with all the mages who find trouble. But only against Luo Yun, this enigmatic young man born out of nowhere, needs him to use this terrifying power to fight against. If Luo Yun can't move even a single step with all his strength, what's the point of his 100 years of magic research, and what's the point of his dark magic research day and night in order to obtain real power? Yet at the same time as this dark magic was born, the deep moat where Luo Yun was standing was also shrouded in a strong light, making it impossible for Hades' aftermath of magic to approach at all. It was a pure white and flawless halo of the main body glowing with colorful iridescent light. When the halo was formed in Luo Yun's palm, Hades was dumbfounded, not knowing how to make a sound. That's the law of goblins. Although I haven't seen it for decades, the magic in Luo Wei's palm is indeed the same as the strongest law against single magic goblins in the Sister Tail Guild back then. Use the holy light to wash away all the evils in the enemy's heart, completely break through the enemy's defense line from the spiritual level, and let the opponent immediately understand the tragic fact of defeat. The magic mastered by this young man was already enough to surprise Hades, but who would have expected that Luo Yun also mastered the 3 super magics of goblins? Just now, Luo Yun has mastered the law of goblins, and now Luo Yun has 2 super magics of goblins, so how can he be afraid of the dark super magic developed by a mere imitation of goblin laws? If Hades had witnessed Luo Yun using the fairy ball to resist the bombardment of the magic elf force, he should not have launched the devil's law to decide the outcome. But things have come to this, what can Hades do but give it a go? He didn't believe that the super magic of the dark road he had chosen was inferior to Luo Yun's super magic. Confront yourself with a proud attitude. However, when the darkness above his head pierced and a beam of bright light faintly entered Hades' line of sight, he froze. It is a kind of sluggishness that human beings will inevitably have when facing the supreme power. Just like when newborns come into this world, the infinite unknown triggers the infinite fear in their hearts, which makes them cry. At this moment, Hades is also like a newborn who has seen a new magical world. 0. Ask for flowers. Because, before you know it, the sky is already filled with a big magic circle glowing with blue light. Moreover, Hades, who is very familiar with super magic knowledge, judged without any thought at all, that this is the magic circle of magic elf power, that is to say, in a matter of seconds, countless Magus forces will descend upon the land, wiping the area off the map of Ishgar. Hades can also be regarded as a great wizard who has experienced many battles, but when has he seen such a scene in his life? His whole body trembled violently. Hades fell to the ground before he was baptized by the goblin's law. At the same time as his knees softened, the dark magic power lingering on him suddenly became chaotic. They no longer gather together to form a stronger energy. As Hades' fighting spirit dissipates, the magic power structure dissociates from each other and dissolves, slowly spreading around Hades' side, and gradually disappearing in the air. Hades had given up struggling. But at this moment, Luo Yun didn't feel relieved, but rather surprised. Because, the great sage's everything sent him brand new information. Someone. Luo Yun could feel that not far away, a strong man was approaching. And his strength is no less than Hades, maybe even more than Hades. Although Luo Yun doesn't know who he is yet, the magic power exuding from him already makes Luo Yun feel that he cannot be underestimated. The magic power has the speed of the wind element and the explosive power of the fire element, but at the same time it does not lose the hardness of the ice element and the toughness of the earth element. Not only that, but the depth of the magic power is far away from that of ordinary magicians. Big gap. If I continue to release the power of the magic spirit, this area is completely destroyed. How can I prey on this uninvited guest? After thinking about it for a second, Luo Yun quickly gave instructions to his brain. Ding! Predator, devoured host magic. In just a split second, all the cyan magic circles above the sky disappeared, and the originally clear and cloudless sky once again spread over Hades' head. Chapter 109. Hades raised his head slowly, the blue sky reflected in his bloodshot pupils. What just happened? Although I don't know what happened, but Luo Yun's magic spirit power has indeed disappeared into the sky, and the coercion of the extremely strong magic power in all directions can no longer be felt. Could it be that Luo Yun's magic release failed? Or was he just hit by his mind control magic? However, before Hades had time to think about it, something strange happened. Well, not far away, with the sound of mournful cries, the companions of 7 kin of purgatory fell down one by one. The attacker's magic was released so quickly that Hades, who had his back turned to them, hadn't even noticed that all the lives of the guild members had been taken away. This is... When 503 Hades was about to turn his head to see what happened, a beam of warm magic power penetrated his chest from behind in an instant. Well! Blood gushed from the wound. Hades fell to his knees, dying. Although his power comes from the guild's magic airship, and generally no matter what kind of attack he receives, he will not be seriously injured, but the hit he received seems to have various negative effects. On the surface of the wound, sometimes he could feel the freezing cold, making his limbs stiff and immobile, sometimes it could feel the heat of lava, and the flames continued to burn his newly revived nerves, causing Hades pain. Under the continuous torment of this strange magical power, even if Hades can quickly recover with the grimoire heart, he still has no strength to fight back, and can only live in the slaughter. It was an attack. All members of Grimoire Heart were attacked by this unknown man. Moreover, the battle was resolved quickly and without delay in a very short period of time. No matter how you think about it, you know that the comer must be quite unusual. In front of Luo Yun's eyes, a figure walked leisurely. Even if he doesn't want to recognize him, Luo Yun can't forget his name just by looking at the silhouette with the funny hairstyle. Selene of God. Selene the God, the strongest in the Ishgar continent. It is no exaggeration to say that he is the strongest among the 10 wizard saints. And at the same time, he is the youngest man in 10 wizard saints other than Luo Yun. The reason why he is so strong at such a young age is that no one can match him because there are a total of 8 Dragon Slayer crystals in his body. Water, fire, light, darkness, rock, earth, wind, thunder. The magic of different elements contained in these 8 Dragon Slayer crystals resides in this man's body at the same time, and not only that, this man can also easily fuse the magic power of different elements, making his magic burst out with extremely exaggerated power. What kind of concept is this? You know, when defeating Jose, who is also 10 wizard saints, Luo Yun only mastered the 2 dragon-slaying magics of fire and thunder, and just a little fusion defeated Jose in a crushing posture. It only takes a little comparison of this kind to judge how terrifying this man's strength is. Of course, even with such terrifying strength, there is nothing to worry about for Luo Yun today. 2 great goblin magics, Goblin Heart, 2 kinds of dragon-slaying magic and countless high-level skills, and even completed the fusion of magic and elf power. Go to 10 high and low. But Luo Yun felt a little strange. Why did the god Selene appear here? According to King Fiori's orders, Selene of God should now agree to help manage the Fallen Magic Council. According to Luo Yun's calculation, there should be some time before Selene the god rebelled and joined the 12 shields of the Guardians of the Western Continent. No matter how he suddenly appeared in such a hidden position, he seemed to have come prepared. The figure slowly approached, and for the first time, Selene's scarred face was completely presented in Luo Yun's eyes. Selene of the 8 dragons, come on. It's strange, just now I saw a particularly scary magic circle in the sky, did I miss it? Beside the unconscious 7 kin of purgatory, Selene walked towards Luo Yun step by step. Suddenly, it seemed to wake up from the serious injury. When Selene walked by, Kane Hikaru's index finger trembled slightly. Luo Yun saw this extremely small movement, but Luo Yun did not make it what a reaction. He wanted to see what Selene would do. Sure enough, as Luo Yun expected. Shubang! Almost instantly, as Selene swung her left arm back, a radiant magic ray shot into Kane's chest, and after penetrating, it caused a huge explosion on the ground. Just be honest and be a lackey of the Dark Guild, don't be so ungrateful. Selene let out a forced sigh. During the explosion, Selene didn't look back, and he didn't even look directly at Kane when he noticed that Kane was making unnecessary movements. Everything was done with his strong insight and keen intuition. Judge. Cleanly clearing away all upcoming obstacles, Selene's strength can be said to have been quite recognized by Luo Yun. The current Selene seems to be still cleaning up the Dark Guild, that is to say, he is still working for the Kingdom of Fiori, is that true? Or maybe, he has secretly connected with the people of the Alvarez Empire in the Western Continent collusion. No matter what the possibility is, Luo Yun can't be sure of an answer that he guessed. Assuming that he has not yet colluded with the Empire, and is still a loyal, pure, and passionate young man, no matter how powerful his 8 kinds of dragon-slaying magic are, no matter how hard he tries to gain his power, he will not suddenly hurt such an innocent aspirant cheese. Luo Yun originally thought so, but not long after, he soon found out, and there was no need to think so much at all. Stepping over the head of Hades, who was prostrate on the ground, Selene looked at Luo Yun with great interest, as if recalling something. Huh? I remember, you're the, who's that? If it's okay, I'll go first. Don't worry. Just stop and let me think about it. Selene didn't attack Luo Yun, but stopped him. Since you didn't do anything to me, it means you know my identity. Luo Yun calmly talked to Selene. Indeed, Luo Yun didn't want to trouble Selene, but Luo Yun didn't want to just walk away either. The reason why he said he was leaving was to provoke Selene on purpose, waiting for him to show his fox tail. Chapter 110. I remember. Selene looked at Luo Yun with a playful smile, and said in a frivolous tone. Are you Luo Yun, who was recently selected as 10 Wizard Saints, taking over Jose's place? Nice to meet you. Because your information was recorded by the Magic Council before, otherwise it would be really rare for me to recognize you, hehe. It's me. Luo Yun replied concisely. In other words, have you been at war with Grimoire Heart until now? Your magical power is really powerful. How on earth did you manage to fight this Hades so much and push him to this level? Selene was not stingy with her praise. However, Luo Yun has lost patience with Selene. I think it should be nothing. It's just a dark guild. Countless dark guilds have been wiped out over the years, and now it's their turn to be Grimoire Heart. While talking, Luo Yun turned his head over again. Hehe, that's true, but this is the Dark Guild of the Balam Alliance, how can it be so easy? Selene smiled mockingly. 05. Selene, the head of the 10 Wizard Saints, is indeed powerful and extraordinary in magic. Whether it is the speed of the shot, the continuity of the casting process, the concealment, or the power, it is perfect. I really saw something good today. Hehe, to clean up these scum, it's nothing more than a three-legged cat's work, it can't be called perfect. Selene obviously stole Luo Yun's head, but she said without shame. In his opinion, even if Hades had never fought against Luo Yun, he would have to die if he faced him. It's really hard to judge whether this is self-confidence or pure arrogance, but what is certain is that Selene does have the strength to despise ordinary 10th level magicians. Speaking of this, Sailor's expression suddenly became a little serious. Luo Yun, since I met you, I want to ask you something. I remember that Mr. Selene is currently handling the work on behalf of the Magic Senate, so the question I want to ask is probably related to the Senate. That's natural. The wizards of our kingdom of Fiori have always only done business. Speaking. There was a blatant gleam in Selene's originally smiling eyes. Do you know the inside story of the Magic Senate? Not long ago, shortly after you participated in the 10 Wizard Saints assessment, the Magic Senate was destroyed by a super-large taboo magic, and countless counselors died in that accident. You probably don't understand the situation. Sorry, I don't know. Luo Yun casually uttered a lie. What he said was not casual, but carefully planned. After all, he had figured out what Selene was thinking in a few words, so Luo Yun basically understood what Selene would say and do next. So? I checked and it seems that you also have a very strong alibi. Well, I bet no one who was there that day saw me because I was in my rented apartment all day. So have you heard any rumors about this? I don't know, I'm only interested in my magic. In a series of lies, Luo Yun rarely mixes a truth. I can go now. Hehe, please do it. After casually stopping the topic, Luo Yun showed no interest, turned around and walked away. Because the surroundings are too quiet, and I am too vigilant, every time I take a step, I seem to be able to hear the echo of my own footsteps in the forest. Silence, no, silence. At the moment when Luo Yun stepped forward, the air seemed to freeze, and time seemed to be slowed down in an instant. Every minute and every second seemed to be under the control of the two of them. There was some treacherous killing intent hidden in this minute of time, and it was changing so quickly that people's nerves became tense into a thin string. At the same time, a smile appeared on the corner of Selezin's mouth. Between his hidden right fist, there was a faint orange strength. All of a sudden, Selene's figure went into a riot like lightning, and under the high-speed blessing of Thunder Dragon Slayer magic, he had already reached the back of Luo Yun in just half a breath. Bang boom! Sneak attack. The magic power in that fist is clearly Diamond Dragon's rock-killing dragon magic. King Kong Dragon's fortified city broken. Through the power of Diamond Dragon, the fist can be made as hard as a diamond blow, which can be said to be invincible. Not to mention smashing a person's body in an instant. Even if a building is placed in front of Selene, he can flatten an entire floor of it with just one punch. And under the high-speed explosion of the Thunder Elemental Dragon Slayer Demon Crystal, at this distance, even attacking from behind, no matter how fast Luo Yun's reaction speed is, it will be difficult to defend, unless... Selene never dreamed of such a result. Ugh! Suddenly, at the moment when Selene's Vajra fist had touched the corner of Luo Yun's clothes, a terrifying pressure suddenly fell from his heavenly cap, pressing him down with the divine power of creating heaven and earth. 797. The ground under his feet sank in an instant, and the deeper it sank, the deeper it became, and the surrounding soil cracked and shattered. After the rustling sound, all those rocks piled up at Selene's feet, burying him deeply between the rocks. Not only that, this power keeps amplifying and amplifying again and again. In less than 2 seconds, it seems to have changed from 1,000 catties to a 10,000 catty weight, stopping Selene's magic power in an instant. I have to use all my magic power to resist this terrifying pressure. Where does this pressure come from? Why is there such a huge amount of energy? Selene didn't know, but just resisting this force now made him unable to think about anything. Even with his ability, it would be easy to get out, but when the force of the heavy pressure increased sharply again, how could Selene get out? Damn you BD! A white phantom has already appeared in front of his eyes, and a strange liquid is constantly secreted from his brain. The blood from the corners of the mouth and ears kept coming out, the flowing blood pooled into clots, and the originally powerful arm suddenly turned purple and blue. When the body was gradually losing strength, in front of Selene, Luo Yun still did not look back, but his voice came over vaguely. If it was a head-on confrontation, you would definitely not lose so ugly. The real reason for your defeat was to plot against me. Chapter 111. Reading Magic. Read the opponent's inner thoughts. This mind-reading ability is not a guess made through subconscious body movements or facial expressions, but a true read of the opponent's true intentions. Whether he is hostile, when to make a move, and if he makes a move, how to attack at each step, and how to defend against the enemy's attack, Luo Yun knows everything clearly. It was also by virtue of Warren Rocco's reading magic that Luo Yun knew that Selene was having a friendly conversation with her on the surface, but in fact she had long since committed murder. Therefore, Luo Yun will always be in a state of high vigilance and preparation. Blue Note's gravity magic has been pinched in Luo Yun's hands, and the strength of gravity magic is closely linked to Luo Yun's magic power. With just one trick of gravity suppression, after infusing the surrounding atmosphere with great gravity, let him do whatever he wants. The only way to be strong is to eat the fields. Gravity magic is really a convenient ability. Especially with the cooperation of the Goblin's Heart ability, the power emanating from this magic is much stronger than that of Blue Note himself. Luo Yun sighed with emotion, turned around slightly, looked at Selene who was struggling in the shattered rock pit, and his eyebrows sank again. Just such a light push. A dash. Selene immediately spit out a big mouthful of blood, as if the gravity had pressed his viscera, and it seemed as if a few bones were broken during his wailing. Already so fragile, it must be impossible to have any means to stop Luo Yun's next actions. Memory magic. Looking coldly at Selene, who failed in the sneak attack, Luo Yun immediately used mind control magic to wipe out his memory. In a blink of an eye, countless similar information poured into Luo Yun's brain. Luo Yun seemed to be in the ocean current of information, and most of Shen Chen among them seemed to be highly similar. Does this man actually spend almost 20 hours a day controlling his huge magic power? No wonder he can fuse 8 kinds of Dragon Slayer magic at the same time. He is indeed an inestimable powerhouse. Honestly speaking, if I hadn't used gravity magic to counter the general, it wouldn't have been so easy for me to deal with him. Luo Yun continued to search for Selene's memory besides training and controlling magic power. Soon, Luo Yun saw something he cared about. That was the memory of the discussions between Selene and the high-level officials of the Alvarez Empire in the Western continent. In this string of memories, Luo Yun saw the faces of the 12 shields of the Guardians, and they were all the same as the ones he saw in the original work. Nothing changes. Immediately afterwards, there is the memory of Selene agreeing to join the 12 shields of the Empire, and the most recent memory of the White Heritage Fez. When this string of memories flooded into his mind, it seemed to be connected with the previous memories. Luo Yun instantly grasped all the recent events in the Western continent that Selene knew. This made Luo Yun feel amused. Hehe, it turns out to be like this. When Luo Yun used the thought body and the advanced teleportation magic to teleport Fez, he only thought about transferring Fez from the kingdom of Fiori, without thinking too much about it. Because Luo Yun's information acquisition ability of everything in the sky is limited, Luo Yun, who didn't know the exact location of the Western continent at the time, had no intention of transferring Fez to the Western continent at all. He just randomly designated a location outside the kingdom of Fiori in his mind, who knew that he really transferred Fez to the Western continent by mistake. After such a transfer by myself, a series of chain reactions were naturally triggered. Including the loss of magic power of nearly 1,000 mage guilds in the Western continent, the magic power of the 12 shields of the Guardians was greatly reduced and they entered a state of recuperation, and even the head of the Knights of Fiori Kingdom and the Minister of Defense went to the Western continent to make amends. After Luo Yun understood these things, he followed the memory behind and saw the reason why Selezin attacked him. Because Selene wanted to kill the Black Dragon Acnologia, in order to seek a more powerful force, she betrayed Ishgar and prepared to join Alvarez in the Western continent. However, due to a series of changes after Fez, he had to speed up the process of joining the 12 shields of the Guardians, and this action was only carried out in order to quickly win the trust of the Western continent. Originally, he didn't want to do anything to himself, but after investigating the matter of the Magic Council to no avail, he planned to kill a few holy 10-level wizards to show his sincerity to the Western continent. But today I happened to meet myself, so I first took the youngest and most inexperienced self for surgery, but that's all. The moment they met, Selene confirmed Luo Yun's identity, and she had already committed murderous intent towards Luo Yun. In his arrogant eyes, Luo Wei is just a pawn to make the position of the Western continent tilt towards him. Good, very good. Luo Yun released most of the suppressing force of gravity magic, walked to Selene step by step, looked at his bloodshot eyes and said softly. You think you are very strong, then I will give you this chance. I have already lifted the gravity magic. What's wrong? Why don't you try to attack me? Selene simply couldn't understand what the boy was talking about. But after the heavy pressure was lifted, Selene finally managed to regain a glimmer of hope from the brink of death. His ultimate goal is to kill the Black Dragon Acnologia, so how could he die here? Even if he dies, he will fight Luo Yun to the death. The magic power in her body quickly recovered, regardless of the faint analgesia from the wound. Selene quickly gathered all the magic power in her body, and poured all her power of more than 10 years on Luo Yun's body. Hot hell! The fiery hell of the Purgatory Dragon. Wang Dihao, Selene was buried deep in the ground between her left palms and unexpectedly created a huge ball of fire. The hot fireball, like purgatory, instantly burned all the nearby rock formations to sublimation. Then the incomparably fiery magic power was delivered to Luo Yun's body quickly, approaching Luo Yun's gate of life with overwhelming speed. However, in an instant, the flames of the Purgatory Dragon disappeared in Selene's hands. Ding! Predator Predator, the magic power of the predation target is completed. Congratulations to the host for mastering the skill, Purgatory Dragon Slayer Magic. A brief minute passed. This minute is really short for Luo Yun. He feels that it is too cheap and rash to let Selene experience real despair in just this minute. But for Selene, this minute seemed incomparably long, as if within this minute, everything he had done in pursuit of power over the past 10 years was all denied. Chapter 112. You Monster! Purgatory Dragon, Storm Dragon, Neptune Dragon, Cave Dragon. The energy lodged in the 8 dragons, the huge multi-element magic, no matter whether it is a frontal attack or released after fusion, it has no effect on Luo Yun at all. He is like a machine that devours magic power, no matter what kind of magic power attack is made against him, as long as it is visible and tangible. Even invisible magic with a flight path is approaching his body. It was completely eliminated in an instant, and turned into his power. It made Selene think of a man, no, a dragon. Acnologia. Acnologia, who is a demon dragon, is also known as the Black Feather of the End, the devouring dragon. He doesn't have any attributes, but he can devour all the magic power in the world, and any magic has no effect in front of him, just like Luo Yun in front of Selene. With the ability to be immune to all magic and devour all magic power to increase his power day by day, Acnologia became the Black Dragon King. He slaughtered all the dragons, possessed a powerful force to dominate the entire world, and was also a powerful enemy that Selene wanted to defeat all her life. But now it seems that he is too far away from that power. Even when facing Luo Yun directly, even though the other party has given him a trick of gravity magic, he still feels instinctive fear in front of his huge magic power. The blazing flames of the once proud Purgatory Dragon had already burned his left arm, and the waves of the Neptune Dragon had broken his right leg in an instant. The right arm was shattered by the weight of the Vajra Dragon, and the muscles of the left leg were cut into flocks by the blade-like magic power of the Storm Dragon. Under the endless pain, he couldn't even cry out. Finally, at the moment when Luo Yun stepped on his head, a burst of pain pierced through the sky. Selene was foaming at the mouth, and her consciousness had already gone to another world. Luo Yun looked at Selene, who had been trampled to a pulp, and felt no pity for him. Compassion is only a gift to the weak, and any strong person should be prepared to devote himself to death at any time. This is a very common thing for wizards. My ability seems to be a bit too restrained to Selene. No matter what kind of dragon-slaying magic he uses, he will be preyed on by me in an instant, and it does not pose any threat at all. Luo Yun recalled the setting in the original work. After Selene joined the 12 shields of the Western continent, his status skyrocketed, and he became the third place after Irene Belsarion and Magic King August. It can be said that he is under the double wall. The strongest. But besides the 8 kinds of dragon-slaying magic, he didn't master any other special abilities. Even Luo Yun, a member of the 12 shields who is not as powerful as him, needs to be more or less serious. For example, the shape magic of Brandish of the Ruined Country, and the Soul of Joy of Larcade, if they are against these mages, Luo Yun cannot say that they are completely victorious. Being able to defeat Selene so overwhelmingly depends more on the ability to prey on magic. 8 types of dragon-slaying magic were preyed on at one time. This increase is really exaggerated. Including these 3 already in the body, now there are more than 10 kinds of dragon-slaying magic. It seems that there are many dragon-slaying magics in Luo Yun's body now, and the power is gathered together. After a little research on fusion magic, it will become stronger, but Luo Wei doesn't feel that he has really become stronger. Because after preying on the power of the magic wizard, Luo Yun no longer worried about his level of destructive power and speed, which were originally Luo Yun's strengths. The only thing that needs to be supplemented is the special ability. Relying only on teleportation magic and mind control magic, it is impossible to say that you can fight against all members of 12 shields by yourself. Luo Yun pulled his left foot away from Selene. At the moment when the gravity magic was lifted, the ground that had been whimpering and trembling finally calmed down. Under Luo Yun's attack on Selene just now, the towering trees around the wetland have all been destroyed by the aftermath of the magic power. Luo Yun raised his head and looked at the empty surroundings. The boundless blue sky broke away from the shackles of layers of trees and appeared in front of his eyes naturally. It looked so open and clear. If it wasn't for the smell of blood in the air, Luo Yun would have returned to the girls right away to relax with them after the mission. Urza and the others must have been waiting for a long time, if you don't hurry back to find them. Just as Luo Yun was thinking this way, he suddenly noticed a strange atmosphere. Wrong. Obviously, something is peeping at him. Although Luo Yun himself can say that he can't feel it at all, but the information passed by the all things in the universe has never gone wrong. Space magic. A Western gun was born in Luo Yun's hand. At the same time, an extremely wide blue magic circle filled with powerful magic power suddenly spread out in the sky. The magic circle summoned by Luo Yun himself was quickly prayed and stored in a different space, and filled into the barrel of the western gun under the call of the magic power of the space. Without any aiming process and even a moment of thinking, Luo Yun raised his hand and shot a gun into the sky. Boom! Different from previous tests. For this shot, Luo Yun only used 10 to 20% of his magic power. The bullet with the power of the magic wizard flew out of the gun chamber in an instant. Its speed was too fast to catch, but the bullet left a long-lasting afterimage in the air. A few seconds later, the body of the gun, which could not support the high heat and powerful magic power, cracked rapidly, and blew up by itself with Luo Yun's release. Without any scruples, Luo Yun looked straight at the sky. He was sure that the blow just now had destroyed the thing that was peeking at him. Sure enough, soon everything in the sky in his mind stopped sending the strange magic message that appeared just now. Luo Yun quickly launched a search for the caster of this magic power. Thought body, dark text teleportation magic, omnipresent. With these three magics alone, within half a minute, Luo Yun can conduct a blanket search for any area he wants to detect until he confirms the source of the magic power he wants to clarify. But surprisingly, Luo Yun didn't find any trace of anything. All the information in a radius of more than 10 miles has been imported into Luo Yun's mind, but there is no information about the mage who watched him just now. The information provided by Miscellany will not be wrong, but now there are contradictions in the information, which can only explain one point. All things can only know the information of unblocked, which proves that this mage has high-level magic ability that can block himself. Chapter 113. In other words, he must be a strong man with considerable level and city. Sighing, Luo Yun already felt a little tired. Will a wave rise again after the unrest? When you kill an altair, Hades is watching from behind. When you kill a Hades, you have Selene watching. Now that you kill Selene, there is another person behind him, haha. Since the Fez incident, the fuse of the gunpowder has been unintentionally ignited. Getting rid of Selene is tantamount to adding fuel to it. Luo Yun lowered his head. He seems to feel that the giant wheel of the times seems to be caught in a turbulent wave and is being forced to speed up the process, and the plan he has been developing leisurely all along will soon be broken, and he must be coerced by the ensuing troubles to deal with them one by one up. However, it is impossible for him to be afraid of those seemingly invincible absolute powerhouses standing at the top, because the skills of this system will only become stronger when they are strong, and they will achieve leapfrog breakthroughs with the appearance of one after another enemies. Let's talk to Urza and the others first. Since you can't find this guy, it's useless to worry about it. 3 minutes ago. Inside Tequila Beach Paradise, Kingdom of Fiori. Sun, beach, umbrellas, volleyball, sunglasses, and shaved ice. The people of the kingdom are enjoying this leisurely time. For those who are not interested in magic, the battle between the Magisters Guild is similar to the arms race between several countries, if there is no large-scale war. It is something that is completely out of touch with ordinary people. They only need to do their jobs honestly, and then go on vacation leisurely to promote consumption, which is the greatest return to the country. Hi, beautiful lady. Here's your strawberry shaved ice. A young waiter spoke to a woman lying on a beach chair. Just put it here. The woman seemed completely absent-minded. The waiter put down the shaved ice, turned around and walked a long way, but secretly felt a little surprised, and muttered softly. What's the matter? Why do you wear such a pair of leather gloves to the seaside for vacation? Don't you feel the heat? There is also such a big fur hat. Is it some kind of great wizard? Even though they were quite far apart, this sentence was still heard by the woman in its entirety. But her attention is not on this beach and this waiter at all, but on the far side of the sky. Irene Belzarian. At the request of August, the king of magic, she came here to investigate Selene's situation, to find out how he had something to do with Fez's transfer, and whether he really wanted to join the Alvarez Empire. Protector of the Holy 12 Shields. Therefore, she opened her magical exploring eye in the extremely high sky. It is impossible for anyone to notice her magic, but she can use this huge eyeball to look down on the entire continent from top to bottom. Trend. Just now, Irene quickly locked the direction of Selene, and saw the battle between him and Luo Yun. The result was of course beyond Irene's expectations. Selene of the 8 dragons, because there are 8 dragon slayer demon crystals in his body, his magic power is only worthy of evaluation by the double walls of the Western continent. Although the magic he has mastered is far from as comprehensive as Irene and August, but just talking about the magic power in his body, he is fully qualified to be a member of the 12. When such a strong man in Ishgar was trampled to the ground by a young wizard, it was really shocking. Irene stopped observing Selene, just when she wanted to see what the boy would do next, and something even more incredible happened. I saw that young man conjuring a pistol out of thin air, and shot out extremely strong magic power from it. With just one shot, his insight eyes were shattered. Interesting. What is it about? Irene's insight magic has failed. Even if she wants to continue spying on the boy's actions, there is no other way. I can only pretend to laugh it off. Hee. There is such a strong man in Ishgar, and I have never heard of it before. That's right. Judging by his age, there was no possibility of him emerging a few years ago. It's absolutely impossible to ignore this matter, it must be paid more attention to, even compared to Nafis. No, maybe the matter of faith has something to do with it. Talking to herself, Irene stretched out her right hand, and the strawberry shaved ice that was just beside her was instantly transferred to her hand. 0, asking for flowers. Since Selene is dead, I'll go back first. The discussion on this matter cannot be delayed. It is better to communicate face to face. Not far away, the service boy who had just delivered shaved ice to other travelers looked back, and suddenly saw the shaved ice next to the folding chair evaporate in an instant, as if it had been sent to the woman's hand. Am I dazzled? The little brother was stunned for a while, and hurriedly stepped forward to ask questions. The lady, you. In the middle of the question, the little brother felt like a lump in his throat. He was speechless for a long time, and just stared at the folding chair blankly. Because there was no one on the chair. 00. 3 days later. Western Continent, Alvarez Empire. Irene held a white antler wand in her hand, and gently tapped the wand to the ground to signal everyone's attention. That's all I have to say. Selene is dead, and according to Irene's investigation, she was killed by Shiranjayun, the newly promoted holy 10th level magician from the Ishgar continent, with crushing force just now. Ai Jiang's incident. All the details that I have learned in the book can be explained by my colleagues. And since Irene started talking, the discussion below has hardly been interrupted. It can be said that everyone is very concerned about this matter, because it is unbelievable to say anything. Teens? Can a teenager do something like this? Jacob Leschio of 12 Shields said. He is in his 30s this year, and it is really hard to imagine that a person who can be his son at this age can have such a powerful magic power that can even severely suppress the 8 Dragon Slayer crystals. That's not necessarily the case. That Selene is only so old. But it's also. Brandish poked his finger at his lower lip, seeming to find it rather novel. Possess the same copying magic as August? Will it also teleport magic? Upon hearing that this newcomer mage possesses replication magic, every member of the 12 Shields except Brandish looked contemptuously. Don't be kidding, August's power is something that a brat can control. Chapter 114. It is ridiculous that a teenager can possess August's magical skills. August's magic is an instant copying magic, not only can instantly copy the enemy's magic, but also raise the copied magic to a higher level, and even invalidate the enemy's magic at the same time. This level of magic can be said to be unprecedented in the history of magic except for Zeref, but his power is not just that. August is the child of Zeref and Mavis, which makes him have a very strong magical power since he was a child. The magic power has the nature of the 2 elements of darkness and light, but it does not belong to elemental magic. Both the quality and the magnitude of the magic power far exceed any one of the 12 shields of the Guardians. Irene thought that everyone would be bluffed by this news, but she didn't expect that after hearing that the magic that Luo Yun mastered was copy magic, the Guardian 12 shields didn't feel anything to be alarmed at all. Because August is nearly 100 years old, he has conquered countless countries in 100 years, crushed countless mages with overwhelming power, and 05 copied all their magics, the same as copying magic. His experience and magical power must be 1,000 times higher than Luo Yun's. And everyone has seen August's terrifying power, which means that the upper limit of Luo Yun's power probably reaches August. For known things, people always feel that there is nothing to be afraid of. Selene probably has nothing to do with what Fez sent before. If he really wanted to make an enemy of the Western continent, he probably wouldn't go to such lengths to fight a holy cross. That is to say that Luo Yun killed the last member of our team's reservation. But just based on this alone, it wasn't enough to attract my attention. Irene Yo-Yo says. I suspect that this young man has a strong connection with the Fez incident. According to what I saw with my eyes, he possesses space magic and teleportation magic at the same time, and possesses a considerable amount of magic power in his body, which is necessary to teleport Fez. He can say that he has all the conditions. And apart from him, can we find another person in the eastern continent who might be able to teleport Fez? After Irene finished speaking, the members of 12 Shields immediately fell into anger and consternation. If he really did what Fez did, I'll let him know what real hell is. The war concubine de Maria's teeth were clenched tightly together for a while. Even if it wasn't Fez he teleported, he seemed to be on Ishgar's side. His ability is too dangerous. Although it is impossible to reach the level of the Magic King, he must not be allowed to live in this world, otherwise he will become a powerful force of Ishgar in the future. General Winter Invel adjusted his glasses, and a cold light flashed out from the lenses. Copying magic without much experience can't exert the strength that copying magic should have. Let me educate this child myself. Jacob said calmly. Among the 12 shields of protecting the country, he respects the Magic King August the most, and now a fake Magic King has appeared. Isn't this an insult to the Magic King's ability? Hehe, let me go, I promise to stop that kid from breathing before he can copy my magic. A boy wearing a white long scarf and baggy trousers said with a sneer. His name is Agil, he is the grandson of the minister of the Alvarez Empire, he uses powerful sand magic, and he is known as the King of Sand. At the same time he is also the most combative of the 12 shields. Facing the eager crowd, Irene waved her hands and lowered her eyebrows to signal everyone to calm down for a while. Irene always had a relaxed face, but today she looked extremely serious, which made everyone calm down from the high killing intent. Everyone, don't be so eager, everything is not yet determined. Perhaps, that young man's strength may be slightly stronger than everyone imagined. After all, in my opinion, he can suppress Selene with ease. Except for August, do you have such confidence? Irene continued. After killing Selene, this boy obtained the power of several dragon-slaying magics of Selene and used them on Selene, so I judged that he used copying magic, but in fact he used it's not clear what kind of magic it is. However, he is now able to use Selene's magic, and his strength should have been raised to another level. Although I don't know if he can perform magic fusion as proficiently as Selene, but at least his magic power is comparable to ours. It's a challenge. Invel's right, no matter what happens with Fez, he's likely to be a major threat to our empire afterward. In the face of such an enemy, we must eradicate it, but we must not take it lightly. We must act cautiously. This is why I came back early to bring everyone together. After Irene finished speaking, the arrogant attitude of these invincible powerhouses finally restrained. At this moment, the magic master who has never sent a message cleared his throat and said, "Everyone, how did Fez affect the magic power in your body before? Is everyone recovering well?" Hehe, small thing, at least 70% of it has healed. I'm back to exactly what I was before. The Sorcerer King nodded in satisfaction. Since the recovery is almost done, the next step can be arranged after a while. Irene, you can continue talking. Irene also nodded with a peaceful smile, and just when she was about to announce some attention points, Bran, who was about to fall asleep, raised his right hand high. That. What's the matter, Brandish? Brandish pouted and cocked his legs, looking rather troublesome. Irene, if what you just said is correct, that Luo Yun can teleport magic, right? In that case, it should be difficult for us to kill him completely, right? That's teleportation magic. Teleportation magic is a magic with a particularly complex magic power structure. Generally, only people whose own magic power matches extremely well can learn it. Because this magic is not used to attack the enemy, it only starts instantly and ends instantly, leaving no trace of magic power, so even the Magic King August did not master this magic. Conveying magic requires a lot of magic power and stamina. No matter how strong the magic power is, it is impossible for him to escape our palms. And, we don't need to chase him around in circles, it's better to let him come to the door by himself. Irene smiled slightly. Chapter 115. Deliver it yourself. Maybe you are not clear, this boy named Luo Yun has a considerable reputation in Ishgar. He is a member of Fairy Tail, the #1 mage guild in Fury, and he will stand on the side of Fury no matter how you look at it over there. Irene breathed a sigh of relief, and narrated in an extremely cold and natural tone. If his country, his guild, and his loved ones are all at stake, can he stand by and watch? Even if we don't rush to him, just to launch an all-out war with the Fiori Kingdom, we still have to trample on their land and wipe out all their mage guilds. This is our unfinished business against Nafe's revenge. After the words were finished, everyone in the 12 shields of the protectors laughed lightly like a joke. This is a conspiracy to force Luo Yun to come out openly, a conspiracy to make money without losing money even if Luo Yun does not come out. Everyone has already understood that the war is ready to start. August, what does His Majesty mean? Irene looked at August, who had been in contact with the Emperor Zeref of the Alvarez Empire through some kind of magical connection. Zeref has never died, he has always been the Emperor of Alvarez, but he is rarely in the palace during this period, no one knows where he has gone, and all affairs are left to August. I see. Sensing Zeref's message to him, August turned to the 12 shields, raised his wand and slammed it down into the ground. His Majesty approves. In 3 days, our all-out war with Ishgar will be in full swing. In the middle of the night, Luo Yun stayed alone in the room. It was the same leisurely night, seemingly leisurely, but in fact it was magnificent inside, making people have to think about the next countermeasures. After killing Selene, Luo Yun prayed all the guild members of Grimoire Heart into his body. Except for the time magic which was still in the process of analysis, it took a lot of time to analyze all their magic power. Learn all kinds of magic. Then Luo Yun teleported to Urza and them, and after sending them back to the guild safely, Luo Yun began to study magic, and has never left the room except for 3 meals, until now. It has to be said that the magic mastered by these black mages of the Dark Guild is indeed different from ordinary magic. There is a saying, there is only a thin line between a genius and a madman. Most people who study dark magic are unable to find a breakthrough in ordinary magic, so they study more powerful power, but it is difficult for them to conquer and control this magic power. Either he stopped because of his lack of understanding, or his understanding was too strong but his physique was lacking. On the contrary, he was backlashed by the magic power of this dark magic, and thus became obsessed and hurt himself. But Luo Yun can completely ingest these magics that cannot be learned from books in the library, and based on his own infinite magic power, there will be no side effects. Luo Yun seemed to feel that these dark magic made up for a large part of his lack of magic learning. Zhang Crow's God extinguishing magic, just use it as a supplement and gain to the fire elemental magic. Cain, Azuma, Zaldeo, the magic of these people should not be of much use to the monsters in the western continent. Really? Luo Yun stood up, once again confirming a conclusion in his mind. The only thing that needs to be studied is this time magic. After Luo Yun prayed on and analyzed all the magic, only the time magic mastered by this Altair was not completely clarified by himself. Just like the analysis of the 3 major magics of goblins before, because there are too few samples, only the magic power of the deceased left in Mavis, the research on magic is very slow. The study of time magic also took a lot of time this time. According to the description of the system, this time it took too long simply because the magic power structure of time magic was too complicated. It's too complicated, this is the first time the system has given Luo Yun such an exaggerated explanation. In the magic in the fairy tale world, although there are various super magic and forbidden magic, the most forbidden magic with the most complicated magic power structure is only related to two major abilities: reviving the dead and distorting time. Because the magic studied involves these two aspects, Zeref, the ancestor of dark magic, was cursed by the god Anchor Ramel, so that he could obtain the ability of immortality. Therefore, it seems that a simple time-based magic, it takes much longer for Luo Yun to analyze than Hades' dark magic. The analysis should be completed soon. It has been such a long time since then, and I have even tested the use of other magic. Is it possible that the analysis has not been completed yet? Luo Yun is waiting for the feedback in the system. Ding! Predator analysis, target Altair Milkovicia's magic analysis completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the magic, Arc of Time. Luo Yun seemed to feel a huge amount of knowledge pouring into his brain, and he closed his eyes involuntarily to comprehend the mystery of this time magic. It's really exquisite magic. Time magic is indeed different from all the magic that Luo Yun has learned before. If the general magic is likened to making a fuss in two-dimensional space, then the time-based magic is just randomly smeared in three-dimensional space. Even if a flower is embroidered in the two-dimensional world, it is completely inferior to the thickness in the three-dimensional world. This is a qualitative change. Altair's ability to manipulate short time has all been mastered by Luo Yun, but Luo Yun seems to have discovered something new. Wrong. Time magic is so much more than that. Luo Yun excitedly shook the table, "Nyo how how," lightly. He hadn't been this excited for a long time since he got the heart of the goblin. After successfully analyzing the heart of the goblin before, Luo Yun obtained endless magic power, but the magic strength is not close to infinity and it is still normal. What puzzles him the most is Zeref's fusion of the goblin's heart and his own fusion of the goblin's heart are completely different things. But now, Luo Yun has begun to have Zeref's incarnation of a white mage who can freely manipulate time. Luo Yun silently recited his amazing insights in his heart. In the original work, what really makes Zeref a white mage is the combination of short-term magic and infinite magic power. As long as you get the knack of the magic power structure of time magic, master the short-term power to distort time, and then extend this time with infinite magic power, you can become a white mage. Chapter 116. The fact is exactly what Luo Yun thought. It is obviously absurd logic that only possessing infinite magic power can open the gap between time and space. What is needed to control time and space is the magic of the time system, and having infinite magic power is not the same as mastering infinite magic. How can the two be confused? Now, after mastering the arc of time, Luo Yun clearly understands what he lacks. One step away before I can see the world that Zeref once saw. Luo Yun said silently in his heart. Teleport. The air instantly became much fresher, and the sound of the howl of the waves could be heard in my ears. Open your eyes, the closed and narrow space has been replaced by a dark beach. The waning moon shines faintly in the wide sky, and the dark blue sea tide is the silver color of fish maw. This is a beach near Tequila Paradise. Because of the strong tide, it has not been designated as Fiore's entertainment land. It happened to be a good place for Luo Yun to show his fists. Now is the time for Luo Yun to reap his spoils. Altair appears to have developed other uses for the Arc of Time only 7 years after the events of Sirius Island. But I can't wait. Luo Yun believes that it is impossible for the time magic learned by himself to have the same effect as Altair 310 after mastering so much magic knowledge. Because of his extremely rich reserve of magic knowledge, he has absolute confidence to use the magic at this time, to use the ability that Altair can only use when it is quite proficient. Luo Yun closed his eyes, concentrated his 5 senses, and absorbed the magic power in his body to one place. Suddenly, Luo Yun's eyes opened, and then came the pain like ants gnawing on his whole body. Second magic source. Sure enough, with a profound magic foundation far beyond other mages, Luo successfully opened the second magic source through the Arc of Time. This ability, which could only be mastered by Altair after many years, was instantly aroused by Luo Yun, and at the same time, the piercing pain began to invade Luo Yun's body. Luo Yun couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He has high-level physical resistance and magic resistance at the same time, but this kind of pain is so severe. In the original work, how did Natsu and Grey bear this kind of pain? But this is a great way to strengthen one's own magic power. In order to explore the limits of what one can do, Luo Yun must endure this period of struggle. Patience, be patient for a while. The pain began to subside slowly. At the same time, a strange and illusory energy poured into Luo Yun's body. It seemed that it was not magic power at all, but it could be said to be an energy body very similar to magic power. It's as if the human body's 8 meridians covered in dust are all opened up in an instant, and a steady stream of true energy is poured in. What Luo Yun feels now is that kind of extraordinary feeling. Before he knew it, white wings began to grow on Luo Yun's back. Arms, elbows, knees, every inch of skin, even bone hair, and even Luo Yun's blood gradually turned into flawless pure white. This is exactly the final form that Zeref completed after obtaining the heart of the goblin, and Luo Yun finally obtained this power. Fantastic! When the pain was completely eliminated, a magical world like a magnificent scroll had been fully presented in front of Luo Yun's eyes. The kind of magic that I have learned seems to be put into a basket now, and those scattered magic knowledge systems start to be categorized and summarized without any manipulation. The feeling of contempt for all living beings. At this moment, he can also slowly understand why Zeref does so many inexplicable things after being obsessed with the research of dark magic. If I have no relationship with Urza, Myra Jane, etc., I guess the human beings who look at this world now will feel like they look at lower creatures, and feel deeply that summer insects are indescribable. This look. I always feel that it doesn't suit me. Transfiguration magic. Luo Yun used Yuryushia's transformation magic to restore himself to his original appearance. The gorgeous white clothes instantly turned into ordinary plain clothes, and the white hair that shone with strange brilliance also changed into soft black hair, which naturally fell to the side of the ear. When the shape returned to the original posture, Luo Yun's mentality was actually a little calmer because of people relying on clothes. Don't abuse this power. If you offend the Angsal Ramel god like Zeref now, what should you do later? Haha! Let's test the strength change of the current magic power. Just now, Luo Yun developed the second source of magic at an extremely fast speed, and also learned to use the magic spirit power to increase the power of his own magic. He couldn't wait to see what the current magic could achieve. It's still a little effort, only 1 to 2%. Luo Yun took a few steps to the junction area between the tide and the beach. The tide washes the sandy ground wave after wave, and retreats from the sandy ground again and again, washing this piece of sandy soil into a dark color. Leaning down, Luo Yun breathed a sigh of relief. What will be the result of Ulter's ice shape magic and Grey's ice shape complementing each other, and Max's sand magic and Soul's earth element magic that have been studied before can also come in handy. Inhaling the air into his lungs again, the magical power of the star point on Luo Yun's body has already swayed. The next day, Luo Yun just woke up and heard Marajana's surprised voice before he walked to the guild hall. How could this be? Not only Myra Jane, Urza, Jovia, Wakaba, Macau, and other guild members all cried out in disbelief. They gathered around the bulletin board on the first floor of the guild, each with a look of horror. That's too exaggerated. Is this a miracle? It's impossible to do such a thing with magic. Of course it's impossible, unless it's a great magic created by the joint efforts of hundreds of elemental wizards. I don't think it's possible for hundreds of people to complete this kind of battle, and who would expend so much magic power to do such a thing? Luo Yun yawned, rubbed his eyes and sat down at the bar. Myra Jane had already sat next to him at some point. Luo Yun, have you heard? It's incredible. What's wrong? Last night, the big beach next to Tequila Paradise turned into a sand mountain. It seems that even half of the sand in Tequila Paradise was pumped away, and the surrounding 3 kilometers of sea area were all frozen. It's too hot, it can't be melted even with fire magic. Chapter 117. There is such a thing, hee. Luo Yun responded as if nothing happened. If it's you, Luo Yun, can you have such a huge magical power? I heard rumors that you, Luo Yun, performed very very well in the assessment of 10 wizard saints. Even if it's Luo Yun, it shouldn't work, right? That level of elemental magic, and it's not just the same element. Luo Yun, doesn't he also know the magic of ice element, dash? Luo Yun waved his hands and smiled, haha, don't make fun of me. Although Luo Yun didn't take this matter to heart, the discussion about Luo Yun is still going on. After all, in the guild, Makarov has admitted that Luo Yun's magic power is even higher than his. No matter what magic power is discussed, everyone will still involuntarily talk about Luo Yun. Afternoon. Today is the day when Urza and Myra Jane go out together to carry out simple collection commissions, and Luo Yun has another rare day of leisure. But it is still the same as before, seemingly leisurely, but in fact there are countless preparations hidden inside. As early as when he met Selene, the god of God, Luo Yun knew that the Alvarez Empire was now recharging its energy for war, and it would probably launch a large-scale invasion of the Fiori kingdom when the magic power was almost replenished war. In this way, Fairy Tail, as the strongest mage guild in the kingdom of Fiori, will definitely be recruited by the king to go to the sidelines to fight against those powerful mages. Opponent of the Holy 12 Shields? At that time, they should also designate an aggressive strategy of attacking from multiple sides. If you use the mind-body to split yourself to fight against multiple enemies, the magic power will indeed remain unlimited. But the strength of the magic will be greatly reduced, and the enemy still has magic that specifically targets the thought body. This battle in the near future should be more troublesome than imagined. It's better to take advantage of the present and get a handy item for a rainy day. Luo Yun sat on the bench in the guild hall, using space magic to search in his mind the people who had been defeated in the different space in the past. Before Luo Yun defeated Jose and Jalal, including the people of the Phantom Lord Guild and the members of the Grimoire Heart Guild, but most of them were not completely killed by Luo Yun, but sealed in his own stomach bag, learned from Zaldeo after using the magic, they were transferred from the stomach to a different space in case of emergency. You are the one. Luo Yun retrieved Jalal's memory. After Altair was defeated by Selene, her control over Jalal was completely released, and Luo Yun could already view all of Jalal's memories. In that memory, Luo Yun saw a man who was very familiar but had never seen in this world. Brain. Brain, the leader of Oration Cease, is also the professor of Jalal's magic master. At this time, he should have just trained his apprentices, and his strength cannot be said to be completely crushed compared to Jalal. If you use him to get some benefits, it should be very good. Luo Yun quickly found the memory of Jalal and Brain. Thinking body. Everything teleportation. After expanding the scope of information, Luo Yun quickly found out the area consistent with Jalal's memory, and teleported to that area with just a breath. This is an area similar to a grotto. There are steep cliffs on all sides, and the terrain is extremely rugged. Just looking at the land that has not been cultivated all year round, one can imagine the remoteness of this place. This is the seat of Oration Cease, one of the 3 dark guilds of the Balam Alliance. When Luo Yun took a few steps, he searched the myriad phenomena in his mind again, and soon found the cave in Jalal's memory nearby. Without any hesitation, Luo Yun flickered again and disappeared in place. At this moment, within the Oration Cease Guild, a tall, white-haired man was standing in front of a group of children, performing his own demonstration. His skin is extremely dull, showing a dark brown color of cocoa. Although his figure is also quite strong, his appearance has obvious oriental characteristics. This is Brain, the president of Oration Cease, and also the director of the original Magic Development Bureau. He has mastered tens of thousands of magics, has a deep reserve of magic power knowledge, and loves to explore unknown magic knowledge very much. And the children in front of him were all brought by him to the Tower of Heaven, where he taught them magic and formed this dark guild. 0. Asking for flowers. Today I will specially train your perception of magic. Brain spoke to a few young girls, and took out a magic ball. Driven by the magic power, the magic ball floated freely in the air, and a yellow radiance suddenly appeared on it. Not long after, there was another blue brilliance, superimposed with the yellow light, and after a while cyan, green, purple, red, the magic power of 7 colors was praised, making people dizzying. Suddenly, Brain frowned, and with a series of cold rustling sounds, the magic ball suddenly burst, and the whole process was almost in the blink of an eye. Controlling multiple strands of magic power is actually very simple, the difficulty is how to control it precisely. It's a pity that none of you are proficient in dimensional magic. This is due to fate, but if you practice strictly according to the foundation I have formulated, you will. Suddenly again, Brain's complexion changed, and he stood up abruptly. Who are you? In front of him stood a young man whom he had never seen before. The young man was wearing a simple unlined garment, although he looked handsome, there was nothing to catch people's attention. But despite this, Brain's eyes cannot be separated from him for 10 moments. One is because of the huge magic power overflowing from his body, and the other is because of the magic he uses. Teleportation magic. Brain's eyes narrowed. Among the many magics that increase movement speed, simply using magic power to increase speed, for example, the meteor he taught Jalal, this type of magic is the most common, and it is not difficult to learn if you have a certain talent and practice hard. The first level is high-level movement magic like Jet's magic foot, which requires considerable talent to acquire. If it is raised to another level, having the teleportation magic like the former 10 wizard saints Jose's teleportation magic, it can be said to have a magic talent that is unique in a million. Maybe many wizards will not be able to make their magic reach this level in their entire life level, and the extent of teleportation magic is not evidence of teleportation. This boy came to Oration Cease's guild single-handedly, and teleported there without any trace of casting spells in the blink of an eye, which was enough for Brain to be concerned. Chapter 118. For a moment, even if Brain didn't give the order, the 5 children had already transformed into leopard figures, jumped up, and came to confront Luo Yun close to him. State your purpose. What do you want to do? Unexpectedly, Brain's reaction was not as excited as those boys and girls. He stared at Luo Yun very calmly. Of course, he didn't think that the 6 of them would lose to this boy, but the boy's magic was enough to arouse Brain's interest, making him want to chat with this boy alone. With a sudden sound, Luo Yun jumped down from the high rock wall. Without attacking or taking precautions, Luo Yun approached Brain step by step while talking. Oration Cease of the Balam Alliance. It's really still in its infancy. Midnight, Lisa, Angel, Cobra, Otai, 5 people are also 150. The 5 children looked at Luo Yun, who was not answering the question directly, but was approaching step by step, and suddenly became murderous. You dare to take a step closer and try. President, we should be able to do it. Luo Yun, even though the murderous intent of several people had already reached the throat, Luo Yun still did not stop. You asked for it. Dragon Slayer magic of poison, 2 teeth of the poisonous dragon. Twisted inflected. The ground softens. Slow motor. In less than a second, the 4 members of the 6 Demons Guild launched a deadly attack on Luo Yun with perfect coordination, and almost everyone poured all their magic power into their attack. This is what Brain once taught them: they must be precise and ruthless when they strike, and they must never leave any favors. The ground under Luo Yun's feet instantly softened into a puddle of mud. While the space in front of him was distorted, Luo Yun's body was quickly attracted towards him without his control. At the same time, the red-haired poisonous dragon slayer Cobra made a sudden move and Lisa's kick in tandem to attack Luo Yun's midset too. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. This is not the explosive force of magic power, but it can achieve such an impact force only by relying on speed and strength, which makes Brain a little impressed. After being hit by the combination of Oration Cease and the 4 of them, not to mention death or disability, at least after this blow, he would no longer be able to move freely and use magic for the time being. Before the gradually dissipating smoke, Brain took 2 steps forward and asked, "Okay, tell me your purpose." But when the smoke and dust dissipated a bit, Brain frowned and blinked constantly to make sure that what he saw was not an illusion. Luo Yun, the boy who was hit by every attack with all his strength, was unscathed, walking forward with a meaningless expression on his face. The second magic source. After opening the new magic source in Luo Yun's body, the original endless magic power in Luo Yun's body can be stored in his own body, and the excessively huge magic power can be compressed and released more, so the magic power, the strength has been improved by leaps and bounds. Previously, Luo Yun tested the increase in attack, but now, he tried to test the increase in his body's defense and resistance. The result this time greatly exceeded Luo Yun's expectations. The level of high-level physical resistance and high-level magic resistance achieved under the boost is really unbelievably high. Facing the joint attack of several people, just like when he absorbed Laxus magic power, Luo Yun's identification system did not report any warning, because these attacks are not even scraping for Luo Yun. Aren't you the Dark Guild? Luo Yun walked up to Brain. A dark guild like this should really reflect on it. Don't get discouraged so quickly, try a stronger magic attack and let me try. While speaking, the children behind were still planning to launch a second wave of offensive against Luo Yun. But their magic is still quite unskilled, just like Jalal was brought out from the Tower of Heaven for 2 or 3 years, and their magic talent is far less than Jalal's. Presumably even if they practice for a few more years, they will not be able to cause any harm to Luo Yun again. Any damage? You stop, he is not something you can handle. Seeing that Luo Yun had no hostility for the time being, Brain tried hard to maintain his composure. Who the hell are you? My name is Luo Yun. Luo Yun stretched out his right hand, and a yellow magic power instantly rose from his arm. Brain, who is extremely proficient in magic knowledge, instantly saw that this magic power is definitely not the magic power of ordinary elemental magic, at least it is the magic power of Dragon Slayer magic. Then, as Brain just demonstrated, blue, green, cyan. All kinds of magical power are entwined in Luo Yun's palm, although they are powerful and different, they maintain a delicate balance. But that's only in the eyes of Midnight and the kids. In Brain's eyes, it's a completely different matter. This is... Brain was already dumbfounded. If he understands correctly, the man in front of him possesses 11 kinds of powerful elemental magic that is at least at the level of Dragon Slayer magic. This kind of terrifying magic power is added to such a young person. Why does he have magic power to support these magic powers, and how did he learn to control them? It was also at this moment that Brain gave up all possible thoughts of defeating Luo Yun, and this young man had become an invincible existence in his heart. I will use mind-reading magic. You know the activation procedure and magic power structure of the ancient magic Nirvana, right? I'm here for that. At the same time at this moment, the Western continent, the Alvarez Empire. At BH at 2, plus. A man with the appearance of a black-haired boy was walking alone in the forest, showing a slightly sad expression, as if there was some unspeakable pain. Just seeing a leaf fall from the forest, and then fall on the ground to become a nutrient for the soil of a certain side, he can feel it for a long time. Zeref Dragneel. The Emperor of the Alvarez Empire is also the strongest, most vicious, and most terrifying black mage in the legendary history. During his absence, the world made all kinds of nonsense about his identity like this indiscriminately fabricated, even countless people think that he is dead, and want to resurrect him to get in touch with the real source of dark magic. In fact, he didn't die, but was just waiting for his masterpiece, but also his younger brother, the strongest demon and Natsu Dragneel to kill himself. But recently, during this waiting process, there was a boy who made him pay special attention. Chapter 119. This guy's magic is everywhere. After taking a few steps, Zeref felt a very familiar yet very strange surge of magic power nearby. It was probably Luo Yun's thought body wandering around collecting information nearby. I don't know when it started. The magic power of Luo Yun's missing body can often be felt in every corner of Alvarez's empire. Even if Zeref hadn't seen it, with his strong magic perception, he could easily recognize that the magic power of these thought bodies all came from the same host. Of course, even a powerhouse of that level used by the Guardian Saint for 12 weeks would not be able to detect this kind of thing at all. Being able to split two thought bodies at once is already a very powerful magic power. Did this person use the magic of the transfer system to frequently switch the positions of the thought bodies? Or? Zeref fell into short thoughts, but soon, his thoughts were interrupted by General Winter Invel. Your Majesty, you are finally back. We have been waiting for you for too long. Why didn't you tell us in advance this time? It's so far-fetched, we courtiers are really ashamed. Invel was dressed in a neat military uniform and stood erectly at 05 in the forest. This forest is not far behind the Alvarez Palace, and Zeref would occasionally come here for a walk when he was not in the palace, except for Invel, who thought no one would dare to bother him. Invel, you're doing well. Zeref smiled knowingly. Although Invel is the member of the 12 shields that he trusts the most, he has never been in a good mood to discuss with Invel before. The reason is very simple, because the existence of Alvarez in this magical world is equivalent to invincibility. They have captured countless cities, annexed countless countries, recruited and killed countless mages to achieve the vast and prosperous empire today. He never felt the slightest bit of excitement or surprise in the military and political affairs where he won again and again. But now, because of the recent series of changes that Alvarez has encountered, Zeref has some interest in this military invasion of the Kingdom of Fiori. Your Majesty, do you have any orders? Invel put one hand on his chest and lowered his head. And Zeref kept his peaceful smile unchanged. Tell me about your original plan, Invel. How do you plan to attack Fury? After all, that territory is too big, so you should think more about efficiency. Yes, Your Majesty. According to my plan, the most efficient battle plan is for Irene and August to lead an elite team to attack from the center, and I, Brandish, Jesse, and Di Maria will encircle from the east. Equip us with regular troops. This plan, discard it. Zeref seemed to have run out of patience to listen any longer. Your Majesty, is there any problem with this battle plan? If you let Irene and August break through from the middle, whether it is from the attack speed or the ability to support the surrounding area. Invel was slightly taken aback. Because in the past, Zeref passed all the combat preparation plans he formulated without exception. Invel, that's not the reason. There's nothing wrong with your battle plan, it's very good, it's just. After feeling some unexpected magic, my mind changed, that's all. Unexpected magic. Invel lowered his head, as if he was applauding himself for the excitement just now. Well, Irene has been contacting me since a few days ago, but I have never wanted to care about the political affairs of the Empire. Now it seems that the magician named Luo Yun you mentioned earlier is really interesting. Luo Yun is the mage who killed Selene. Irene's information has never been wrong. To be honest, he is also the object of my consideration in this battle. Great, but I want to make some adjustments. Your Majesty means. Just do as I say, neither August nor Irene can decide. Zeref put his hands behind his back, smiled and said to himself in his heart. Luo Yun. In this way, I should be able to see what level you have reached. It's best not to disappoint me too much and actually kill me, can you do it? Inside the Imperial Palace of Alvarez. August looked at the documents presented by Invel with a look of surprise, doubts abounding in his heart. Is this really His Majesty's order? Well, it's absolutely true. Invel sighed. Actually, I didn't expect such a situation to happen, but if His Majesty insists on fighting in this way, we may also. Except for the deceased Selene, the 12 shields of the Guardians have all arrived at the Imperial Palace, and a copy of the same letter is placed in front of everyone's tomb. After they read the contents of the letter for a while, each of them showed complicated expressions. Melee with all of you? What is the purpose of this? It's really difficult for me to cooperate with those demons in Tartaros. Yesterday, Invel probably meant to divide the army into 3 routes, designate 3 offensive routes in the west, center, and east, and use the center as the center of gravity for the attack. But now Zeref hopes that Irene and August will guard the west 013 and the center respectively, and complete the invasion and defense by themselves, while all other forces, including all members of the 12 shields, will attack the east where the city defense is weakest. This is an extremely exaggerated arrangement with disparity in combat power. Just random selection of 2 or 3 12 shield members plus an ordinary regular army is enough to destroy a country as long as there is enough time, but now 9 12 shields and all the regular troops are going to attack no man's land together? And what Invel said afterwards made everyone unbelievable. Zeref actually recalled all the demons from the Tartaros Guild in advance, intending to release them all at the beginning of the war and put them into the eastern battlefield together. Now that the Grimoire Heart Guild has been destroyed, the Tartaros Guild has become the Balam Alliance. No, it should be said that it is the most powerful dark guild in Ishgar. The guild members in it are all demons in the Zeref book. Even with less than 12 shields, he fully possesses the fighting power of a general guild super S-rank mage. This can be said to be a cannon hitting mosquitoes. But after Irene repeatedly looked at the division plan in this document, she soon showed a smile full of anticipation. She seemed to understand Zeref's intentions in such an arrangement. I see. Chapter 120. Irene, do you have any idea? Irene put the document back on the table, just raised her hand, which obviously didn't touch anything. A cup of coffee appeared in her hand full of heat in an instant. Taking a sip of the coffee, Irene opened her mouth slowly after the bitter taste drank from her throat. Your Majesty is deliberately delaying time to force that brat named Luo Yun out. It would have taken the longest time for our western continent to advance from the east, and to hoard batch after batch of combat power in places that are generally not considered for armament defense. Our invasion speed will naturally slow down, but the attack cannot be hindered by anything. Indeed. Jacob quite agrees. If the remaining 9 of us go together, not to mention the demons of Tartaros will cooperate with us, even if it is these 9 people, we will not have any problems if a meteorite falls from the sky. Hee. Irene put her hands together on the table and smiled lightly. My August's attack on the 2 wings seems to be aggression, but it is actually delaying and dispersing forces. When they are busy dealing with the 2 of us, the eastern part is empty. I really don't know who Fury can send over to resist such a huge offensive like yours. Under the delay, the mysterious target will definitely make a move, or if he doesn't care about the country and emotional position, who will be in a hurry when we slowly eat Fury down. Then let's implement it according to His Majesty's decision. I trust His Majesty's judgment. August shook his wand into the ground. Under his profound magic power, distant echoes resounded in the palace for a long time. Ding! Predator analysis, analyzing the target object completed. Congratulations to the host for learning the skill, Ancient Magic Nirvana. In front of the trembling brain, Luo Yun jumped out of the cave of oration cease. The 5 children under brain were all sweating, and it wasn't until Luo Yun walked a long way that they began to calm down a little bit. What's going on with this person? Their impression of Luo Yun at this moment is still that he broke in and caught everyone's attacks unscathed, but then walked away. In fact, including brain, they have already had their memories modified by Luo Yun. From the perspective of Luo Yun, the real memory is that after he pressed brain about the magic power structure and casting conditions of the ancient magic nirvana, brain, who studied magic all day long, regarded Luo Yun as an ancestor who was proficient in ancient magic, and worshipped him immeasurably. Then he told Luo Yun all the information he knew. Luo Yun knew that if he didn't defeat all the members of the 6 demons, the inner personality in Brain's body would not appear. After getting the magic of Nirvana, he didn't want to stay and waste time, so he didn't attack these people. Immediately afterwards, Luo Yun released a little magic power in his body, stunned everyone present with the strength of magic power, and then used predation to capture their magic. It's not just Brain, because the essence is the same person. When Luo Yun preyed on Brain, the magic knowledge possessed by his personality 0 was also absorbed by Luo Yun. Even when he left here, Luo Yun was still feeling that Brain's reserve of magical knowledge was far beyond his imagination, and it was indeed a worthwhile trip. Not to mention anything else, just the magic of Nirvana already felt that this trip was really worth it. It takes too long for Nirvana to start, and the magic power is too great. Now their preparations are just in their infancy. No wonder Oration Cease wants to hide in this kind of place. However, these problems should not exist for me. The problem of magic power can be solved by using the heart of the goblin, and the activation time can be changed to instant by means of chanting elimination. With this thing, it should be much easier to deal with things later on. But I remember that not only the activation of Nirvana was very long, but also the gap time between his successful casting of the spell and the full activation of his magic power is also very long. Luo Yun thought about it, and after seeing this nirvana, he really needs to prepare well. It is best to complete the activation in a different space in advance, and it would be more reasonable to summon it when the time is just right. But now Luo Yun really doesn't want to think so much, he has more important things to do. Closing his eyes, Luo Yun said softly in his heart. Send. Suddenly, Luo Yun's body flickered into the dormitory in the guild. When the open environment became closed again, Luo Yun began to prepare to obtain information on the western continent. During the period from killing Selene to the present, without anyone knowing, Luo Yun has dispersed his magic power to spread his mind-body all over the western continent, and entered the city to show all the information on the Shi continent to King Xia. August's magical god ear can hear everyone's heart, Irene's magical eye of insight can see everyone's movements, and Luo Yun's ability is even more exaggerated than the sum of their two skills. The thought body should have accumulated quite a lot of information in the western continent before, and now is the time for Luo Yun to accept the information. Reviewing the large amount of information constantly flashing out of his mind, Luo Yun frowned slightly. Zeref has returned home. It was the first time that Luo Yun saw the appearance of Zeref, the ancestor of dark magic, in this world. Similarly, it was not too different from the Zeref in his impression. At this moment, Zeref is walking aimlessly in the jungle of Alvarez. He is dressed in black with a white satin, as if two powerful abilities of devil and angel have been added to his body. The magic power released gives people a strong shock. Zeref, who has always been indifferent to state affairs, will return to Daxia at this moment, Zhao does. It seems that the situation may be more serious than he imagined. Immediately afterwards, Luo Yun also got to know all the news inside the Alvarez Empire. When the Guardians of the 12 Shields gathered in the hall of the palace to discuss the strategy of aggression against the eastern continent, only a thought body was placed in the forest behind, and the words on the aggression letters were clearly conveyed to Luo Yun's mind. This is really sinister. There was a wry smile on the corner of Luo Yun's mouth. I didn't expect Alvarez to hoard almost all the troops in one place in order to lure me out. Is it because I think Fury has no capable people? But indeed, their thinking is also right. After Selene's death, how can the magic power of other mages resist the simultaneous invasion of 9 shields? I am afraid that the demons of Tartaros are enough for them to suffer. Do you want to take the initiative to attack? Chapter 121. No. After searching the previous movements of the Alvarez Empire Palace, Luo Yun can be said to be dumbfounded. Originally, I wanted to teleport there to kill a few 12 shields in advance, but Alvarez seemed to know what Luo Yun was thinking. All the members stayed in the lobby, and they rarely even returned to their own rooms, let alone going out to perform tasks or something. They are so vigilant to this extent. Could they be aware of the existence of my thought body? That's right. Even if they don't notice it, Zeref must be able to do it. If the ancient magic was used directly on them in the past, it seems that the activation time is not enough. Even the brilliance of the goblin has not been lifted yet. Luo Yun checked the current magic analysis progress, and a sharp light soon appeared in his eyes. 23. It's better to take it slow for the time being, don't be in a hurry. The war will definitely start, since the matter of Fez is considered to be indebted to King Fury, let's remind him a little bit. While he was thinking, the communication magic stone on Luo Yun's body emitted a bright and strong light, and it vibrated slightly with the induction of magic power. Subconsciously stroking the philosopher's stone lightly, the image of a young girl's cheek appeared in front of Luo Yun's eyes. But surprisingly, it wasn't Urza. A head of long white hair tied into a neat single ponytail, under the pretty face is the spiked collar of the little devil, and looking down, a wide pink apron tightly covers the pure black cotton vest. It looks very out of her style, but it makes Luo Yun feel warm inexplicably. Luo Yun, why didn't you come to eat at noon? I made a good meal at noon today, and it was all wasted. Can you use it soon? It's really bad luck. The red-haired monster is so noisy. Luo Yun, are you busy now? If not, come over for dinner, we are all here. That's all right, you brainless big-breasted girl. Huh? You say it again. Luo Yun didn't say a word the whole time, listening to the noise of Myra Jane and Urza faintly leaking from the Philosopher's Stone. He just felt a little bit like a world away. In fact, I have only been with them for a few months so far. But for some reason, I feel as if we have been living together for many years. If Zeref really launches a general attack on Fury right now, even if it's not for this country, not for Fairy Tales Guild, even if it's just for Urza, Myra Jane, or Jovia, even if it's just for the Western Continent Empire to let Luo anyone that Yun values is in danger, slipping away will surely wipe them out. Luo Yun prepared the letter for Thomas E. Fiore early, and sent it in the direction of the bar in the guild hall. Kingdom of Fiore, in the palace. What is this? Threat document. Emperor Thomas E. Fiore looked at the letters posted all over the wall with a look of astonishment, almost having a heart attack. Not long ago, because of the bad influence caused by the Fez incident, he sent the Minister of Defense, the head of the Sakura Knights and the elite to the Western Continent with generous gifts to show his sincerity. If they offend the Western Continent, wouldn't war be on the verge of breaking out? What ability does the Kingdom of Fiore have to fight against it? However, these letters posted in the palace since this morning made King Thomas have to face these cruel facts. Alvarez killed Dutton and Arcadios. Our envoys were all executed. Alvarez will not accept our apology and plan to launch a full-scale war. King Thomas's pupils kept trembling, and with a plop, his body collapsed powerlessly on the throne. His blood pressure continued to rise, his stomach began to experience cramping pain like clouds and rain, and his eyes turned black. He needed a lot of time to calm down his desperate mood. No matter which piece of news it was enough to shock him for a whole year. Of course, Luo Yun prepared this letter privately for him. The purpose was to remind the king not to send troops without authorization and cause unnecessary losses, so as not to affect the Fairy Tale Guild. At this moment, the princess of the kingdom Jade E. Fury walked into the hall. Jewelry, jade stones such as crystal, emerald, glass, and agate almost covered her entire body, and there were a lot of pendants on the extremely luxurious dress, and the jade stones would jingle every time she took a small step. Under the radiance of gemstones, her long green hair is particularly eye-catching. Such a graceful and luxurious princess shows the strong material and financial resources of the Fiore kingdom, but even if the country is rich and prosperous, their military strength is still not as good as a little finger in the Western continent. But of course the princess who has been in a honeypot since she was a child is not aware of this. Before King Thomas had time to say hello to the princess, Princess Emerald's face was already full of anger. It's really unreasonable to treat the people of our country like this. What do you think of our kingdom of Fiore? Venting her anger, Princess Emerald tried her best to ensure that she did not lose her demeanor and posture, frowning tightly in front of King Thomas, and began to express her opinions. Father, do we want to watch others step on our heads like this? What's so great about them in the Western continent? Just because they are actively developing armaments and expanding their guilds? If that's the case, wouldn't our Fury be the same? I don't believe that our Fury mages can lose to them. Thomas E. Fiore put his head in his hands and calmed down his painful emotions and responded. Indeed, our kingdom likes mages quite a lot, and we also strongly encourage and support the development of magic and often hold 3.6 magic demonstrations, but Jade and the Western continent are really untouchable existences. Don't we have the 10 wizard saints in our country? I watched their martial arts performances when I was a child, especially the man named Selene. With his magic, he will definitely beat the bastards in the Western continent to pieces. Selene. King Thomas once again covered his forehead in pain. Selene has been missing for many days. The other mages who usually have a good relationship with him and the task force I sent down couldn't find him anyway. Then there are other holy 10-level mages? Fairy Tale, Blue Pegasus, those guilds can't be used. Princess Jade confided her plans angrily. Although she has always lived in a deep boudoir, she has never asked about state affairs and lived in seclusion, so her momentum is still quite general. Chapter 122. Princess Emerald is just a young girl who has just entered puberty this year. Although she has never participated in the planning and arrangement of wars, she does not have any powerful magical talents. Even celestial spirit magic, which is about to start learning recently, is still in the enlightenment stage. But her words are full of self-confidence, like a Valkyrie who has experienced many battles, she can talk with ease. Jade. Come here, my father also wants to have a good chat with you about this matter. King Thomas resisted his broken heart and called his daughter to his side. 10 wizard saints certainly have very powerful magical powers, but, many of them are too old, they are only suitable for teaching and assisting younger generations, but they are not suitable for fighting on the front line. Did you know that Makarov, the president of Fairy Tale, is in his 80s this year? And Ulfheim and Warodsikin are all stooped old men. When they were named 10 wizard saints, they should still be able to serve this country. Holds up a piece of sky, but after so many years. Emerald's expression quickly became gloomy. Those who are capable should take on greater responsibilities, shouldn't they? Although they are old, aren't their magical powers stronger than those of young people? They should go to the front line in 05. We, Fury, obviously provided them with such generous resources, how could we lose the chain at this critical moment? King Thomas sighed again. He knew in his heart that Fei Kui's remarks were somewhat nonsense, but he couldn't think of any other countermeasures at the same time. Emerald. Now that the Minister of Defense and the head of the Knights are gone, they are two of Fury's confidants. Do you have the confidence to act as counselors for your father on their behalf? Certainly. The fire of decisive victory flashed in Princess Jade's eyes. It seemed that from the moment the power was in her hands, the scene of the decisive victory had been played out repeatedly in her mind. After one day, it seems that the Western continent has already left, and the influence of Fez is basically over. While eating Marajana's food, Luo Yun frowned. I'm done eating, let's go to work for a while, please come slowly. Luo Yun said that he was going to go outside. Luo Yun, don't you want a cup of hot coffee? Behind the bar, Myra Jane squirmed, not at all her usual rough and tumble wild girl personality. I've been preparing for a long time, if you have something urgent. Being stopped by Myra Jane, Luo Yun thought it was the same. Anyway, if he couldn't be in a hurry, he might as well stay with everyone for a while, and then sat down again. Thank you, Myra Jane. What are you thanking? This is the bet. Myra Jane said awkwardly. Sister Myra Jane, can you give me the same drink as brother Luo Yun? Jovia sat on the bar and sat down on the left side of Luo Yun, shaking her legs slightly cautiously. No. This is time-consuming. Aren't you good at water magic? You should be doing much better than me, please come by yourself. Where did you buy Marajana's collar? I want to pick one too. I wonder if it will look cute after wearing it. Huh? Do you mean that I'm ugly only because of my clothes? No no no. I didn't mean that. You should wear summer clothes, I think you are the cutest in summer clothes. Woo. Jovia curled up her legs a little aggrieved. Myra Jane gave Jovia a white look, and was not polite to her at all. At this moment, Luo Yun looked at the sky outside the window. There were already a few melancholy clouds floating on the originally blue sky. Whenever Jovia was in a bad mood, it would rain around here. However, since Jovia joined the guild, afterwards, the rain seldom fell, but the dark clouds continued to emerge one by one. Originally, the relationship between the three of them was quite good, but since Warren Rocco said last time that Luo Yun wanted to see how Jovia looked in summer clothes, Urza and Marajana's attitude towards Jovia changed drastically, and they were in the same frame every second felt full of a strong smell of gunpowder. While Myra Jane was still busy, Luo Yun took a sip of green tea. He didn't know how the kingdom would deal with it in the future. During the period of waiting for his last elf magic acquisition, there was nothing he could do except sit. Luo Yun was going to tell them something serious. Myra Jane, why didn't Urza come over today? Urza? She went to learn cooking from Fried again today. During your absence, she ran to Fried every day. Hehe, even Fried's cooking skills can only be said to be on par with mine, why did she beat me? Luo Yun sighed helplessly. What's the matter, brother Luo Yun? Why don't you look very happy? Jovia moved her face closer, and the blue curly hair slightly touched Luo Yun's clothes, making Myra Jane a little annoyed. Luo Yun shook his head. What I'm going to say next, you may find it a little strange, but it's a real thing that's about to happen. You know the magic of prediction. Actually, I learned this kind of magic before, and I foresaw that there will be a big battle between the Western continent and us soon. Luo Yun intends to explain it to everyone in a way that is easier for 967 to understand. Hearing Luo Yun's words, everyone in the guild involuntarily came to the bar and gathered around Luo Yun and the others. The most shocking one was Laxus. The lightning-shaped scars on his eyes were even gathered together due to the violent contraction of the skin, making him look even more hideous. What did you say? Is that empire in the western continent going to invade Fiori? Hearing this news, the reaction of the young members in the guild was generally not very strong. They did not have a clear concept of the western continent, but the reactions of anonymous members such as Hikazhong and Macau were completely different. When they were young, they more or less heard the rumors of powerful mages in the western continent, and they had the impression that Ishgar's mages could not compete with the great mages there. If we go ahead and defeat them now, there is still a chance of a complete victory. It's just that they have been intensively planning this time, and they have planned quite rigorously. They have not acted alone from the beginning to the end, and they have been grouped together throughout the whole process. This is what I can see of. Luo Yun continued. Not long ago, this matter should have been informed to the king. As 10 wizard saints, I should be entrusted to fight in the future. This is a matter of time, and everyone will know sooner or later. What a difference! 11. So it's possible to be away from the guild for a long time, and that's about it. Chapter 123. It was at this moment when everyone was amazed that Makarov slowly walked into the guild from outside. Every step seemed to be quite heavy. It can also be seen from his twisted wrinkles how complicated his mood is now. Everyone, it's time to fight. Makarov said solemnly. Just now I received a direct order from King Thomas. We are going to fight the Alvarez Empire in the western continent, in order to defend Queen Fiori's palace against their aggression. As soon as this remark came out, except for a few people in the guild, it was a mess. Some people are talking about the western continent, some people are thinking about the reasons for the outbreak of the conflict, thinking about how to solve the problem from the source, and some people are evaluating the difference in combat power between the two sides, hoping to end this incident with the smallest loss. But Makarov waved his hand to calm down. This is simply because the matter has come to this point, and no matter how much discussion there is nothing to do. Actually, Fairy Tale is just a mage guild after all, not directly under the kingdom's jurisdiction. In the whole guild, probably only Luo Yun and I have certain obligations to the kingdom. But the situation is too urgent now, maybe even you will set foot on the battlefield. Makarov shook his head and said. As far as I know, the kingdom is also a mess right now, and we don't know how to manage it, let alone us mages. According to what the kingdom is saying, although I don't know how they got the information, the frontline troops have seen scouts from 3 directions, and our guild will soon be dispatched to fight. If any of you don't want to fight with the western continent, I, Makarov Driar, sincerely hope that you will quit the guild immediately, so that you can protect yourself without affecting the reputation of our guild. In addition, please be sure to abide by the 3 rules of quitting the guild. Code. Makarov finished the sentence almost hysterically. However, after he finished speaking, no one made any sound of shrinking and resigning from the meeting. Although everyone was fearful, worried, and disturbed by various negative emotions, they all looked at Makarov resolutely, without any hesitation in their eyes. From the day they stepped into the guild, they were ready to dedicate themselves to the guild. Although they didn't say it, they all had infinite loyalty to the Fairy Tale Guild in their hearts. Soon, the specific battle details were handed down to Makarov. Regardless of the cost, the kingdom specially used the best communication magic body to inform Makarov. In the chairman's room, Makarov solemnly looked at the stack of documents in his hand and sighed again and again. Who came up with this battle plan? Is it possible that King Thomas is so stupid? The Minister of Defense and the Knights have been missing for so many days. It's understandable that he doesn't have important ministers around him, but it's not too old to be confused, right? According to the instructions issued by the superiors, this time all the magicians of the Holy 10 level were dispatched, and they did not bring any guards to station in the northwest and central parts of the kingdom to deal with foreign enemies as if the war was a simple arithmetic of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Crackling. The door was gently pushed open. The visitor was an old man with a strange appearance, who looked like a big tree. His skin was as dry as bark, and his hair was like the green leaves on the tree. Makarov was thrilled the moment he saw him. How could you? This is Worodsikan, who ranks 4th among the 10 holy wizards. He can be regarded as Makarov's father in terms of age, and he is also one of the original founders of the Fairy Tale Guild. It's nothing, I just got lost and came here by accident. Worod chuckled twice. Just kidding, it's actually because I'm too old to participate in this war. So, at the request of the kingdom, I came here to transfer all my magic power to you. I didn't expect that your old bones can still move, haha. Makarov looked embarrassed, and the corners of his mouth twitched from time to time. Kidding. Worod laughed. However, after laughing, there was a trace of compassion in his eyes. Although it's a joke, but, what I want to inject magic power into you is true. Makarov, you must take care of yourself. I will. Makarov struggled to respond to Worod's wishes. Soon, Worod infused Makarov with his powerful life magic. He used plant magic similar to Droy, and the quality of the magic power itself was already extremely tough. Coupled with his profound accumulation over the years, Makarov soon felt that his eyes and ears were sharp, and his strength was far beyond before. Worod didn't talk much, and left soon after finishing his work. After sending him off, Makarov's heart was filled with fighting spirit. What are you saying this time? Don't let those children take risks, let me use the fairy's super magic with my life. If it really doesn't work, you can only use that. Makarov remembered the goblin heart. The heart of a goblin can provide infinite magic power. If it is endowed on a person, unless the physique is special, it is really difficult to control that power. If it is used directly, the energy released is too huge, and Makarov has always been very afraid of using it. But if you are really forced to a desperate situation, there is no way. Suddenly, the door opened again after being knocked once or twice. It didn't matter who it was, just hearing the footsteps Makarov smiled kindly. Luo Yun, you really are too, if you can teleport magic, you can just teleport it next time, you won't scare me. Haha. I see. Luo Yun, of Mono, strode up to Makarov. President, I came here to tell you about the war. I've seen the king's deployment, it's a mess. Although I don't mean to offend, but with all due respect, even if all the magicians of Fiore's Holy 10 rank together now, they won't be the opponents of Irene and August. This battle must not be arranged like this. If the king forces you to participate in the battle, I hope that I will take your place temporarily. Anyway, it is impossible for them to go to the front line to inspect. It is more appropriate for you to deal with the 12 shields outside the double wall. Makarov sighed with a wry smile. Of course, I feel the same way. If I go up against someone else, maybe there is still a glimmer of hope to win, but if it's Irene with the double wall. But if this is the king's will, I can only do my best to fulfill it. Fury has his fate, maybe this is not something I should worry about. Chapter 124. I don't think you think so, President. Luo Yun said with a sigh. President, you clearly want everyone in the guild to be safer, and take all the responsibility on yourself. Is this really good? Makarov laughed again. Luo Yun, if I'm gone after this war, you will be the new Fairy Tale Guild leader. Luo Yun did not respond to Makarov's words, it seemed that it would be better to choose acquiescence or keep silent at this time. But to be honest, what Luo Yun thinks and what Makarov thinks are completely two-dimensional things. Nothing will happen to anyone in the Fairy Tale Guild. According to the information sent by the Omnipresent, the 12 shields of the protectors are now heading to the east of Ishgar in a group. I have also seen the demons of Tartaros. Their positions are relatively loose, and it is too troublesome to deal with them one by one. Why not wait for them to come to your door, and give our guild members a chance to exercise? It's just. I won't let the members of our guild shed a drop of blood. With Luo Yun's current strength, it is impossible to be afraid of the war launched by the Western continent, no matter how powerful the Magic King 157 in 12 Shields is, or how incomprehensible the command spell of Goddess of the Chill Moon Sela in Tartaros. As long as the fairy ball is activated with infinite magic power, the country can be kept safe and sound. But Luo Yun didn't want to do so much fanfare, and he had a more perfect strategy to fight against the enemy. "President, can you allow me to mark you?" "Mark?" Makarov shrugged, stretched out his arms curiously and approached Luo Yun. Facing that arm, Luo Yun waved his fingers in the air a few times, and a string of ancient spells immediately appeared between Makarov's arms. "This is dark text magic." Although Makarov was taken aback, but Luo Yun didn't seem to have any malicious intentions, so he gradually calmed down. "Isn't this the additional magic that Freed is best at?" "Luo Yun, what is this?" Luo Yun shook his head. "This is indeed a type of dark text, but it is improved by me. It is not the same thing as those painful dark text magic. Let's keep the president as a magic booster in the body. It will be of great use in the future." Halfway through Luo Yun's speech, Makarov's eyes were already full of admiration. "You are worthy of being a once-in-a-century genius in the magic world. As far as I know, dark text magic is the most esoteric and obscure type of text magic, which involves a lot of interpretation of ancient text magic, which requires more than talent. And you can not only master such complicated magic, but also create a new branch? Genius, you are really a genius. Okay, President, I will use this magic on everyone next, and you should inform everyone as soon as possible. This should be the last person." Standing beside Natsu, Luo Yun marked Grey with a dark letter. Grey stretched out his arms in puzzlement, looked at the strange incantations on it, and shook his arms again, as if he felt quite novel. "Ge Yun, what is this thing for? I don't think I've become stronger. Can it be used when releasing magic power?" "This thing, you can understand it as a spell that resists spells. With this thing, you will be safe from any demon spells." "Ah! It's so easy to use, so I have to try it quickly." "No, where are some demons near the guild?" Luo Yun re-examined everyone in the guild and confirmed it again. Indeed, everyone has already carried their own dark characters on their bodies. In fact, what kind of buff mark is this? It is basically the ancient magic text of the dark text transmission magic. In order to facilitate the follow-up operation, Luo Yun attached the dark text of teleportation magic to everyone in the guild in advance. This is the last step of preparation Luo Yun made. At this moment, the system sound in Luo Yun's body also sounded. Ding! Predator analysis, target Mavis Vermilion has been completely analyzed. Congratulations to the host for having learned the skill, Fairy's Glory. How time flies! I don't know how long I can rest, now on the western continent. Suddenly, Luo Yun frowned, and the corners of his mouth moved unconsciously. They have moved. According to the message sent by the everything in the mind of the implanted thought body, Luo Yun found that the 12 shields of the Guardians are approaching the kingdom of Fiori at a very fast speed. It was also at this moment that President Makarov suddenly stood at the main entrance of the guild hall. His face was gloomy, and he didn't seem to be angry or sentimental, but there was a rare determination in those eyes. Even the sky behind him seemed to emit a layer of strong white light, covering him like a sage enshrined in an ancestral hall. "Everyone, the first level alarm on the border of the kingdom has sounded. The Empire's express train has arrived. Fury's mages are now rushing to the frontier to join the main force without any delay. On the east side of the kingdom of Fiori, it is near the border with the neighboring country Bosk. Several bloody men were lingering on the ground. They are the mages of the most powerful mages guild in Persk country, and their strength cannot be underestimated in the entire magic world. Each of them has also witnessed the honor of their guild on this land, and has experienced countless wars, large and small, but who would have thought that they would be forced to such a field today? Your willpower is really tenacious. It is commendable." The crew-cut man in a suit and leather shoes walked slowly towards the group of mages. Every step he took was smooth and steady, but it made the group of mages tremble. Jacob the assassin in the 12 shields of the Guardians, he only cooperated with the other 2 members of the 12 Shields to easily destroy all the wizards' guilds in the Basque Kingdom. And the reason turned out to be that they garrisoned troops to invade the eastern part of Fairy Tale, so they wanted to take the territory of the Persk Kingdom as their own first. Jacob closed his eyes. Then, while the heartbeats of the mages suddenly accelerated, Jacob's figure disappeared from everyone's eyes. Stealth. Jacob, the genius assassin in the 12 Shields, even his steps and breath can be completely covered when he is invisible, and no wizard with strong perception can discern his position. When Jacob, who has completely disappeared, pointed his finger at these wizards. Boom! Chapter 125. The beam of light shot out of nothingness pierced the man's heart in an instant, and the former sage of the magic world died immediately. UBD, what do you take our country for? Don't bully people too much. Hiding and hiding, you can only use such despicable means to succeed. The last few remaining mages of the Basque Kingdom looked around at the transparent air, roaring angrily. They no longer have the confidence to fight with the man in front of them. The difference in magic power between the 2 sides is too great. This kind of roar is just an ugly guessing bark. Jacob was released from the invisible state. Although his movements were tortuous and swift, he couldn't even see a fold in his straight suit. In front of the trembling mage, he slowly took off his black gloves, patiently folded them in his hands, and immediately moved to the speaking mage with lightning speed. Looks like I need to quiet you down. Boom! Suddenly there was a thunderous explosion in the air. Is it a gun? Is it a bullet? No, it is more violent than a bullet being ejected from the chamber. This explosion sound far exceeds the beam shooting just now. It is a bursting sound of gunpowder buried deep in the rock, the sound of Jacob's fist hitting the man's ribs. Woo dash! The man quickly fell silent. What kind of speed is this? What kind of power is this? The entire ribs and thoracic spine were shattered by this simple punch. The man stopped thinking before hearing Jacob's words. With lightning speed, Jacob dodged to the side of the other mages, raised his knees, swung his elbows, and stepped forward. The consciousness of the last 3 wizards in this country was lost forever in the darkness. After Jacob, a young girl with green hair and hot and mature clothes slowly walked over. Somewhat inappropriately, she was actually holding a short-stemmed cup in her hand, which was filled with astral ice cream, which is a specialty of Persk. You're really slow, Brandish. If you're serious, we'd probably have already reached Fiore's palace by now. Jacob grumbled somewhat angrily. Hey, yes, I am also working hard on my way. With all due respect, you could spend the time buying ice cream on the road as well. Ha! I can't do it. This is my source of energy. With this, I can at least triple my speed. Brandish responded blankly and ate another astral ice cream. This is so delicious, it is a treasure dessert. Forget about your ice cream, let's hurry up and continue on our way. Just now Irene has activated the world reconstruction magic, and we are farther away from the main force. If we don't hurry up. Yes. Brandish put the wooden scoop of ice cream in his mouth and walked forward slowly. Before he took a few steps, he heard the sound of artillery fire in the distance. That is probably a new war broke out in the area bordering the border. At the harbor of Maloria, 30 large cruisers and 5 battleships have blocked Fury's side from the sea, and if any of Fury's ships goes out to sea, it will be sunk immediately. Magic King August turned into an experienced naval commander, using his own magic power to issue orders to the captains of all warships through the high-level communication magic crystal. The next step is to seize the pier of the Kingdom of Fiore, and August will control the area around the pier by himself. All the wizards' guilds were defeated and annexed, leaving none behind. According to Zeref, even the ships of these captains should not go ashore. Their role is to deter and inform the Fiore Kingdom that the war has started, so that the wizards should come out quickly to die. At the same time in the north, Irene has also completed the world reconstruction magic. World reconstruction magic can freely change the terrain of the selected region according to the caster's wishes, and disrupt the characters redistributed on the region. In the north of Fiore, after she arrived first, she quickly transferred the double walls, all the 12 shields of the guardians except herself and August, to the east of the kingdom of Fiori. There is August guarding one side in the west, and he manages the north side. When Fiori's troops are almost scattered, the real strength of the terrifyingly hoarded Alvarez Empire in the east will make Fiori feel what is called hell. 0. Ask for flowers. Originally, Alvarez could mobilize 700 mage guilds, mobilize 600 troops to fight, and hit all the troops on the eastern battlefield. However, due to the interference of the magic pulse bomb Fez, the strength of the wizard guilds in the western continent has been greatly reduced. Now there are only a few wizard guilds, with a total of 2 main armies for the 12 divisions. But even if an army is not needed, as long as the invading demons of Tartaros meet with the 9-12 shields, everything will be settled. Irene walked forward slowly, leaning on her wand. Her boots stepped on the blood of the mage, leaving bright red footprints on the vast northern land. In front, densely packed guards can already be seen. They are the frontier soldiers defending the kingdom of Fiori. They are all ready to go. All kinds of weapons are ready to go. The rear is full of well-trained archers. As long as they give an order, they can shoot Irene into a sieve at any time. From among the guards, a girl with green hair and dressed in fine clothes stood up, shouting loudly like a queen commanding the battlefield. Give it up, invader of Alvarez, no matter how powerful your magic power is, it will be useless against our elite soldiers of Fury. Irene smiled slightly. Fiori's Emerald Princess, after the destruction of the Sakura Knights, are you now in charge of the power? Seeing Irene, Princess Emerald didn't dare to rush forward, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She's scared. Come on, everyone, and take her down in one fell swoop. However, shortly after the princess gave the order. Your Highness, it's not good. Someone. What's wrong? Fei Kui looked back in astonishment, and before she had time to figure out what happened, Kai Xian's chest was pierced by Shixian's spear behind her. Fiori's soldiers would actually kill each other at this time? Princess Emerald looked at the mad soldier, his eyes were bloodshot, 2 slender fangs sprouted from his mouth, and his muscles bulged, he looked several times stronger than before. Kill, kill. Already. Chapter 126. Additional Berserker. Irene smiled lightly, facing thousands of troops alone, but she seemed to be at ease in her own home, without any nervousness. Her magic is high-level additional magic, which can add magic power to any object to achieve various effects. And just now, she added berserk magic to some soldiers of the kingdom of Fiori, allowing them to instantly gain several times stronger power than before, and at the same time make them lose their minds. Without having to do it myself, Irene can watch the good show of the soldiers of the kingdom killing each other. Roar! The crazy royal soldiers let out earth-shattering roars, and their muscles continued to swell and expand over time. The bulging veins, the drooping saliva that was not controlled by the brain, and the extremely ferocious faces, Wang Qiajun couldn't see that these people were actually his companions who lived together day and night in the past. Boom! The berserk monster raised its fist and slammed at the old comrade in front of him, smashing a living person into a puddle of flesh in an instant. Everyone, be careful of the monsters around you. Don't move forward, protect your own safety first. Don't worry about the safety of your companions, you must get rid of all the monsters first. Seeing this horrified scene, Princess Emerald covered her mouth in astonishment, something rolled in her stomach, as if it was about to pour up into her esophagus at any moment. How could she have imagined that war is such a cruel thing, and how could she have expected that only one female mage in the western continent would have such terrifying power? In just 2 minutes, more than 30% of the kingdom's army was eroded by mad magic and turned into monsters hostile to the kingdom's army. At this critical juncture, seeing more and more companions turning into monsters, what countermeasures can Princess Jade come up with? The only thing she can do is... Everyone listen to my orders, the archers try to stay behind to protect themselves, the forwards stand out from the monster's encirclement, and kill that woman. Just kill that woman, and those monsters will return to their original form. She has no defense at all right now. Emerald Princess forced herself to calm down and started her command again. At this moment, the sounds of fighting, the shouts of soldiers, the roars of monsters. Countless voices interweave together, drowning the voice of Emerald Princess in the battlefield. However, after all, there are still cavalry vanguards who have not been eroded by this magic power to take the lead. They heard the order of the Emerald Princess and rushed out of the encirclement of monsters desperately to go and chop off Irene's head. Ah! The shouts of the cavalry broke through the sky, and they vowed to let her Irene splatter Pinkayu with blood. However, in the astonished eyes of everyone, Irene's body floated in the air. The antler-shaped magic wand was pressed under her body, and it seemed to be a witch's broomstick, suspended in the air, and she looked at the living beings in Fiore's kingdom as if they were weak ants. Hearing the screams of the soldiers behind her, Princess Emerald's face turned pale. "Archers of the kingdom, don't worry about your own safety, let the arrows go, the mithril poison arrows we prepared earlier will shoot through her." Although the princess ordered this, the archers are too busy to take care of themselves at the moment. How can they attack Irene? Looking at the chaos of cannibalism, Irene's heart was calm, and her expression was quite calm and peaceful, as if everything was preordained. "It seems a bit too fast, but it's just right." Saying that, Irene reached out and stroked the air casually. Boom boom! Additional explosion. Adding heat to the air produces an explosion under high heat friction. Irene just waved her hand casually, and the huge explosion has already blasted the kingdom army to pieces. Stumped limbs and broken arms spread all over the battlefield for a while, and the berserk monsters died together with the soldiers in the heat wave of the explosion. Crushed. This is complete crushing. With the magical power of Irene alone, it is easy to overthrow tens of thousands of kingdom troops. In the midst of mourning, Irene pointed her fingers at the Emerald Princess who was kneeling on the ground, and another magic power has risen. At the same time, Maloria harbor on the west side of the kingdom of Fiore. August has arrived at the port, and the ground is full of the corpses of Fiore's border guards. The densely packed heads are like white sesame seeds on bread, which makes people impatient. *T#0. He turned his head and waved to the Alvarez warship behind him. "You all go back to the voyage. If you go ashore with me, you will only get in the way." Looking back, before August took 2 steps, he could already see a group of dark figures in front of him. "It's coming soon." At this moment, in front of August, Blue Pegasus, Lamia Scale and Mermaid Heel are among the highest-ranked wizards guilds in Fiore Kingdom. The best of them, such as One Night Wander Li Shao, who is proficient in perfume magic, Jura, who is a master of earth magic, and Uba Babe Sama, the president of Lamia Scale, are all leading figures in the magic world. However, looking at the old man in front of him who seemed to be half buried in the soil, everyone's heart was sweating. "Mages of Fiore, if you submit to the Alvarez Empire now, I can consider letting you live. But if you still remember your country and territory, then go to that world with your companions." August said slowly and word by word. While speaking, his wand had already hung 2 pillars on the ground. "The ground is sinking." Suddenly, the hard ground behind August became as soft as plasticine, as if a pair of invisible big hands were kneading and reshaping the soil and the sea area behind him at 2.9, and with a roaring sound, even the heavens and the earth were shaken. Tremor. All the mages couldn't help shaking their hearts 3 times when they saw the vision of heaven and earth. They saw the soft mud-like ground being folded and wrapped between the space distortions, and all the border guards were mixed together. "Go in." Within a few seconds, all the corpses of Fiore's navy have disappeared. This kind of magical power that governs the world, just being able to release it is already jaw-dropping and hard to rely on, let alone this is just a trivial little magic to August. The battlefield is almost cleaned up. "Do you want to attack together?" August straightened his wand again, and the purple cloak fluttered leisurely in the wind, flying up and down, as if a murderous intent strangled the throat of every mage, making them breathless. Chapter 127. Looking at the calm old man, the strongest member of the Blue Pegasus Guild pulled out 2 tubes of orange and yellow perfume overnight. He uses perfume magic, which is extremely powerful, but anyone who can breathe will fall under his powerful magic without knowing it. Yi stared at August with his eyes motionless, planning to launch a surprise attack at his fastest speed. Run away the fragrance. After inhaling the yellow perfume for a short time, Yi's speed suddenly increased dramatically. In his eyes, August's every move became extremely slow. As if you can get it anytime. It should work. However, what I didn't know overnight was that all the mages behind him looked at Yi's figure rushing forward, but they were all confused, not knowing what Yi was doing. In their eyes, one night is like jogging for morning exercises, and the movements are not fast at all. I am afraid that a child of a few years old who does not understand magic at all can run much faster than him. This is August's magic slowness. Change the enemy's ability to judge the speed of 0.5 degrees, make the enemy think that he is faster, so that his actual movements become extremely slow. Not only the offensive or defensive response will be greatly reduced. August looked at Yi's funny appearance, the corners of his mouth slightly opened in a blank expression. Moving at high speed. In an instant, August was stuck in front of Yi at a ghostly speed, and after images appeared behind him, the speed was as fast as teleportation. Then, August raised his hand and pierced the wand into one knight's body without hesitation. Current spike. Zi crack. The extremely dense electric current gathered together in an instant and caused a strong thunder explosion. Before he could make a move overnight, his eyes were already white, and he twitched and spit out bursts of blue smoke in the shock of the thunder. The smoke cleared, and Yi's skin was scorched black from the electric shock, and he immediately collapsed on the ground unconscious. It was too late to make a move, and they couldn't even see the moment when August made a move. The mages looked at Yi who was knocked down, and all of them lost their minds for a while. At this moment, what they were thinking in their hearts was no longer how to avenge Yi, how to take advantage of the gap when August relaxed his vigilance to attack him, because the original sense of fear had firmly suppressed these emotions, fully occupying the hearts of each of them. They were also slowed down by August, so in their view, August's knockdown happened in an instant. And who is Yi? The strongest mage in Blue Pegasus. Even if his strength cannot be said to have reached the level of a Holy 10-level mage, he is undoubtedly a Super S quasi-Holy 10-level level. Countless wizards adore and respect. And such a great mage from Fury's strongest team has already passed out without even a chance to make a move. This is the strength of the strongest man in the Western continent. The airship. We also have the cluster guns of the guild's magic airship. While the wizards screamed, August's body was already covered with a thin layer of black shadow. That was the magic blaster in the sky. Christina, the president of Blue Pegasus, Bob, is in the cockpit of the guild airship, and the barrels of the cluster guns have already stored magic power, accurately locked on August's position. Ready launch. Bob drank it, and almost all his magic power was transferred into the barrel of the magic airship. In an instant, an extremely large cyan light beam shot down at August. The moment before the magic cluster cannon fell, August's body was shaken, and with a flick of his wand, an arched light group had spread out around him. Protecting mask. The falling light beam hit August's yellow light cluster at such a high speed that the gunpowder smoked for a while. However, when Christina's magic power was exhausted, August was unscathed, not even the slightest loss of the yellow light ball above his head. This is a monster. The magic cluster cannon of Blue Pegasus is different from other guilds at the same level. Even the large-scale combat weapons of big guilds like Fairy Tail and Phantom Lord cannot reach its amazing destructive power, usually because the damage caused is too heavy. The Council expressly forbids the use of Blue Pegasus at any time. And the special cluster gun built by Bob pouring all his magic power can't even touch a single hair of August. In front of the astonished crowd, August raised a finger to the sky. Laser beams. Sieve. Before everyone could react, the magical blaster boat, which was as strong as a battleship, had already been pierced by August. The out-of-control blaster fell into the distant sea with black smoke, causing a second explosion above the sea, and the violent waves rushed into the sky, and President Bob was still alive and dead. How can it be? Hit? He hit it. Have any of you seen his movements clearly? At this moment, the feet of almost every mage were paralyzed due to too much trembling. They didn't know how to move their legs to calmly deal with the monster in front of them, and they didn't know how to launch an attack so that they might hurt one of August's 843 Velas. However, there are still some of the best mages among the various guilds who can withstand this huge psychological pressure and have a chance of winning. Jura and Uba-Babe-Sama, the two veterans of Lamia scale, have become the spiritual pillars of the mages. Jura's earth magic is powerful, and he also has extremely powerful magic power, so he can be ranked last among 10 wizard saints. Uba is the president of Jura's guild, she just doesn't want to participate in the evaluation of 10 wizard saints. The real strength is even higher than that of Jura. These two powerhouses undoubtedly represent the first level of Fiori Kingdom's mages. However, the Kingdom of Fiori didn't just send out a few guilds this time. Behind him, another man slowly approached August with an elegant posture. He looked dull and elegant, holding a goblet in his hand, just looking quite extraordinary. Walking in front of Jura, he stopped slowly. This earl-like gentleman is none other than the second of the 10 wizard saints, Hyborian. Sorry, I took a step, because there are still some magic to be prepared, please forgive me. Hyborian said to Jura and Uba beside him in a very calm tone. Looking at the terrifying old man in front of him, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 128. The northern region of the central part of the Kingdom of Fiori. In the wilderness, a strong fishy smell rushed into the nostrils crazily, and broken bodies and limbs can be seen everywhere. Irene walked forward step by step, looking at the disintegrated state of the kingdom's soldiers all over the place. She almost wanted to yawn. To be honest, your physical fitness has been tempered quite well. If you know how to use magic to supplement it. Forget it, the result is the same anyway. Whether it is the cavalry in the front, the archers in the rear, or the pikemen in the middle, under the influence of Irene's additional magic, they will not hesitate to attack their closest companions. And quickly ended in a series of explosions triggered by Irene's additional heat. Princess Emerald covered her blood-drenched arm and hid between the corpses of Wang Qiajun, tears kept falling from her eyes. She was planning to play dead to get away with it. It's not a shame. I just want to make a comeback, I just want to avenge today's death. Just wait for her to go. Princess Emerald muttered in her heart, hoping that she could escape from Irene's hand has become her greatest wish. But 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. From the corner of her eyes, she saw Irene walking straight towards her, without any deviation in her steps. The body has already started to tremble continuously, even though Princess Emerald has exerted all her efforts, the instinctive tremor still cannot be stopped at all. Little girl, are you treating others as fools? Irene looked at the Emerald Princess and said coldly without any emotion. At the same time, the magic wand of the antlers was already pointing at Princess Emerald's jaw. Don't compete with young people, let us old guys stay with you. Such a voice came from afar. Irene gave a small laugh, swung her wand and looked back. Those were 2 old men with their hands behind their backs. Although his back is arched and his legs and feet don't look very agile, a powerful magic power is rushing towards his face. I heard about you guys. Makarov, Ulfheim. You are the best mages in this country. Wolfheim, Shang Tiandai's third mentor. He was able to hold Makarov's head firmly with Orsization magic, a magic that simply enhances physical fitness, which shows how deep the magic power in his body is. Hehe. The best is far from being the best. I just hope that our 2 useless old bastards can contribute one last effort to this country. Do you think we are qualified to be your opponents, this lady from the Western continent? Irene turned her head slightly, and looked at the 2 in front of her again. To be honest, in Irene's eyes, even if Makarov and Ulfheim went up together, she couldn't arouse any interest. However, she noticed the unusual magical power emanating from Makarov. That seems to be the superposition of 3 powerful forces, making Makarov's magic power quite huge. It can be compared with a member of 12 shields. This made Irene slightly more interested in fighting. Head back to Magnolia Harbor on the western front again. 3 minutes passed. This short 3 minutes seemed like an instant to August, but to Fiori and the Mages Guild, it was extremely long and tormented. Including Blue Pegasus and Lamia Scale, almost all the mages of the most powerful mage guilds on this continent collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth, unable to even confirm whether they were breathing. Hundreds of mages were all dealt with by August in an instant. Deterrence. This magic can materialize one's own magic power and turn it into an extremely real murderous aura to stun the enemy with poison. And at the moment when August released his murderous aura, all the people could feel was the word shock. His magic power was so deep and powerful that even Jura and Uba felt that their skulls were vibrating at high speed on their own, and Hyborion closed his eyes in pain, trying to resist the spirit brought by August's shock get in the way. And when Hyborion opened his eyes, all the mages except the three of them had fallen to the ground, falling into a long sleep like a remote-controlled toy. In front of the three with serious expressions, August spoke slowly. "Hurry up and end it. Fighting with you is a waste of my time and the time of our Alvarez Empire." Just by saying these words, Jura already felt that August's magic power was stronger by 3 points, and a phantom appeared in front of her eyes, as if August would appear in front of her in the next second, easily snatching it away. "Take your own life." My own earth elemental magic and Uba's magic had no effect on this old man at all. The once proud overlord rock breaker that smashed countless enemies to pieces was inexplicably broken by the old man at the moment of activation. Magic King August's magic is instant copy magic. He can copy the opponent's magic instantly while nullifying the opponent's magic. It is precisely because of this that, unless it distorts time and space to change the cause and effect, no matter how powerful magic is, it will have no effect on him, and it will in turn strengthen his own strength. The advantage of numbers is meaningless in front of him, and any magical attack on him will automatically dispel the magic mechanism in an instant, and now everyone is facing a desperate situation. At this moment, Hyborion endured the pain in his head and took 2 steps forward. There is no perfect magic in the world. Even if he masters this kind of magic that breaks magic, he must have weaknesses. Hyborion knows very well that if Hao Zhao does not give up, all their mages will be buried here today, and the kingdom of Fiori will also become the territory of Alvarez. If everyone does not surrender, maybe they can only serve as the captives were tortured to death. Therefore, he had to try, whether his magic could hurt August, and whether the deduction in his mind was valid. "The magic I use is an indirect blood-sucking magic, which is activated instantly and has no trajectory at all. It may be the only time it can affect him. This opportunity must be seized. It should be the key to turning the tide of the battle millet." Looking at Hyborion, August seems to be motionless, without any special thoughts, but in fact, what Hyborion doesn't know is that everything he thinks has already been known by August. God ear. This magic allows August to hear everything, including people's voices. Chapter 129. August already knew that Hyborion was going to hurt himself with a very concealed magic trick. But August doesn't care much about this. The reason is simple. Hyborion's magic power is far inferior to that of the god Selene, and even Selene can't cause any damage to August, so August wants to know why Hyborion can be so confident. "It's not too late to kill you later." In the western and northern battlefields of the Kingdom of Fiori, there are only 2 holy 10-level mages left to confront Irene and August respectively. And this war has only just begun. Because the real main battlefield is in the east in the direction of the Bosque Kingdom. In addition to many powerful guilds such as Lamia Scale and Blue Pegasus, all the wizard guilds in the Kingdom of Fiori including Fairy Tail have all arrived in the east of Fiori border. This also includes the remaining remnants of the Sakura Knights, almost all the remaining troops and military equipment of the Kingdom Army. The scale of Fiori's troops in the east is far greater than that of the Magisters Guild in the west and the army in the north. This is all because of the news of Alvarez's troops sent to them by Luo Yun. The wind is blowing everywhere, and the clouds are gloomy. On a vast expanse of uncultivated sand, 3 girls, Urza, Myra Jane, and Jovia, stood among a group of unknown mages who had just arrived on the battlefield, while the Fairy Tail Guild such as Grey, Natsu, and Laxus Guildarts and other members have already thrown themselves into the battle against the wizards of the Alvarez Empire. Crush! The thunder dragons roar. In the face of the enemy's magical attack, Laxus and Kilworth suppressed it effortlessly. I thought that the magicians of the Alvarez Empire should be extremely powerful, but unexpectedly, when Laxus used Thunder Dragon Slayer magic to attack them, it was like a dimensionality reduction blow. Overwhelm them hard. Not to mention Gildarts, it seems like pure massacre. Oh, it's nothing special. Laxus grabbed the hair of a sorcerer who was so electrified that it was smoking black smoke, and threw it to the ground and kicked the wolf god. Gildarts, on the other hand, sighed lightly, with a slightly complicated expression. I see things a little strange. Afak, weird? What's weird? Maybe this is just my personal feeling, but I have fought against the wizards of the Western continent when I was on a mission, and their magic power should be more than this level. Gildarts said gravely. I guess, this is related to the magic pulse bomb incident that the president told us before. Maybe they were ordered to fight us before they recovered, and their strength is not as good as before. Hehe. Wouldn't that be better? This war should end soon. Laxus just smiled contemptuously, and his figure was indeed submerged by a huge black shadow. When he looked up, his smiling expression quickly stiffened. What's this? In front of the combined forces of the kingdom's army and the mages, a huge monster rose from the ground, wishing to be level with the sky. His body was dark yellow and rough, and it seemed to be made up of the fine sand on the sandy ground. Through the patchwork of stones with different colors in the center of the face, the mages could barely recognize that this was not a towering wall but a creature with real body parts. Are we going to fight this stuff? God! Shush! Soon, the giant monster began to walk step by step, and the reflection of its two soles alone had overwhelmed more than half of the kingdom's coalition forces. The power conveyed by this unimaginable size could not help but suffocate. The gravel kept shaking and falling from the monster's body, and the fallen gravel reorganized and gathered into a shape, gradually condensing into a human figure. That is Agil, the Desert King in the 12 Shields of the Guardians. I didn't expect it to be that I ran into you bastards first. It's okay, because I'm the fastest to deal with you. Although Agil's figure was so small that it was almost invisible under the giant sand soldier, but because of the powerful magic power, the words he spoke seemed to have magic power attached to it, making every soldier and demon islander listen to it be clear. Looking at the sand colossus endowed with powerful magic power in front of them, the coalition troops stopped quickly and began to retreat slightly. Gildarts and Laxus were also sweating profusely, not knowing how to deal with this terrible monster. Is my lightning really effective against this kind of thing? Although it is a living thing, it will not be affected by the paralysis of lightning, really. It seems that my shattering magic has no effect on him. Even if he is smashed into a plate of loose sand, he can be resurrected immediately. Gildarts frowned, looking very ugly. Manipulating such a large monster, he still seems to be able to handle it with ease. Unlike other mages, he doesn't seem to be affected by the weakening of magic power. It's a little tricky now. No. Do you mean? Suddenly, Kilworth looked to the left and right sides of the giant soldier. Silhouettes, it was one silhouette after another. Walking leisurely one by one under the sand soldiers are the most powerful mages of the Alvarez Empire and the demons of the mysterious dark guild Tartaros. Larcade Dragneel, Neenheart who manifests magic, Judge Wall, Death Bloodman. Demon Sword Daji Kiri, Miasma Tempest, Bomb Ermine Jackal, Hades Mard. 9 devils of Tartaros and 9 guardians of the 12 shields, actually gathered together to invade the kingdom of Fiori from the east. Gildarts was at a loss for words. Are you kidding? How could such a thing really happen? I thought what the president said was an exaggeration, but it's also. He has heard of the saying of the 12 shields of the guardians and knows that there are not a few mages in the Alvarez Empire who are as powerful as this genius of sand magic, but when he is really on the scene, it is still because of his stomach. Feel. Among other things, the giant sand soldiers summoned by the Desert King alone were already exhausting for everyone to deal with, not to mention that any one of these 18 people was an opponent that Gildarts was not sure he could defeat. And what's funny is that Gildarts is already the most powerful of all the coalition forces arranged by the kingdom to defend the east. What will they use to win this battle? Chapter 130. Juvia's body began to tremble slightly. Even though she could see that the number of people on the side of the Kingdom Coalition army was simply incomparable to that of the enemy, but when the 10 or so people calmly confronted the towering sand monster with the Kingdom Coalition army, they were still not at a disadvantage. Her instinct told her that it might be too late to escape now. Not only Urza Myra-Jane and the others who have just joined the guild not long ago, even Wakaba, Macau and the others in the guild are out of their wits. The gloomy and terrifying aura transmitted by the human-like and non-human creatures is like a sharp knife passing through human hair. Although it does not hurt the body skin, it makes people feel exhausted. Reduced to the point of being slaughtered. Roar! The giant soldier of the sand suddenly raised his head to the sky and roared loudly. The sound from his thick vocal cords was vibrated extremely violently, causing people's eardrums to become bloodshot and swollen and painful. In the next second, the giant soldier slammed a punch comparable to the size of a meteorite at the kingdom's coalition forces. At the moment of this swift and violent punch, boom! The explosion made the grit splash in the air. Although Urza, Myra-Jane, and Elfman were not directly hit by the punch, they felt the grit scratching their cheeks like a knife, almost making them bloodshot. Sand seemed to be pouring into the eyes all the time, and all the mages closed their eyes, unable to open them for a long time. The impact of the explosion caused by this sand magic caused a smoke screen that far exceeded the conventional explosion. Everyone didn't know who was hit head-on by that heavy punch. Instead of being angry for their companions, they only kept their own surviving fortunately. The smoke spread, and about an entire member of the Wizards Guild had almost lost consciousness. Gildarts was half kneeling on the ground, panting. Just now, he consumed a lot of mana to smash and disintegrate the sand soldier's heavy punch, reducing the impact caused by many punches. But even though he had tried his best, there were still nearly 100 people who lost their fighting ability because of Agil's understated blow. This is clearly a war that cannot be won. Agil, you are so inefficient. Neinhardt said. It's better to let the god of death go, or maybe even the spells of those demons are faster than the attack of this sand. Ha! Who are you looking down on? Just when Agil and Neinhardt were about to quarrel, a man wearing a red skull mask took a few steps forward. This is Bloodman, the god of death. He has a terrifying aura all over his body, and he often doesn't say a word, but he has an inexplicable enthusiasm for fighting. The true identity of this Reaper is the demon in Emperor Zeref's book. He is also one of the only 2 demons in the 12 shields of the Guardians. He has all the spells of Tartaros demons, and the spells he masters are also superior to the righteousness of those demons. His appearance undoubtedly brought death. Bloodman walked quietly, and the black aura emitted from his whole body dissipated into the air, and quickly blurred to the surroundings, like a group of dark polymers continuously dyeing the objects around him into pitch black. This weird aura quickly caught Laxus' attention. This guy is not good. However, it was too late when Laxus sensed the danger of these black breaths. Well, some of the kingdom's coalition forces have already started to slump on the sandy ground and twitch, and there is no sign of magic power flowing out of their bodies while they are cooking. Bloodman's body itself is a polymer of particles. The imprint spell he mastered can disperse the particles on his body into the air. Once the magician inhales, the magic power will be blocked, thus putting his life in danger. This is the magic therapy particle. Gildarts quickly realized the horror of death, and immediately retreated while shouting in the crowd. Everyone, stay away from that strange man. As long as you inhale the air around him, your lives will be in danger even if you are far apart. Hurry up and escape. The farther you escape, save your son. Voice still. Boom. A huge explosion suddenly sounded from behind, and the crimson flames instantly reflected in Gildart's pupils. At least a few hundred people of the Kingdom allied forces who had just fled back died in the explosion in front of Gildarts. The death was so tragic that Gildarts almost wanted to crush his back molars. 0, asking for flowers. Pain, resentment, but powerlessness, complicated and desolate psychology drove Gildarts to look back. Next to Bloodman, the god of death, stands a speckled demon with wolf ears and a cat's tail. His name is Jackal, and he has mastered the explosive spell. He can turn anything he touches into a bomb that can be detonated, and even the way and time of launching can be set freely. Seeing the violent flames from the explosion, Jackal actually giggled. I'm so sorry, I forgot to remind you that I planted thousands of powder mines behind me before you came here. Who should we blow up next? Well, let me think about it first. 1. UBD, I'll kill you right now. Laxus, calm down. Gildart's warning was useless. Laxus was completely overwhelmed by anger at this moment. He couldn't stand the sadness of seeing the kingdom army die in front of him. He must send this Luran demon to hell with his own hands. Thunder Dragon Fang Tianji. For a moment, Laxus was full of thunder, and a string of thunder and lightning rang out crazily around him. When the current was vibrating, roaring, and howling, it was about to smash everything in front of him. An extremely majestic Fangtian painting halberd has been condensed in the palm of Laxus. Ha! Laxus used the power of his shoulders to throw the halberd towards Jackal in the distance at high speed without hesitation. This was the finishing blow that contained almost all his magic power. We must also let Jackal die without a burial. Zi bang! The high-speed transition of the current rapidly caused a violent electric optic explosion, and under the overflow of thunder, the flickering electric charges still showed slight burn marks in the air. The magic power of Laxus is indeed astonishing. Even if Gildarts hit this blow hard by himself, I am afraid that there is no way to shatter the magic to parry its speed. However, Kilworth's expression was not so pretty. He clearly saw something flying over to help Jackal block the heavy blow of the thunder just now. Chapter 131. The sound of electric current echoed continuously in the air. In the thick smoke created by the electric light, everyone couldn't see the existence of anything clearly, but Gildart's expression was not good looking. This blow from Laxus did hit, but the magic power in front of him didn't dissipate. Who stopped his attack? The smoke cleared. When the thunder light dissipated, a metal body appeared in front of everyone. He has messy broken hair, a few nails on his chin, and he is wearing a yellow and black overalls, but one piece was damaged by lightning. If it wasn't for the broken part on his chest that revealed his mechanical body, he would look no different from an ordinary person. Judge Wall. Just now, he blocked Laxus 400 Thunder Dragon Fangtian halberd for Jackal, and stared at the coalition forces unharmed in the scattered smoke. Gildarts, experienced, quickly murmured. Is it a robot? I have indeed heard that there is a family of machines that can not only extract various elements in the surrounding environment to produce powerful mechanical soldiers and mechanical magic, but also, they're also immune to lightning attacks. The Judge Wall looked indifferently at the coalition forces fleeing around between the explosions and the few mages who dared to face him, and grinned arrogantly. Suddenly, a very strong blue light burst out from Wall's body, and that brilliance enveloped his body, making him bathed in the baptism of that light, and even Zhu had an expression of intoxication and joy. Conversion ended. It's really comfortable. It's been a long time since there was such a strong lightning energy. Thank you so much, little yellow hair, your lightning is really very delicious. He can convert lightning into his own energy. Laxus, he is your natural enemy, must not. Damn it! If it is Laxus who has achieved great cultivation 7 years later, he may still be able to fight against the Judge Wall, but now he is just a teenager, and his strength and speed are inferior to Wall's level. Even if Laxus couldn't feel it, he could probably tell it from Gildart's tone. Wall aimed at the swarming kingdom cavalry, killing them all just by firing bullets with magic power. Almost every mage leading the battle has inhaled a large number of magic barrier particles and is dying. At the front of the battlefield, the only ones who have not been affected by the death god Bradology are the non-magic royal army. But the distance between the royal army and Wall is too far, not to mention the Agile sand soldiers in the middle. There are also kingdom gunners with muskets ready, but the bullets have no effect on Wall's mechanical body at all. They can't even get close to Wall's body, and they are already dazed by the storm rolled up by Agile's sand soldiers. The electromagnetic sound was still blasting in my ears, and when Laxus clenched his fists tightly and was about to think of other ways to deal with the enemy, the arm of the robot Wall was raised high. I'm also very generous, so I won't give you this power. Magic spirit power, activate. What? Gildarts could not help screaming. In front of the coalition forces of the kingdoms, Wall's arm was raised high, and from the center of the palm, inside a silver bullet hole-shaped launch track, a group of terrifying rays of light were gathering energy to the surroundings, constantly absorbing the light spots in the air. Grab and ingest it. This time it wasn't just guildarts, the older generation members of the guild were shocked by it one after another, and it was like a pain in the back for a while. Magic spirit power. That's not the senates. The older generation of mages had heard of the magic spirit power, although they may have never seen the powerful destructive power of the magic spirit power in their life, but the magic wizards of Ishgar relied on the joint protection of the magic spirit power, and Fez only then did the western continent not dare to covet it in vain. Although the magic council was destroyed overnight, how could the magic spirit power fall into the hands of the wizards of the western continent? In fact, the magic spirit power in Wall's hands is not the real magic spirit power, but a weakened version developed by him based on mechanical magic. Not through the elemental mage with profound knowledge of magic, but simply through his own mechanical refinement to produce a small magic spirit power. This is Wall's strongest magic. But when Wall raises his arms, how does that seem to be weakened magic? For them who have never seen the real power of magic elves, the energy stored in Wall's hands is already too huge to be cleared, it has reached an unbelievable level. Guildarts raised his head in a daze, and then shouted again to the allied kingdoms with his loudest voice. Everyone, get out of this area. Stay away from this robot. Run for your life again. There is no way around this. If you run for your life, you may step on the mines laid by Jackal and die, but if you don't run for your life, you will definitely die here. At the fastest speed, the kingdom's coalition forces began a large-scale strategic shift. Juvia, Grey, and all the mages ran at their fastest speed until the ray of light completely disappeared in front of their sight. Urza had just defeated a young soldier from the Alvarez Empire, and Myra Jane had also received the power of a demon and turned into a demon. Just after clearing up the enemies in front of him, he heard Guildart's voice and jumped up in fear. They believed in Guildart's judgment, knowing that their own strength could only deal with these miscellaneous fish at present. However, not long after escaping, Juvia on the side fell to the ground due to exhaustion. From avoiding death and Jackal until now, she has been doing meaningless physical exertion. Seeing their companions fall in front of 2.4 themselves, Urza and Myra Jane immediately rushed up to lift Juvia's shoulders, but before turning their heads, they noticed the terrifying white light behind them. The precarious white light is like a drop of rainwater under the eaves above the head. Although it is far away, once it falls, there is no possibility of avoiding it. That is the legendary magic spirit power, enough to destroy a country's military weapons. Even if Wall's magic spirit power is a reduced version, it is still easy to destroy this area. At least at this moment, they all sensed the coming of death. Closing their eyes, the three girls hugged each other and lowered their heads. They couldn't do anything at this moment, they could only prove their feelings for the group to the enemy with the determination to unite and die. Chapter 132. In front of the fleeing and wailing Kingdom Coalition forces, Wall smiled contemptuously. The response was good, but ultimately too slow. Go to that world, launch. In an instant, the cyan light group turned into a streamer of light and shot out from Wall's palm at the speed of sound, and his slender arm actually burst out an extremely majestic shock wave, which shook him 3 times after the aftershock. Point. The light of the magic elf power continuously shone against his face, turning his metal body white from time to time, and within the line of sight of the 12 shields and the demons, there was nothing but bluish white. Can't see anything either. Under this terrifying mighty force, all objects have been submerged in shape, covered by the white light cluster, only slightly blurred outlines remain. It hurts, and I have to admire the magic power of Wall's blow. Hehe, Wall, are you so rude when you come up? Of course, let's see if we don't give them some color. Are we worthy of being called Alvarez? 05 Wall laughs playfully. He was very sure that after his cannon shot, whether it was the mages or the soldiers, the coalition forces of the entire kingdom would lose at least 80% of their troops, and cleaning up the remaining 2 adults would be like crushing a few cats to death. As easy as ants. This is Alvarez's overwhelming strength. Any member of the 12 shields, or even any Tartaros demon will bring disasters that are close to destruction to the entire kingdom's coalition forces. Except for Brandish, who is chomping on Starburst ice cream, the mood of every 12 week members is extremely high at the moment. Of course, they are not excited about their complete victory, but they are just happy because they enjoy too much the tragic appearance of the enemy's armor and armor in battle. However, it was also Judge Wall, who was the first to feel something was wrong. Ding! Ding! According to mechanical analysis, there are unknown high-energy polymers ahead, please dodge, please dodge. Wall can automatically analyze the weaknesses and physical conditions of opponents and things through his mechanical body, but after a brief analysis, such an alarm sounded from his mechanical system. This is obviously my own energy, so it shouldn't be analyzed. Damn it, is there something wrong with the machine? Go back and fix it. Originally, he wanted to ignore it, but the alarm sound in Wall's mechanical system became more and more intense and frequent. This made Wall have to look at the white expanse of magic spirit power that was still being released in front of him. In the center of the elf power that had already dyed the sky and the ground white, suddenly a cloud of blue light that was not controlled by Wall himself appeared. The light expanded rapidly, and from a very far away, it seemed to be slowly devouring the magic elf power released by Wall at first, but then its speed became faster and faster, until all members of the 12 shields had already noticed the situation. Something is wrong. What? What is this thing? I don't know. There is a group of energy stronger than me that is eating back my magic if this continues. Wong. Brandish, hurry up. In shock, Brandish immediately took a step forward, using super magic and shape magic to shrink the power of the magic elf in front of him to the smallest state possible. But even so, the attacking speed of the magic elves has not weakened in the slightest. That's too late. Bang! The galloping magical elf power instantly counterattacked to the area where the 12 shields of the guardians and the demons were located. It pierced straight into the stomach of the sand soldier, rushed into the bottom of the sand, and instantly caused a huge explosion. The loud roar invades everyone's auditory nerves. Everyone even suffered from deafness for a short time. They just felt that they couldn't see anything clearly. In the darkness and mist, their cheeks were hurt by the sand and stones that fled around. With a bang, the sand soldiers destroyed by the power of the magic elves scattered loudly, and the scattered sand sea fell from the sky. Even the unharmed 12 shields would almost be buried alive by the wild sand that had never been developed. Afterwards, in the strong aftermath caused by the explosion, the giant soldiers of sand scattered and collapsed uncontrollably towards the 12 shields, and the soft sound of gravel like a torrential rain washed over the ears of everyone who had just recovered their hearing. Has been greatly affected. What the hell happened? Neinhardt yelled angrily in a low voice, but he couldn't even look around in front of this huge continuous impact. As for Agil, who was supposed to control the gravel, it seemed that he was almost shot to death by the power of the magic wizard, and it took him a long time to escape. Huge sea of sand. I don't know how long after that, when the overwhelming sand was finally regained control by Agil and returned to the earth, the field was a devastated scene. Looking at the companions of the Alvarez Empire around them, everyone could hardly believe their eyes. And what makes them even more unbelievable is that, in front of them, the nearly 100,000 Kingdom Coalition forces that were originally so vast disappeared. Just like the world evaporates, whether it is a mage or a soldier, they evaporate in front of 12 shields and 9 demon gates in an instant, without seeing a single person. 470 No, they saw a trace of a man. It was a young man with a thin body, and his figure looked quite similar to that of the Judge Wall. He had black hair that was neither long nor short, dressed in an outfit without decorations or magic props, simple unlined clothing and wide leg pants, and a slightly delicate face. Just like a quiet and simple student. However, facing so many monster-like existences, his calm and nonchalant expression quickly made the Guardian 12 Shields understand that this man is by no means simple. At this moment, within the Kingdom of Fiori, within the Palace of Lanterns, Marucrius. The Imperial Palace, which was originally extremely spacious, is now full of mages and royal troops. Urza, Myra Jane, and Jovia slowly opened their eyes, looking at the exquisite lamps and luxurious decorations in front of them, as if they were in a dream. Everyone else scratched their heads, not understanding what was going on. A second ago, they were still fighting against the 12 shields of the protectors in the eastern battlefield. After realizing that they could not escape the power of the magic wizard wall of the judge, everyone was ready to die. Why did they teleport in the next second? In the Imperial Palace? Is this heaven? What the hell just happened? Chapter 133. I don't know. I just saw a white light until I couldn't see anything and then... No. I have a feeling. At that time, I felt as if my magic was connected by something, and then... Everyone's discussions, from within the Huideng Palace to the royal city, and even extended to the range outside the royal city, the nearly 100,000 troops were dumbfounded at this moment. Although he didn't understand what happened, Urza seemed very calm. Because of this feeling, she is no stranger. With a strange feeling that his body turned into liquid, he was transported to a completely strange place, and saved himself from danger in the unknown. Luo Yun, is that you? Urza asked silently in her heart, but in fact, maybe she already knew the answer. At this moment, another commotion erupted in the kingdom. Who teleported us to this kind of place? No, the war is not over yet, if we don't stop those monsters. The members of the Cherry Blossom Knights are now leaderless, without the commander's order, their hatred for Alvarez has rekindled, and they must not just sit and wait for death. Waiting for the wizards from the western continent to attack the royal city. However, there was also a voice that interrupted their restlessness. Everyone calm down first. The speaker was none other than Gildarts of the Fairy Tale Guild, the strongest man present. Although the coalition army composed of tens of thousands of mages and soldiers has surrounded the entire royal city tightly, his voice has reached everyone's ears through the connection with the communication magic crystal. According to my years of experience in performing missions, it should be teleportation magic. I think the caster must have his purpose in doing so. Everyone has already died once, and it doesn't make any sense to drag this tired body to die now. It's better to adjust the state, notify the surrounding Shizhong and the residents to take refuge. With our strength, it is impossible to fight against their group of monsters. This is an indisputable fact. Gildart's words, like a strong needle, were quickly and accurately pierced in everyone's heart. Everyone's angry minds calmed down quickly, and they realized that just having a passion for blood is useless, and sending death in vain cannot avenge the dead comrades at all. But at this moment, after mobilizing everyone's emotions, Gildarts secretly revealed a look of astonishment. Could it be you, Luo Yun? The eastern part of Fiori Kingdom. Luo Yun stood on the vast and flat sandy ground, looking at the group of fierce faces in front of him, without any surprise. Due to his ability to detect information, Luo Yun is no stranger to them, but except for Irene, no 12 shield has ever seen Luo Yun. The area in front of them had already been smashed to pieces by the magical elf force they had just shot. It seemed that some Tartaros demons had already died. From their point of view, they might still be recovering with the help of the regeneration device in their base. A combined army of close to 100,000 people is against the 12 shields and the 9 demon gates. This is a huge disparity in combat power. Now it has become one person against 12 shields and 9 demon gates, which is also a huge disparity in combat power. But for some reason, 12 shields seemed to faintly feel that the sense of oppression exuded by the young man in front of him was much stronger than that of the nearly 100,000 army. Perhaps, it was the power of the magic wizard who attacked here just now, or maybe it was because of his overly calm demeanor, or because he could not move like a mountain in the face of so many Ishgar's strongest magician-level powerhouses alone. The style of the King of Stocks. But the most intuitive thing is that 12 shields didn't know how he transferred so many wizards. Just now, at the moment when Wall's magic wizard power was launched, Luo went to use the dark literature teleportation magic to teleport all the ugly allied forces back to the guild. He had prepared the dark text on Fairy Tales Guild members early. And just because he was able to know the positions of all the kingdom's troops through the myriad phenomena, in conjunction with another magic, he instantly switched positions between himself and all the kingdom's coalition forces. This magic is Mirdi's feeling link in the original Grimoire Heart Guild. The feeling link can link the magic power of people within a specified range, and the maximum range can extend to the entire continent. Although the range of this magic is very large, Luo Yun does not want to link with the magic power of the wizards of the western continent, so he needs to control the range, so how to lock the link target becomes very difficult. Fortunately, Luo Yun has the magic of dark text teleportation. As long as the guild members are limited to search for the allied forces to link up the magic power, Luo Yun can teleport them to Fiori's palace through the dark text. This is the fourth fusion of dark text magic and superlarge magic, and it can be said to be one of the most complicated and practical magic developed by Luo Yun so far. After the teleportation, after the connection was completed, in the eyes of 12 shields, Luo Yun was like a single entity fused from the nearly 100,000 troops. Even from the point of view of teleportation magic, this is so ingenious and exquisite, it's amazing. Luo Yun took a few, good, steps forward, and slowly raised his head. He is counting the enemies here. The 9 demon gates are all here, only Franmouth in armor is missing. Did the weakened version of magic spirit power just kill only one demon? If Jelal's triple magic circle, mirror water, can be used in combination with the power enhancing magic, it should become even stronger. Opposite to Luo Yun, the 12 shields, who escaped the backlash of the magic elf power just now, looked at the corpse of the demon on the ground that was hit by the magic elf power, and then turned their heads to look at the young man in front of them. They had already regained their composure from the abnormality. They didn't care about the dead demon. Compared with the demon, they cared more about whether the boy was really related to Fez. Interesting. Could it be that we found the person we were looking for so quickly? Neinhardt joked. Is that him? It seems very weak. However, this aura is indeed extraordinary. General Winter-Invel adjusted his glasses and buried his head down. Let me check his status. Wall said. The mechanical detection system in his body can quickly detect the enemy's weakness and physical fitness. While speaking, his mechanical brain has sent quite complicated feedback. Know what's going on? Wall's expression didn't seem quite right. What's wrong? On him. Wall's mechanical eyes trembled. I can't find a weakness in him. No. What's going on? Wall's expression didn't seem quite right. What's wrong with the boat? On him. Wall's mechanical eyes trembled. I can't find a weakness in him. Chapter 134. What did you say? Wall covered his head with one hand, and said in a little disbelief. Probably my detection system is malfunctioning. I couldn't detect any of his weaknesses, and when I checked his status, an excessive amount of information popped up on my side, and now the mechanical system has collapsed. Cut. Playing tricks, you won't die here in the end. Agil took 2 steps forward, raised his head and smiled. I know, it's just some weird tricks. In the country I once destroyed, there are also many masters of reflection magic, so what's the matter? You trash over there, you should be very proud. You are really lucky to be able to defeat one of the 9 demon gates of Tartaros. But your calculation is wrong, they are demons that can be resurrected infinitely, everything you do is actually worthless at all, haha. You will be sentenced to death obediently by us, and regret your birth under the painful torture. Agil was mocking Luo Yun from a distance, and at the same time, the magic power in his palm had already started to sway, ready to launch his proud sand magic to bury Luo Yun alive. The magic pulse bomb was transferred by me. 347 Let's go together. Luo Yun said so coldly to the 17 powerful people in front of him. The scene fell into a long silence. The sudden freezing of the air was not because of fear, but because their endless anger towards Luo Yun surged like the tide of the flood season. Whether it's Wall, Agil, or Bloodman, the god of death, General Winter-Invel, everyone buried their heads, so that they would not be unable to control their consciousness due to excessive anger. All the mages present are strong men who directly belong to Zeref, they can all be regarded as Zeref's servants, and they are all part of the Alvarez Empire. And not long ago, the mysterious person who caused the drastic changes in the Alvarez Empire, the person who single-handedly turned hundreds of wizard guilds in the Alvarez Empire into nothingness really existed in this world, and before their eyes. This tells them how not to be angry, this tells them how to hold their breath, this tells them how to calm down their anger after torturing and killing Luo Yun. Demons of Tartaros, listen, hold your hand. This is my highest order from His Majesty Zeref to you. Invel growled viciously in a trembling voice. Let our 12 shield mages capture him alive, skin and cramps, and any mages after that, or even everything in this entire country that we captured, it's up to you to decide what to do. Mard, the king of the underworld, is the president of Tartaros. He nodded his head slightly, and seemed to have lost interest. Luo Yun took a few steps forward again. Walking on the sandy ground of this battlefield, he felt as leisurely as if he was in his own courtyard. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Every time Luo Yun was made to take one more step, every time Luo Yun was allowed to live for one more second, the heart of the 12 shields of the protectors was like 1,000 ants crawling over, filled with unspeakable pain and suffering. When Luo Yun took each of these 3 steps, the magic power in each mage with the 12 shields was raised to a higher level, and when the 3rd step was taken, the magic power in each mage was already inflated to its peak. They want to see Luo Yun begging for mercy on his knees eagerly, they want to see Luo Yun's humbling gesture of withdrawing his arrogance all over his body, they want to make Luo Yun feel overwhelmed with pain, and they want him to spend the uninterrupted eternal calamity in the underworld. And when Luo Yun took the 4th step, shusha! A sand vortex flowing downwards appeared in the sand under Luo Yun's feet instantly, and the manipulated gravel seemed to turn into 2 big hands, grabbing Luo Yun's ankles fiercely, and dragging them into the sand layer. In half a second, the sand vortex rapidly expanded to an exaggerated range, and the edge was actually under Agil's feet. If the kingdom's coalition forces were swallowed by such a sand vortex, at least thousands of people would die as a result. Under the extremely powerful magic power, the sand vortex rotates at a high speed, and quickly absorbs Luo Yun's body to the center with a strong suction force, which is far beyond the absorption speed of being stuck in a quagmire or swamp. His head was almost buried in the yellow sand. Ant hell! Agil yelled frantically. He wanted to let Luo Yun know what is real magic power and what is the killing technique on the battlefield, which is the highest state that those academic mages can't reach in their lifetime. Whether it is speed, power, or casting range, they are all perfect. Only this kind of magic can offset the deep hatred in Agil's heart. The only way to let such a level of sandstorm bury Luo Yun, let his respiratory tract and even his 7 orifices be completely filled. Only the tiny gravel can calm Agil's mood a little bit. Weak, so weak. Next. I will build your tomb for you. Agil throws his hands high. His expression has changed from anger to excitement. The moment he saw Luo Yun's head was covered by yellow sand, Agil seemed to be able to see the pitiful appearance of Luo Yun's tragic death in front of him. Sands of death. The moment Agil raised his hands, the sand layer in the distance on the 4 sides of the sand field was already rushing towards him like a snowball. The golden sand layer after layer was built higher and higher, almost forming a tsunami of yellow sand on the battlefield. Sweeping, howling, and rushing, the tsunami of sand rose higher and higher, and fell from the sky, while the ant hell turned more and more quickly, launching a violent attack from the ground. When the 2 attacks of one day and one place merged, being in the middle is no different from encountering a tsunami and an earthquake at the same time. No matter how strong his ability to copy magic is, as long as he dies, everything will be in vain. Why does he think that we, Alvarez, have become the most powerful empire in the world? No matter how much magic this brat understands, does he have as much experience and combat experience as any of us? Agil yelled excitedly, and kept taunting Luo Yun in the yellow sand. What happened to Fez hurt his vitality before, and he finally recovered. He will definitely make himself unable to move these days. The anger was vented on Luo Yun's head. However, it was at this moment that the expressions of the 12 shields behind him changed in shock. You talk too much. In just an instant, Luo Yun flashed in front of Agil, so close to him that the bridge of his nose could even touch. Chapter 135. What's wrong? Don't you want to kill me? Luo Yun stood in front of the Desert King Agil expressionlessly. The distance between the two was extremely close. Agil gritted his teeth ferociously but did not move. At this moment, Agil felt an indescribable threat for the first time. Can't move. Even without looking, Agil knew that his legs were held by sharp claws made of yellow sand on the ground. Those claws were comparable to ferocious beasts like brown bears and tigers. But the sand seems to have been mixed with the clay, possessing power and control stronger than itself. When the claws controlled his legs, the fine sandy soil had already sunk into his flesh, and the excruciating pain made Agil forget how to cast magic power for a moment. He didn't even have the strength to punch Luo Yun in front of him, he could only wait for the sand layer to drag him down until he looked up at Luo Yun, and then saw the darkness in front of him. Sand, why can't I control the sand? Sand magic is a magic that infuses the sand with magic power and drives the sand to move freely. If you can't drive the sand yourself, it means the magic power poured into the sand by Luo Yun is much more than him. That's not August's copying magic, and Luo Yun has never used copying magic on him, it's simply the strength of sand magic, which has really opened up a huge gap. Your magic range is good, but if you want to kill me, like this is enough. Luo Yun pressed down gently with the palm of his hand. Suddenly Agil's body was already lowered by 5 or 6 inches, and only Agil's head was left exposed on the sand layer among the yellow sand flying. And it was at this very moment. Stab dash! The originally bright yellow sandy soil was suddenly covered with a layer of frosty white, reflecting a dazzling color under the sunlight. At the same time, the surrounding temperature dropped sharply, and the incomparably dry air condensed into layers of thick frost, and this level of cooling was only in an instant. Even if you look at it from a high altitude, you can see that this difficulty or meaning has become a group. Holding his glasses, General Winter Invel swung his left arm, and in an instant the yellow sand on the ground and Luo Yun's palm formed an extremely thick ice. At this moment, Invel raised his eyebrows and clenched his palms tightly. The ice layer rushed towards Luo Yun's body with an unstoppable momentum, and it extended to Luo Yun's body in an instant, dragging the sand layer behind him. Sealed together, it looks like a silver dragon wagging its tail from a distance. Condensation. You like to run away, don't you? Then, I will make it impossible for you to run away. Invel took a step forward, and at the moment before the condensation was completed, he used his 2 extremely powerful magics again. Ice Absolute Divine Clothes. Suddenly, Invel's whole body was covered by a layer of unique extreme ice. This is ice from the Devil World. It has extremely high hardness and resistance, and can condense and shatter everything it touches. Ice Slave. At the same time, an ice collar was born on the neck of Luo Yun, who was about to be completely frozen. Through this magic, Invel can quickly deprive Luo Yun of the ability to think and use magic. After only a moment, Luo Yun can be completely reduced to death. For his own slave. This is General Winter Invel. Not only is the ice magic training so proficient, what can even be frozen is not things, but goes deep into the soul. However, the next second. Sieve. In the blink of an eye, the temperature rose and the ice was lost. The collar around Luo Yun's neck and Invel's Bingja divine cloak also disappeared completely, but there were one transparent particle after another on the ground, which looked like the seeds of some kind of plant. The Arc of Time. Altair's magic, learned earlier, the Arc of Time can neutralize anything but people to a short-term previous state. Especially mages who use ice magic are basically no different from useless people to Luo Yun. Shoo! Suddenly, those transparent seeds on the ground quickly buried themselves in the sand, and then formed thick and thick ice vines at a terrifying speed. This is the modeling magic of ice? No. Invel still doesn't understand why his ice magic is completely ineffective against Luo Yun. Even if he is as powerful as him, Altair's time magic has never been experienced, and now he has to deal with the sudden growth of ice vines. Out of order. While Invel was still struggling with the continuous ice vines, a shadowy figure suddenly flashed behind Luo Yun. 0, ask for flowers. That's the magic of the killer Jacob Lescio, invisibility. How could 12 Shield fight Luo Yun alone? they had already come out in full force from the moment Luo Yun made a move. At the moment when Luo Yun seemed defenseless, Lucio suddenly appeared behind Luo Yun, who was proficient in assassination magic and acted silently like a ghost. "It's over. Send." The magic power in Jacob's body soared, and he actually teleported Luo Yun into a different space the moment he appeared. This is the unique space teleportation in Jacob's assassination magic, which can instantly send the enemy to another world, where life and death are fully controlled by Jacob. Approaching the enemy silently in an instant, and then sending the enemy away in an instant, this terrifying ability can be described as a destructive existence for any mage. Even if Luo Yun possesses the everything in the world, he can't know the blocked information, so Luo Yun can't capture Jacob's position at all. Suddenly, Luo Yun had disappeared in front of Ju Dun. The feeling of being hit by this trick is almost the same as the feeling of teleportation. Then, before he manipulates my life and death, send. At another moment, Luo Yun returned to the battlefield again. He can teleport from anywhere to any area he has an impression of, and of course he can also teleport back to this battlefield from a different space. It's just that Jacob never thought that Luo Yun could maintain such a reaction and speed even though he was attacked so unexpectedly by him. He didn't understand why Luo Yun's actions could be so fast. But Luo Yun is right in front of him, and he is already fully prepared to kill Luo Yun completely. The magic power that had been fully charged instantly gathered between Jacob's two punches. What he is best at is not the space teleportation magic, but the pure physical technique in the assassination department. With a destructive momentum and a start speed far exceeding that of a professional boxer, Jacob blasted at the back of Luo Yun's head with a punch full of magical power, enough to move mountains and flat seas. To make the demons of Tartaros shrug back half a step. 9. Chapter 136. Although Luo Yun could not capture Jacob's figure and orientation when he was invisible. But from the very beginning, Luo Yun knew how Jacob would attack him and from which angle he would attack. Because from the very beginning when he glanced at the 12 shields of the Protectorate and Tartaros demons, Luo Yun had already used the mind-reading technique of speaking magic to completely see their psychological activities. It was the moment when Jacob's heavy punch had already touched Luo Yun's face. Boom! The heavy pressure like a falling meteorite fell from Jacob's cap in an instant. The pressure enough to shatter his skull forced Jacob to kneel down instinctively, caressing the sand with his hands, and finally he couldn't even support his elbows, and was suddenly crushed on the sand. Above. In the sky above his invisible body, a huge group of incomparably powerful magic power endowed the air, just like a mountain pressing down his 710. The moment his hands were pressed against the sandy ground, there was nothing else on his body, but a circle of stormy air was pushed out around him, which shows the horror of the magic power under this strong pressure. Well! The skull had been shattered, and Jacob's cranial cavity was rapidly congested with blood. He felt the severe shattering of internal organs, and his internal organs had been squeezed to the point of deformation. This gravity magic has reached such a height when Luo Yun uses it at will. At the end of his life, Jacob tremblingly shook his last finger that had been crushed and deformed close to the ground. Even if he couldn't even lift a finger, he still had to shoot a laser, at least making Luo Yun lose one of his legs. Call out! The laser shot out from between the fingers, and hit Luo Yun's toes, arousing a little green smoke. However, Luo Yun didn't even bother to dodge. This laser beam was simply within the tolerance range of his high-level magic resistance, and it was far from reaching the upper limit of what he could withstand. On the other side, Envel was still fighting with the countless ice vines summoned by Luo Yun. How come more and more? Damn it! Every time he encounters a threat, Envel has long been used to condensing dangerous objects quickly, and he will be safe immediately. But the more he condenses, the harder and more numerous the ice vines that continue to grow become. Bunches of vines grow freely and move around, and within a few dozen seconds, this area has been surrounded by an icicle cage. Who would have thought that besides sand magic, Luo Yun also has such a high ability to control ice magic? Envel gritted his teeth, the magic power of extreme cold surged all over his body, and he was about to escape from this frosty cage. Ice Flower Sky Burial. While he was shouting loudly, the surrounding water vapor quickly condensed into pieces of sharp ice flowers because of this huge magic power, and then, the ice flowers fell on the ice floor of Luo Yang like a shower. Clang! The ice cubes were excited with each other, and there was a clear and crisp sound of glass shattering. However, what was broken was not the ice vines summoned by Luo Yun but the ice flowers released by Invel. The magic power of the two is not at the same level at all. It wasn't until this moment that a sense of fear emerged from Invel's heart little by little, and the original feelings of anger and contempt towards Luo Yun had turned into a little fear. Even if it is the ice magic that he is best at, he has no idea, let alone Luo Yun has countless terrifying magic that he has never seen before. Before he could calm down and think more, Luo Yun quickly shouted to his 12 shield companions for support. Brandish! Neinhardt! What are you doing? Aren't you here to help? We have been working hard for a long time, but it is useless at all. Neinhardt stood in front of Brandish, his frivolous smile became quite strained and tormented. The magic he used, History of the Corpse, is a branch of the psychic magic, which can peep into the opponent's mind, and recreate the Mei who he thinks is the most difficult to deal with in the enemy's combat career to fight the enemy. However, Neinhardt, who once used this trick to easily destroy an opener, was surprised to find that this magic cannot be activated on Luo Yun at all. Could it be that, has he never had a hard fight at all? Has he never had even a strong enemy? Sweat was already beating down Neinhardt's long, shoehorn-like face. Call! At this moment, Bloodman, the god of death, dashed forward like a shadow without looking at him. At the same time, a purplish-black grievous curse power has been crazily surging out of him, that is the magic barrier particle that makes all the magicians feel like a light on their backs. But if you inhale a little bit, no matter how strong Luo Yun is, there is no possibility of surviving at all. As long as you come into contact with Luo Yun next, you don't need to do any other steps at all. Luo Yun's life is in his pocket. Also at the same time, Judge Wall's ultra-long-range anti-object magic cannon has been loaded, and the target Luo Yun has also been locked. This is Wall's mechanical ingenuity. It can instantly smash objects far away from 400 kilometers away and has a terrifying damage range. It is not a weapon against humans at all. Even if it is used to attack a dragon, it is quite terrifying. Of deterrence. Target magic cannon launch. At the moment when Wall gave the order to fire the magic cannon. Bang bang! The soaring fireball suddenly jumped from the ground to the air, and Wall's magic cannon was instantly blown up on the spot, and the surging heat wave even burned himself. Hot! Ugh! Covering his half-destroyed eyes, Wall's half of his mechanical body has been scorched black by the blast, and the electric current is constantly overflowing from the built-in circuit of his body, disappearing in the air while giving people a feeling that he is about to explode at any time. In the hazy and incomplete vision, Wall actually saw Luo Yun facing him, and a laser beam of Jacob's appeared on his fingertips. 2.2. Ding! Predator analysis, target Jacob Lizio has been analyzed. Congratulations to the host for mastering skills, invisibility, dead space teleportation, laser beam, fighting technique. Call out. Without a pause, the second laser beam shot out from Luo Yun's fingertips. Sieve. This sound is the metal friction sound when Judge Wall's mechanical heart is hold. ZZ. The overflowing current flows back into Wall's mechanical heart, but it has nowhere to go from the burnt empty shell. At the same time as the heart was damaged, the short circuit caused Wall's body temperature to rise sharply like a soldering iron, and the flames that sprang up had already licked his whole body painfully and itchily. The knot exploded, and he lost his consciousness before he knew it. Chapter 137. Looking at the robot with no vital signs and Bloodman, the god of death who charged, the corner of Luo Yun's mouth twitched slightly. The power of a small magic wizard is nothing more than that. Even the value of being prayed by me is quite lacking, it's just a pile of scrap iron. Looking at the dead Wall impartially, Luo Yun didn't look at Bloodman and Invel. He stood still and raised his palm upwards. With just such a simple movement, the ice vines that leaped out from Invel's quadruple crazily surged up at a speed 3 or 4 times higher than before, blatantly piercing Invel's skin and lower abdomen. Ugh! Invel spat out a big mouthful of blood, lowered his head in astonishment, the glasses slipped from the bridge of his nose, fell on the ice and shattered. The mixture of ice modeling magic and plant magic released by Luo Yun Xinqiao, I don't know how terrible magic power has been poured into it, but it has a hardness even far surpassing that of ice in the devil world. The extremely cold ice flow pierced into the skin of the body, quickly freezing Invel's blood and skin, and then from bone to marrow, until Invel 05's heart was completely frozen. Invel, who only knows how to condense magic, has no way to deal with magic of his own kind. After the temperature of his body dropped to freezing point, his consciousness gradually faded away. At the same time, the huge dark magic power of Bloodman, god of death, had blasted towards Luo Yun's body, skin and bones, eroding every inch of Luo Yun's muscles and tissues. His whole body is made up of magic healing particles, and there are endless magic barrier particles in his body. By using incantations, the main curse seal can make these magic miasma particles fully penetrate into the body weight of the enemy. During the time when Luo Yun was dealing with Invel and Wall, the magic power in Bloodman's body had risen to an unprecedented level. Terrible mantra accumulated inside and outside his body until it formed a pool of black plague storm. The purple-black terrifying energy field that made the magician's face change was full on Luo Yun's side, and even Luo Yun realized without giving him any time to escape, Bloodman instantly sent all his magic barrier particles into Luo Yun's body. Even if Luo Yun can escape through teleportation, as long as he stays on the battlefield, he will inevitably ingest the magic barrier particles, and the only way to die is anyway. However, something that even the devil, Jail Reaper, did not expect happened. Luo Yun breathed without any scruples, and he didn't have any scruples or fears about the magic healing particles he inhaled. Bloodman, the god of death, had already considered various countermeasures for Luo Yun after he escaped, but he was completely unreasonable. Luo Yun would stand still and let his magic barrier particles erode him. This is tantamount to sending him to death. In this way, Bloodman does not know what to do next, just like the enemy sends the white flag of surrender to you, and you are in a mess for a while. Luo Yun's motionlessness is also witnessed by Brandish and Zanfei de Maria. Originally, de Maria was ready to activate the seal of time to freeze Luo Yun's time and end his life, but because Luo Yun also mastered time-based magic, she didn't know if it was safe. And now that Luo Yun is dying, they don't need to take any more risky actions. They just need to let Brandish minimize the threat Luo Yun caused before he died, and then take his body back to torture him. Behind de Maria, Brandish was holding a wooden spoon of starburst ice cream. At this moment, she finally had the opportunity to aim at Luo Yun's body to release the huge magic power in her body. Zoom out. Brandish put his hands together on his chest, and for the first time, he used his magic power to fight very seriously. Her shape magic can freely change the size of objects, it is super magic of the same level as Gildart's shatter magic, and like Gildart's, there is no trace of casting trajectory and magic power leakage. As long as the magic power in the body is born, the magic has been released. With just a snap of his fingers, Luo Yun's body shrank into a world as small as an ant. The moment Brandish's shape magic was completed, the only remaining 12 shields felt that the dust had settled. Is it finally solved? This man is really scary. In this way, no matter how strong his magic power is, the magic power he releases is estimated to be less than 1% of what it was before. After all, his magic range will shrink along with his size. Magic? It's ridiculous. He has already inhaled that amount of magic barrier particles, can he use it again? Luo Yun, who had become the size of an ant, stood on the sand and looked up at the body of Bloodman, god of death, as if he felt as huge as a tower reaching the sky. Even Luo Yun couldn't evade this trick of shape magic. But the real situation is, Luo Yun doesn't want to evade at all. I'll let you see the magic power that I have hidden for a long time. Luo Yun has been waiting for this moment for too long. Since the goblin's heart gave him infinite magic power, from the moment he got the goblin's heart, he could freely control the casting range of all magic, and easily expand it to an infinite extent. Whenever you use too much force, you may be injured by your own magic, so Luo Yun has always been hiding, fighting people has always been unmoved, to prevent his excessive magic from running wild and hurting himself. But now, I have become such a small state, since the range of magic has been weakened by 927 so much, I can move a little bit more seriously. Putting his hands in his pockets, a purple brilliance rose from Luo Yun's body. That is the infinite magic power endowed by the heart of the goblin, infinite shrinkage, still infinite. And when the familiar magic formula was completely recalled in Luo Yun's body, a chilling light radiated from Luo Yun's eyes. Magic spirit power, activate. 12 shields such as Bloodman, Brandish, and Larcade wait for a while. There is no need to make a move at all, and then they only need to wait for a while, and the balance of victory will naturally tilt towards them. In a short time, they can wait until the magic healing particles in Luo Yun's body completely pollute his body, trying to remove all his magic power. Afterwards, as long as Brandish withdrew his magic power staying in Luo Yun's body, Luo Yun would die suddenly. Agil, are you okay? General Envel is dead. So is Wall. How the hell did Jacob disappear? Did he just use invisibility to hide? The traitor. 12 Shields was still horrified at the loss caused by the battle that broke out in a very short time just now. They obviously underestimated Luo Yun's strength by far, but then the things that made them really fear gradually surfaced. Chapter 138. At this moment, everyone's heart is regretting. They were filled with anger in their hearts. Is it right or wrong to refuse to let Tartaro's demons take action? If Jackal launches a lock-on blast and lets Mard, the king of the underworld, manipulate the plants in the underworld to exert pressure, can these companions survive? No. The war concubine Dimaria is quite clear. If it is an enemy that their 9 shields can't deal with together, adding a few demons whose combat power is far below the 9 shields is just getting in the way. Now being able to send all the magic barrier particles into Luo Yun's body while shrinking Luo Yun's body to the smallest size is already the limit of what they can do. If any other magic is abused, no one can think of whether this young man will have other more terrifying tricks to deal with it. In this way, it is already good. Everyone, after Luo Yun's death, let's hang all the soldiers and citizens of this country. And before that, I will torture them one by one. I want to tell them, this is the price of opposing our Alvarez Empire, this is. Dimaria raised her head as she spoke, but suddenly her voice stopped abruptly. Between the curtains of the day, there seemed to be a group after group, even as many as a dozen or 20 huge bluish-white energy bodies that were expanding and expanding at a super high speed. The power that didn't belong to her companions at all made her vaguely feel that something was wrong. This is magic spirit power. Larcade said in alarm. Sure enough, the bluish-white light group quickly extended to the surrounding area, until the huge magic circle was completely exposed, and dozens of huge magic circles had already covered the sky. It was at this time that 10 Earth Shield and the demons all saw the full picture of the magic power in the sky. That is the ultimate weapon of the Magic Council, the magic spirit power. How is it possible? Didn't the Magic Senate long ago? Irene's information will never be wrong. In the current Ishgar, it is impossible for anyone to use the power of magic wizards. Even the combined spellcasting of countless wizards is incomparable. At this moment, Neonhart's pupils were constantly trembling, and while he was dripping with sweat, he was driven by a hunch that hit his heart directly, and he couldn't help but blurt out his idea. Could it be that Luo Yun? No, it must be related to that Luo Yun. What are you talking about? The shape magic has already taken effect, hasn't it? And the god of death has just put the magic barrier particles. Even if it's really Luo Yun's magic, how could he be able to manipulate so many magic spirits with one launch? Indeed, Neonhart's vision is too unreasonable. Luo Yun's body has been shrunk by 100 times, and he has indeed absorbed a large amount of magic barrier particles. It is impossible for him to use a normal small magic, and it is impossible to use teleportation magic. It is already impossible, let alone the magic spirit power. Just a single beam of magic spirit power can destroy a small country, but this is more than a dozen beams of magic spirit power, which can completely wipe out the entire Persk country and Ishgar continent from the map. Even if they were as strong as the 12 shields of the protectors, they would definitely be destroyed in front of this natural disaster-like force. No, it must be related to Luo Yun. Nian's heart trembled with sweat on his face. No matter what, we can't hide from this power. Even Brandish can't shrink the power of so many magic elves at once. The only way to find a breakthrough from Luo Yun is now. As long as you cooperate with Brandish and De Maria, we still have a chance. In an instant, the posture of the battle situation was reversed. The 12 shields, who were originally arrogant, seemed to be impatient like ants on a hot pot. If their actions were slightly off, they would all be buried here. De Maria and Brandish looked at each other and nodded. Zoom out. Among the yellow sands, Luo Yun's body, which had been shrunk 100 times, gradually expanded again, and was about to return to its previous size. However, Luo Yun knew exactly what these guys were going to do. He has long used mind-reading magic to perceive that the demons of Tartaros will no longer obey the orders of the 12 shields, and they will definitely attack themselves in order to protect themselves. If it's just these demons, it's okay to say, the key is that there are really some difficult magics to deal with. Goddess of the Chill Moon Sela as command spell, De Maria's Seal of Time, Larcade's Happy Soul. Luo Yun's brain started working at 1,000 times the speed of ordinary people. These magics are indeed too dangerous. If Luo Yun is indifferent, he will be somewhat afraid. However, Luo Yun is not an idiot who can be bullied. Stealth. Jacob's invisibility magic just learned, now is the time to come in handy. As Luo Yun's body gradually enlarged, his body also slowly began to become transparent. When his body was fully restored, De Maria searched for Luo Yun's traces everywhere. He clearly saw his figure flashing past just now, but now he couldn't see anything anymore. How could it be? That time magic can't be activated at all. Brandish, are you sure you have enlarged Luo Yun back? Of course, I promise I did. Brandish responded coyly. At this moment, the demons behind them were also terrified in front of the destructive death light of the gathering and deepening magical elf power. When all the big magic circles had been laid out, 12 shields and 9 demon gates knew very well that they had no choice but to do what they could. Concubine De Maria took a step forward and shouted loudly. Everyone, let the magic power into Brandish's body together, let her magic range expand, move fast. Zhao Zhao's. Now she is the only one who can solve this crisis. That Luo Yun is definitely a lunatic who can't be messed with. There is no need for our 12 shields to perish with their Fiori kingdom. Irene and August can't fail, we still have a lot of time to get revenge, move. Everyone was quickly moved by these words. The demons of Tartaros use conjuration, and that power does not share with Brandish's, but if they combine the power of several of their mages, there is still hope that the power of these magic elves that are about to be launched will be minimized and the power will be saved. Their lives are at stake. At this moment, Chi Wei's voice came from the 10 pieces of nothingness. That voice was cold and without any emotion. Although it had the clear voice of a teenager, it gave off an extremely sophisticated and ruthless voice. I think you may have misunderstood. How can I be willing to destroy the country where my guild is located? Chapter 139. In the void, 12 shields and 9 demon gates couldn't see Luo Yun's figure, but his voice was clearly heard by everyone through powerful magic power. It's the right decision for you to restore my size. Because, no matter how small I become, my magic power remains the same, and this will only increase the difficulty for you to hurt me. You guys got one thing wrong, and that's, I will kill you with precision and restore my country to its original state. You may not know that the magic of time mark can restore all destroyed objects to their original state. I will actually use this magic spirit power to kill you, then teleport to another world, wait for you to die, and then restore my country to its original state. The words from the transparent Luo Yun made 12 shields and 9 demon gates feel stuck in their throats, and only a few members were roaring to resist their fear and confusion. It really is him. He really is the one with the magic spirit power. Although I don't know how he did it, has everything been arranged by him? Nian Hart's eyes widened, thundering. Magic healing particles, why the magic healing particles don't work on him? Larcade clearly saw that Luo Yun had inhaled almost all of Bloodman's magic particles, but now he can calmly talk to them. 353, which is too ancient. UBD, I must kill you. Jackal growled loudly. It even began to complain why the 12 shields despised the young man so much that they were now facing such a predicament. Pluto Mard put his hands on his forehead and remained silent. As a peerless wise general among demons, he knows that Luo Yun's words are true, and with the strength he has shown so far, he is indeed capable of easily doing everything he said. Not far from the crowd, every time Luo Yun uttered a word, he activated a teleportation magic. It seemed that there were traces of Luo Yun in all directions, making it impossible to figure out his true location. Luo Yun's voice came again. Demaria, Sela, Larcade, I know what you're thinking. You can use time magic to seal my actions, you can use command spells to control me, and you can also use secret techniques to make me lose the will to fight. But, can you stop the fall of the magic elf's power? Just let me see. In addition, demons, you can complete unlimited resurrections through the AF device in the base headquarters, but have you ever thought about why your previous companions did not resurrect? Resentment? Fear? Unwilling? All the demons and the wizards of the Western continent no longer cared about the so-called country, the so-called military orders, and the so-called courtesy before soldiers. If they can see Luo Yun, if they can grasp Luo Yun's position, if they have this condition, they must drink his blood and eat his flesh raw. However, at this moment, all these emotions were conquered by the supreme fear. Living in this world, this is the first time they have felt the fear of facing death like this. Luo Yun seemed to have calculated everything. Not only does he know all of their abilities, he has a clear calculation of their psychological activities, he has a clear insight into the secrets of the demons and even made all the preparations in advance. There seemed to be endless hole cards in his card library. In front of him, all the calculations and plans seemed to be the tricks of the child who was in his arms. When everyone was trembling, Luo Yun lifted his transparency. Luo Yun didn't want to get rid of this group of mages in the Western continent so easily. He wants to deeply root the supreme fear in their hearts, and he wants them to understand how stupid it is to stick to their past perceptions of strength and weakness, and to fight against themselves with their self-righteous prejudices. Choose, whether you will attack me and be destroyed by this spirit power, or deal with this magic spirit power and ignore my existence. Kill him. Of course Maria wanted to kill Luo Yun. If she didn't kill Luo Yun now, would she want to watch Luo Yun domineeringly stepping on the heads of their 12 shields? But the dozens of huge magic circles above the head have already been fully charged with magic power, and the ancient elemental magic spells are rapidly spinning a ball of blue brilliance, which has never been released. At this critical moment, are they going to die heroically for a moment of anger with this man? Leave him alone, everyone listens to me, transfer the magic power to Brandish. At this moment, Demaria, Larcade, and Neinhardt came to Brandish as fast as they could, pouring all their magic power into her. And at the same time, in just a split second those demons at the gate of the army understood what Demaria meant. During the time when they deal with the magical elf power, these demons must hold Luo Yun, in case he makes a sneak attack and the 12 shields are instantly defeated. Of course, Luo Yun also understood their thoughts. However, he didn't intend to avoid anyone's fight, even if it would cost him some effort. In the blink of an eye, the sun, evil, and ghostly speed rushed from behind 12 Zhou. However, Luo Yun's expression was somewhat disappointed. You are indeed a bit too weak, the decision of 12 shields is correct. Telling you to act with them will only hold them back. Shut up! Boy Che Ezel roared angrily and rushed towards Luo Yun. He had 4 arms and 8 legs, his body was blue, and he was as imposing as a ghost-faced Shura. And his demon sword spell can allow him to cut off all substances in this world, even if Luo Yun has various protective magics such as body strengthening, high-level physical resistance and Iron Dragon Slayer magic, it is impossible to have more than this demon sword hardness. Demon Blade 3 Moon. Tong Ziki swung an extremely ferocious shock wave at Luo Yun in the blink of an eye, but the sword wind had already lifted the yellow sand on the ground behind him thousands of feet before it could reach Luo Yun's body. Too slow. At this moment, Luo Yun's figure flashed sharply, without leaving even an afterimage, and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes in an instant. This speed is too weird. Even teleportation magic requires time-consuming chanting to activate, and Luo Yun's teleportation without chanting time can be said to be a flash without cooling time and distance restrictions. Call _ Flashing behind Tong Ziqi, Luo Yun flung his elbow back in an understatement. At this moment, the extremely strong physical strength that does not belong to the wizard should be released from Luo Yun's muscles with the kinetic energy of a cannon fired after being condensed like heavy lead blocks. Chapter 140. Boom. The sound that definitely does not belong to the sound that can be caused by a physical attack has indeed passed into everyone's ears. In just a split second, Luo Yun's elbow carried a force like 5 thunders, and with terrifying strange force, it blasted the boy's cyan body into the air. Immediately ejected like a bullet, Tong Ziqi's body slashed across layers of hard sand, rushing forward easily as if gliding through a pool of water, setting off layer after layer of giant waves of sand that pushed into the sky. At the end of the unknown horizon, everyone only saw a cloud of yellow smoke rising from the ground, and they could no longer see where Tong Ziqi was. Not only his location, even the moment when Luo Yun swung his elbow, in the eyes of everyone, it seemed that something suddenly flashed by, and it was impossible for the brain to think about Kuihi, and it was even difficult for him to think. Connect Luo Yun with the attackers. Only Luo Yun knew that it was impossible for him to survive this blow. Send. Before everyone reacted, Luo Yun suddenly flashed to the side of the storm in the next second. This wild-haired, muscular demon is good at using all kinds of spells, and is also a good hand at releasing magic particles. Shula. Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Yun pierced the storm's flank with a hand knife. Although his hand knife is a human palm, it feels sharper and tougher than the demon knife cut by the boy in the storm, just like a fine steel short dagger that has just been tempered. The strange sharpness attached to the hand knife is enough to erode his own body. $. When he realized it, Storm already felt the hard object crazily tearing at his sensitive nerves, and the severe pain made him stop thinking for a short time. Then, Luo Yun reversed his palm and swiped upward. Stab. When the blood between the palms continued to drip onto the sand, Luo Yun looked at the storm with grey eyes expressionlessly, already knowing all his mental activities. Before he died, he would self-destruct to release all the magic barrier particles in his body for him to inhale again, hoping to make even the slightest powerful counterattack. But in Luo Yun's view, this counterattack was too ridiculous and fragile. Soon, Storm's body emitted a burst of intense white light. Luo Yun did not hide. Vaguely, he could already smell a trace of gunpowder in the air. Boom! Suddenly, the thermal energy in the air under Luo Yun's feet and around him expanded rapidly, and a beam of fire exploded instantly. Just the sheer impact of the explosion made everyone unable to stand firmly. The body of the storm was also blown up, and a large number of magic barrier particles remaining in his body poured out, and the thick smoke lingered on the ground where Luo Yun had stood, making this area glow with a strange color of black and white. Jackal from 9 Demon Gates burst out laughing. Dead. Is this at least a disability? If you don't die, I'll prepare a second one right away. You can't escape. 9 Demon Gates together, this is no joke. Even if Luo Yun's actions were horribly fast, they had already put all their anxiety and fear behind them, and vowed to concentrate all their energy on injuring Luo Yun. In order for the 12 shields to be able to restrain the magical elves in the sky, they would not let go of the slightest chance of injuring Luo Yun. Luo Yun would stay in place for more than a second. He would be targeted by such a long-range blaster. Under Jackal's crazily laughing, the smoke screen has not dissipated, but a murderous figure can be seen from it. Send. Jackal, who was laughing loudly, was suddenly covered by the boy's body. Luo Yun. When he raised his eyes to look up, Luo Yun, who was rich and unharmed, had already stretched out his 2 grasps and grasped his 2 wolf ears. Applying force to both ends, Luo Yun tore off the 2 objects as easily as tearing off scraps of paper, and with the blood flowing horizontally, he turned to Jackal's back in an instant again. It was also at this moment that Jackal's laughter stopped abruptly. As soon as he stepped on Jackal's cat tail, Luo Yun's foot arch exerted a little strength, and Jackal couldn't help but think and lay down with his whole body and the whole body paralyzed. Luo Yun sneered, and stepped on his other foot towards Jackal. Ugh! Heart-piercing wailing resounded through the sky. What does it feel like? It's definitely not just the pain of breaking a few bones or rupturing internal organs, it's the most profound pain relief that the body can feel. 0. Asking for flowers. It seems that the nerves of the whole body are forced to gather in one place by some kind of strange traction force, and then they are broken and smashed with the maximum pressure at the same time. What Jackal feels now is this kind of hellish torture. Bang! Bang! Under the severe pain, Jackal's consciousness was completely out of his control, and the forbidden spells on his body were activated one after another, causing a series of small explosions one after another. And it wasn't until this moment that Mard, the king of the underworld who hadn't made a move yet, understood why Luo Yun was able to survive the explosion unscathed. Because Luo Yun directly swallowed the heat wave of the explosion flame into his stomach. Although the Dragon Slayer has high resistance to the corresponding elements, and it is true that it can swallow flames, it is true that it is completely unharmed. Suddenly, Mard remembered something. It seems that Irene once said that Luo Yun seems to have the 8 dragon-slaying magics of the god Selene in his body at the same time. Once thinking about this aspect, Mard can't help but break out in a cold sweat. Has he been hiding his strength until now? What a terrifying man! In front of his eyes, Luo Yun stomped on Jackal's chest at an extremely fast speed. With this footstepping, Jackal's thoracic vertebrae were instantly shattered into pieces, and the rare complete broken bone pierced into his internal organs, and then was squeezed out of its original shape. Under the torment of intense pain, blood spewed out of Jackal's mouth like a fountain, dyeing a large piece of sand under Luo Yun's feet bright red. At the same time, a terrible cold air and a stream of highly poisonous sewage have quietly hit. That was Yin and Torafusar. Even after witnessing the tragic death of other demons, they still wanted to seize Luo Yun's rare free time. But Mard, the king of the underworld, stopped them at this moment. Silver, Torafusar. Do not touch him. Mard said calmly. Magic miasma particles, including all toxins, and your spells of elemental energy, probably won't have the slightest effect on this man. If he has the ability of that Selene, whether it's fire, flood, storm, rock, or lightning. We miscalculated from the beginning. 6. Chapter 141. Although I still don't understand why the magic barrier particles are ineffective against him, you'd better hold back, don't delay the time. And haven't you noticed, from the very beginning when Jianjia and Tongzika disappeared? Pluto's reminder made Yin and Torafusar's hearts tremble. Indeed, the demons of Tartaros have bodies that can regenerate infinitely. As long as their bodies are severely damaged, they can rely on the regeneration device of the Hell Core to automatically repair their bodies and even bring them back to life. However, from Jianjia, who was hit by the power of a small magic elf at the beginning, to Dozaki, Storm and Jackal who was instantly killed by Luo Yun, every demon's body disappeared in an instant. It doesn't look like the body is sent to the core of hell, but it looks like it was completely decomposed by Luo Yun. Luo Yun smiled lightly. Worthy of being the 770 king of the underworld, after all, he has some insight. You think right, all your companions are now permanently sealed in my body and turned into my power zone. Things like magic barrier particles don't work for me at all. Isolation, this is the passive skill that comes with the predator. His body can isolate the intrusion of all substances harmful to him. Therefore, the substances that entered his body from the outside world have no effect on him. The more magic barrier particles are inhaled, the more they can be transformed into magic power in his body, enhancing the quality of his magic power. Perhaps some magic that directly controls the brain's nervous system still affects him, but relying on the magic of reading words, now Luo Yun knows what everyone wants to drive. There is always a solution to a problem. Luo Yun couldn't think of the possibility of his defeat at all. Seeing Luo Yun's calm expression, Pluto Mard's thoughts changed, and he quickly analyzed the situation on the field again. I don't know what kind of magic he used, but Luo Yun seems to have extremely strong physical fitness, coupled with his unlimited teleportation, he can easily kill anyone. However, he didn't seem to be in a hurry to clean up the situation, but was waiting for something. What's more, Luo Yun's behavior is obviously quite ordinary, but once they do something that offends him, Luo Yun will retaliate tenfold, making them miserable. This is enough to infer a point. Although the shot is often fierce, Luo Yun does not seem to be the kind of cruel and bloodthirsty person, which makes Mard think that maybe he can try to delay some time. And when the crisis of magic elf power is resolved, and the 12 shields regain their freedom, relying on the simultaneous control of Demaria and Goddess of the Chill Moon, they will have the last trace of victory. This is also the last move made by Pluto in desperation. After pondering for a moment, Pluto pretended to be self-confident, and said to Luo Yun, who had just slaughtered Jackal. "Well, you are strong. Your strength has far exceeded my expectations. I will not let them interfere with you. Kyoka, you go and meet him." Just as he was talking, a green-haired demon in armor and a mask walked towards Luo Yun, twisting his body. She has a slender figure and a light body, coupled with her mysterious attire. At first glance one might think she is the kind of model walking on a runway show. But she is actually the head of the most brutal 9 demon gates in Tartaro's goddess of the slave planet Kyoka. When the 9 demon gates attacked Luo Yun together, Kyoka was the only one who really stood still except the president Pluto. This is due to her ability, self-reinforcement. After this skill is activated, it will strengthen itself every second, and it will be strengthened and strengthened continuously. Kyoka does not need to fight at all. He only needs to wait for the power to be recharged to improve his physical fitness to an unprecedented level. The point. And when Mard ordered her to take action, her self-strengthening had already pushed her physical strength to the peak level, so that green bioluminescence continued to glow from her body surface, and the light drifted and swayed like ghosts. Like resentment, it seems that countless undead from hell are crying through her body, longing for liberation. With her slender ankles, every time she took a step, the sand on the bottom of her feet would be shaken away again and again. Just the airflow caused by raising the arch of the foot and retracting the arch of the foot would make countless sand and gravel crazily swirl and dance around her feet. In any case, this is not like the power that a pure assassin should have. You want me to fight only with her? Why, did you ask my opinion? Luo Yun turned his head sideways and asked Pluto. Asking such a sentence is very scheming, and Pluto, who is extremely rich in the city, can't help but feel his body go numb, as if Luo Yun will instantly jump behind him and start killing. Silver, goddess of the chill moon, and Torafusar are also covered in cold sweat. Will Luo Yun come over in an instant? If he comes over, will he appear in front of him or behind him, or will he appear beside him like he killed the storm? It seems that there is a threat of death from every angle, and this man is like a time bomb, which makes people feel a chill all over. However, having said that, Luo Yun turned his head to look at Kyoka and showed some interest. "I'll just play with you for a while. I hope you don't disappoint me." When Kyoka looked at Luo Yun, there was not much entanglement in his heart. According to Pluto's arrangement, she has been constantly strengthening herself since she faced the 100,000 troops. The current strength can be said to be even higher than the 12 shields of the country. But Luo Yun said so lightly, and she couldn't help but feel the indescribable pressure. For this reason, she can only use all her strength. Demonization. Suddenly, a group of silver-white brilliance burst out of Kyoka's body, washing her body that had been strengthened by green magic energy at a high speed, and even dyed her mask and armor into crouching Sunday. Well! Under the washing of that white brilliance, Kyoka's skeletal muscles have completed a new evolution, as if 1.7 has become the image of a white demon in the book of Zeref. This white demon with a coquettish green light from time to time exudes an extremely ominous and terrifying aura. When she looks back at Luo Yun under the blessing of this ferocious power, it is like a wild beast watching a poacher in the dense forest. Deprive you of hearing. Under the condensed supreme magic power, Kyoka faintly projected her murderous eyes from her white mask. Deprive the 5 senses, this trick really has a different response. The cries of the flying sand and stones just now disappeared in my ears in an instant, and the original howling wind on the battlefield disappeared completely. Even though he could feel the cold wind passing over his cheeks, Luo Yun was still deaf in both ears. Immediately after. Deprive your vision. Chapter 142. The same time right now. Shua. From high in the sky, dozens of huge bluish-white magic circles swirled crazily, and suddenly shot down one after another magic beams containing terrifying magic power. Any of these light beams, after touching the ground, will cause great damage that is more powerful than nuclear weapons in modern society. And after Luo Yun simply spent more than 10 seconds dealing with a few demons, these Cyan elf powers flowed down like a waterfall, and they were about to destroy this continent. During this period of time, De Maria, Neinhardt, and the others have spent considerable effort to transfer the magic power into Brandish's body. Magic power transmission, this is a very difficult subject. Even a great magician with outstanding strength may not be able to transmit such a huge magic power to the opponent. But I don't know if it's because of a strong will to survive in her heart, or because of some strong obsession in her heart. Bran really feels that her body is full of endless magical power, allowing 05 to be able to attack multiple objects at once. Use her shape magic. The moment the cyan light shone on Brandish's face, Brandish held his hands high and poured out all his magic power towards the magic formation like a galaxy full of stars. Zoom out. Wow! Sure enough, with the cooperation of several 12 shield magic powers, the sudden drop of more than a dozen beams of magical elf power and the large magic circle in the sky shrunk rapidly, changing from a waterfall-like beam of light to a trickle of water. Width. The vertical distance has also been shortened sharply, and the time it takes for the magic wizard's power to fall to the ground is greatly extended, and it seems that the situation has improved a lot. However, several 12 shields did not intend to relax at all. They are very clear that even the power of the little elves like flowing water is completely enough to completely destroy this entire area. It's not enough, it's not enough. It's too late, Brandish, do your best. Brandish gritted her teeth. Her excessive concentration made her unable to respond anymore, and now she was all about reducing the power of the magic spirit to almost nothing. And the other side. Deprive your vision. Suddenly, there was darkness in front of Luo Yun. Obviously both eyes can be opened, and there is obviously no difference in body sensation from before, but a black cloth that can shield all light seems to have grown within Luo Yun's field of vision. Losing hearing and vision one after another, Luo Yun soon stopped walking, which is the instinctive response of creatures. Deprive your sense of smell. Soon, the bloody smell that was still lingering around me just now has completely dissipated. Luo Yun's palm was still stained with the blood of the storm. He raised his wet fingertips and sniffed, but he didn't smell much. Take your balance off. Kyoka was full of terrifying green magic power. In an instant, Luo Yun's body really swayed uncontrollably, probably because the human body balance tissue located in the inner ear was affected by Kyoka's magic power, just like a beard that has been cut off. Domestic cats are generally difficult to move. Not bad spell. I thought the deprivation spell was nothing more than that, but this is really an unexpected sense. Luo Yun squatted down, the only way he could ensure that he would not fall to the ground suddenly. It was pitch black in front of him, and he couldn't distinguish the enemy's position through smell and hearing, and Luo Yun knew very well at this moment that if he moved a little, he would slip because of losing his center of gravity. Call! The radiance of the conjuration raged around Kyoka, reflecting the earth under his feet an eerie emerald green. Kyoka, who had been strengthened to the peak, stretched out her hands. It was not hands, but a pair of sharp claws. This is Kyoka's weapon spell. She can turn her hands into weapons to attack the enemy. This seemingly simple spell can make her stand at the head of the 9 demon gates, showing its destructive horror. Even if the finger and sharp claw is simply launched, the power is already quite powerful, but if all the magic power is injected into this blow, what kind of terrifying destructive power will it explode? Kyoka doesn't want to think, she likes to speak for herself. In the blink of an eye, Kyoka had already charged in front of Luo Yun. The claws that had condensed all the magic power were about to cut Luo Yun and his head to pieces. Ugh! Suddenly, the sharp claws fell, so fast that it was almost undetectable. Surprisingly, Luo Yun didn't have any defenses. He didn't even put on the simplest defensive posture. At this moment, even Plutomard couldn't help being surprised, but what surprised him was still to come. Clang! Kyoka's sharp claws slammed towards Luo Yun's neck, hitting the sensitive and delicate nerves of the human body accurately, but there was a crisp sound. Is the strength of the attack reduced? No, just judging from the strong winds all around due to the speed of this blow, it can be known that Kyoka has undoubtedly exerted his full strength. But what happened? Plutomard looked at everything in front of him, his complexion suddenly darkened. I saw that the two sharp claws of goddess of the slave planet Kyoka had disappeared, and on the sandy ground, a puddle of ice crystals unexpectedly appeared at this moment. Ice absolute god clothes. Can never go wrong. Gaining terrifying defensive power and body resistance in an instant, and condensing and smashing everything it touches, this is the ability of General Winter Invel, and also 463's strongest magic. Because of this magic, few people in the 12 Shields dare to compete with Invel, but after defeating Invel just now, did Luo Yun actually learn his magic? Kyoka stood there in shock, her feet had been frozen by ice and unable to move. Luo Yun's voice came quickly. Maybe you think I can't perceive your existence, but unfortunately, I know it very well. Everything can make Luo Yun perceive the location of all enemies, and the magic of reading words can let Luo Yun know the intentions of all enemies. How can a weak demon know these things? With his eyes tightly closed, Luo Wei carved dark words on his body with his fingers. Soon, his body was slowly raised from the ground. Kyoka suddenly realized that a pair of white wings had grown from behind him. Dark text, wing. Luo Yun, who was floating in the air, maintained his balance with the power of magic, and admonished Kyoka like a holy angel. I can already feel the strength of your ever-increasing physical body. I'll give you back your equal strength. Kyoka had already begun to sense that something was wrong. But when she wanted to escape from the shackles of the ice layer by relying on that powerful mantra, it was already too late. Chapter 143. There is absolutely no escape. When General Winter Invel's congealing magic reappeared on the enemy, Kyoka was completely helpless. No matter how terrifying her muscle strength is, when every nerve is completely condensed and blocked by Luo Yun, she will be inferior in the end. Obviously, even if Invel is really standing in front of Kyoka now, she still has enough confidence to tear up the extreme ice. Her current power is so terrifying that even Yiren, the god of ice absolute, has the confidence to break through it. But what he is standing in front of now is not Invel, but Luo Yun, whose magic power far surpasses his. In terms of the amount of magic power, Luo Yun has an unlimited supply of goblin hearts. In terms of the quality of magic power, Luo Yun has an additional source of magic power and the increase of the fusion of magic spirit power. In terms of the attainment of elemental magic, Luo Yun has 2 layers of ice modeling magic and the blessing of as many as 11 kinds of dragon slaying magic. When Luo Yun released a little bit of the huge magic power in his body, the whole sand field was covered with a layer of hoarfrost. This is a field scene that can only be seen when Bed Bell is angry. When Kyoka, who has lost her arms, can no longer break free, what should she do with her spell power that she has nowhere to cast? The only way is to use all the tricks and fight Luo Yun to the death. Human enhancement, pain sensation enhancement. Driven by Kyoka, one after another ingenious incantations have successfully come into effect. There are spells to transform the enemy into a demon, and spells to strengthen the enemy's pain perception. However, the Luo Yun in front of him didn't change at all, the only thing that remained was that his skin had turned into a steel-like metallic color. The direction of all phenomena has been locked. Steel Iron Dragon Slayer Magic. Diamond Dragon's Dragon Slayer Magic. Strength strengthened. Dull material steel. At the same time, in a very short period of time, Luo Yun added to himself all the magic to enhance the power of the body that he had learned since crossing into this world. Although I can't see Kyoka, can't hear the wind and grass around me, and even my own physical body becomes difficult to control, but as long as I know Kyoka's current position, everything is enough. Stretching out a fist, and then clenched it tightly, Luo Yun just supported it, and under the continuous addition of multiple forces, slowly green smoke floated out from the gap between the fists. Filled with that excessive magic power, Luo Yun's muscles faintly glowed with a dazzling biological light. The moment he noticed this light, not to mention Kyoka, even Mard, the king of the underworld, felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. This is by no means a power that a mage can possess. If there is really any mage with such great power, then there will be no zoo people except Zeref. It's over. Luo Yun took a breath of air, then lowered his head. Sent. Dash. In an instant, Kyoka's pupils dilated sharply, her throat seemed to be blocked by some hard object, and it was difficult to make a sound. Afterwards, her body functions began to disintegrate and drain at an extremely fast speed. In the moment when she was completely unable to react, Luo Yun had already flashed to punch her directly in front of her, without any fancy superfluous movements. Her heart and even half of her body have been pierced by Luo Yun's fist. At an extremely fast speed, Luo Yun's punch is so hard, concentrated and unstoppable. Slaughter. Like slaughtering livestock in the cold chain market, Luo Yun killed Kyoka so easily. Even if he was deprived of his 5 senses, he could not even realize that he had completed the attack the moment he drew his fist and elbow. As a Tartaros demon, even if he dies, he can be resurrected through the core of hell, and of course Luo Yun can't let Kyoka survive. Ding! Predator predation, confirmed by the host, prey on the target goddess of the slave planet Kyoka. Ding! Predator analysis, the analysis of the spell of the target object is completed. Congratulations to the host for mastering skills, weapon spells, strengthening spells, demonization. Without hesitation, Luo Yun finished the predation after Kyoka lost consciousness. After Kyoka's death, the negative effect of depriving the 5 senses disappeared, and Luo Yun's vision, hearing, smell, and balance nerves quickly returned to normal. Weapon spells are really dispensable skills. Demonization Luo Yun has already learned from the previous predation on the Storm and Jackal. The key is that this strengthening spell is really worth paying special attention to. In front of the enemies who had been wiped out by Luo Yun to almost half, Kyoka disappeared without a trace in an instant. And Luo Yun's calm expression, as if he had expected such an expression, announced to everyone that he did have the ability to devour others. Pluto Mard's face turned green. From now until now, he was not in a hurry to let his subordinates attack Luo Yun, but was just thinking about how to use the best plan to delay time and came up with the 10 best strategies to fight the enemy. According to his original plan, Kyoka should be able to hold Luo Yun for a long time, and if he takes the opportunity to cast the esoteric spell Joy or release the ultimate spell Memory of Death, he will be able to control him with absolute certainty. Now, these assumptions have been completely overturned by Mard himself. It's impossible to rely on this kind of strength alone, it's impossible to defeat this man, the gap is really too big. The only possibility is the plan that was first prepared. Mard turned his eyes quickly to Goddess of the Chill Moon Sela. That is another female demon in Tartaro's 9 demon gates. She has 2 huge horns, long black hair, and fair skin. Although her clothes are revealing and she has a good figure, her demeanor is quite calm and introverted. She often closes her eyes and smiles seriously, looking like a fortune teller. Her command spell can command human beings, making them involuntarily manipulated by Sela, and can even manipulate the actions of the dead. The control ability is the top among 9 demon gates. Qian knows, at the same time, all the big magic circles in the sky disappeared before they knew it. Brandish knelt on the ground panting, profuse sweat dripping from his head. She never thought that she was really capable of such a feat, but fortunately, the magic power supported by her companions was sufficient, and she really succeeded in doing it. Shrunk more than a dozen beams of magical elf power to the size of a needle tip. No matter how exaggerated the magic power of Brandish's shape magic is, she would not be able to do such an absurd thing, but now she has succeeded. The big magic cavity of the wizard's power has completely disappeared, and it has changed to a nanometer level that cannot be detected by the naked eye. While Neinhart and Larcade haven't recovered from their urgency, Demaria is different. After confirming that her situation was finally safe, she rushed back non-stop, and within a few steps, she saw Luo Yun, who was at ease, standing in the same place. Chapter 144. Demaria will be here soon, and the magic she will use will be known without guessing. There is also Tartaros, goddess of the chill moon, a spell and a spell, I'm afraid only what I prepared in advance can handle. Luo Yun chuckled, and suddenly a strong glow appeared in his palm. This strong light is not the light of Kyoka or 12 Shields magic power that is revealed on the body surface, but solid and strong. Just as soon as it was separated from Luo Yun's palm, it quickly spread the bright yellow halo around at high speed, quickly brightening the surrounding light and darkness, and in seconds, it turned the four together from a piece of pink gold to the surrounding area. It became snow white, making all the mages and monsters in the western continent close their eyes spontaneously. The brilliance of a fairy. Luo Yun raised his right arm, and a golden halo suddenly emerged from the sky. Between the halos all over the sky, the aperture rapidly expanded, and then, the second aperture, the third aperture. It was the same as the magical elf power before. The sky was filled with this shining golden ring in a blink of an eye. This weird deterrent force made everyone instinctively take a step back. Super magic? Why can he activate so many super magics one after another? Is his magic power infinite? Could it be hallucination magic? Strange, that kind of magic should not work for me. The circle of light has been called out. Luo Yun pressed down 247 suddenly with one arm, and the countless circles of light in the sky flashed and wrapped around everyone in an instant. Afterwards, Luo Yun tightened his hands, and the previous brilliance that was dyed in white all around burst into even greater brilliance, and everyone's sights on the field were completely enveloped by Shio's pure white. Fairy brilliance. The offensive magic among the three major magics of goblins is different from the laws of goblins. It is magic that attacks from the physical level. First use the summoned halo to firmly hold the enemy, and then exert a strong magic pressure to make the enemy feel the supreme pain. In the original work, the double-walled August had easily defended against this trick, but for the members of the 12 Shields and the demons who had lost most of their magic power, it was too difficult for them to resist this magic. Sensing that something was wrong, Dimaria reacted quickly with total loss of vision. Receive, God of Time, Chronos. Dimaria's hair suddenly rushed upwards, and her skin turned into pure black with white lines. This was already her strongest form. The reason Dimaria can manipulate time is precisely because she uses the same receiving magic as Myra Jane, but what she receives is the God of Time. She seldom uses full reception, and now she has completely transformed into the appearance of the God of Time, possessing a power far beyond that of the past, but even so, she still cannot escape the shackles of this fairy's brilliance. Damn it! Is the magic power instilled just too much? Damn it, if this goes on like this, I can't lock the target at all. How can I activate my magic? Just hold on a little longer. I've already held on until now. How can a mere super magic defeat me? After I've been through this for a while, just hold on a little longer. Dimaria talked eagerly to herself. At this moment, Luo Yun also felt the powerful magic power of Dimaria. The God of Time. It is indeed stronger than expected. I am afraid that even the elf's super magic cannot restrain her for long. Forget it, anyway, I activated the fairy's brilliance just to delay the time, which is exactly what I want. While the enemy was still suffering under the brilliance of the goblin, Luo Yun activated the space magic. This time, the object he took out was no longer a weapon, but a huge magic circle that was ready to go and fully charged. A whole raw rice. This is the ancient super magic that Luo Yun analyzed from Oration Cease just in case. It can reverse light and darkness, distort good and evil, and keep the distribution of power in the world in balance for a long time. Shoo! The huge magic circle has already stretched across Luo Yun's back, and the distorted light shining on everything will soon completely cover this area. Afa, no one can stop the initiation of Nirvana, and once it has been initiated it is impossible to stop. Unless someone uses a high-level taboo magic like the self-discipline collapse magic circle to destroy it, but even so, it is too late. Everyone, we'll see you soon. Send. After Luo Yun left such a sentence, he disappeared in the same place in an instant. And the strong rainbow light suddenly shot out in all directions from the big magic circle behind him, and it started without any hindrance. At the same time, Fiori Kingdom faces the battlefield in the north. Ulfheim fell to the ground covered in blood, his outstretched hand was trembling, not to mention magic power, but he didn't even have the strength to lift it up a little bit. The third seat in the 10 wizard saints has been brutalized to such an extent, who else can do such a thing? Boring insects, don't hinder me anymore. It's the same with you, but your strength is really stronger than I expected. You probably don't have any unused hole cards, just show them and have a look. Crimson Despair, Irene Belzarian. He knocked down 2 holy 10-level mages without any effort, one of them was almost fatally injured, and Irene hardly exerted any force during the whole process. Just saying this to Makarov, Irene's expression was suddenly taken aback. This is... Through the magic exploring eye, she was able to see the picture transmitted from the eastern part of Fiori Kingdom in her mind. A white glare suddenly appeared in the picture, and the light entering it was distorted, making it impossible for Irene to see anything clearly. Within that white light, it was clear that the eastern battlefield was in a crushing situation just now, but the current situation was reversed in an instant. The demons are all wearing golden rings, and they cannot escape being baptized by some kind of powerful force. Even the 12 shields of the Guardians are not immune to the disaster. But what Irene saw just now was the scene of Luo Yun appearing and fighting with several 12 shields. Although the specific situation is still unclear, Irene is now very convinced that Luo Yun should have made some kind of subversive move, causing unexpected drastic changes on the battlefield. If they hadn't been hindering me just now, I could see the whole picture clearly. I really missed the most critical part. Irene sighed slightly. Although she was unhappy, she had an obsession, firmly believing that Luo Yun would return to the eastern battlefield, and then she could take the next step. Then, Irene set her sights on the exhausted Makarov. Chapter 145. Ahem. Makarov stood up with difficulty, dragging his exhausted body, looking at Ulfheim beside him in pain and bleeding. He had to admit that he had far underestimated the ability of this Western continent mage. It can be said that Makarov's perception of strength has been subverted at this moment. Before the war, the 4th Warodsikan of 10 wizard saints had already instilled magic power into himself so that he still has enough energy to be able to play 2 tricks with an Irene for a while. But Makarov originally thought that with the addition of a 3rd seat at the Holy 10 level, even if he could not defeat the wizard from the Western continent, it would be enough to delay her for a long time. However, such a result was too unexpected, and it made Makarov unable to accept the fact that the levels of magic between the 2 countries were so different. Almost before 2 moves, the 2 were quickly defeated by Irene. Even those handy little magics that Irene used before, the 2 of them had to spend 2 hours to deal with them. She faced these 2 old men as if she was playing house with a child, when to start and when to stop, and at what speed. All of these are in her hands. If it weren't for the powerful magic power in his body, he would have gone to Hexy ahead of Ulfheim by now. Why, are you going to be unable to hold on any more? 17. Irene said blankly. Just now, she still showed some interesting smiles from time to time, but now her expression is incomparably indifferent, as if the 2 top powerhouses in the eastern continent have lost any value to her. I know, because your capital palace, the Huideng Palace, is just behind the north, so you are trying to hold me back like this. But unfortunately, my interest in you has faded. Let it all end. Irene raised her hand as she spoke. Between the magic wand she held high, a beam of orange light rose faintly, with extremely strong magic power, as if a beam of light was about to be shot through Makarov's throat in the next second. Cough cough. At this moment, Makarov suddenly had a mark on his arm. That was Fairy Tale's guild mark, and it was also a proof that some kind of large-scale magic was about to be activated. It's not over yet. You must not pass through here. The magic that survived so hard in the guild exists to fight against such powerful enemies, and now is the best time to use this magic. Even if it's just to delay some insignificant time, Makarov must use this magic. As he said that, Makarov spread his hands at the same time, and saw a group of strange magic power gushing out from that weak body. The light, even Irene couldn't help being stunned. Drink, the Law of Goblins. West of Fiori Kingdom, Magnolia Harbor. August walked forward slowly. In front of him were countless guild mages who collapsed to the ground. They are all the most outstanding group of wizards on Fiori continent. Even if they don't have the level of 10 wizard saints, even if they are just a small trainee wizard, they are still selected from thousands of trainee wizards. The seedlings selected by Wangsuan. But in front of August, the division of strength and weakness is so clear. When you can't touch the line at the strong man, you will be automatically kicked out, and you will be knocked down instantly if you don't even see August's shot. The president of Lamia Scale, the old lady Uba, has lost consciousness, and Jura has a broken leg, but she still has some vague consciousness, and she still can't think about anything under the extreme pain. The only person not injured was the second seat of the 10 wizard saints, Hyborian. But the reason why he wasn't injured was just because August wanted to see his magic, so he didn't shoot him. Are you using an indirect blood-sucking magic? August nodded slightly, as if he had arranged everything clearly. It's really amazing magic. Among the countless magics I have learned in my life, whether it is lethality, concealment, or functionality, this magic can be said to be perfect. If it can be used more fully, I don't know what kind of waves it can make in the magic world. At this moment, Hyborian buried his head in shock, his brow covered with sweat. His desperation for this war can already be seen from his eyes. Is he complimenting me? What the hell is he doing? Just now, Hyborian's full blow, the attack that contained all the magic power launched to August, didn't even break his fingernails. 0, seeking flowers 00. And now August is praising himself? Is this mocking and fooling, or is it from sincerity? If it is from sincerity, why choose this time? Hyborian's brain is already in chaos, the only thing he can feel is soon he will be buried here. August took another 2 steps closer. Although he moved slowly, the aura that really belonged to the strong was clearly killing intent. Now you have 2 choices. These are the 2 choices I specially gave you. Death, or join our Western Continent Alvarez Empire, swear allegiance to His Majesty Zeref until death, and contribute your own modest efforts to the prosperity of the Empire. 0. Hyborian looks to August. In this moment of life and death, his instincts denied him any answer. He just stood up like a gentleman, and then carefully adjusted his beard and bow tie, just like a righteous man who died bravely. Is that so? That's good too. I will give you my allegiance for your country. August raised his hand slowly. The dead wood staff under his palm, unlike Irene's, looked extremely ordinary. But just like having no sword is better than having a sword, the more simple a weapon is, the more it can reflect the terrifying strength of the wielder. The moment he raised the staff, Hyborian already had the consciousness of death. 0. However, just as August was halfway through the lift, the movement stopped. He heard it. With the power of the God ear, he can hear everyone's inner voice and extremely small changes. Is it Irene? Contact me at this time, she must have seen something rare. Inside the fairy tale guild. The once bustling guild is now empty. Luo Yun teleported back to the second floor of the guild hall, silently counting down in his heart. It's over. He knew that the initiation of Nirvana had been completed, and now it was time to go back and make a final conclusion. Chapter 146. Call. The surrounding tavern-like furnishings instantly turned into a cloud of yellow sand. The intense light just now has dissipated, and before Luo Yun's eyes, the demons of Tartaros, Hades Mard, Silver, and Tora Fusar, as well as Nienhard in the 12 Shields, Dimaria and others have escaped from the shackles of the goblin's brilliance at this moment, but they are motionless and dull. They didn't show their expressions until Luo Yun appeared in front of them, but the expressions were completely different from their previous impressions of Luo Yun. In previous battles, these demons were either arrogant, or fanatical like Agil and Jackal, full of mad desire to destroy and dominate things. But now, their expressions were so sunny that it gave 23 Luo Yun the feeling of being possessed by his guild members. Luo Yun is most concerned about Dimaria, of course, but at the moment Dimaria appears to be quite quiet. She used to be aggressive and irritable and sadistic, but now she stays in place without saying a word. Compared with Loki in the guild levy, and the others are even more introverted. Could it be that he pretended to be changed and secretly attacked himself? Luo Yun kept an eye out, but soon he made his own assumptions. Not to mention that these 12 shields who protect the country may not be aware of the effect of the great magic nirvana. Luo Yun can feel that they are not malicious just from the feedback of the reading magic. Luo Yun turned to look at Goddess of the Chill Moon Sila again. What will happen to her personality after being reversed? Will it be quite dangerous? Just as Luo Yun was thinking this way, Sila's voice came at the same time. Really, how could I be in this kind of place? Hurry up and let me go back, can't you, eh? How can I wear this kind of clothes, shameless? Luo Yun coughed twice. Sila, do you know who I am? Aren't you that Luo Yun? It seems that you fought with some of our companions just now? Is that so? I don't remember clearly. It doesn't matter anymore. Am I trapped by this organization? I don't want to stay here anymore. Can you use your teleportation magic to send me back quickly? Luo Yun thought it was a bit funny, but he didn't expect Sila to become such a noisy and extremely unstable type. But even so, she had no intention of attacking others at all. Tartaros demons are essentially evil existences. No matter how their personalities are reversed, they will always be formed towards the good side. Demons such as Silver and Torafusar have also reversed their previous personalities, even Mard, the king of the underworld. He originally only had contempt and hatred for human beings, but now he seems to be full of positive, healthy, and positive energy. Just using a taboo magic nirvana, Luo Yun is equivalent to using the memory magic on everyone and still not failing like before. Luo Yun let out a sigh of relief. The preparation I made in advance really made everything a lot easier. There is no need to clean up the enemies one by one. Next, even if Evergreen's petrifying eye magic is used to petrify them all, they probably won't even hide. The process of devouring will suddenly become easier. However, Luo Yun felt something strange, which made him tighten the last string in his heart. This is also from the venerable and white Larcade. Just glanced at everyone present, Luo Yun knew very well that Larcade didn't seem to be affected by his own nirvana. The reason for this is that Luo Yun doesn't want to think about it for now. The important thing is that according to the feedback from the mind-reading magic, Luo Yun has noticed that Larcade will attack him next time. He didn't dare to attack Luo Yun directly, but wanted to find a gap where Luo Yun could relax his vigilance, and then release his ability Happy Soul. Let Luo Yun indulge in extreme happiness, forget about fighting and magic, and then get rid of Luo Yun easily. Therefore, after realizing Larcade's thoughts, Luo Yun's eyes stayed on Larcade from the beginning to the end. The more he looked at it, the more Kadiso felt that something was wrong. As the most perfect demon except End created by Zeref, Larcade itself is a man-made demon and is not affected by Nirvana's personality distortion. It can be said that his character is originally a fusion of light and darkness, in an absolute neutral state, and will not be shaken by anything. Fee. And his actions from the beginning to the end are to carry out Zeref's will. When Zeref ordered to attack Fiori Kingdom, he carried out Zeref's order, that's all. This may also be because his physique is too special. But in short, at the beginning, Luo Yun was still paying attention to several other companions whose temperaments had changed drastically, and Larcade was still looking forward to launching a sneak attack to give Luo Yun a fatal blow. But Luo Yun's gaze shot over quickly. Those eyes pierced straight into Larcade's heart like sharp knives. After witnessing the disappearance of so many companions, he knew very well that he could not be Luo Yun's opponent. If he is unsuccessful, he will only have a dead end. Will he flash to the left? Or behind me? Larcade was quietly preparing for the activation of the magic of desire, ready to respond quickly when the situation changed. However, Luo Yun saw all these small thoughts. Luo Yun walked slowly towards Larcade. 1 step, 2 steps. Every step made Larcade's heart shudder, every step made Larcade's body tremble, and his liver and gallbladder trembled. Luo Yun's words came immediately. You are worried about me, you are afraid that I will come to you, aren't you, Ying Kaide? As soon as these words were uttered, the white magic power in 1.1 Larcade's body surged instantly. This is a spontaneous behavior he made for self-preservation, even if it is just a try, he still wants to see if Luo Yun's brain is filled with happy substances, can he have a chance of winning? But Luo Yun smiled coldly. Suddenly, Luo Yun's pupils turned into a deep black red. There seemed to be a terrifying blood in those eyes, and they looked like an endless abyss or a deep black hole, as if all matter could be sucked into it. Forever. Devil's Eye. This is the skill that Luo Yun learned after devouring Hades. It can instantly release the magic power hidden in the body, and make his energy soar to a new height again. And under Luo Yun's infinite reserve of magic power, the deterrent power released by this magic can only be described in terms of terror. Chapter 147. Sand Magic. All of a sudden, the yellow sand behind Larcade suddenly rose more than 10 feet, and the towering sand sea instantly arched an extremely solid sand wall behind him, and it is impossible for him to escape from it even though he has all kinds of solutions. Luo Yun's whole body exuded a dark aura, and the gloomy killing intent permeated his whole body, which was even worse than those Tartaros demons. It was hard for Larcade to imagine that his happy soul and a series of mind-invading spells could work on such a man. Under the high sand wall, the distance between the two shortened sharply. And Luo Yun didn't use teleportation magic, he just wanted to let Larcade taste the real fear with this step by step of the darkness behind him. So far, everything you have done has been in vain. Luo Yun's clear voice came out along with the dark magic power, and it suddenly became extremely thick. My body is immune to the intrusion of any substances that are not good for me, not only those magic particles. But now, I don't have the patience to show you. The evil words passed through Larcade's eardrums, making his whole body tremble instinctively. But how could he miss that one and only chance? 05. Happy Soul Implantation. Suddenly, thick white tentacles popped out from the ground one after another. Each of these tentacles is equipped with double magic of white magic and desire magic. The creatures that touch will feel extreme happiness and lose the ability to fight. At the same time, rays of the same nature as these tentacles also emanate from Larcade, and the happiness conveyed by these rays is unavoidable to anyone. This is Larcade's seamless control from the air and the ground. Ding! Predator Predation, Target Object Desire Magic, White Magic Predation completed, analysis in progress. In an instant, the white tentacles and happy light disappeared without a trace. Larcade's mouth was wide open, his crotch was wet before he knew it, and golden liquid ran down his crotch. The last hole card that was played with all its strength, just disappeared in front of the eyes so simply, or in such an inexplicable form. This is not a difference of one dimension at all. I have already started to fantasize about my tragic situation in the future. In the midst of desperation, Larcade seems to have a fantasy in front of his eyes. It seems that there is a face of Zeref hidden under the shape of Luo Yun. The strongest original black mage in history is judging his own incompetence, cursing the unreasonableness of his existence, and will soon completely remove his soul from this world. Well. In the hallucination of despair, Larcade collapsed on the sand like drowning and twitched, his hands tightly clutching his throat, writhing his body frantically, like a fish leaving a pond. Not long after, Larcade's eyes turned white, his legs tensed up, and he stopped breathing. This is the illusion magic that Luo Yun analyzed from Mavis. Under the shadow of the sand wall, no one noticed Larcade's death, only Brandish, who was right behind Luo Yun, watched all this. But even so, her state of mind didn't change at all, and she didn't feel shocked, excited, or intend to attack Luo Yun at all. The high wall of gravel slowly fell down, falling on Larcade's body one by one, quickly burying his body. And when the sand wall dissipated and Larcade completely disappeared in front of everyone's eyes, Luo Yun's predation had also been completed. The only thing that slipped through the net has been cleaned up. Next, it's time to keep the system busy for a while. Luo Yun looked at the mages and monsters whose personalities had been reversed in front of him. Although they were determined to do good, they were all shocked by the powerful magic power that Luo Yun had erupted just now, and they all turned their attention to Luo Yun. After holding his breath calmly, seizing this moment, Luo Yun gathered all his magic power on the eyeball and released it. Petrified Eyes. This is Evergreen's housekeeping magic in the Thor Guild, and Luo Yun has never used it since he learned it. Ugh! Luo Yun's eyes swept away, and with a sudden burst of magic power, all the creatures in front of him turned into motionless stone statues. After gathering the magic power in his body, it is easy for Luo Yun to petrify so many people at the same time. However, Luo Yun is not very sure about this magic. If it is not used in conjunction with nirvana, it is estimated that it will be useless because of the ability of time magic and brandish shrinking magic. What follows is fairly simple. Now that the personality has been reversed, Luo Yun will not kill these enemies easily. For the time being, he will first modify the memory and seal it in his body. Learn all their magic and spells before talking about other things. There is only one person left to be petrified, and that is Brandish, who has the best relationship with August among the 12 shields. The reason why Luo Yun kept her from petrification was because Luo Yun sensed something was wrong. From just now to now, Brandish witnessed the whole process of Luo Yun killing Larcade, and also witnessed the whole process of Luo Yun's petrification of 9 demon gates, but she did not have any emotional fluctuations. Not even the emotion of surprise. Is there a mistake in the information? The mind reading delivered by the reading magic will not be wrong. Did Nirvana modify her nature to be too cold-blooded? But does that mean that Brandish's nature is actually light? 633 Just when Luo Yun wanted to question Brandish about this matter, Brandish sent a message to Luo Yun first. You just kill me. This sudden sentence caused Luo Yun to fall into a brief silence. It seems that you are the real fish that slipped through the net. Are you not affected by nirvana? Luo Yun glanced at Brandish, and just said silently in his heart. Great Sage, analyze. Ding. Great Sage analysis appraisal is activated, please wait a moment. Ding. The analysis and identification is complete. I see. Luo Yun quickly figured out why Bran was not affected by nirvana at all. To be precise, nirvana is not a magic that reverses people's character, but a taboo magic that reverses the light and darkness in people's hearts. And this magic did affect Brandish, but because Brandish has no special obsession with light and darkness in his heart, the concentration of the two is very similar, so there is not much change after the swap. Luo Yun recalls Brandish's personality from the original. Indeed, she is the most uncompromising faction among the 12 shields of the Guardians. She obviously possesses extremely powerful magic power and has been given the title of Crafting the Nation, but she just lives her own life as she pleases. Chapter 148. Just kill me. Brandish said calmly. Under her emerald green bangs, the pair of pupils had lost their brilliance, as if she had clearly recognized her tragic future, and Brandish didn't intend to make any more struggles. Originally, she was planning to do something to Brandish, but once she asked Luo Yun had no desire to do it. Luo Yun really hates doing things according to other people's wishes, even if the request is beneficial to him. Luo Yun thinks it is simply boring. He looked at Brandish, and while using word magic to capture the true thoughts in her heart, he had a rough conversation with her. Why, give me a reason. The reason? I can't defeat you, and I will die sooner or later. I see. The corner of Luo Yun's mouth twitched slightly. Why do you think you will die if you lose to me? You wizards from the western continent, your companions, and even those demons are not dead yet. What? For the first time, Brandish's ashen face had an expression of surprise. You can understand it as my ability. As long as there are people who haven't died, their life or death is decided by me alone, and I didn't intend to kill them. Luo Yun narrates the facts. He originally thought that Brandish would look very excited or feel grateful and relieved, but unexpectedly. Hearing this, Brandish sighed instead. It's as if she doesn't care about her country's subjects at all, and doesn't care about Emperor Zeref's will and those so-called honors that don't exist like other 12 shields, and doesn't care much about the life and death of her companions. Please kill me. Do you have any other reasons? Luo Yun asked coldly. Brandish had no words, and the thousands of thoughts in his mind had already turned into an obsession to die. Although Luo Yun was asking rhetorically, Luo Yun already knew the answer in her heart at this moment when the magic of reading words was cast. In the original work, Brandish has a great hatred for the Fairy Tale Guild because she misunderstood that her mother, Grammy, was killed by Lucy's mother in the Fairy Tale Guild. Putting aside this misunderstanding, in fact, although Brandish is the guardian of the 12 shields, it was entirely because of his powerful magic power that he was photographed by August and sworn in as Emperor Zeref Jinzong. She is quite lazy and afraid of trouble, and has no intention of fighting at all, and the reason why she came to launch an aggressive war is entirely because of Zeref's will. But now, the war has failed, at least the joint invasion plan of Dezhou and 9 Demon Gates was shattered by Luo Yun alone. Even if she continues to live in this world and is let off by the wizards of the Eastern continent, she will never be able to avenge her mother's revenge. And if he stayed in the Western continent, he would be ashamed to return to the country as a defeated person, and the leisurely life in the past was gone forever. Captured all kinds of thoughts in Brandish's mind, Luo Yun couldn't help sighing. Petrified eyes. The magic power suddenly rose, looking into Luo Yun's eyes. Brandish quickly felt that his body quickly turned into a hard rock from the bottom of his feet. The solace of the feet can no longer move, followed by the waist, hands, and the head of the neck. And my own consciousness gradually dissipated. Where am I? In heaven, or in hell? Brandish's consciousness wandered in a different space without a fixed place. This different space is exactly Luo Yun's stomach bag, but Brandish doesn't know it. Obviously he has been petrified. Luo Yun should kill him, but now he can clearly feel his own consciousness, which is really quite a strange feeling. Suddenly, Brandish felt a trance, as if some kind of magic had invaded his consciousness, and he was trying to remind himself of something. But Brandish, who has turned into a soul body, can't stop him, he can only let him act. With the deep penetration of the magic power, Brandish's memory suddenly added many scenes that she had never seen before. This is. In that picture, the truth of the hatred that Budentish was carrying was clearly recorded. She saw Zaldeo killing his mother in 7 kin of purgatory. It turns out that my mother was not killed by Lucy's mother Layla, and basically has nothing to do with the wizards of the Eastern continent. On the contrary, in those memories, Layla and her mother, Grammy, have a very good relationship. Although they have a master-servant relationship with each other, they are as close as biological sisters. If it is a fiction, it is too real. If it is deliberate, why does the caster treat a person who wants to die like this? Brandish's spiritual awareness was greatly shocked. Under the shock, her consciousness seemed to take a long time to calm down, and then she seemed to fall into a deep sleep immediately. In short, soon her consciousness broke away from that strange space. W actually told me the truth before he died, what a merciful God. Then I can sleep forever. Brandish's consciousness flew back into his body. If she could make an expression now, she would definitely show a knowing smile, rejoicing that she was able to die so worthwhile. But time passed by every minute and every second. I can still feel the temperature of the sun, I can still hear the sound of wind and sand around me, I can still feel that I can drive my limbs and 5 sense organs to move freely, and even the feeling of being blocked after being petrified like just now does not exist. Brandish opened his eyes, and there was Luo Yun's face in front of him. You finally woke up. His handsome face, before the battle, only made Brandish feel murderous, but now he feels a different kind of warmth. Li Hao, the contrast is too strong. What happened, what happened? Am I not dead? Luo Yun straightened his body, looked down at Brandish lying on the ground, and briefly explained a few words. Brandish, because you are the only one who never tried to kill me, I won't kill you. However, since you don't like the magic of Nirvana very much, and you have a grudge against the Eastern continent, I have no choice but to restore a memory for you. With your mother's will, live well. Varied. Before Brandish was surprised, Luo Yun turned around and left immediately. His calm and casual back is reflected in Brandish's eyes, but it is branded on his own heart. He even let himself forget how terrible the magic power was when he killed his colleagues just now. Brandish will never forget the next moment for the rest of his life. Chapter 149. Ding! Predator Analysis. The analysis of the target predator brand has been completed. Congratulations to the host for mastering the skill, Shape Magic. Under the setting sun, Luo Yun didn't look back, and walked straight to the back. His single clothes glowed wonderfully under the halo of the setting sun, like a wandering lonely knight. This moment will forever be engraved in Brandish's heart. The northern part of the Fiori kingdom in the eastern continent. Makarov crouched on the ground with a dazed face, desperately looking at the unharmed Irene in front of him, only collapsed in his heart. Just now, in order to hold off long enough, Makarov cast the 3 goblin magics on Irene, the goblin law. But Irene didn't seem to be afraid of this powerful super magic at all, and easily resisted the impact of the goblin's law just by using her own additional weakening magic. This is the result that Makarov has long expected. But Makarov has second-hand preparations. The heart of a goblin. The biggest secret in the fairy tale guild, the heart of the fairy contained in the fusion of the body of the first president Mavis and the magic of Su Sheng, has always been the information that only the past presidents can tell. Possessing the heart of a goblin is equivalent to possessing infinite magic power, and using that infinite magic power on the super magic of the goblin law. 197 Makarov firmly believes that he will be able to defeat Irene, and the worst is to die together. Because extracting and using the goblin's heart directly would have very serious consequences, perhaps causing many unintended casualties, Makarov has been hesitant to use this powerful magic. But now, how could he care so much? At the same time as the voice was resounding, Makarov immediately closed his eyes tightly, put his hands together, and the mustache flew up with the strong wind of huge magic power. The law of goblins. Just in the blink of an eye, the goblin's law, which was already bleak, was filled with energy again in an instant, bursting out with the same strong light as before. Irene couldn't help raising her wand to block the erosion of this light. But Irene didn't have the slightest fear, she even wanted to laugh. The heart of a goblin? Is this what you call a goblin's heart? Indeed, I have heard His Majesty mention the power of the 3 great magics of the goblin, but is the heart of the goblin a power that you can control? What a fool! Under Irene's mocking voice, Makarov was not disturbed, at all. He concentrates on injecting all the remaining magic power in his body into the super magic fairy's law, which is bound to let the super magic annihilate Irene's magic power. However, the situation was out of Makarov's control. Separation and addition gods no addition. Irene flicked her wand, and the black spots on the white antler-shaped wand suddenly reflected a layer of luster. Separation of additional magic. This high-level magic can easily separate the additional magic effect of the opponent, which is equivalent to clearing all the enemy's gain effects. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible for this magic to have any effect on super magic like the goblin's heart. But the brilliance of the goblin really took away all the radiance in an instant, and became as dim as it was at the beginning, and it was about to lose its last thin ray of punishment. Calendar. Is God kidding me? Is there only this power in the heart of a goblin? Absolutely impossible, absolutely. Makarov cried out hysterically. Will the goblin's heart really be cut off by this magic? No, the goblin's heart is not a buff magic that enhances magic power, it is originally a source of power that provides infinite magic power. Even if the magic level of Irene's high-level additional magic is very different from ordinary magic, it is impossible to affect the heart of the goblin. There is only one reason for this to happen, and that is, the power that Makarov refined was not the heart of the goblin at all, but a very similar fake. Makarov was in a cold sweat, recalling the scenes of extracting Mavis's huge magic power in the underground chamber of the guild before the war. Although a long time had passed, his memory was quite good at critical moments, and he quickly recalled what happened that day. Thinking about it carefully, Makarov really felt that something was wrong. When I went to the underground secret room that day, I really felt that someone had been here before, and the process from casting magic to lifting the seal of Ten Kong Kong to obtaining the Mavis Emperor was much easier than I imagined. Faintly, Makarov really felt that the power of the goblin's heart he obtained was a fake. But if this is the case, where is the heart of the real goblin? Who can break through the blockade of so many magic powers in the underground secret room of the guild and enter it directly? As Irene walked towards him step by step, Makarov knew that maybe he had no time to hesitate any longer. Life and death are in the next moment. At this critical juncture, Makarov has called upon all the magic that Warodsikin has supplied to him. With only this flesh and blood left, Makarov felt it was worth it, even if it could only hold Irene for an extra second. However, Irene's actions became a little strange. She froze in place, didn't walk towards Makarov, and didn't make any movements. Her expression was a little dull, as if she had received some kind of heavy blow. I didn't expect this kind of result. Irene covered half of her face, the corners of her mouth twitched a little, she couldn't believe what she saw. According to what the Eye of Insight saw, Luo Yun returned to the battlefield and killed a member of the 12 shields. All other members and 9 demon gates were also transferred by him through unknown means. And the picture I saw just now was obviously still an unknown strong light covering all sites in this area. In such a short period of time, Luo Yun completely reversed the situation, and the speed was even faster than solving these 2 old men by himself. Irene bit her lip. Do you want to deal with the matter over there in advance? Could it be that no one from 12 shields can restrain him anymore? No. Irene saw a green-haired girl, with blue-purple feathers on the robe and emerald-green hair. No matter how she looked at it, she was Brandy Wren. Her magic power can be said to be only under the double wall in the 12 shields of the Guardians, but now she stands motionless. The look of ecstasy towards the back seemed to be controlled by that Luo Yun using some kind of spiritual magic. There is really no other way now, let's do it while we can still see him. Chapter 150. Irene quickly waved her antler wand and reconnected with August's magic power in the void. With just a simple magic connection, Irene can transmit her voice to the receiving range of August's god ear, and share with him the information she sees. After a quick exchange of 2 words, Irene broke the magic connection. She no longer took Makarov lying on the ground seriously, and now Makarov with magic power was just a useless person to her, and even if he let go, it would not cause any loss to the main country. What she is doing is estimating the extent of the eastern region, her own region, and the western Magnolia Seaport region. It only took 3 seconds, and with the extremely wide detection range of the probing eye, Irene already had a bottom line in her mind. Afterwards, Irene slammed the wand on the ground, and under the pillar, there seemed to be endless and huge magic power pouring directly into the center of the earth from the wand. World Reconstruction Magic. This is a super large additional magic that can disperse the terrain of the entire country. Irene used it once on the land of her own empire when transferring Fez. And this time it was used in the kingdom of Fiori just to find the boy they had been waiting for a long time. Bang bang, bang bang. Many different plates suddenly appeared on the ground, and the plates rubbed against each other, shaking and making a violent sound like an earthquake. At the same time, the ground suddenly emitted a dazzling white light, and the glowing area was not just the gap between the plates, but the entire land together, allowing all creatures on the ground to be bathed in the intense sunlight. When Makarov came to his senses, it was too late. When the white light in front of him dissipated, he had been teleported to the eastern jungle. It is completely unclear why Irene would activate the world reconstruction magic at this time, and the only thing Makarov can think of is that Irene hopes to go straight to the king's palace and quickly gain dominion over the entire country. Thinking of this, Makarov deeply felt his own incompetence. However, it is useless to sigh now. Makarov has no way of knowing the location of Irene and other Western continent mages, and he has no ability to fight any of them. At this moment, dying, he can only hope that he will not be discovered by a certain 12 shields, so that he can survive and have the strength to protect the children in the guild. Not long before that, at the moment when the ground under Luo Yun's feet emitted a strong white light, Luo Yun knew the activation of the world reconstruction magic. Don't think about it, this is a high-level magic that only Irene Belzarian has mastered. Even the Magic King August and their Emperor Zeref have never been familiar with this trick. Originally, Luo Yun could easily launch teleportation magic to avoid the effect of this magic, but Luo Yun did not choose to do so. At this moment, Luo Yun's mentality is actually the same as Irene's, that is, to meet each other quickly without any preparations. Call. After the white light flickered, the surrounding temperature dropped a few degrees. The whistling wind had disappeared, and the setting sun, which was not so glaring at first, appeared even darker. Luo Yun opened his eyes and looked back. The person in front of him is none other than the twin walls of the Alvarez Empire, August and Irene Belzarian. Crimson Despair Irene, with her beautiful red hair, almost exactly the same appearance as Urza, and that white antler wand. Just from the aura, it gives people a strong sense of oppression that is completely different from other guards. And August, as the head of the 12 shields, the strongest man under Alvarez and over 10,000 people, his expression is so resolute and calm. He has the slow wisdom and wisdom of the elders. The swift wisdom of the wise. Seeing the duo exactly as they remembered, Luo Yun grinned. I really didn't expect that it was the one time you two came to see me. Do I have such a big meeting? Indeed, after a brief discussion just now, Irene and August decided to shuttle to Luo Yun at the same time and kill him with their own hands. Irene and August were not moved by Luo Yun's self-deprecation. The two of them knew quite well what kind of existence this man in front of them was. Because their depth of magic research is far beyond that of the other 12 shields, they are also extremely sensitive to the breath of magic, and can easily detect extremely subtle changes in magic power. 0. Ask for flowers. But just standing in front of Luo Yun, they have already noticed the terrifying magic power in this young man. Originally, they thought that the White Legacy Fez was teleported by a number of powerful wizards. At most, Luo Yun was the one who teleported at the end. However, since they broke through the defense line of the Fiori Kingdom, all the mages they saw were not qualified enough to make them feel that they could drive the teleportation of the 3000 Fez, even if it was just to add bricks and tiles to the magic power needed for the teleportation. Although even Irene and August felt unbelievable, it is very possible that the Nafis incident was really managed by the young man in front of him. Looking at the murderess too, Luo Yun's expression seemed quite generous. He's not going to hide anything. I should be the person you are looking for. Luo Yun is me. I did the teleportation of those magic pulse bombs, and I also took care of your companions. Your companions seem to be very concerned about these things, so you should already know. Luo Yun sneered with lowered eyebrows. August, your divine ear. Irene, your probing eye, are all very handy abilities. As soon as Luo Yun's voice fell, AI was startled for a moment. It's unbelievable to see my probing eyes before we fight. How can even August's divine ear know about it? What is the origin of this man? There is no need to provoke us because we have already made up our minds. August responded to Luo Yun's jumping words with an extremely calm voice. Well, you guys are really different from them. However, the results should not change. Luo Yun approached the two while talking. Completely different from those wizards who trembled in front of the two, Luo Yun did not have any timidity or fear, as if he was not an enemy in a foreign country but the emperor in charge of the two in the empire. Separate the 9 shields from the two of you, you have really made the right decision. If you come to trouble me with any of them, no matter who it is, you will be held back and unable to deal with me with all your strength. Chapter 151. Irene's magic cannot change her orientation, so the land under her feet is still in the north of the kingdom. But those soldiers who died in battle, as well as a place of dirty blood, have all been sent to the southern part of the kingdom by Irene. This is the battlefield that Irene has set up to meet Luo Yun. On the vast land, a smear of orange-red halo glowed in the setting sun, which was about to descend from the mountain. But the confrontation here has only just begun. August looked at Luo Yun, feeling a little pressure in his heart for the first time. It's not just because of the boy's calm attitude and his series of absurd actions that all succeeded. In the past 100 years, he has copied almost all magicians' magic, only a few special magics have no insight, and he thinks that there is no subject that can stump him beyond the understanding of magic. But 643 his god ears heard the restless sound of Luo Yun's magic power at this moment. Although the sound was extremely small, it was extremely strong and long-lasting, as if it stretched endlessly, making it difficult for him to understand what kind of huge magic power it was. Could it be, is it the super magic meteor star? August thought to this point, and was shocked in his heart. Meteor star is another name for the fairy's heart. Although August is very familiar with the resurrection magic needed to synthesize meteor starlight, another material, the body cursed by the god Angsul Ramel cannot be copied, so Olga never mastered this ultimate magic. If Luo Yun got the power of that meteor star, he really had to weigh his odds. However, August has seen the magic power of so many people, even the magic power of the 12 shields of the Holy Guardians, it took several years for the geniuses among them to control it. Magic calendar? Beside August, Irene's expression is also not calm. She had a faint worry in her heart. If Luo Yun really has the power to copy other people's magic like August, has he already combined the magic power of the disappeared members of the 12 shields into one body? Even if this is not the case, looking at Luo Yun's reassuring expression, Irene rarely felt nervous and restless. 1, 2, 3, 7 or 8 seconds have passed. Surrounded by incomparably dignified silence, August and Irene confronted Luo Yun like this. Although they didn't say a word, they were observing the details of each other's actions to ensure that they could respond to any actions of the other party as quickly as possible. It's always been like this in master fights, just one breath, one movement of fingertips, one dodge of eyes can determine the outcome. During the long silence, August raised his hand first, just to confirm whether Luo Yun really possessed the magical power of the ultimate magic as he thought. Flash shot. Xian. At the same time as the voice fell, August's deadwood staff was infused with magic power, and immediately burst into a dazzling light spot, and then, the light spot condensed into a light bullet at an extremely fast speed and galloped towards Luo Yun. 4 modern pistols. However, when the light bullet touched Luo Yun's body, it did not cause any substantial damage to Luo Yun, instead it seemed to be pulled by a strong traction. It was sent straight into Luo Yun's mouth and swallowed. Down. Seeing this scene, Irene frowned. Sure enough, he gained the power of Seleni's Light Dragon Slayer magic. Our guess is not wrong at all. However, August's expression was slightly calmer than Irene's. He had already thought of this situation. As the king of magic, how could he only use one trick from Luo Yun? While Luo Yun was swallowing this light bullet, a group of extremely intricate magic circles appeared on the soles of his feet. Just looking at the spells on it is already dazzling. It is really hard to imagine what kind of large-scale magic needs so much great surgical support. Melting beam of light. At the same time as August shook his diaphragm, the light of flames like a volcanic eruption instantly pierced the ground and flew upwards. It was really difficult to judge whether it was lava or light magic, or maybe there was a mixture of multiple elemental magics. Even Irene, who has lived for more than 400 years, couldn't help sighing when she saw this trick. It doesn't look like a small magic target. However, Luo Yun's voice came from behind. Amateur race 100 styles. August and Irene suddenly turned their heads back. They didn't expect Luo Yun's teleportation magic to be so fast. Even before the two of them realized it, they had already completed the whole process from the opening of the spell, the casting of the spell, and the completion of the casting until the next magic release. Series of operations. And the huge dark energy dissipating from Luo Yun's body has proved to August and Irene that the guesses in their hearts are correct. Luo Yun at this moment is completely different from just now. The magic power exuding from his body exudes an extremely evil atmosphere, but at the same time, it also has the texture of different elemental magic, which is so thick and pure that it makes people feel a chill. In the blink of an eye, August and Irene have been surrounded by 7 spells. The magic power contained in each of these spells is enough to destroy a tall building. The destructive power of the 7 rings is even more devastating level of forbidden magic. Even so, August still dealt with it without changing his face. Shield Shadow of Everdarkness. Suddenly, 2 protective shields appeared around August and Irene respectively, and even Hades' dark element defense magic appeared on top of the protective meat. That faint black halo seemed fragile, but it was like a sponge absorbing the magic power of Luo Yun's dark spell crazily. 0.6. Looking at August, who was able to deal with it freely, Luo Yun just lamented that the strength of the double wall was far beyond the reach of the ordinary 12 shields, and at the same time, tiny light spots appeared one after another in front of his eyes. These light spots were obviously arranged in advance, perhaps they had existed here long before Lu Yongxuan's technique. And the moment Luo Yun noticed them, these light spots expanded rapidly, bursting out with an almost nuclear impact in an instant. Explode! Bang 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 bang! The flames soared into the sky, and the spherical light shot out to the surroundings like lightning, and the temperature of the red outer edge was enough to burn the ground to vaporize. At the same time as August whispered between the shields, the area where Luo Yun was standing in front of him triggered 5 massive and violent explosions in succession. Chapter 152. The hard ground suddenly exploded into a cloud of dust, and the rocks scattered in the thick smoke splashed onto the surrounding ground, leaving deep scratches. The dark spell formations around August and Irene have been completely absorbed by ever-darkness. Looking at the aftermath of the explosion, the two of them basically knew everything. Just now they didn't use even 3 or 4 points of strength at all, they just wanted to use a simple test to see if Luo Wei's strength was really as terrible as they thought. Now it seems that it may even exceed their expectations. I'm afraid he is right. Most of the power of our companions is also in his hands. Irene said coldly. It's just that I don't know a little bit. August, you should also know the nature of teleportation magic. How can magic be abused like this? That's right. August lowered his head. Even with my level of magic power, I can't use that exaggerated ability many times in a row. In order to save magic power, I usually use high-speed movement magic instead. And not only does he seem to be able to use it without restriction, but he doesn't even need the activation time of the spell. I don't know the reason for the latter. Maybe he has developed a more subtle magic than I know, but the former. The only explanation may be the heart of the goblin. The heart of a goblin? You mean meteor star? Isn't that just a legend? Irene's expression changed suddenly. Originally, she just thought that Luo Yun was a formidable enemy who needed to be treated with caution, but when the heart of the fairy came out, Irene felt that if she used her strength to face Luo Weiken, she had no chance of winning. Indeed, even His Majesty doesn't quite know how to arouse that kind of magic. How can we mortals with supernatural powers get a glimpse of the oracle? But even if he really has meteoric brilliance, we may not be opponents. At worst, we will destroy him and this country together. August looked at Irene and nodded slightly. Although he didn't have any words, Irene understood what he meant with just such an action. Before the smoke cleared, Irene and August knew that Luo Yun was not there. He didn't suffer any damage at all, no matter relying on the probing eyes or the divine ears to judge. Luo Yun's position is now. Irene and August looked back. Between the sky, Luo Yun spread out a pair of wings like an archangel, and as the wings flapped slowly, he was suspended in the air by the wind, staring down at the two people on the ground like a god. After the simple fight just now, Luo Yun still doesn't know how deep the water on the double wall is. What he can feel now is that they are far stronger than those demons of Tartaros and other protectors for 12 weeks. Let's see if the spiritual magic will work. Luo Yun slowly closed his eyes, and immediately with a strong green magic power, the pupils opened suddenly. Reading magic, modeling eyes, memory magic. After abandoning the chanting time, Luo Yun used the magic of these 3 spiritual systems at the same time in an instant. In an instant, a huge amount of information about magic research, dragon transformation, and various empires flooded into Luo Yun's mind middle. This time, however, was different. Luo Yun didn't even look at even a little bit of information related to their memories, all of which had been deleted from Luo Yun's mind. Psychic magic has failed. Luo Yun looked at August, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly. It's copy magic. Copy magic can copy the magic skills attacked by the enemy in an instant and invalidate the enemy's skills. Just looking at this nullification, this ability seems to be even higher than Luo Yun's. August and Irene held their foreheads and pondered for a moment, and quickly recovered from the analgesia. Ability cleared. Irene, are you okay? Of course. No matter how powerful this kind of mind control magic is, its structure is too simple. As long as you can copy it, I will have no problem. August nodded slightly, and then suddenly looked towards Luo Yun. The same green light as Luo Yun just now shot out from his eyes. Modeling eyes, memory magic, and reading magic. Call out dash. Suddenly, Luo Yun's brain felt sore as if it had been pierced by a very thin needle. But at the moment when he was about to lose control of his consciousness, Luo Yun recalled something in his mind and quickly countered. Arc of time recovery. restoring his entire cerebellum, amygdala, hippocampus, and other tissues to the state a few seconds ago. The tingling pain in Luo Yun's brain immediately disappeared. The whole process is not smoother than August's copying and clearing. Luo Yun, August, and Irene returned to the state of confrontation again after this spiritual confrontation. This time, each other's understanding of the strength of the two sides once again gained a new feeling. And it was Irene who responded the most. Witnessing the scene where Luo Yun instantly returned to normal from the spiritual magic, Irene's complexion quickly became very ugly. August, that magic is. I'm not too sure, this is a type I haven't copied. However, there is a high probability that it is the magic of the time system, and it must not be underestimated. Time Magic 790 Method. Although Irene responded calmly, her heart throbbed like thousands of ravines. Time retrospective magic, what is that concept? In Shuangbai's memory, the most closely related to time magic is concubine de Maria, who possesses the magic of time suspension, and this magic alone makes her eligible to be among the 12 shields of the Guardians. But if it is the higher level time retrospective magic, even their Emperor Zeref has not penetrated the mystery of it. It is the ultimate magic that cannot be studied. Even if it's just an entry-level time retrospecting magic, even if the level of mastery is only superficial, the effect it can produce must be astonishing. In the original work, Altair also saved the fate of all mankind because of the time magic. Of course, the wizards of the Western continent would not know these things, they just realized it more clearly. They must use all their strength to fight against the man in front of them. Irene sighed heavily. Time magic. You shouldn't be able to copy it, August. Of course. I don't even know the process of his magic release. This is exactly the power of time-based magic. 17. From this point of view, the only remaining tactic is probably that. Chapter 153. Irene looked at Luo Yun, the magic wand in her hand glowed slightly red. Just now, at the moment when Luo Yun hadn't used the teleportation explosion, Irene had already released as many as 3 layers of high-level separation additional magic on Luo Yun with her extremely fast casting speed. These magics are extremely easy to extract the buffs from the enemy. Not only that, the separation effect of these magics is extremely strong, far beyond the comparison of ordinary magics. They can even directly absorb the magic power from Luo Yun's body. It is a pity that these magics were cleared the moment the Arc of Falling Cloud Time was activated. The essence of Irene's additional magic is just to add magic power and change the state of objects at a specific time. Time-reversing magic is simply her natural enemy. However, this does not mean that Irene cannot put pressure on Luo Yun. In front of August, Irene retreated in a flash, and the white antler wand suddenly released a strange rainbow light full of magic power. Add magic power. Overlooking Irene in the air, Luo Yun quickly made a move. This trick, I must pay attention to it. Additional magic power. This magic is one of Irene's most powerful magic. It is equivalent to an upgraded version of transmission magic power. It can not only increase your own magic power to the opponent, but also make the opponent's power far exceed your own limit, and you only need to provide a small amount of mana to give the target a terrifying boost. If nothing is done, perhaps August's magic is so strong that it is outrageous. Teleport. Luo Yun lowered his brows and came behind Irene in an instant. Now that the distance between the two is so close, Luo Yun can easily take Irene's life with just a simple spell. However, Luo Yun took 2 steps back. Shua boom! In an instant, the land was broken, and the position Luo Yun was standing just now was exploded by multiple white beams of light in the air. Not only that, the fierce and domineering holy lights were like homing missiles heading towards Luo Yun further. Boom! This forced Luo Yun to activate the Shadow of Eternal Darkness to defend. It seems that Irene's spellcasting left countless behinds, and her thoughts were more meticulous than Luo Wei thought. If Luo Yun hadn't dodged just now, even if he wouldn't have been seriously injured by him, at least he would have lost a layer of skin. During this evasion, Luo Yun had already understood Irene's fighting style. She is worthy of being the Dragon Slayer of Xianlong. Although she doesn't master as much magic as August, nor is his magic so pure and fierce, but she looks forward and backward, and clearly calculates every danger that should be scrupled. The extremely interfering magic maximized the deflection of the disadvantages into the victory. It seems that I really underestimated the double walls of the western continent. In this way, if I make another move, it will be over. Luo Yun was talking to himself, and turned to look at the beam of light flowing towards his protective shield in front of him. Until then he could clearly see the whole picture of the attack. That is the magic called Holy Beam Flow, which launches a 360-degree beam from the air and shoots at the enemy without any dead angle. If the predation ability was activated at that position just now, it would have missed some things. It is really not necessarily true for her Irene. It works. Luo Yun said silently in his heart. Pray. In an instant, these white beams disappeared without a trace. And when the white streamer was instantly cleared, Luo Yun felt the extremely strong and profound dark magic power blowing towards his face. Is that the magic power of darkness? It's hard to say, at least it doesn't belong to the dark element like Jose or Hades, it's just that the magic power is full of black and red color, just like a touch of night, and it's as expected. It was the terrible magic power released by August's body. Not only the dark elements, but the complexity of the types of magic elements can't be included in the word darkness at all. It is more like the majestic color that piles up various colors and superimposes the lightness to the lowest level. Feel. Luo Yun raised his head and looked at the creature in front of him. It was almost impossible to recognize the August. His figure was stronger than before, and his robe was taken off, exposing his upper body. The whole body has turned dark red, and the eyes have lost the whites and pupils, and they project pure black that penetrates the body. White stripes emerged on the body, and a head of white hair stood up, which was similar to the height of Kunalos, the god of time, but it was a more powerful deterrent that could not be explained clearly. On his body, the powerful black and red magic power adhered to it, leaking out, constantly washing away his burly body. It is hard to imagine that any demon body can remain unchanged in front of such a monster. I'm afraid that even the murderous aura and deterrent power from his magic power would be enough to stun all the 12 shields. This is the power of August today. Under the influence of his own strongest buff state, evil mind possession, and at the same time, under the buff added by the magic power injected by Irene's full magic power, August's magic power at this moment can no longer be described as exaggerated. If he wanted to, he could easily destroy the entire kingdom of Fiori. But he didn't take action against Luo Yun for a long time, as if there was still the last leeway. He threw an olive branch at Luo Yun with that devilish whisper. No matter how powerful you are, if you become an enemy of me, you will eventually seek your own death. You have wiped out too many of our companions, you are unforgivable. But your magic power is really good enough. Join us and swear allegiance to His Majesty Zeref from now on, or die, choose your own path. Why? Under the creepy interrogation, Luo Yun's expression was unusually calm. He didn't want to make a joke at this time, he wanted to use the most serious words to sincerely answer, Dezhao, the strong man's sincere question. Call Zeref out and discuss it with me. You guys alone are not enough. Yes, it seems that you have chosen the latter. Angry tongues of fire shot out from August's black pupils. In an instant, the black and red magic power all over his body spread out like a hurricane and swept in all directions, and the speed was so fast that people had already suffered from it when they came back to their senses. In an instant, the earth broke apart and cracked, flying sand and rocks. Even though the ground was shaking, August still stood standing on the spot, washing his body with the black and red magic power. The ground under Luo Yun's feet began to sink rapidly, and for a while, his head-on view turned into an upward-looking view, and he looked up at this evil godlike top powerhouse. It really felt like a pilgrimage. That's right. This is how I want to see you, August. Chapter 154. Only you now are qualified to practice for me. Luo Yun didn't know when, a string of dark characters that had been carved in his palm slowly glowed. And he also followed the movement of the wings, and kept rising from the ground again. If the current August is the ultimate demon whose magical power has been strengthened to the peak, the current Luo Yun can be said to be an angel who despises demons. Suddenly, August pointed his magic wand at Luo Yun's chest. His movements were so fast that he even brought out after images that were stagnant in the air one after another. Since it is impossible to predict August's shot through the magic of words, even Luo Yun's reaction can't keep up with August's speed, and it took half a beat at night to react. Blast storm! Suddenly, the whistling sound of a hurricane rang in his ears, and Luo Yun's body was surrounded by explosive gusts one after another. In the midst of strong winds, August's extremely large multiple magic power is contained in this storm. As long as any object touches it, it will produce a violent explosion. The impact is not as simple as missing an arm or breaking a leg. Settle things. Obviously the strong wind hadn't hit Luo Yun's body. Luo Wei could already hear the extremely fine blasting sound of the storm blowing up the battered ground. As the range of the gale continued to expand, teleportation magic seemed to be useless. Except for the close-knit area where August and Irene were, all other locations were surrounded by this terrible hurricane. Immediately after. Spiral of Pain. This is another move of August's super advanced magic, which can quickly distort and disperse a huge range of space, and at the same time cause a huge impact due to the rotation of the spiral. Creatures within that range will suffer huge damage. If the whole body is placed in it, if the heart is twisted together, they will die immediately. Luo Yun quickly understood what August wanted to do. He wanted to forcibly blend these two large magics together with huge magic power to completely break the damage avoidance caused by Luo Yun's teleportation magic. Again at a speed that Luo Yun couldn't react to, August completed the release of the spiral of pain. In an instant, the extremely dangerous bursts of wind that were summoned just now were all torn apart due to the distortion of space. The originally violent large wind was instantly torn into countless small pieces, and they continued to rotate rapidly under the blessing of the impact force. This is like the blades of countless meat grinders appearing in the air in an instant. It is a blessing not to be smashed to pieces with the strength of the human body, so how can we stop them? Moreover, this magic is driven by August at this moment, whether it is the strength of the blast wind or the rotation speed of the spiral itself, it is almost at its peak. Luo Yun is just hanging in the air, feeling that he is about to be pulled by that powerful pulling force, looking for there is no possibility of escape. Already able to foresee his miserable appearance, Luo Yun couldn't help showing a wry smile. If I don't have this power, I'm afraid I really don't know how to deal with such terrible magic. Even if you use the seal of time to suspend your time, I will be cut beyond recognition by these distorted blasts. Why? But. Suddenly, Luo Yun whispered in his heart. Ding! Predator Predator, confirmed by the host, prey target magic, spiral of pain, bursting storm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the skills, spiral of pain, bursting storm. In just a moment, the world that was spinning around in a mess has returned to its original appearance. And those fierce storms that roared, galloped, and howled flowed peacefully into natural air, and the surroundings were as quiet as if nothing had happened. What? Irene's eyeballs nearly popped out. During the 400 years of being respected and feared by people, when had she seen such a scene? Even if I, Afia, release even a little bit of additional magic effect on any member of the 12 shields of the Guardians, the strength shown by that person is unprecedented. No matter who in the 12 shields, including August, he and himself couldn't stop that ferocious ability, only to withdraw the added magic power. And now I am using the most powerful all the magic power to activate the top matching buff effect on August, the leader of the 12 shields. August has also activated the evil spirit possession early, and it is not a problem to destroy a continent. This is the terrifying power that can be achieved by the combined efforts of the two walls. In fact, when this trick was used, Irene had already thought of working with August to expand the scope of this pain after killing Luo Yun, destroying the entire continent, obliterating all subjects and common people. But even this large-scale magic was instantly erased by Luo Yun and turned into nothing? Is this also the ability of time retrospective magic? Irene's eyes were wide open, everything was starting to get a little out of her control. Even if the time retrospective magic really exists, it is possible to completely trace back the magic that they jointly contributed to, and complete the entire process very easily and instantly. This difficulty is almost impossible for the magic power of human love. And what about the heart of a goblin? Can this impossible feat become possible? Thinking of this, a figure of a man emerged in Irene's mind. Black Dragon Acnologia. A man? He was originally a man, but because he slaughtered almost all the dragons in the world, his body gradually transformed into a dragon, and finally he became the most powerful black dragon that even Emperor Zeref feared. His ability was so close to that of the terrifying young man in front of him, the magic power in front of him disappeared without a trace. In this way, no matter how good a mage is, a genius in the history of magic who has mastered so much magic, or a powerhouse like Zeref who has created countless magics and studied countless magics to the extreme, they will not be able to deal with the black dragon. Pose any threat. This young man probably has the same existence. Irene's back was already dripping with cold sweat. She didn't know if it was necessary to continue pouring the magic power into her body, but right now, Auguste's voice conveyed the evidence. Don't stop. Continue to infuse me with additional effects. Irene, you know what I'm going to do next. Irene's pupils vibrated suddenly, and she completely lost the look she had when she was fighting against the entire kingdom army. Did you mean to use that? Do we have any other options? Speaking of this, Auguste's whole body exudes aggression. Arus Machia. Chapter 155. Arus Machia. This is the ultimate magic from ancient times, and it is also a super large magic of destruction level. People who use this magic can quickly evaporate the blood of creatures in a very wide area and suffocate all creatures. The simplest way is to wipe out all living creatures. However, such a terrifying magic requires a lot of physical energy, and it can be launched smoothly after continuous chanting. At the same time, this trick is still a life-burning technique. When the release is successfully completed, the body of the caster will disappear along with the magic power, regardless of the strength of one's own magic power. This can be said to be a magic trick to kill life, whether it is against the enemy or against oneself. Just after the powerful magic just now had no effect on Luo Yun, Auguste, who was cornered, could only use this life-burning technique as a last-ditch effort. Auguste's idea is simple. If Luo Yun's magic is to restore the opponent's magic to the state of a short period of time ago, then this magic has the possibility of ignoring Luo Yun's time regression. 1. Because the magic power contained in this magic is too amazing, if they can't even use this last magic to work on Luo Yun, their Shuangbai will definitely lose. At that time, even if Irene used the extreme additional magic God's Star Collapse to move the meteorite here to destroy this continent, Luo Yun might be able to handle it. And both, because this magic is Auguste's rare long-time chanting magic. Because the chanting time is extremely long, even if it is part of the time robbed by the time magic, it may still be able to win the possibility of activation. Thinking of this, Auguste is already ready to die for Luo Yun. Of course, during this period, he needs to interfere with Luo Yun to ensure that the final magic can be successfully launched. In an instant, Auguste's body quickly disintegrated into small pieces one by one, and they were spliced together at Luo Yun's side at a high speed. The speed was almost the same as that of Jose's teleportation without the magic singing process. Using the shatter magic as a short-distance teleportation movement, Auguste dodged in front of Luo Yun with just one breath. Then, at a speed that the naked eye could not judge, he raised the deadwood staff full of power and stabbed at Luo Yun. Under the blessing of extremely strong blood-red magic power, the staff burst out and almost burned everything in the world. The red-purple thunder light rushed to Luo Yun's face with the pumping of the arm. The description is really cumbersome and lengthy, but when it really happened, it was only in the blink of an eye. Just when Auguste's jumping lightning was about to smash Luo Yun into dross, the magical power in Luo Yun's body that was as deep as the sea suddenly stirred up waves. The seal of time, was suspended at this moment. This is exactly the ability of de Maria Yesta, the war concubine in the 12 shields of the Guardians. Preying on the power of the 12 shields, this is the first time Luo Yun has used it. Of course he could have easily killed Auguste with one blow in the meantime. However, this was not the ending he wanted to see. Now that he controls the power of time, the quality and quantity of magic power he possesses is far greater than Auguste. The reason for fighting Auguste is to attract the attention of Zeref, the emperor of the western continent, and to test his ability to control the newly learned magic. Such a long time wasted if August was dealt with so easily. Luo Yun went straight to August. Walking in a world of static time and space, there is a sense of incompatibility for high-dimensional creatures operating in a low-dimensional world. Especially when the world loses the function of feedback, people's five senses are not much different from being deprived. Luo Yun adapted to all this, and raised his right hand towards August. Now August has a strong magic power, very strong. However, after all, he could not become as powerful as Zeref and the Black Dragon Acnologia. The reason is that he lacks such a crucial absolute force that can determine the outcome. And Luo Yun will soon make him realize the huge gap between himself and Irene. Congeal. Under the gaze of Luo Yun's pupils, August's hands quickly formed a piece of solid ice. Luo Yun's huge magical power made the ice cube extremely strong. Even if it was roasted at high temperature, it would take a long time to melt. Although he couldn't be restrained, it was enough to neutralize all his attacks. Afterwards, Luo Yun activated space magic, and a broad-edged knife appeared. 0. Seeking flowers. This was once a long knife that Luo Yun planned to give Urza for melee practice. With the Predator's ability to make items, the quality of this knife made by Luo Yun is particularly excellent, and it can be said to be decisive. Shua. Luo Yun slashed off August's right leg. Although he couldn't hear the sound of the bones rubbing against the blade, and the tactile feedback from the flesh was particularly thin, Luo Yun knew that he had done it. Afterwards, Luo Yun sent the long knife back to the different space, and stepped back 7 or 8 steps. The seal of time, lift it. Following Luo Yun's order, time began to flow again. And the first thing that came out was August's scream. Well! August held one foot in pain and stood still on the ground. His other foot was completely removed, and the arm that was originally surging with powerful magic power was tightly blocked by 10 groups of extreme ice amidst the blood. In the end, what happened? Behind August, Irene's expression fell into panic and astonishment again. Just in the blink of an eye, as if by magic, Luo Yun's body suddenly flickered into the distance, while August's 10 legs were disabled, and his arms were also instantly frozen. This slide-like image, at first glance, is too absurd and weird. But soon she realized that it was the ability of the war concubine de Maria. Unexpectedly, Luo Yun had already captured the magic power of the 12 shield members. Calorie extra. Immediately, Irene applied extremely high temperature to August's hands, and the ice layer on those hands quickly vaporized and melted, and at the same time, a large amount of white gas dispersed, and August's hands were also released. And August is worthy of being an experienced great wizard. He didn't pay attention to his broken right leg at all, and focused on launching his ancient super-large magic. The chanting is still going on. Once the magic is activated, one's life will be lost after all, so how can one care about a mere leg? Soon, the chant was almost completed. When the spiral-shaped blood-colored magic power quickly climbed out from all sides of August's body, he seemed to have heard the useless curse of Luo Qi's soul on himself. Chapter 156. Extremely strong energy surged in the air in an instant, and in front of Luo Yun, this continent had begun to expand irregularly, then bulged, burst, and turned into an indescribable pool of liquid. Aru's Magia. This ancient supermagic energy is so powerful that it can melt the entire continent, and under the blessing of Irene's additional magic power, the release speed of this magic is several times faster than August expected. Luo Yun had already heard the warning sound from the great sage system that his blood was evaporated out of thin air. Now, of course, Yun had to do the trick again. Pray. Perhaps this is commonplace for Luo Yun, but for August and Irene, this extremely ordinary operation has become the last straw that crushes their hearts. Swish. Disappeared, everything 412 disappeared. Be it the strong blood energy released by Aru's Magia just now, or the extremely rich dark magic power floating in the air, everything disappeared in an instant. Although the land that has lost its magic control has stopped deforming, it has different ups and downs from the appearance, and it has become rugged and deep. Just like the state of mind of August and Irene, the uneasy end led to deep despair. You can manipulate endless time. August said to Luo Yun in a deep voice. At this moment, August is exuding an incomparably powerful black magic power. Even Irene who is beside him can't help sighing at the fierceness of his magic power now, but what's the use of it? No matter how powerful the magic power is, as long as the magic is released, it will be wiped out by Luo Yun. No, it is too superficial to use time-based magic to describe it. It has nothing to do with the flow of time, it is a complete erasure above time and space. Magic, for this man, is ineffective. This is not an endless time. You are not qualified to see that kind of power. It's just a simple devour. Prey on your magic power and use it for me. Isn't this your usual magic, August? When someone else uses your magic effect, it doesn't feel good. Luo Yun soared into the sky again, a pair of wings proudly spread across the sky, stained crimson in the twilight. And August lowered his head, and the thick magic power all over his body also dormant inside along with his posture, accumulating and filling up, ready to pour out at any time. Irene, let's drop the offense. For this kind of guy, attacking is just a meaningless consumption of magic power. I am afraid that only His Majesty can deal with him. However, his magic is not very lethal, as long as it can be delayed until His Majesty returns. I heard what you said. Luo Yun looked at August from the air, with a cold killing intent in his eyes. I'll only attack you once. Try with your full defense, August. What did you say? I don't want to repeat it a second time. Suddenly, the feathers all over Luo Yun turned into black feathers. It seems that a dark magic power far surpassing that of the past is leaking from his body. The magic power is like a black core connected with countless tubular structures, and is rapidly pouring the magic power into every part of Luo Yun's body through those transporting tissues. For a moment, Luo Yun's fair skin turned purple-black with golden lines, bloody light was reflected in his pupils, and circles of muscles grew all over his body, and the pair of angels' snow-white wings, in the blink of an eye, it also turned into a pitch-black demon wing. Demonization. Irene and August couldn't help being taken aback. How is it possible? Could it be that Tartaro's spells have also been mastered by him? You must know that demonization is not an ordinary magic that can be copied. It is a specific spell that can only be activated based on the devil's own unique genes, or it can also be said to abandon the disguise, remove the power seal imposed by oneself, and restore the original appearance of the devil. Therefore, even a mage who can copy magic infinitely cannot learn this skill, unless his genes are changed and he will no longer be a human being. But Luo Yun did it all with ease. Isn't he human? In front of August and Irene, on the smear of blood like twilight, the terrifying creature with a dark body and a faint golden light suddenly burst out with a power that could destroy the world, and its magic power was no less than that of the strengthened creature. August. The blood-red magic power washes away everything inside he, and the deformed rocky ground becomes more distorted with the washing of the dark magic power, and even the remnant clouds of the sky shrank to one place because of it. It seems that he is also afraid of the power of the terrible demon. The sky was a few degrees darker than before, and under the influence of August's divine ear, he seemed to hear undead wailing in his ears constantly, wanting to drag him in and be buried with them. What a mental shock this is, so that this old man who has swept away the invincible hands actually feels the fear from the bottom of his heart at this moment. Luo Yun's hands had turned into a pair of black and red sharp claws with spikes. Between the sky, when Luo Yun put his hands together, a black energy body pushed out from his palm. The energy body seems to be sucking the dark magic power around it, it seems to be a container of endless greed, it is precisely to gather the dark magic power in this world in one place in an instant. All of a sudden, under the concentration of the magic power, the sky began to tremble violently, and the distorted earth could not stop ringing. At the time of the rumbling sound, August could no longer maintain his rationality. Irene, introduce all the power to add magic power to me. August must be fully prepared in the shortest possible time. No matter how strong his magic power is, as long as he is instantly copied by me, there is still hope for everything. His magic power of 0.4 will be nullified by me. In this case, there is nothing to be afraid of even if he is demonized. With the full assistance of Irene, as long as he can capture the moment when Luo Yun makes a shot, it is impossible for August to be affected by his magic power. August focused all his attention on Luo Yun without moving. He's going to move, he can't be faster than me. Afterwards, I will copy his ability and return this energy to him. No matter how powerful he is, it is impossible for him to make mistakes in a long-term battle. As long as I seize the opportunity, he can strike. What? Suddenly, August's expression turned livid. Although he didn't know exactly what happened, the magic power in his body was drained rapidly, and he was almost completely drawn in just 2 seconds. Chapter 157. In the end, what happened? The white hair rushing up suddenly returned to the original place obediently, and the black skin with white lines returned to the original flesh color. Except for the bare upper body, August is now undoubtedly back to the state before the war. August choked on the spot speechlessly, every muscle in his body was as heavy as lead, completely refusing to obey the drive of his brain. Magic? The magic power is completely out of his body's control, and has all escaped from his body. Now August can't even do a simple enchanting attack, let alone use any magic to reverse the situation. What is the difference between him now and an octogenarian who can be seen everywhere on the street? He has no strength to restrain a chicken, and at this moment he finds it difficult to even walk 2 steps. In this state, how should he release the instant replication magic? However, the terrifying demon power of Luo Yun in front of him was still the same as before, exuding a gloomy and thick aura, which changed the color of the world. Irene, where are you? 05. August pinned his last hope on Irene. If he can quickly replenish his scattered magic power into his body, there is still the last possibility of activating the replication magic. But looking around, there is nowhere that is not the terrifying aura of Luo Yun's black magic power, and Irene is completely gone. In desperation, Luo Yun's voice penetrated into August's ears with powerful magic power. The destructive power of the 12 kinds of dragon-slaying magic is fused with the power of the wizard's power. Guess what will happen? In order not to destroy this continent, I used all my magic power to weaken the strength of this blow and control its stability until now. Feel it well. In an instant, from the dark core between Luo Yun's 2 claws, a majestic black devil power suddenly shot out. Just the dark red reflection had already submerged Luo Yun's body so that he could not see the outline clearly. August's body was instantly pushed away by the airflow generated by the black power. Under the strong thrust, his body couldn't help being pulled backwards, and the inertia of the impact was destroying his body every minute and every second. The real blow of the magic power had already shattered all his bones. Immediately, when the body was hit by the impact towards the hard foothills, the black-red impact came immediately, completely enveloping his body like an anti-aircraft gun bombarding mosquitoes and flies. The broken muscles and crushed flesh and bones melted in an instant. August's body and blood had been sublimated and evaporated before being destroyed. Between the earth shaking and the mountains shaking, the only auditory sense he could keep felt the strange buzzing sound, until that time when the frequency of the sound rose to the point where he could no longer feel it. His consciousness was also substituted into the boundless abyss, never to return. This bunch of Black Dragon Slayer magic power cluster guns easily penetrated into the mantle, engulfing the surrounding area in an instant with the strong wind blowing up the entire stratum and the huge fireball that quickly melted the earth. When Irene's world reconstruction magic fails, this area really returns to what it should be. The northern border area of the kingdom of Fiori. It is not too far from the emperor of the Lord, the Hui Dengguan. After a long time, Luo Yun looked down from the sky, and what he saw was that the entire northern part of the country had been completely destroyed. The area bordering the North Kingdom was the most severely damaged, and the part of the Earth's crust that was almost 10,000 meters deep had been completely flattened and melted by Luo Yun's magic cannon. At a glance, the bottom of the 10,000-meter deep shell can no longer be seen, and the bottom is faintly dark red. The temperature there has probably exceeded 100 degrees Celsius. If there is a rain falling, I am afraid that it will be completely evaporated before it falls to the bottom. King. This blow from Luo Yun blasted the area in front of August into a moat, and blasted the mountains behind him into flat ground. But this is the case, August's body has not been completely destroyed. There was a crimson light faintly glowing from his chest, although almost half of his body had been destroyed, but because of this light, he finally left behind a sigh of relief. Luo Yun was freed from the demon pose. The devil's bat wings turned into slowly waving white wings. The dark skin of the 10 bodies also turned into the original whiteness. The remnant clouds in the sky have disappeared, leaving only the dark night that covers everything. The black magic power lingering in the sky finally dissipated. Although the devastated land was full of traces of destruction, there were no bones or corpses to be seen. Ding! Predator, analysis target August, Irene Belserian's magic analysis is in progress, please wait. Because the magic stars in August and Irene are too large, it will take a long time to analyze, please wait. Everything has calmed down and the war is over. August is really hard to deal with. Luo Yun sighed softly. If it's me from the previous days, I'm afraid I won't even have a chance of winning against him before I get the full power of time. Instant duplication magic is too powerful. Even if the magic spirit power that is finally completed is combined with all the dragon slaying magic, it will be nullified by August. However, even if it is an instant, there is a flow of time after all. Such magic cannot be opposed to high-level time-based magic. 760. Just when August was preparing to gather his whole body's magic power to counter Luo Yun's attack with instant duplication magic, Luo Yun used De Maria's seal of time again. Even if De Maria can't control August, he can easily do all this with his infinite magic power to connect the goblin's heart. Immediately, Luo Yun concentrated his magic power and cast the enhanced version of Sky Space Nothing to drain all the magic power of Irene and August, and after devouring it, only August was returned to the original place. Luo Yun's idea is also very simple. Offending the Alvarez Empire in the Western continent, no matter what the reason is, they will eventually attract Zeref's attention. Therefore, in order to prevent Zeref from attacking the Fairy Tale Guild, he has to leave some traces of the battle for the time being so that Zeref can see it all. Tell him that if you want trouble, it's enough to trouble him alone. With the power of August and Irene, Luo Yun's level will be even higher in the near future. Logically speaking, it is more reasonable to leave as soon as possible now to recharge your batteries. But Luo Yun still kept an eye out. Maybe the Magic King's strength may not be just that. Shouldn't we go check it out again? Chapter 158. It is true that the Magic King cannot be underestimated, and more importantly, the characteristics of this world cannot be underestimated. Luo Yun thought of a man named Jose. The president of the Phantom Lord Guild, who was injured like himself before, still survived. If he hadn't paid attention to it, maybe he could still accumulate strength and escape. Such is the commonality of the fairy tale world that even the land reclamation hits often just knock people down rather than kill them. However, Luo Yun thought about it again, and felt that it didn't matter. Even if he is still alive, now that August has lost all his magic power, there is almost no difference from being drained by Fez. Even if he can recover on his own with his own strong physique, it will at least take a long time before he can pose a threat to Fiori continent. And not only that, but the possibility of Zeref noticing himself becomes even greater. Thinking of this, Luo Yun soon felt at ease. It's better to go and see how everyone's situation is now. Just relying on a few thought bodies to deliver information, I'm always a little worried. It was at this moment that Luo Yun saw a familiar figure who was out of breath. That was Makarov, the leader of their guild. 5 minutes ago, in the night sky of the far northern Kurdana continent, a huge monster with mysterious black wings is flying in the air. Its whole body is covered by black scales and a few uncovered skins. That color blends with midnight. In addition, its flying height is so high that even a magician who specializes in perception cannot detect its existence. And the mysterious cyan patterns covered on his black scales added a touch of weirdness and spookiness to its existence. Dal. The creature let out a domineering low growl, and the lingering sounds from the throat seemed to reveal an extremely domineering force, causing the surrounding remnants to retreat together. Black Dragon. The absolute king among the Dragon clan. In this era when all the Dragon clan was extinct and all the few dragons lived in the body of the Dragon Slayer, only one of his dragons survived, which just showed his terrifying strength. In the sky, it looks down at the mortal world, just like looking at a group of boring ants, but it is dull. Suddenly, it seemed to have sensed something, and turned his strong head to look southeast. There seemed to be a group of dark red dots, and then the dots increased rapidly, connecting the dots into a line, and quickly pulled out a sea of powerful red magic power in the lower realm. How could it be possible to see such a majestic magic scene at such a high altitude? Just what kind of strong magic can cast aside the limitation of this long distance and still reflect such an impactful picture in the high altitude? You must know that even Irene's world reconstruction magic, which can make the entire continent emit white light, is hazy and weak from the Black Dragon's bird's eye view, and it is absolutely impossible to reflect such a shocking effect. The Black Dragon's wings swung down abruptly, and its whole body turned along with the black wings. He wants to see clearly who released this magic, and what kind of strong man can release such magic. If there really is an unexpected strong man, then destroying him must be a pleasure. In the area that the Black Dragon looked at, there was a faint red light. Going down from the heavy clouds, under the vast sky, there is a black and red deep moat. The depth and width of this ravine even completely separate the Fiori continent from the northern continent. A clear boundary was drawn between the two countries. One of the wounded fingers twitched slightly. With this twitch, the consciousness of an old man who was about to die was immediately brought back to this continent. It hurts, so painful. Is this the underworld? The old man woke up completely. Because the body has been severely damaged, the language system has been basically lost, and the old man's soliloquy is actually closer to hesitating and muttering. Half of his face had been burnt with his eyeball, and when he opened his only remaining eye, what the old man saw was an unforgettable scene in his entire life. In front of him and under his feet, the piece of solid land in Fiori's northern territory has now become a bottomless abyss, and the faint dark red that shines out from under the abyss is undoubtedly a scorching purgatory. Until this moment, the old man recalled his name. August. The battle between him and Luo Yun had just ended. In the end, under such a terrifying offensive from Luo Yun, it was already a miracle that he was able to escape from death and save half his life. August knew that it was a fluke that he survived, and even if he survived, he couldn't last long. The pain of muscle rupture ravaged his body crazily, but the magic power of his body showed no sign of recovery. It is said that when the magic power is really completely drained, no matter how strong the recovery ability and the profound magic power is, it will take a year and a half to recover to the previous power. And now August's mutilated and tormented old body may not be able to last until then. Probably no matter how hard he endured for less than half a day, he would die from exhaustion. Did Irene escape? Killed? Or defected to the enemy? August didn't know, and now it doesn't seem to matter much. Isn't every member of the Guardian 12 Shields missing like her? Thinking of this, August knelt down on the cliff at the corner of the abyss, weeping and making no sound. As the strongest of the 12 shields of Alvarez, he ended up with such a tragic end that he could not be buried in his own motherland even if he died in battle. In addition to this sadness, the unbearable emotions of Japanese stocks suddenly hit August's brain. If he failed to complete Zeref's order, and failed to dedicate the head of this foreign enemy who invaded the empire to Jer, King Wangzhou, even if he could go back alive, what face would he have to meet His Majesty again? Thinking of this, a thought suddenly came to August's mind. August stretched out his only arm, and slowly stretched it to the ground, trying with all his strength to break a small mare's gravel from a broken cliff. He wanted to end his life with a stone. However, what made him feel even more pathetic and ridiculous was that, having lost all his magic power, he now didn't even have the strength to break a stone. All hope is lost. August barely supported his body and looked towards the bottom of the abyss. Falling down, the high-temperature flames at the bottom of the rock should be able to burn away the sins carried by one's soul, allowing oneself to be punished as it should be. This is the only way he can choose to die. However, just as August was about to jump, he saw a huge black figure appearing in the distance. Chapter 159. What? With a vague accent that does not belong to any national language, August spoke with difficulty. It was hard for him to imagine that he could see this terrible creature here. Acnologia, the most terrifying and vicious king of dragons in the entire world of Asland. The dragons in this world have long since disappeared, and a very small number of dragons remain in the dragon slayer's body, and have never seen the light of day. Even with a dragon slayer like Irene who can freely switch between dragon and human forms with the help of Zeref, she almost never shows her dragon side. The age of dragons is over, except for him, Acnologia. He is an absolute exception, wielding powers that are feared by all mages of all nations, not even the Emperor Zeref, or any dragon. This is because he possesses the highest level of magical power called the Dragon Slayer magic of devouring. He can swallow all magic power, no magic attack on this continent will work against him. Because August was too shocked, his body became numb and unable to move for a while. He lost 917 magic power and saw the arrival of the Black Dragon at this time, just like a dying person on a hospital bed seeing the arrival of the god of death. Roar! The Black Dragon hadn't landed yet, it only let out a low growl, and with the roar, August's body was abruptly withdrawn from the 1,000-meter-long distance with the strong wind. Crack! Being blown to the rocky ground further north, August's already bruised body could not support the second round of heavy blows at all. With a loud bang, August slammed into a strange object. Knowing that August's neck was lifted, he realized that the Black Dragon Acnologia was behind him. At this moment, he has changed into a human form, which is also his original form. On the brown-black face is a pair of vicious eyes, a necklace made of fangs hangs around his neck, and the long dark blue hair shows the wildness in his body that is definitely not human. Although the Black Dragon was originally transformed from human beings, he has already abandoned his humanity as a human being after countless experiences in the long time. Shua! A gust of wind suddenly blew, in the air. This is the storm caused by the arrival of Acnologia. His speed is faster than these storms, and it is only natural that every shot will cause the world to move. Pinching the neck of August, who was almost unconscious, he tilted slightly, and after a brief moment of pondering, the Black Dragon actually spoke. Is it Zeref? Probably not. MMM. August already understood the purpose of the Black Dragon at this moment. The appearance of the Black Dragon means destruction and destruction, but he will not waste time going around for meaningless destruction. His destruction has always followed the principle of efficiency first, and is only carried out in specific places. Those places all contain a powerful magical atmosphere. It is said that it is the breath left over from the dragon massacre. The purpose of doing this is to find Zeref. In other words, the Black Dragon came here because Zeref caused the severe damage in this area. Thinking of this, August actually found a sliver of relief in despair. With the Black Dragon's extremely high intelligence and the existence of various clouds, it means that he and Luo Yun will no longer have any chance to attack Alvarez and His Majesty Zeref. Snapped! The blood splashed onto the rocky ground, and horrifying blood flowers floated out. August's head was broken on the ground like a toy, and was killed by the Black Dragon in just an instant. You can't even speak, it's a waste of time. Black Dragon muttered to himself in annoyance. Even if he knew nothing about mages in this world except Zeref, he had heard of August's name. And how many people can beat August? And not only that, is Zeref going to strike at his most loyal courtier? Arabian Nights. Thinking of this, Heilong suddenly felt a little happy, and immediately smiled slightly. Presumably it would not be difficult to find such a great mage. Since he's going to fight Zeref, I should be able to see him soon. And that side must be the last side they will meet. Kingdom of Fiori, Eastern Jungle. It is now an unknown number of hours after the end of the war. Because Irene's magic has been released, Makarov, who was originally assigned to another position, returned to the northern battlefield again, and met Luo Yun who was about to leave. This area is already full of ravines and ruins. If you are not careful, you will fall into the abyss of the lower realm, which is extremely dangerous. With the help of the dark text teleportation magic, Luo Yun quickly transferred Makarov to the original eastern forest and he explained the general situation with him and then sent him back to the guild. Of course, Makarov couldn't believe all this. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't understand how it was done, but there were many people who were more surprised than him. When Luo Yun teleported to the Huideng Palace before and was about to transfer all the members of the guild back, everyone was shocked beyond measure. Either saying is the war over now, or saying will they come again, everyone is full of worries. When Luo Yun launched the Dragon Slayer magic cannon, everyone felt the strong vibration and huge explosion. Even under the influence of Irene's magic, they could still hear it clearly even if they were far apart. At that time, the entire sky of the kingdom of Fiori was affected by August's black magic power, and it presented a thick jet black, coupled with the loud vibration and sound. Even some wizards thought that the sky was about to collapse. Of course, it is difficult for Luo Yun to explain to them casually, and it is impossible for them to believe such a true explanation. Therefore, Luo Yun did not calm down Makarov's mood, but only explained some rough information to him, such as the defeat of the 12 shields and the temporary safety of the Fiori kingdom, and then completed the transfer of all members of the guild. Basically consistent with the information described in the omnipresent intelligence, no guild members were killed in battle. Then I should also. Just when Luo Yun was about to activate the teleportation magic to return to the guild, the voice of intelligence came again. Someone is nearby, walking in your direction. Judging from the magic power, this person seems to be flat and not hostile. Who will find me at this time? Now that they have all fought against the 12 shields of the protectors, even August, the Magic King, can't dare to find fault with him. Could it be that the comers are the Western Continent Guild Magisters who have not been cleaned up in the previous Eastern battlefield? Chapter 160. No matter how Luo Yun thinks about it, this is the only possibility. Because it is now located in the Eastern jungle and is very close to the Eastern battlefield, everything makes sense in this direction. Luo Yun stood motionless and looked in the direction of the person coming. Then, from among the emerald green trees, a touch of the same bright emerald green drifted in. It has been more than a month since Alvarez's war with Fiori. Inside the fairy tale guild. Anyway, that's how it is. Luo Yun looked at the smiling girl beside him with some embarrassment, and put on an impatient expression. But the faces of the members of the guild were full of astonishment and fear, but they didn't know how to respond for a while. Luo Yun, she is that, dash. The 12 shields of the protectors from the Western Continent? It must be the 12 shields of the protectors, right? The enveloping hostility filled the entire guild hall, but it seemed that because of Luo Yun's face, everyone didn't show too much emotion, but when they really saw the girl approaching them, they still felt quite frightened and agitated. Disturbed. The scantily clad Bangs girl next to Luo Yun is clearly the crafting country Brandish in the 12 shields. This matter has to start from the previous Eastern jungle. After Luo Yun spared Brandish, there was an obsession in Brandish's heart. Leaving aside what kind of obsession it is, what is certain is that she has a very strong desire to find Luo Yun. That desire has grown beyond his own country and Alvarez itself. When she left the battlefield and walked in the eastern jungle not far away, Brandish was still entangled between her country and Luo Yun's affairs. It was at this time that she found Luo Yun again in the corner. Perhaps this is fate, destiny, so that they can meet again so quickly. At that moment, Bran didn't hesitate anymore. She asked Luo Yun to teleport herself to the vicinity of the guild, and live the life of an ordinary Fiori resident. After the end of this war, it is not possible to cheer for the family's mood. Although the Fairy Tale Guild made great contributions after this war, in fact, no one saw the battle when Luo Yun slaughtered the 12 shields and 9 demon gates. Everyone just regarded Luo Yun as a hero who used teleportation magic to protect everyone. Only Makarov was able to see Luo Yun's devastating blow. Therefore, rather than the excitement and honor of merit and saving the country from fire and water, it is better to say that what everyone feels is the cruelty and heaviness of war. All other guilds suffered heavy losses in this accident. President Bob of Blue Pegasus is still alive and dead, Uba, president of Lamia Scale, is seriously injured, and the situation of Jura, one of 10 wizard saints, is not optimistic, and almost every guild has victims. Therefore, everyone has been resentful towards the wizards of the Western Continent for a long time. However, after this month has passed and everyone's life returns to normal for the first time, these resentments in their hearts will eventually fade away with the end of the war. Among them, the Fairy Tale Guild obviously had the least psychological burden. After all, apart from Makarov's magic power exhausted and urgent need to recuperate, the other members could be said to be unharmed. But at this moment, Brandish bid farewell to the leisurely life she liked, and followed Luo Yun to the Fairy Tale Guild to report. This frightened everyone in the Fairy Tale Guild. Luo Yun, is she really okay? Questions about Brandish continue. The moment they first met Brandish, everyone was more than just throwing questions, they were almost ready to draw out their weapons and go to war. However, seeing Luo Yun's serious expression and Brandish's long-term inaction, the fear and vigilance in everyone's hearts began to dissipate. But even so, the war has just ended for a month, who would believe the words of a high-ranking mage from the Western continent? In front of the wizards of the Fairy Tale Guild, Brandish was the first to react. Plop! She knelt down on her knees at the entrance of the guild's hall, her expression was still meaningless, and she seemed to be quite rational. However, such behavior still has not won the understanding of Fairy Tale Guild members. Hypocritical, who are you pretending to show? Your hands are already stained with the blood of our country's mages. Are you looking down on us now? 0, ask for flowers. Facing Laxus' low voice, Brandish bowed his head and didn't speak for a long time. It wasn't until everyone had vented everything they wanted to insult and vent, that Brandish finally articulated his inner thoughts slowly. Everyone. I agree with, understand, and fully accept your ideas. After all, no matter what I say, I was once a high-level executive of the Alvarez Empire, and I have frequently participated in high-level meetings and obeyed their decisions. My life was originally given by Mr. Luo Yun. If you want to vent, please kill me. What did you say? Do you think I dare not? Laxus took Brandish's words as a provocation and became even angrier all of a sudden. However, at this moment, the magic power in Brandish's body surged, and in an instant, his body shrank to the size of only 10 chicks. Zoom out. The size of the current Brandish is at best half the size of a cat in the Transcendence team in the original work, or even smaller. However, although the body has become smaller, Brandish's magic power has not diminished in the slightest. Her magical voice was still loud and clear. Everyone, now that I have shrunk myself, if you don't trust me, you can come over and trample me to death at any time, just pretend that I have never been here today. What? Boos broke out in the guild hall. Everyone who was still scruples quieted down in an instant. If she was willing to bet her own life, even if it was cheating, she must have made up her mind. Still, it's Laxus. Even if Brandish gets to that point, he's not willing to accept this former enemy now joining his guild. Do you think that by using Luo Yun as a shield, people in our guild can trust you? Even if I offend Luo Yun today, I will take you. After all, Laxus was covered with rapid high-frequency lightning, and his speed was driven by the lightning, and he had arrived in front of Brandish in the blink of an eye. Facing Brandish, Laxus stepped out of that lightning-covered kick in an instant. Chapter 161. Shuzai. In an instant, the solace of Laxus' feet were on the top of Brandish's head, and there was only a slight difference between the two. Brandish could already feel the thunder above his head, and his head was in a mess amidst the loud buzzing, but his expression remained the same as before, without any change. On the contrary, Laxus stopped pressing with a look of disdain and displeasure. He put the hovering feet back to their original positions, and after pondering for a moment, he bowed to pay Luo Yun his respect. Luo Yun. I really did not misread you, I knew that if you were really thinking about the guild, you would not have stopped her just now. And you, your name is Blanche, right? Today I tolerate being in the same room with you for the sake of Luo Yun. Since you have already made up your mind to die, I reluctantly approve of you. After saying 983, Laxus glared at Brandish viciously again, which finally suppressed the anger in his heart. Brandish stayed in place without saying a word throughout the whole process. Her shrunken body would definitely not be able to support Laxus' foot, but she did not have any scruples or hesitation. Before coming to the guild today, she had discussed with Luo Yun that if any guild member was dissatisfied with her, she would use her actions to prove her sincerity to everyone, no matter what the price was. It was precisely because of this that Luo Yun didn't stop him just now. Now the tense atmosphere in the guild finally eased, and Luo Yun was finally able to say a few words. As you all have seen, Miss Brandish, I can assure you that she really wants to join the guild. As for why I can make such a guarantee, I can give you 3 reasons. Luo Yun coughed twice, and after drawing everyone's attention to the limit, he said loudly. First, you may not know that I possess magic such as mind reading and memory, and I have sneaked into her memory and mind specifically, and I have not seen any thoughts that are detrimental to our Fiori kingdom. Obedience to the Empire. And now that obedience is gone too, for the Empire has been torn apart after the Great War, and the dragons have no leader. Secondly, Brandish has never fought against the wizards of our Kingdom of Fury from the beginning to the end of this war. As soon as Luo Yun said this, all the mages looked at each other in dismay. They tried hard to recall the strong sense of oppression brought by the 12 shields of the Guardians when they sat on the eastern battlefield before. It seems to be so. She never laid a hand on us, indeed. This is undoubtedly a crucial condition for everyone to accept Brandish. Because if the attack has not even been launched, it is even a bit excessive to make such an act of voluntary humiliation simply because of the different positions of the country. Of course, there's a third one. Luo Yun breathed a sigh of relief and continued. Brandish has a healing ability that is far beyond the reach of ordinary magicians. Her shape magic can quickly shrink the wound or focus of the injured, and quickly restore the injured's physical strength. In the previous month, she had traveled all over most of Fiori's Magisters' guilds who were injured in this war, and even President Makarov's injuries were mostly healed by her. As soon as Luo Yun said this, the expressions of the guild members changed again. When it was said that she had never shot at everyone before, everyone just turned from hatred to look at her, but now this time, everyone's eyes on Brandish even changed from looking at her to a little awe. Why would a high-ranking general of the Western Continent Empire do this for a mediocre enemy country? Even if she was an undercover or spy sent by the local government, with the magic power of any of the 12 shields, wouldn't it be possible for them to be defeated? Fiori turned the world upside down? While speaking, Makarov suddenly appeared at the gate of the guild. His appearance immediately excited the wizards of the Fairy Tale Guild. President! Has your injury healed yet? It's been so long, no matter how serious the president's injury is, it should be. Makarov shook his head, and said to everyone in the guild. My old bones will never fall apart, hee. Actually, it's thanks to Ms. Brandish this time. Luo Yun also told me that if it wasn't for her shape magic, I guess I would have to lie down for at least 2 months before I can talk to everyone like this. Everyone, I wonder if you have any opinions on Miss Brandish's joining the guild? It is impossible for me to have the final say on this matter. After all, I am a general of the enemy country, so this is a big deal. I have no opinion. It was Laxus who spoke first. His personality is too straightforward. If he doesn't trust him, he will speak out very straightforwardly. Once he chooses to believe, he will defend him immediately. I have no opinion either. I trust Luo Yun's judgment. Brandish gradually turned into a normal size, kneeling in front of everyone in the guild, hearing more and more affirmative voices for himself. A special warm emotion arose in his heart. That was something he had never experienced in the highly hierarchical Alvarez Empire. Amidst the voices of approval one after another, Makarov stepped forward with a smile on his face, and stamped the seal of Fairy Tale member on Brandish's right arm. However, this imprint is slightly different from everyone's imprint, and it looks a lot smaller than that of ordinary guild members. Brandish, although everyone agrees with you to join the guild, you are still from another country, and we cannot determine whether your previous empire can find you. These will bring many hidden dangers to our guild, you should understand. Makarov continued. Therefore, for the time being, you can only be counted as a 0.2 reserve member of the guild. Because you were introduced by Luo Yun will inspect your future performance and let him appraise you for a period of time before you can become an official member. I don't know, can you accept it? Brandish nodded without hesitation. Several surprised female voices came out quickly. That's Myra Jane and the others. So, does she want to act with love every day? At this moment, Myra Jane looked as if he wanted to fight with someone, while Urza held back his breath, with displeasure written all over his face. God, why is it cloudy? Wasn't it a sunny day just now? In the corner, Jovia's complexion didn't seem very good either. As soon as her aggrieved face wrinkled, there were already clouds outside the window. Chapter 162. Urza, Myra Jane, and the others take this attitude towards Brandish as a matter of course. Although the two of them have excellent figures, Brandish's figure is also famous for the beauty of the Alvarez Empire. Especially in terms of fat content in some parts above the waist, although Urza and Myra Jane have never had any disputes over such matters, the appearance of Brandish brought them a serious sense of crisis. A full week has passed since Brandish joined the guild. Urza, Myra Jane, and Jovia sat on the bar on the first floor of the guild, each with complicated expressions. That goblin must have used shape magic to make the pair of things bigger, it must be so. I said, how could she be so exaggerated with her body proportions? It turned out that she used magic to cheat. It's really a convenient ability. Besides, what's so good about it? It's so redundant, it's ugly to wear clothes. The two quarreled like children, talking to each other. Jovia, who had been the target of bombardment by the two in the past, felt a little calmer now that she was no longer attacked by everyone. At this moment, the door of the guild was pushed open with a squeak. Brandish and Luo Yun walked in one after the other. The moment they looked at her, everyone's sense of vigilance against Brandish was pushed to the limit again. At this moment, Brandish's clothes still retain the style of the Alvarez period. The earrings and headgear are full of colorful crosses. Under the golden collar, there is a circle of blue-purple feather accessories on the brown-yellow robe, which looks sexy, mature, and graceful. Luxury. However, such clothes are worn on a delicate and lovely girl, which gives people a sense of contrast like Myra Jane, but at the same time, it seems that Urza's dignified and calm, and even some great magicians at the same time taxi weather. This woman is very dangerous. You are not getting a little too close. Urza puffed her cheeks, stared at Luo Yun's face behind Brandish and said slowly. Is there any? Brandish looked back at Luo Yun in a little surprise. It was good if she didn't look at it, she just turned sideways when she looked at it, and some parts of her body were directly attached to Luo Yun's arm, which unexpectedly deformed. Seeing this moment, Myra Jane and Urza were already burning with anger, and Jovia also blushed and buried her head, looking very aggrieved. You. Get away from Luo Yun. Right now. Brandish stepped back obediently, but she was very natural and didn't understand what Myra Jane and the others were worried about. Mr. Luo Yun, is there any problem with him? Why do you want to do this? It's nothing, just remember, you must keep a distance from Luo Yun in the future. The corner of Brandish's mouth curled down habitually, he shook his head and asked Luo Yun. Mr. Luo Yun, do you know what the ladies mean? If there is no normal reason, let's listen to your opinion. Luo Yun is also quite embarrassed, but the atmosphere has become so stiff now, so what if he doesn't say a few words of justice? Well, Urza, Myra Jane, don't make things difficult for her. Although everyone may still have some distrust of her, I can guarantee that this person's character is absolutely passable. Character? From the ethics area, she can't pass the test. Integrity? I don't understand, why are you talking about this? The girls were full of unhappiness, but they couldn't say a word for a long time. They really don't have the face to speak out the thoughts in their hearts just now, otherwise it would really appear that they are too petty. Every day since then, Brandish has stayed with Luo Yun. As long as she takes the chairman's arrangement as a reason, she can always act inseparably with Luo Yun, and the degree of intimacy is even higher than that of Urza. This also makes the girl's sense of crisis grow day by day. On this day, Urza, Myra Jane, and Jovia came to the guild bar early. They are plotting how to defeat Brandish and give them back Luo Yun's time. If you want me to say, that Bran is definitely not a natural type. You mean, she's faking it? Otherwise, didn't she just hook up with Luo Yun? Myra Jane gritted her teeth resentfully, and asked Jovia, who had tears in her eyes. Jovia, what do you think? Jovia wiped the teardrops from the corners of his eyes, and said with a twitch. I think so too. Look, even Jovia said that. This kid is the most honest. When Jovia joined the guild before, Urza and Myra Jane still made it difficult for Jovia every day, but now, after Brandish came to the guild, their masters almost formed a united front. You have to make that green-haired girl suffer a bit. But isn't she the high level of the Alvarez Empire? We can't defeat her. What does it matter? Now that we are companions, we don't have to touch her, we just need to. Myra Jane gave Jovia a sneaky grin and revealed her plan. 170. Is this really good? Don't worry, it's just a trivial matter. If she gets angry, it will prove that she doesn't really want to join our guild, but is a spy sent by Alvarez. Isn't it a miracle that we found out the guild's spy? Even Urza, who was listening on the sidelines, couldn't help feeling that the little girl Myra Jane had a clever mind. Urza, do you have any comments? I have no opinion. Hey, I can't think of it. Because this is an operation to maintain the unity of the guild and uncover undercover agents, I think it is very necessary to carry out. Urza forced himself an excuse to accept, crossing his arms over his chest and nodding. Although Urza is usually very upright and never tolerates any insidious actions by members of the guild, she also chose to turn a blind eye to Mirajana's proposal. I have a question, does Luo Yun use memory magic and Warren's mind reading? If Luo Yun uses it on us, I don't think there is any need to worry about this. Luo Yun has already told me before, he has learned the lesson from that time, unless he really wants to fight, he will not use this kind of magic on his companions. It would be great. Jovia nodded, and the three of them inexplicably resonated with each other in solidarity. Chapter 163. The three of them have always been on their own, but at this moment they have formed an unbreakable bond. In order to fight against Bran, they are working together and will never allow the plan to fail in the slightest. Lunchtime. Luo Yun and Brandish walked towards the guild bar slowly, the distance between them was still so close. Luo Yun didn't seem to care much about such details at all, it seemed that he was taken advantage of by this greenhead. But the girls' plans are just beginning. Today, Myra Jane and Urza entered the back kitchen early to work in the back kitchen under the banner of letting newcomers taste their own craft. Because Luo Yun and Brandish have agreed in advance, they will definitely come here during lunchtime. At that time, it was up to Jovia to try her best to use her water magic to wet Brandish's clothes. At that time, she would definitely lose her composure. People will be ruined. Myra Jane and Urza had also experienced this kind of suffering when they went out to carry out commissions before, and they both knew what kind of mood it was. At that time, when she anxiously and embarrassingly didn't know where to change her clothes, her previous generous and somewhat nervous posture would become quite hypocritical. In this way, the goals of the girls will be achieved. How could they allow a scheming girl with a white lotus to hang around Luo Yun every day? Urza and Myra Jane looked at the future Luo Yun, just waved and walked towards the back kitchen. Then it's up to Jovia. When Luo Yun and Brandish were officially seated, Jovia shied away, her heart was pounding and she didn't know how to proceed. After a long time, Jovia still sat in the original position, with embarrassment written all over her face. Brandish and Luo Yun sat on her left, while Myra Jane and Urza hid at the door and secretly watched the actions of several people. In fact, their dishes have already been prepared. While Jovia didn't move, Brandish did. She stared hopelessly at the ceiling of the guild, stretched her fair neck, and lifted her neckline with her hands to fan the cool breeze from time to time. It's so hot. I don't want to go out. There are infinite scheming hidden in this simple movement of hers, not only revealing her perfect body curve, but also revealing almost all the parts of herself that can be exposed, which makes people itch. Seeing Brandish's SY action, Myra Jane and Urza couldn't wait anymore, and frantically gestured to Jovia to make him move quickly. Jovia stood up suddenly. Jovia, what's wrong with you? When Luo Yun and Brandish looked at him in unison, Jovia put aside all the worries in his heart and said loudly. I want you to see the water magic I've been practicing recently. Water magic? Jovia, you have worked hard recently, not bad. Luo Yun and Brandish cast their expectant eyes one after another, and the exhibition of Shen Biao began. I saw that a large amount of magic power in Juvia's body was evoked, and the light blue light filled her body instantly. As the light became stronger, a more and more inflated water ball slowly grew out of her gradually separated palms. The water polo continuously absorbs the magic power in Juvia's body, and it grows bigger and bigger, but at the same time it can maintain a high degree of stability, which makes Luo Yun a little surprised. The magic power in Juvia's body is quite huge, because her talent is the magic power of the water element, but in the past it was quite difficult for Juvia to control the magic power of the water flow, but now she can sharpen her control to such an extent. I am afraid that Urza and Myra Jane coached her for a while. Seeing the rapid progress of the former rookie mage, Luo Yun couldn't help seeing the gods. At the same time, Brandish on the side also secretly praised the magic power in the body of one of the magicians in the eastern continent at random. Although it is not as exaggerated as his own, this talent is quite good. When both of them were looking at him wholeheartedly, Juvia let out a hot, and quickly filled the water polo with a super amount of magic power. The water polo, which was originally quite stable, was instantly out of her control, and the overloaded magic power instantly destroyed the magic structure of the water polo, and the impact force converged in the direction of Brandish. Call out! At a fast speed, the splashing water in the ruptured water polo hit Brandy Ren. At this moment, the hearts of Brandish, Luo Yun, Urza and Myra Jane were all in their throats. For Urza and Myra Jane, they are really looking forward to what will happen after this, and for Brandish and Luo Yun, they are fully capable of reacting and dealing with this unexpected situation, but surprisingly, Bran didn't open or use magic to shrink the water polo. Snapped! The water splashed onto Brandish and also splashed a little bit on Luo Yun. The brown-yellow tube top was instantly wet, revealing the faint skin color underneath. Although it was difficult to see clearly because of the darker color of the clothes, it was too embarrassing. Brandish seemed to have just taken a bath. The smooth skin was covered with drops of water, showing a smooth and moving transparent color, making her delicate body look even more fragrant. Yeah, sorry. Juvia apologized repeatedly to Luo Yun and Brandish. She just wanted to make Brandish suffer a little according to what Myra Jane and Urza said, but she didn't expect to release so much water, which made Brandish's body drenched. Success! Good job! Juvia is indeed a partner of justice. Urza and Myra Jane, who were watching, also became excited. Brandish, however, remained expressionless. After a long time, she suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Hey! Good money is pretty cool. Thank you. Juvia, Urza, and Myra Jane instantly petrified in place. What is she thinking? Shouldn't she be shy and change quickly at this time? Isn't it uncomfortable to eat with your body wet? Is she really natural? Why is it different from what you said? Immediately, Brandish's actions made the three girls even more furious. I saw that she turned slightly to Luo Yun's position, and actually put her wet chest on Luo Yun's arm to eat. What are you doing, Branty? It's nothing, just thinking about whether it will cool you down. Ha! Don't you like this? Not at all. Until Urza and Myra Jane showed up, they kept this excessive posture. Chapter 164. Stop! Carrying a plate of exquisite dishes, Myra Jane and Urza rushed out of the kitchen, and the side dishes on the plate almost spilled. What are you doing? How can you do such a thing? Did we do something? Brandish still asked innocently. For some reason, unlike the pure white lotus feeling that Juvia once gave them, Brandish's character made her speak with a strong sense of laziness and impatience, which also made Myra Jane and the others feel even more angry. Big. You still say. It is true that we need to change our clothes now, but this is not what we want. Luo Yun spread his hands helplessly. It's better to change it after eating, otherwise it will be too troublesome. The three girls froze in place without saying a word, their minds full of regrets that they approved of this project. Only Brandish and Luo Yun still ate their own as before, without any scruples at all. The rough nerves of the two of them formed a strong 997 bond at this moment, and this inexplicable resonance also made the girls even more heartbroken. They have a vague feeling that they can't win the girl in front of them, and one day, she will completely take Luo Yun's heart away, leaving nothing to any of them. In the middle of eating, Brandish suddenly put down the fork near his mouth. "Ah!" he cried out. Although her voice was quite unexpected, her expression was surprisingly calm. She just clenched a fist with one hand and lightly hit the open palm of the other, as if she had realized some great truth. "What's wrong, Brandish?" Luo Yun asked casually, but after that, Blanlush said something that shocked the girls for a whole year. "Are you jealous of my relationship with Mr. Luo Yun?" "I really like Mr. Luo Yun, it's more like love." In just a moment, the faces of Myra Jane, Urza, and Jovia were already as red as the flat peaches of the season, not only to the neck, but also to the forehead and chest. You, what did you say?" "Hey, that is to say, I love Mr. Luo Yun deeply." In front of the people who were petrified again, Brandish repeated it indifferently. Even Luo Yun was a little speechless this time. "Why are you so surprised? Isn't Lu Sheng worthy of being liked by girls?" "This." Brandish sighed softly. "Although I don't quite understand the culture of your eastern continent, I am also from the eastern continent. I think the evaluation and judgment of men should be similar. Mr. Luo Yun is decisive, emotionally stable, capable, and humane, so I have long been deeply infatuated with him, this is a fact. But you don't need to be so surprised, it's just my unrequited love." The corner of Luo Yun's mouth twitched accordingly. "Brandish, are you telling the truth?" "Of course. In fact, I was originally in a state of absolute neutrality. The reason why I helped the guild was entirely because of you, Mr. Luo Yun." The scene fell into a long silence. In this silence, Urza and the others had no idea what to say. Could it be that the mages in the western continent are really so open, straightforward, and rough-headed, and that men and women in different continents really have such a huge difference in how they treat emotional issues? How could I have been brewing a relationship for so long? I struggled with these girls every day and couldn't say it, but it was said so simply by 10 girls who just arrived. All of a sudden, the initiative of seniority was completely reversed, and Urza and the others would not be able to say the words "obviously I was the first," even if they secretly said it in their hearts. During the long silence, Myra Jane broke out. "Because if she doesn't break out again, she may have to perish in silence." You. Myra Jane gritted her teeth and said. "What do you mean by emphasizing these things? Did you suddenly say these things with the approval of Luo Yun? You have not yet been approved by our guild members. No matter how strong your magic power is, you are just a trainee magician. Why did you just join the guild and start discussing this kind of topic in just a few days? You don't understand the rule of first come, first served." You. This series of questioning really made Brandish feel a little guilty. I also know that it will be difficult for everyone to accept a mage from an enemy country for a while, because the motives and intentions are unknown, but I will explain it to everyone sooner or later. However, Mr. Luo Yun doesn't seem to care much about Mr. Luo Yun himself, so my feelings for Mr. Luo Yun will not change." "What did you say?" As soon as Luo Yun was mentioned, the fury in Urza and Marajana's hearts could not be restrained again. They turned their heads to look at Luo Yun, and everyone's face was flushed. "Luo Yun, don't you care about her? Don't you think this kind of girl who suddenly confesses her love is dangerous?" Luo Yun smiled wryly. "Haha, I don't really care about that. Her straightforwardness is also her unique personality charm, just like Urza, you all have your own personality charm. I'm done eating. Thank you for the hospitality." Brandish stacks the clean dishes and prepares to take them to the stove for washing. "Did Miss Myra Jane and Miss Urza make this meal together?" "Yes, what's the matter, does it mean anything to our cooking level?" "No, I just think it's so delicious that I can't stop it." Brandish gave a heartfelt compliment with a deadpan face. "If I could eat this kind of food in Alvarez, then maybe I wouldn't come to this guild." "Just kidding, don't pay attention to it." After finishing speaking, Brandish jumped towards the sink behind the stove door. Only a few girls who were stunned, angry, unwilling but also full of regret were left in the original area. Night. Luo Yun returned to his room alone. For more than a month after the war, the guild has been busy with repairs in various areas of the kingdom. King Thomas and Princess Emerald have disappeared since the outbreak of the war. No one knows where they went. Most of them were seriously injured during the battle with Irene in the Northern Territory, and their whereabouts are unknown. As a result, the management of the kingdom underwent a major reshuffle. Chapter 165. During this period, because of the outstanding performance of Hyborion, the second seat of 10 wizard saints in the war against the Western continent, he was selected as the strongest mage in the entire kingdom, and Luo Yun also saved the kingdom mages by launching the teleportation magic in the midst of water and fire. Wang Qiawang attached great importance to it. However, since King Thomas, Princess Emerald, Minister of Defense Dutton and many other capable managers in the kingdom have disappeared, not many people can be the masters. It is true that some civil servants from the kingdom appeared who wanted to promote Luo Yun to serve as an important minister of the National Defense Force, but Luo Yun asked Makarov to help him with reasons such as recuperating after the war refused. In the current kingdom, Hyborion is probably in charge of all affairs alone, with the assistance of other civil servants. While trying to repair the destroyed areas in the country, he is constantly strengthening the city defense, and strives to return to the state of the kingdom before. Luo Yun also got a period of peace. Everything seemed to be going well. However, Luo Yun knew exactly what would happen next. There are only a few strong men in this world, they haven't shown up yet, and after I have fought against 12 shields, I will definitely become the fuse that triggers their appearance. The strongest black mage Zeref and the Black Dragon Acnologia. Don't know when they will arrive, but it could happen anytime. Luo Yun's current life seems to be peaceful, but in fact it is like under a calm and turbulent ocean, and there are many dangerous and violent undercurrents hidden. After all, the strength of the two of them is so strong that even if they use the power of time magic to fight against them, they may not be able to win if they don't use their brains. For this reason, Luo Yun wants to make the last fusion. In the countless predation before, Luo Yun learned countless magics to strengthen his physical strength. For example, Luo Yun first learned the strength enhancement, which can quickly enhance one's own strength in a short period of time, and Kane Hikaru's enhancement magic in 7 Kin of Purgatory, Gajiel's Iron Dragon Slayer magic. These magics can quickly enhance one's own strength constitution. And these magics all have one thing in common, that is after the magic is transformed into pure physical power, the original magic power will be completely consumed heavy enough to strengthen the power. Removal will recover. The reason is also very simple. If the magic power is not consumed after being converted into physical fitness, wouldn't it be possible to increase one's physical strength endlessly and achieve the effect of a perpetual motion machine? The commonality of the consumption of magic power made Luo Yun believe that he could pass through the heart of the goblin, convert infinite magic power into infinite power. First of all, let's try superimposed release. Teleport. With a bang, Luo Yun has arrived at Fiori's eastern forest. This area is not the small jungle in the east of the Fairy Tale Guild, but the dense forest in the eastern border area of the Fiori Kingdom. At night, this area is uninhabited. Although the border knights will be stationed for defense, the knights will only stay in the real border area instead of this forest. The evening wind plucks the trees, bringing a little bit of coolness to the hot weather. Opening his eyes, Luo Yun's whole body sparked with a burst of light. Strengthening. Suddenly, the strength of Luo Yun's whole body soared, and the molecular density between the muscles condensed together, making him feel that his whole body was full of divine power that could crush the earth with one punch. However, Luo Yun is still not satisfied with this. Come again, strengthened. This is the first time Luo Yun used 2 buff magics in a row. According to the theory, strengthening power is only a state. How can it be possible to strengthen this state again while maintaining the state? This is of course untenable, and Luo Yun's attempt failed logically. But Luo Yun has other ways to achieve this effect. Thinking body. Before the words fell, Luo Yun's figure gradually became transparent, and another layer of torso was separated from the transparent body. In a daze, 2 Luo Yuns with exactly the same appearance were already standing in place. The thought body is actually a high-level magic that can only be used by quite capable mages, but because it will disperse the magic power, even if not many mages are willing to release it. But for Luo Yun, these worries do not exist. Strengthening. Luo Yun released the skill again. This time, he used the missing body to release it. Since the strengthening effect has a limitation that one individual can only benefit once, what about multiple individuals? The release is complete. As expected by Luo Yun, there was also a glimmer of light on the body of the thought. That was the proof of the completion of strengthening. 0. Ask for flowers. Immediately, the next step. Thinking body, take it back. With Luo Yun's order, the power of the missing body instantly returned to his body. Sieve. In an instant, Luo Yun's body was covered with golden light, and the shimmering light on his body suddenly became extremely dazzling, and it took several seconds before it gradually faded away. As a result, Luo Yun's power has been strengthened unprecedentedly. It is said to be an unprecedented enhancement, but in fact, it is only about the same as after turning on the Iron Dragon Slayer magic state and power enhancement at the same time. However, this gave Luo Yun quite a shock. The experiment was successful. Even if one kind of power cannot be strengthened without limit, two powers can be fused with each other. If you use the thought body to carry out this kind of fusion repeatedly. Luo Yun realized an extremely important truth. Why didn't Luo Yun do this kind of research before? That's because no matter how strong the physical strength is, it is definitely not as efficient as researching magic if it is against the 12 shields of the Protectorate. But after researching this result, Luo Yun completely understood one thing: he would be invincible in this world. Whether it's Zeref or anyone who dares to challenge themselves, they will only suffer the consequences in the end. If there is anyone Luo Yun is afraid of now, it is probably the god Anchor Ramel. I gradually understood everything. Let's make the final preparations now. I saw Luo Yun gently closed his eyes and said slowly. Thinking body. This time Luo Yun consumed a huge amount of magic power to separate his thought body, and the scale was no smaller than when he was teleporting Fez. 3,000? No, when the countless Luo Yun covered the entire eastern forest, even when the knights on the border of the Fiori Kingdom discovered it, it was only when they slipped away that they felt satisfied. Every thought body, now I'll activate teleportation magic, and go lurking around the world. If you encounter any situation, return to my body immediately. Swish! In a blink of an eye, countless Luo Yuns were dispersed, and the magic power in Luo Yun's body was also greatly reduced. But, how long has it really been drastically cut? Chapter 166. Since Luo Yun's magic power is unlimited, no matter how many thoughts he releases, his magic power will not be depleted. Not only that, but when he takes back the power of the thought body into his body, although the infinite magic power in his body will no longer increase, the gain of pure physical strength will be superimposed. After all, although magic power is unlimited, physical strength is limited. Other than that, I don't need to develop a new ability. Luo Yun thought of the shape magic he learned when he was hunting Bran. Shape magic is the same basic type of super magic as shatter magic, which can change the shape of any object, including magic itself. If shape magic is combined with other super magic, there should be a very interesting chemical reaction. Luo Yun once again tested 997 in the eastern jungle. This experiment was much more strenuous than studying the effect of superimposed buffs with the mind-body, because it involved the fusion of super magic. It took about an hour and a half to produce the satisfactory effect for Luo Yun. Of course, if Luo Yun didn't have the support of the Great Sage system, it might take more than 10 years to complete this luxurious magic. It's almost done here, let's go back to sleep first. 44. Luo Yun's omnipotent ability was clearly noticed. Not only everything, but also the ability of God's ear learned from August also transmitted that weird sound to Luo Yun's ears. It was a rather strange dark magic, but it was different from Hades' pure, malignant darkness. It can't be said to be thick, it doesn't seem to be superimposed with various dark magics, it just appears so lightly that people can't even notice its existence. However, when it appears, you feel that your whole person and even your soul will be involved, because the power contained in it is too powerful. This weird magical power can only remind Luo Yun of one person. However, When Luo Yun carefully searched for the main body of the magic power with the divine ear or the myriad phenomena, the magic power suddenly disappeared like ghosts that come and go without a trace. During this time, it is not the first time that Luo Yun has felt this strong magic power. It's just that it has never been as strong as today. It can be said that the magic power today is directed at me. Luo Yun turned around and looked back. Among the dense jungle, a black-haired boy-like man stood quietly. He has neat black hair and a pair of black eyes. The long white cloth on top of the black clothes tightly wrapped his upper body, and there was a drop-shaped pendant on his chest, which was shining brightly under the moonlight. "Zeref, is that you? You know me, Luo Yun." Luo Yun smiled slightly. "There are very few people in this world who don't know you. The strongest black mage in history, Zeref Dragneel. Zeref, Natsu's brother, the ancestor of the Black Mage. As a magic genius, he has been proficient in almost all magic since he was a child, and in the process of researching dark magic, he gained immortality because of the curse of Anxel Ramel. Zeref, who has an infinite lifespan, is proficient in all the forbidden and lost magics in the world, but even he cannot bring his dead brother Natsu back to life. While carrying out the resurrection plan, he was saddened that a large number of lives were lost due to Zeref's curse. He is tired of the truth of this world wandering between life and death. In order to kill himself, he created the strongest demon end with the body of his dead brother, and asked the celestial spirit wizard to send him to Forn now 100 years later. From creating demons to becoming emperor of the Alvarez Empire, Zeref did everything to kill himself. But now, Zeref, who is looking for death, is standing in front of Luo Yun. When he looked into Luo Yun's eyes motionless, all Luo Yun could feel was nothingness. "Luo Yun, I've heard your name a long time ago. Maybe you will be surprised, but this is the truth. The one who has been providing me with information is that Irene Belzarian." "It's Irene." Luo Yun's response is also quite sophisticated. The two men who look like teenagers are talking at the moment like two political predators who control the ever-changing world situation in seconds. Irene Belzarian. She indeed has the foresight. After judging that you transferred the magic pulse bomb Fez, she thinks that the combination of magicians in the Western continent may not be your opponent. So she has been investigating information about you. She didn't report any expectations about the war a month ago, but she handed over all the information about you to me. Luo Yun, you are very strong, very strong. However, can you kill me with your strength?" Zeref showed a smile that surprised Luo Yun. "Actually, I went to the underground secret room of your guild before the war started. There are multiple magic seals set up there, but they are all very simple, and I easily cracked them. There, I met her and obtained the power of the goblin's heart." Luo Yun indeed heard something unexpected. The reason why Luo Yun didn't transfer the magic crystal that sealed Mavis to another space was because Luo Yun didn't want to attract Makarov's attention. How could he have thought that Zeref could sneak into his guild without anyone noticing? But even so, everything is still within Luo Yun's calculations, so Luo Yun's expression is still quite calm. Zeref sighed softly, then said, "Irene reminded me to investigate your guild to understand your information, but I found out this power. Maybe this is also the fate between me and 5.8 her. I will import this power into my body, and it is entirely because I want to kill the Black Dragon Acnologia and maintain the original order of this world. But if you can kill me, I would rather die. Luo Yun, can you do it?" Luo Yun looked at the smiling Zeref and smiled back. "This kind of thing, if you don't try it, how will you know? It's better to say, try to kill me. Very well, you have a stronger sense of faith than any demon I have ever created. Then come and have a try, after 3 days, I will wait for you here." Zeref smiled and said. At this moment a sudden gust of wind blew up, wrapping his body and gradually turning it transparent, before disappearing from Luo Yun's sight. Chapter 167. When Zeref's magic power disappeared along with his body, Luo Yun could no longer capture his position through the myriad phenomena. That is probably a high-level teleportation magic. If it's just teleportation magic, of course Zeref has mastered it. However, he clearly can do more things with teleportation magic, but he has never practiced it, which shows that he really does not have the ambition to conquer the world like the Black Dragon Acnologia. Although there was no fear in Luo Yun's heart, he was somewhat touched. No one has ever challenged him so directly. 3 days. Luo Yun breathed a sigh of relief, and after careful consideration, he didn't think he needed to make any preparations during this period. Originally, after the war, I had expended a lot of energy, and used the Arc of Time magic to secretly reshape the damaged streets to their original appearance. Although the loss of magic power was almost nothing to me, I repeated the same work every day. It's also really boring and tiring. It's better to let everything go, take a good rest in these 3 days, and recharge your batteries. Teleport. The magic power in Luo Yun's heart immediately surged, and he returned to his guild dormitory in the blink of an eye. Still living in this place is 05 comfortable, and no one will come to bother you. Looking at the familiar bed, bedding, and furnishings in the room, Luo Yun let out a long breath, feeling quite comfortable. The dormitories in the Fairy Tale Guild are divided into men and women. Usually, the only ones who can see Luo Yun are Laxus, Joy, and Grey Natsu. However, they are the type who go to bed early and get up early. Fall asleep, or go out to perform some special entrusted tasks. Therefore, as long as Luo Yun stays in the guild dormitory, the environment has always been quite comfortable. But soon, this comfort was broken by an abnormal knock on the door. Boom boom boom. A small knock on the door seemed to come from the middle and lower part of the door. Judging from the direction of the knock on the door, the other party may not be just a child. But how is this possible? Luo Yun used his omnipotent ability to investigate for a while. Immediately, Luo Yun immediately opened the door valve and put the person outside into the dormitory. Facing the familiar emerald green hair, Luo Yun suppressed a wry smile again. Brandish, how did you come to the boys' dormitory? Brandish in front of him was dressed in black and wore a small black mask. He was less than half of Luo Yun's height. Apparently, she sneaked into the boys' dormitory after changing her body shape through shape magic, which she used for espionage work. Is a perfect match for Doran Bolt, who can transfer magic and memory magic. Can't you come? Can you have some common sense? Sorry, I thought our guild was mixed with men and women. It seems that it should be a matter of cultural differences between the Western continent and the Eastern continent. Can you make your lie a little more obvious? If you really think that's the case, why are you lurking here with shape magic? No, why do you think so? I just think it's more fun to come here like this. As Brandish said, her body returned to its original size. After taking off the black clothes and mask, she was still wearing the dark yellow tube top and shawl robe, looking quite hot. Look at my clothes, you can put them on after shrinking and drying them a little bit, and you don't even need an iron, so it's very convenient. Luo Yun wished he could roll his eyes at Brandish with a few more eyes. I can't tell you. Forget it, what are you doing in my room? I want to see you, can't I? Brandish's voice suddenly had some ambiguous tone. She moved closer to Luo Yun step by step. Although she was only a young girl, she had a very proud curvy figure. When her body moved close enough to Luo Yun to feel the sound of each other's breathing, Luo Yun had to admit that she felt a little reaction in her heart. When Brandish pressed his chest against Luo Yun's arm again, feeling the soft touch of her body, Luo Yun also raised his head slightly to correct his usual gentlemanly demeanor. Brandish, I don't care if you are like this to me now, but you'd better not be like this in front of everyone in the guild, it will make people misunderstand. Brandish looked up at Luo Yun, with a look of sadness in his eyes for some reason. It's misleading or something. I don't care, it's just. Mr. Luo Yun, what do you think of me? Mr. Luo Yun restored my memory, which means that Mr. Luo Yun already knows all about my past. Luo Yun nodded slightly to express his respect, and immediately said, that's a thing of the past. I still have a measure of intrusion on my companion's privacy. Ever since I recognized you as my companion, I have deleted the memories of your childhood from my mind. So, you don't have to feel any special shyness or pressure on me, it would be better to relax and be more natural. What? Brandish's cheeks flushed instantly. This is the first time Luo Yun has seen such a Brandish. She always looks like a cat who only knows how to lie on the roof of the car every day, with an expression of indifference, which is too rare now. Did you delete the memories about me before 190? I remember that you are not a character who likes to repeat words. Luo Yun sighed, seeing tears welling up in Brandy's eyes. Wait, why are you crying? Mr. Luo Yun, may I call you Luo Yun? What's the matter? Let it be whatever you want. Luo Yun, thank you, really thank you. In Brandish's eye sockets, big teardrops fell down. During the thank you, she hugged Luo Yun's shoulder tightly and sobbed softly. Her tears wet Luo Yun's white shirt, but now Luo Wei feels much more at ease than before. It was only later that Luo Yun understood what Brandish had in mind. Originally, she joined the Imperial Army of the Western Continent purely because of that powerful magic power, but the essence of what drove her to act was the hatred for the murder of her biological mother, Grammy. Now that Luo Yun let her see the real memory, all she had left was endless regret for her emotions towards the East Continent. Originally, he wanted to repay this emotion to Luo Yun, but Luo Yun even deleted this memory from his mind. Completely liberated. Okay, I didn't do anything, you really don't need to do this. Chapter 168. Wu. Brandish was still lying in Luo Yun's arms, just like a domesticated cat. So, Brandish, the confession you made to me in Urza was actually to test my bottom line? Or was it to pave the way for yourself to approach me? Luo Yun asked casually. After all, Brandish's move made him somewhat surprised. Brandish shook his head, stopped sobbing, and put his finger on his lower lip again, making a thoughtful expression. Am I serious? Ha underscore. Luo Yun fell into a brief silence. Luo Yun, can you give me an answer? It doesn't matter if it's not now. Can you accept my feelings? Even if you need someone else, it's okay if you don't choose me in the end. All I want is you to accept my feelings. Luo Yun paused. If that's all you want, I wouldn't have done it long ago. It's too easy to accept your feelings. After all, you are a very good girl, and you are not the same as those wizards in the Western Continent. Suddenly, a pool of freckle-like blushes rose again on the cheeks on either side of Brandish's nose. She buried her head deeply, as if she no longer had the courage to communicate with Luo Yun. Thank you for listening to me so much today. Don't be so estranged, what is our relationship? Is it really bothering you? It's so late, and you still listen to me venting these strange emotions. I'm also very lonely. As Brandish said, he was about to walk out of Luo Yun's room. Leaning against the door, Brandish seemed to be reluctant to part, and turned his head back after a long time. She and Luo Yun looked at each other, but with just such a glance, it seemed that there was some kind of wonderful connection between the two, and they were already connected with each other. The qualification assessment of my status that President Makarov said will continue. Well, I will always be by your side as your judge. Hey, there is one last thing. At this moment, Brandish suddenly showed a gentle smile that didn't belong to her. I'm very greedy. Don't be intimidated if I don't just want you to accept my feelings. With that said, Brandish's figure disappeared from Luo Yun's sight. This girl. Luo Yun clutched his chest, quite complicated. Although he has the perceptual calculation blessing of the great sage, it took him a long time to come back to the connotation of Brandish's words. I always felt that the night I talked with her was more tense than the day I fought with the Guardian 12 Shields. Sure enough, girls are the scariest. Luo Yun shook his head, suddenly felt drained of energy all over his body, and soon lay down and fell asleep. Noon the next day. Sitting down at the bar, Luo Yun sighed again. Since early morning this morning, I have used Arc of Time magic to restore buildings in a large area of the kingdom. Of course, it can also be repaired and improved through the mind-body, but Wang Qiavang didn't know what he was worried about, and he was hesitant to let Luo Yun do it. It seemed that he was struggling with whether to overthrow it and redo it. Luo Yun is like meeting a brainless party, and it is a headache to have all the abilities. On the other hand, Makarov has to help himself to investigate the whereabouts of the fairy's heart. Luo Yun himself did get the power of the goblin's heart, but it was analyzed by Luo Yun, not by stealing Mavis's body. The person who really did this was obviously Zeref. Zeref not only extracted the magic power of Meteor Star but also replaced Ma Kaluoi with a high imitation fake magic power carrying prop. It was precisely because of this that Makarov was suppressed so badly by Irene, which Luo Yun did not expect, otherwise he would have sent Makarov back to the guild long ago. But now, even if I say that everything is done by Zeref, how can Makarov believe it? Helpless, I can only pretend to be working diligently. Anyway, it won't be long before I can get rid of the shackles of these identities and establish my own era. Luo Yun now seems to be working for others in a low-key manner, but in fact, he is trying to learn some management experience and lessons from these managers, so as to expand his future plans. Myra Jane, I won't drink beer today, just have a cup of lemon black tea, put more sugar. Luo Yun said, resting his cheek in one hand, while thinking about the fight with Zeref later. Soon there will be a brand new trend that will turn the world upside down. Luo Yun was thinking, but saw Myra Jane and Urza coming out from behind the stove door with sullen faces. Wah, what's wrong with you one? Urza, why are you here? Luo Yun asked this question with a little concern, but was ignored by Myra Jane and Urza. This is the lemon black tea you ordered. With a sound of snap, Myra Jane dropped the plate on the bar in front of Luo Yun. The black tea kept shaking in the glass, almost spilling out. It could be seen that the two of them were really unhappy. Luo Yun quickly calmed down, and at the same time had a premonition that something bad was about to happen. On the side, at some point, Jovia was already sitting beside him. When Luo Yun looked at her, her eyes were already filled with tears. In addition to the feeling of being wronged, a pair of eyes stared at Luo Yun firmly, as if Luo Yun had committed some terrible mistake, which made Luo Yun even more puzzled. Can I say a few words? Can't. Urza sat down opposite Luo Yun, Wang Qianzhao, with a straight face. Let me go first. 3. Mr. Luo Yun, you and Miss Brandish seem to be progressing very fast recently. Ha! Luo Yun was stunned for a moment. What do you mean gut? How dare you ask what it means? Myra Jane also looked extremely sad at the moment, with a look of annoyance in the sadness, which almost showed Luo Yun as a shameless playboy who did not abide by male virtues. It was only then that Luo Yun realized what had probably happened. Did Brandish say something to you? It must be so. Urza had a few blue veins on his forehead, he gritted his teeth and said bitterly. That crazy woman said that she had very intimate physical contact with you last night. Even if you are crazy, you can't make up such things in front of your face, Mr. Luo Yun. Chapter 169. This crazy woman. Luo Yun couldn't complain anymore. Who would have thought that Bran could tell them what happened last night? How dare she step on this thunder? Cough cough. Luo Yun coughed twice. Don't be fooled by the appearance of things. Do you understand what intimate contact means? We don't want to understand at all, we just want to ask you if you admit it. Myra Jane snorted coldly, and one sentence pushed Luo Yun into a desperate situation again. It's wrong, between me and her. Just as Luo Yun was about to say something, all three girls stood up at this moment. Luo Yun, who was drinking the lemon black tea, almost choked up. Seeing the three petite girls looking down and staring at him, he felt an inexplicable pressure. Luo Yun, you choose yourself. What to choose? Why would that green-haired monster do such a thing? We are not reconciled. Urza, Inraj, and Jobia said to Luo Yun with one voice. Luo Yun, I will never lose my affection for you to her. Choose one of us. Luo Yun scratched his head. It has to be so serious. 437. Wouldn't it be better if everyone lived happily together as usual? Even if you choose any one of us, we can still be happy together. Yet. Of course, we've been best friends for a long time. How could we separate because of this kind of thing? And even if Luo Yun, you choose any one of us, our feelings for you there will be no change. Luo Yun didn't know why he suddenly felt an inexplicable emotion. Maybe it was really right to come to this guild by myself. In this case, I can give you a clearer answer, but Slow down for a while, is that okay? Recently, I really have an important matter to deal with. If I don't handle it properly, I'm afraid it will be poisonous in the future. That's about the Alvarez Empire in the Western continent, but it has nothing to do with Brandish. As soon as they heard about the Alvarez Empire, the three girls felt their throats throbbing. I'm so sorry, we didn't know you're still so busy lately. Must have bother you? I'm sorry. It's nothing, I've heard your thoughts, and I will definitely do my best to deal with it and then tell you. The girls nodded. Luo Yun, can you take me with you? If it's just a small mage guild, but there are too many to deal with, we should be able to share some pressure. That's right, Jovia's water magic has improved so fast recently, and now ordinary mages are no match for her at all. Luo Yun shook his head slightly. I appreciate your kindness, but you probably won't be able to share the pressure this time. Compared to a war this time, it should be said to be a negotiation, a crucial negotiation. It may be related to the ups and downs of the entire Western continent, or even the survival of our kingdom of Fiori, so you may think it is exaggerated. However, just keep it in your heart and don't tell others. I will never have anything wrong, and I have full confidence that I can win this negotiation. I see. Jovia, hurry up and bring over the risotto we made earlier. After Myra Jane finished speaking, Luo Yun smiled wryly again. So you didn't plan to let me eat today's lunch? Hey, I don't know anything about me. Although Luo Yun was in a mixed mood, smelling the familiar fragrance, he still swept away the distracting thoughts in his brain, as if his whole body and mind had been completely relaxed. The next step is the main event. 2 days passed quietly. This evening, when the red clouds outside the window soaked the skyline, and the last ray of light in the sky was also suppressed, leaving only a little bit of starlight falling on the streets of the harbor, Luo Yun's state of mind also became quiet and peaceful beyond compare. He was not excited, nor did he have any so-called war-thirsty excitement. He wanted to announce the start of this meeting with the most calm and serious attitude. Sitting in his room, Luo Yun's face was full of composure. Teleport. Suddenly, it changes from place to place. The silent dormitory suddenly became a lot more noisy. Even if you don't use your god ears, the sound of the evening wind blowing through the fallen leaves is still clear. The open space on all sides is filled with fresh air, which makes Luo Yun feel the vitality of nature. However, this natural vitality is disappearing bit by bit. In front of Luo Yun, a towering giant tree was rapidly withering, and its roots and branches turned dark yellow and black, shrunk into a small ball, and finally turned into a pile of cortex, and even became without the nutrients of the earth. He withered in front of Luo Yun in a blink of an eye. Not only this giant tree, but even the grass in front of Luo Yun also changed color. The lush grassland in front of him suddenly turned a deep dark yellow, bending down like dead rice. Under the starry sky, Luo Yun raised his head and called loudly. Show yourself! All of a sudden, a gust of strong wind rushed towards him, and in an instant that no one could notice, a young man with black hair and a bunch of black eyes appeared in Luo Yun's eyes again. Zeref Dragneel! You really came, and once again you did not disappoint me. Under the starry sky, Zeref looked at Luo Yun, without any anxiety or eagerness on his face. If he had to say it, he did have some faint desire. He wanted to know how much this man could hurt him, he wanted to know if this man could actually kill him as he expected. If so, the strongest demon end he created would no longer need to exist, it was just an empty shell with the face of his younger brother. Then try to kill me. Or, be killed by me. Luo Yun confronted Zeref. Against such a strong person, is there any use for the magic of the mind control system? Is there any use for directly launching the powerful forbidden magic? Luo Yun is not clear, but he has infinite possibilities of trial and error. After pondering for a long time, the dark aura on Zeref's body gradually began to pervade Luo Yun's surroundings. The edge of the yellow and dead grass almost touched Luo Yun's calf. In this situation, Luo Yun used De Maria's magic without hesitation. The Seal of Time. Chapter 170. The Seal of Time. Luo Yun's voice squeezed out from the throat. At this moment, the surrounding scenes were blurred into black and white like a displacement map, and all the dynamic pictures suddenly turned into static freeze frames. Time stopped at this moment, and even Zeref was also possessed by the magic of this moment, condensing together with the grass and trees and Sai in the frozen time and space to be slaughtered. Teleport. In the blink of an eye, Luo Yun has already moved to Zeref's side. At some point, his fingers had turned into a few extremely sharp steel rods. Weapon spell. This is the exclusive ability of goddess of the slave planet Kyoka, the head of 9 demon gates. The sound of piercing into Zeref's blood flesh was heard. The sound was so brisk, the steel rods easily pierced the skin of Zeref's chest, pierced his heart, and came out from the other side of his body. Just like inserting a long needle into the body of a rag doll, Luo Yun's puncture proceeded effortlessly. Shape magic, daze. Brandish's magic is exactly how to use it to maximize its power. Shua. Zeref's wound was suddenly stretched open, and although time was still in a state of stillness, one could already see the bright red blood in it reflecting in the moonlight. As soon as time standing is lifted, they will gurgle, dying with Zeref's life. In this way, after suffering such a severe injury, even if he has an immortal body, how could Zeref really not die? Although Zeref is immortality and immortality, of course he has a way to die. Just like in the original work, he also died because of the curse of the god Angsur Ramel, which triggered Mavis' love. The reason why he didn't die was only because he didn't have the power to destroy his body to that extent. And Luo Yun believes that he is absolutely capable of doing all this. The seal of time, lift it. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 3 full seconds passed, and there was nothing wrong with Luo Yun's magic however. Surprisingly, the suspension of time has not been lifted. Didn't lift it. In front of Luo Yun, the flowers and trees were already swaying with the wind as before, continuing their growth or withering. The whistling evening wind has flowed to Luo Yun's neck as before, sending a slight coolness. It turns out that time has already resumed its flow, but Zeref's time is frozen at the moment just now. Sure enough. The corners of Luo Yun's mouth curled up. Even Demaria, who can receive the god of time into her body, cannot escape her own time magic. I can't think of anyone who can ignore this magic in this way, except you, Dr. Kaur. Zeref standing still, his body has changed a little bit compared to before. The black hair suddenly turned white, the originally pitch black pupils now shone with a silver light, and a pair of butterfly wings of light full of magic power emerged from behind. Even his clothes had changed. The black robe that was originally a suit had suddenly changed into a white and gold slender robe, which seemed to be custom-made for his emperor's body and fit Wushi. This sudden change in the appearance of his clothes made Zeref exude a sacred, noble, and inviolable aura of the Holy Spirit. Just the moment his eyes meet, any mage will be overwhelmed by his holy nature. The aura was so frightening that it was hard to hold on. Even more astonishing was Zeref's body at the moment. The wound on his chest enlarged by Luo Yun had already been smashed together with the viscera, and it was impossible to regenerate and restore it. Even if Altair's time magic is used, it can only affect a small part of the tissue and it is impossible to repair the whole body, human body. But now, the remaining blood in Zeref's body that hadn't been shed unexpectedly went back into his body automatically, and pieced together the tissues of his body like going back in time. At this moment, Zeref suddenly jumped out of the still frame, and his unconscious face suddenly took on an expression of its own. It was the expected faint smile. Sieve. The body turned into a streamer and flickered to the distance of Luo Yun's flank. Zeref smiled and stared at Luo Yun. And the wound caused by Luo Yun's blow that was enough to kill him in an instant just now has all healed, and even 10 scratches on the skin cannot be seen. This is going back in time. 0, asking for flowers. At the moment when the seal of time was lifted, Zeref used his divine power to distort time and space, rewinding his time back to the state before being attacked by Luo Yun, and thus immune to all damage caused by Luo Yun. Looking at Luo Yun, Zeref's expression didn't change at all, it was always so calm and peaceful, it can be said that he was not serious. A monster with such abilities, what else can make him serious? Luo Yun, you probably have abilities very similar to August's. But, just like that, you can't kill me. After obtaining the heart of the goblin, with my infinite magic power, I broke through the last barrier in the study of time magic, the narrow gap of time. I have the power of God that can dominate time and transcend time. Distort time and space at will. Do you understand the meaning of this power? Hehe. If the power you get is a plane of time and space, which cuts off time and space on a two-dimensional level, then my current power is a body, which can infinitely extend and expand your ability on a three-dimensional level. Unfortunately, your time-space freeze is not worth mentioning to me. Zeref announced this series of realizations as if reciting Luo Yun's eulogy. Perhaps this is a fact that Luo Yun can't help but refute at all, probably because Zeref wants a good seed like Luo Yun to fully realize his defeat before dying, so that it can be regarded as the beginning and the end. However, Luo Yun didn't seem to care about it. He just responded with a faint smile, and Yo-Yo said to Zeref, "Sorry, I don't understand what you're talking about. The battle between us should not be over yet, you'd better be serious." Zeref's expression changed dramatically. How could he know that Luo Yun looks smart, but he is actually such a fool? Let me use actions to prove to you the gap between us. Time, twist. Following Zeref's command, Luo Yun, who had just flown away, stagnated in place with a slow speed reduction, and then slowly flew back in the direction from which he flew. Even Luo Yun felt that his body was uncontrollably reverting to the moment he attacked Zeref before. 0. Chapter 171. Sieve. Luo Yun's body turned backwards uncontrollably. The Zeref in front of him has returned to his front from the position beside him. Obviously, the time has been turned back to the moment when he used the weapon spell to attack. Husband. For Zeref, who can manipulate time freely, this is really too easy. Immediately afterwards, Luo Yun's arm reached Zeref's chest involuntarily. The movement was very light and powerful, and the moment that just happened is now repeated again under Zeref's command. But Zeref, who had already experienced this attack once, easily avoided Luo Yun's steel rod piercing. Instead, he grabbed the gap on Luo Yun's body, stretched out his palm, and the extremely strong dark magic power all over his body was instantly condensed in the chest that was waiting to slip away in just 10 blows. 537 has no pain, and also can't feel the changes in his own body, because Luo Yun's time has been frozen by Zeref. He can only accept this ruthless fact in this uncontrolled retrospective. Shrugging slightly, Zeref pulled his blood-stained palm out of Luo Yun's body, and Luo Yun's time had already been retraced to the time when he confronted Zeref. At this moment, the person who can move freely becomes Zeref, while Luo Yun is sealed in the stagnant time instead to be slaughtered. Just because of Zeref's powerful magic that can go back in time, the scene is suddenly reversed. Looking at the fatal wound in Luo Yun's body that could kill him immediately, Zeref sighed softly. In the end, your limit is here. Your strength, after all, has only reached the limit among mortals, and there is still an insurmountable gap between the gods. Rest in peace. With your ambitions. There was a hint of sadness in Zeref's sigh. Perhaps it was because he felt that there was no one in this world who could kill himself completely, so he felt a kind of sadness and pain. Recited Luo Yun, Zeref muttered to himself. Next, let me take care of the rest. The Black Dragon Acnologia, he must literally die. But simply fighting it with a brief warp of time won't kill him at all. Perhaps the only way is to open the Eclipse Gate and travel back to the time when he hadn't become a dragon. In that case, there might be a chance. After eradicating him completely, I will return to the era before being cursed, so that I can completely end my life. What Zeref said was not boastful. The magic power in his body is so pure that even if he didn't use time magic power to go back to this time just now, he couldn't be fatally injured by Luo Yun's attack. Even if his body was too broken, relying solely on the treacherous and powerful magic power in his body was enough to maintain his life. That's why, few forces can destroy Zeref. The same goes for Acnologia, the black dragon whose aftermath can destroy an island with a single blow. The evening wind blows gently. Time has stopped rewinding. Under the starry sky, the pool of deep red on Luo Yun's chest soaked through his clothes, and not a single drop of blood flowed down for a long time. He hangs his head, no one can see his eyes and expression, just like a heroic general, even if he dies in battle, he must choose the most courageous way of death, standing to die. Zeref took a few steps back, and as the trees withered and turned yellow again because of his arrival, his expression changed suddenly. 1 + 2. He seemed to have felt something extremely abnormal, and his face was full of panic and astonishment. How could Zeref, who has always looked at ordinary people with a touch of sadness, show such an expression? Why can he? At this moment, it was behind Zeref who looked astonished. The blood left on Luo Yun's clothes was being recycled continuously. The deep red on his chest has been withdrawn into his body at some point, just like what Zeref experienced just now. When Zeref was unconscious, Luo Yun's time went back. The positions of the two sides seemed to be completely reversed again. This time, it was Zeref's turn to move backwards uncontrollably. He had walked a few steps with his back turned to Luo Yun, but now he was walking backwards with cold sweat on his face. Shi Luo's voice was behind his head came. You should be surprised, Zeref. Honestly speaking, from the list of things you just said, all I hear are superficial and superficial. You have been wrong from the very beginning. Why do you think that only you have the power to reverse time and space, and I can't? Hehe. Zeref walked back in surprise. He was unable to make a sound after being backtracked in time and space, and had to keep deducing the possibility of all this happening in his heart. The divine power to reverse time and space requires two things to complete. One is the divine power of the ultimate magic of meteor brilliance in Mavis's body, but it is an extremely deep study of high-level space-time magic. Any one of these is impossible for Luo Yun to complete. It is impossible for Luo Yun to obtain the divine power in Mavis's body. That power has been extracted by himself and implanted in his body intact. And when it comes to the in-depth study of high-level space-time magic, the complexity is beyond the comprehension of any great magician, including August. Even Zeref himself has spent a full 200 years in his 400 years of life so far to fully comprehend backtracking the essence of this Leo meaning. And I am a genius who has been proficient in all kinds of magic in the world since childhood. How can anyone else comprehend such profound knowledge? Could it be, he is not a person from this era, but he was sent from another era? 5.4. Zeref is making meaningless guesses. However, Luo Yun's voice came again. Just distorting time and space, what are you thinking so highly of yourself? Look at yourself, and then you can look at yourself. If you look at yourself, you won't fall into this meaningless confusion and embarrassment. Take a good look at me, Zeref Dragneel. Time has been traced back to the moment when Luo Yun first attacked Zeref. In front of the astonished Zeref, under a head of pure and flawless white hair, there is a pair of eyes that seem to be able to see through everything in the world. The aurora butterfly wings transformed by the magic power behind him flickered ethereally, and the holy aura rushing toward his face made Zeref even forget to breathe. Chapter 172. Holy, endlessly holy. It can be said that human beings who have acquired such power have already left the category of human beings. Surrounded by this pure white aura, the aura emanating from Luo Yun's body can no longer be described with magic power alone. He is already a real god like Zeref at this moment. Luo Yun confronted Zeref leisurely, quietly waiting for him to come to her in the state of backtracking. On his chest, the wound pierced by Zeref just now has completely healed, and the speed of retracing is even faster than that of Zeref. The backtracking will soon be lifted, and the two sides will also launch a new round of confrontation. At this time, will Zeref activate time reversal again, let his own time turn back again to avoid all damage, or will there be other actions? Luo Yun didn't want to think, nor did he want to calculate. At this moment, he and Zeref had a certain resonance in their souls. They must really release the magic power in their bodies at this time, and do some pure huang. Because in front of the strong of the same dimension, dimensionality reduction blows have no meaning at all. Call out. When Zeref gradually approached him, Luo Yun clenched his palm into a fist, and there was already a thick and vigorous magic power in that right fist. Including Irene's virtuous dragon-slaying magic, it is a mixture of 12 kinds of dragon-slaying magic combined with the strongest power and Hades' dark magic power. The roar is weak. Backtracking has stopped. At this moment, Luo Yun did not attack Zeref immediately. It's as if Zeref didn't launch another backtracking in the first place, and both parties know that what they need is no longer such a boring trick. At an extremely fast speed, a burst of dazzling white light suddenly appeared on Zeref's arm, and under that white light was a blazing white flame. It seems that Zeref's ending magic dark explosive flame array has a new appearance after being tempered by the magic power of time. White explosion flame. When the danger warning from Zeref's surging magic power was continuously transmitted to Luo Yun's brain by the great sage, Luo Yun immediately poured out his own magic power towards Zeref. Shuhu! In an instant, two extremely powerful magical powers surged together, and the huge momentum caused the sky to tremble and the earth to roar angrily. The magic power is so strong that two gorgeous magic power fields are even formed on the outer edges of the two magic powers. These two magic fields, which are wide enough to cover the entire eastern jungle, rub against each other, and endless surging energy bursts out from them in an instant, destroying all the lush or withered vegetation in an instant. The torso of the years-old giant tree was shattered before it broke, and the night sky was dyed white by these two terrifying magic powers, brighter than the scorching noon. The white light group destroyed everything around. The only ones not affected by it were Luo Yun and Zeref standing in the middle of the magic field. In the time when the flow was restored, their bodies were completely destroyed because of this blow. But the destroyed body has been restored to its original appearance due to the regression of their respective time and space. Each other is not affected in any way. While injecting a steady stream of magic power into the two magic fields, the two people looking at each other can clearly see each other's face. Isn't that great? You also know that going back in time repeatedly like that doesn't make any sense, Zeref. Luo Yun smiled slightly. No matter how we distort the time, it is impossible to cause any harm to the other party, so it is better to have a good time like now. Listening to what Luo Yun said, Zeref didn't take it seriously at all, and he was still amazed why Luo Yun could become a white mage like him. Luo Yun, you are beyond my expectation. How on earth did you obtain the power of the meteor star, or did you find another way to obtain the Emperor of Power? Zeref imagined countless possibilities. Indeed, he also thought that Luo Yun possessed August's copying magic, which could copy the opponent's magic. But strictly speaking, twisting time and space is not magic at all, but a kind of ability after stepping into the realm of the gods. The prerequisite for driving him is infinite magic power, which even August cannot copy. After all, you still stay in your comfort zone and haven't come out, Dr. Gear. Luo Yun didn't want to waste any more time with Zeref, and was determined to get rid of all the confusion in his heart. Long before you became a white mage, I had acquired the power to distort time and space. And I also once guessed countless possibilities to wipe out you and the Black Dragon. With my ability at that time, it was a breeze to do this kind of thing. But why don't I do this when I have the power of time and space, do you know? I don't understand, let alone want to know. Zeref's expression darkened instantly. For a moment, he seemed to have given up his plan to inject magic power into the magic field he gathered. The magic field constructed by Luo Yun's attack just now swallowed up Zeref's magic power instantly, submerging Zeref's body with overwhelming impact. Shoo! All of a sudden, the surface of the earth was shattered into bunches of powder, and the extremely thick strata collapsed instantly to form a huge chasm. The extremely strong white light pulled Zeref's body into the abyss. The temperature enough to vaporize the flesh of 927 people has already sublimated Zeref's body in a blink of an eye. Killing a person is such a simple matter for Luo Yun. However, Zeref is not human. Luo Yun turned his head. Among the ruins of the eastern jungle, tiny grains of dust appeared, and these dusts began to piece together Zeref's body. Piece by piece, layer by layer, like gravel aggregated into a tall tower, the powder restored Zeref's body intact to its original position. Most of the shock had faded from Zeref's face, replaced by pure sadness. The corners of his mouth twitched for a while, and then he pursed his lips slightly, as if he had put down an important matter in his mind. So, isn't it still the same? Luo Yun, even if you have the divine power of this time, you still can't kill me, and it's even more impossible for you to kill the Black Dragon Acnologia. This world will eventually be destroyed by the Black Dragon. This is an inevitable result. Just like you can't kill a god who controls the power of time, it's all predestined. Hearing what Zeref said, Luo Yun's face didn't have any waves. I said it a long time ago, you have been stuck in your cognition and have not jumped out. Chapter 173. Is it? Zeref spread his hands, and the holy radiance poured out of his long sleeves, floating between his palms. You mean, you have the ability to reverse the power of time and space? That's something even gods can't do. Luo Yun, although you seem to have the same power as me, is that really the case? Luo Yun had no words. He looked at Zeref indifferently, and was unmoved by whatever Zeref said. The power of such a huge dragon-slaying magic in your body can't kill me, everything is already obvious. Since you can't kill me, then your existence is unnecessary. I will use the time gap to go back to the past where you existed to obliterate you, then obliterate the Black Dragon, and finally kill myself who was not cursed. Farewell, Luo Yun. Leaving such a farewell message, Zeref's body quickly disappeared, and it was out of Luo Yun's sight in a blink of an eye. Even if Luo Yun used all kinds of information to search for information, he couldn't find Zeref at all. But Luo Yun knew very well what Zeref was going to do. It was at this time that the shouts of a group of frontier knights came from a distance. Who is causing trouble in the border area? It's very dangerous here, hurry back. What? Several patrolling knights looked at the purgatory on earth in disbelief. That was the remnant site left when Luo Yun fought Zeref just now. A full 70% of the trees in the jungle have been completely destroyed at some point, and the originally fertile soil was destroyed to the point where the border knights could not pass through, isolating them in the remote. Even if the border knights could not be seen from one end or even the other end, Luo Yun could lock their position through the myriad phenomena. Using the body of thought to teleport to them, with just a glance, Luo Yun made them fall into the hallucination of deep sleep, and cleared all their memories from their minds. Even with the use of the mind-body to expand the detection range of the myriad phenomena, there is still no information about Zeref nearby. Luo Yun stood alone in the same place, and couldn't help but feel a little ridiculous. Why do you think that only you can open the time gap? Even if you are the strongest genius in the history of magic, my perception speed is 1,000 times faster than yours. Within the narrow space of time. In the narrow space of time, this is the ultimate space that can only be opened with the divine power of a white mage. In this space, the time magic of the white mage can no longer be transferred to a short period of time, going back to not long ago, but can travel through the long river of history, from the beginning of the world to the present time and space to choose any time and space to carry out shuttle, and then change the history and future direction. If an object that cannot control the power of time and space is blocked in this space, it will be permanently trapped, and it will no longer be possible to escape from it. In a pale light, Zeref accepted the baptism of the holy light like a god. In his eyes glowing with holy white light, what is projected are scenes from the birth of Aslanti in the magical world. In the past, the dragons controlled the world with powerful magic power and bodies, and then because of the division of human beings into different factions, a great war broke out. When he saw that he had just started to practice the forbidden dark magic in the Magic Academy and was warned by the teachers of the academy, Zeref felt a little sentimental in his heart. Perhaps now is the time to go back and obliterate the self that was not cursed by the god Angsil Ramel, but now is obviously not the time. Seeing the time and space when the Black Dragon Acnologia slaughtered all the dragons in the Dragon King Festival, Zeref frowned slightly. I'll deal with you later. Zeref kept searching in time and space, and finally locked on a boy whose face was exactly the same as Luo Yun's. He must be Luo Yun, right? Since Luo Yun's magic is similar to August's copying magic, he must have a very large amount of experience in practicing magic. As long as he is killed while he is still practicing magic, even now that Luo Yun has an immortal body, Zeref can erase his existence. But a strange thing happened. Zeref rummaged through a long list of times since Luo Yun was born. He was shocked to discover an unacceptable fact. Luo Yun has almost never been exposed to magic since childhood, even to adolescence. He was just an orphan born in a very ordinary small village. Not only was his magical aptitude mediocre, but his physique was also relatively weak. It can be said that he did not have any abnormal abilities at all. Although Luo Yun like this is also eager to join a mage guild to become those powerful mages, but he doesn't even have the courage to step into the gate of the mage guild. Strange, this is so strange. Is this man really Luo Yun? Or is he just looking very similar to Luo Yun, and I actually found the wrong person? Zeref continued to search backwards about Luo Yun's past. Through the gap of time, Zeref moved back for a short period of time, about 2 months or so. This period of time should be the time before the magic pulse bomb was transferred to Fez. Logically speaking, Luo Yun at this moment does not know if he has any magic power that is powerful enough to distort time and space. So Zeref activated his invisibility magic and observed for a long time near Luo Yun's dormitory. During this period of time, he was surprised to find that the magic power in Luo Yun's body was so huge that he couldn't comprehend it. This was clearly the unique effect of meteor star brilliance that limited magic power. How can it be? With 400 years of magic research and a moment of strong luck, the power of the meteor star can be mastered by a young man who doesn't understand magic in just 2 months. Good job, what the hell happened between these 2 months? Strong interest drives Zeref to want to find out the growth process of Luo Yun's father. Just push forward another month and keep narrowing the time frame, and I'll know how you did all of this, Luo Yun. There is always a cause and effect in everything, just like the endless cycle of life and death, God's will cannot be violated, even you. Zeref's eyes suddenly turned grey. The resentment in his heart has been pushed to the peak. Because he disobeyed God's will and developed the magic of death, he was burdened with the guilt of killing others, and watched his lover Mavis die in front of him. These are excruciating pains that only Zeref can experience, which normal people can't understand at all. But why can Luo Yun defy God's will and move freely without any constraints? Traveling to the world of a month ago again, Zeref felt a little jealous anger for the first time. Chapter 174. It must all be a ruse. Luo Yun did all this by using some tricky method. Zeref kept repeating his negation of Luo Yun in his heart. If Luo Yun could obtain such ultimate power so easily, wouldn't his 400 years of pain and boredom be like a joke? Even if his heart was as hard as a rock and as cold as steel, Zeref couldn't accept all this. Swish! The wind picked up, and the sea breeze in Magnolia Harbor was still cool. After repeated travels, Zeref has come to the time before Luo Yun joined the Fairy Tale Guild. During this period of time, he concealed himself and observed Luo Yun's every move, and soon Zeref made an astonishing discovery. No, it's totally different from before. How could there be such a miraculous thing? At a certain point in time, it seemed that another personality was attached to Luo Yun's body. His original cowardly, introverted, and timid personality was completely replaced, but the personality attached to him has extremely powerful action power. Not only will he arrange every 300 days in an orderly manner no matter how tired he is, but he also has extremely high efficiency in handling and thinking, as if there is a processor in his body that helps him process various intelligence information. No matter what emergencies you face, you can make the most effective response. Moreover, there is something unusual about Luo Yun. His original meager magical talent suddenly became extremely high one day. Seeing monsters using magic power against him in the wild, he could quickly use the same magic as the monsters without thinking. Even for a highly talented mage, it would be impossible for a teacher to guide him for a long time. Moreover, the creatures defeated by him will disappear in front of him in an instant, completely evaporating as if they never existed. Hiding in the wild and watching a ferocious hungry wolf disappear in front of Luo Yun in an instant, Zeref felt a chill in his heart. So that's it. I see. It must be possessed by the gods. The existence of Demaria from the 12 shields of the Guardians emerged in Zeref's mind. She has receiving magic related to the gods, and can receive the god of time into herself. According to the logic, it is quite far-fetched to receive the power of the gods with the human body, and it is extremely dangerous to receive the gods themselves with the human body. It is inevitable that the gods will not take away the consciousness of human beings. Probably a certain mage who used receiving magic accidentally received the gods, and was seized by the gods and replaced his body. This should be the only explanation. Looking at his ability, should this be the god of devouring, or the god of wisdom? It's a pity that my magic has not penetrated that far. Zeref recalled some conjectures he had researched in ancient documents in the past, and shook his head helplessly, forcing out a bitter smile. He finally found an answer he could accept, and he could start his next plan with peace of mind. It doesn't matter anymore, whether it is a god or a devil, even if he will have supreme power in the future, he is just a fledgling boy now. It's up to me to end it all. After all, the so-called gods are what I hate the most. Zeref jumped out of the field. At this moment, Luo Yun was already on his way back, and after the hunt was over, he was preparing to go home and take a good night's sleep. However, at this moment, his smile stagnated. Not only the smile, but also his whole body movements, and even the turmoil of the whole world, suddenly turned into a still frame. Slowly walking in front of Luo Yun, there was no trace of compassion on Zeref's face. He wants to end it all quickly, and then make a clean break with the Black Dragon Acnologia and his past self. Boom, boom, bite B. With the sound of light footsteps, the distance between Zeref and Luo Yun is already shoulder to shoulder. Even if you are a god, please return to the sky, the human world does not need your intervention. Our human affairs are resolved by us human beings. Zeref muttered to himself. On the right arm, clusters of white light flames had unknowingly sprouted, and their magic power was so strong that they could flood the entire wilderness including the Magnolia harbor. Immediately, all the intense light concentrated in Zeref's palm, and quickly passed through Luo Yun's body. Boom! There is no deviation, no error, everything is so perfect. The heart has been completely dissolved by his huge magic power, and Luo Yun who has not obtained endless magic power cannot resist in any way. That's it. Zeref turned his back on him. Let's find Acnologia next. Honestly, I really don't want to see him with a long face again. But if I don't get rid of him, the life I hold dear won't have any meaning anymore. So far, Zeref shed tears for some reason. Perhaps he was ashamed of having wiped out another life, but if this peculiar existence is allowed to remain in the world, he will sooner or later become the next Black Dragon. In an instant, Zeref's body surged with magic power. The narrows of time open. Suddenly, Zeref sensed something was wrong. The narrows of time. What's going on? My magic has never made a mistake, why can't the gap of time be opened smoothly? When the magic power is infinite, according to the spell, it should be. Could it be that the time gap cannot be opened smoothly because time has stopped? Zeref quickly restored the flow of time. Then, something that shocked him happened again. Seeming to have sensed some very strange magic power, Zeref turned around in panic. Luo Yun in front of him did not die immediately as he expected. The blood he lost returned to his body again, and quickly condensed into heart, bones, muscles and skin, restoring the original sound body to the same as before. Luo Yun's voice had reached the trembling Zeref's ears. Zeref, I told you already. You have been stuck in your cognition, whether it was just now or not now. Why can you assert that I don't have the power to lead to the narrow gap of time, and why can you assert that you can bring what this world needs? Your wantonness, I will personally let you taste the price. Using the magic power all over his body again was fruitless, and the hairy circles on Zeref's back stood up one by one. Chapter 175. My magic power, is it? Zeref yelled at Luo Yun in shock, he couldn't believe what he felt. The nearly infinite magic power in his body is disappearing rapidly, although the remaining magic power is quite huge, but it can't support himself to open the narrow space at that time. Even, because of the rapid loss of magic power in his body, even Zeref's appearance changed from the holy white mage with wings of light behind him to the ordinary original posture. What the hell is going on? Did Luo Yun do it? And how did he do it all? Teleport. Before Zeref could think, Luo Yun jumped behind Zeref and grabbed his wrist. Again teleport. Shua. Zeref's body disappeared unexpectedly, and moved into another pure white space, which is the time gap. The dark text teleportation magic has been used a lot, and this simple teleportation with people has become strange. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Hearing Luo Yun's voice, Zeref bit his lip and looked around, looking very tense. What have you done? Do you want me to tell you everything? Luo Yun sneered. It's very simple. August's copying magic can temporarily nullify all the enemy's magic, that's all. Even if August can't use it on you who has infinite magic power, I can. The ability to open the time gap is not magic at all, and it is impossible to be robbed and invalidated by your copy magic. Indeed, the ability to activate the narrow gap of time is certainly not magic. But the heart of the goblin is. Why? At this moment, Zeref realized that he was completely set by Luo Yun. Since I decided to find the timeline where Luo Yun hadn't learned time magic to kill him, Luo Yun had already followed me to that timeline. Moreover, he has been pretending to be a rookie mage who doesn't know how to use magic, until the moment he kills him with magic power, he goes back in time and gives the magic meteor with infinite magic power in his body, which is the heart of the goblin. Plunder. As a result, the infinite magic power in Zeref's body has expired in a short period of time, and it will take at least a considerable amount of time to recover. However, Luo Yun has retained the posture of a white mage and has become the only true god who survived among the two gods. Zeref, you are very powerful. It can be said that your infinite magic power and ability to manipulate time are unparalleled, and your familiarity is even higher than mine. But it's a pity that even you can't master all the magic, such as the instant copy magic of your son August. And I can. That's why you lost. Why, didn't you use copy magic on me to plunder my abilities from the beginning? Since you have such a huge amount of magic power alongside me, why didn't you just? Are you asking why, huh? Luo Yun smiled lightly. Because I want you, who are confident, to gradually understand the fear of getting out of your control. In an instant, Zeref suddenly came to his senses, and he finally realized what his fault was. Don't you think you've always had a little bit of self-importance? If you want to affirm the world, you don't want to kill yourself for having the power to change the world. If you want to deny the world, you don't want to get rid of Acnologia, the black dragon who wants to deny the world. Zeref, it's not the world that makes you confused, but your vacillating and weak heart. No matter how powerful you gain, your heart will always be as fragile as a piece of paper. Luo Yun's words pierced Zeref's heart like a needle. In the past 400 years, he has been in charge of extremely powerful magic power, and he is fully capable of liberating himself from sentimentality, choosing a persistent and firm path, and leaving all the confused groups behind. However, he chose to avoid thinking, hesitating between life and death, lonely because of his own killing, but wanted to kill his powerless self. Fighting against fate or obeying fate, Zeref failed to do both, so he wandered in the maze of embarrassment and couldn't extricate himself. Luo Yun sighed softly. Compared to killing Zeref directly, it is his real victory to completely disarm him mentally. Otherwise, it would be really difficult for him to calm down the intricate conflict with him and Alvarez. Ask for flowers. Farewell, Zeref Dragneel. I will fulfill your wish and kill you, and the fate you cannot resist, let me resist for you. Luo Yun said to Zeref indifferently, driven by space magic. 10 pistols were already held in his palms. As the magic power in Luo Yun's body surged, the ferocious power of the 12 types of dragon-slaying magic was quickly poured into the muzzle of the gun from his fingertips. Now whatever Zeref does is useless. Even if he instantly burst out the powerful power in his body to kill Luo Yun can still distort time and change the fact of his own death. And Zeref, who cannot manipulate time, will eventually die no matter how powerful his magic power is. Sieve. The bullet with heavy flames instantly pierced Zeref's lower abdomen, and the burning pain from the flames spread from the lower abdomen to all parts of the body, torturing every nerve of Zeref. Snapped. The loud sound of the bullet being ejected came again, and Zeref's legs were instantly paralyzed and unable to move. This is probably the product of the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic combined with the enhanced power of the wizard's power. Even Zeref has to be affected by this fierce magic power. He knelt down on one knee, making the crosshair of Luo Yun's gun lowered again. Crack, crack. Bullet after bullet was fired into Zeref's body. However, even though the lungs are shot through, Zeref can still make a sound. Even if the heart is shot through, the extremely strong magic power in Zeref's body can still support his survival. Did not spit out a mouthful of blood. His magic has been strong enough to create an illusionary life force for his body to continue his life, which is why even the Black Dragon can't kill Zeref completely. But between the intense pain and the heart-shattering trial, Zeref had given up any struggle. Presumably, if I continue to shake it indifferently for a while, this body of my own will usher in a real end. Looking up, Zeref showed a slight smile to Luo Yun. Luo Yun, I want to tell you something. Chapter 176. It's you who made me recognize myself. Sincerely thank you. Now I have no interest in killing the Black Dragon. I will no longer be confused and miserable, and keep putting pressure on myself out of thin air. Because, my final choice is to deny the world. Zeref spread his hands, bruised, announcing his fate of defeat and death to Luo Yun, but his expression was quite indifferent. It was as if he had seen through the darkness of this world. Luo Yun, one day you will make the same choice as me. Continuously deny the current world, use the ability to travel through time and space to search in all the worlds, but never find the world that satisfies me. It doesn't matter. Luo Yun raised his hands high. Ugh! An extremely huge magic circle of Cyan 183 has already unfolded in front of Luo Yun, wrapping Zeref tightly, and Luo Yun stepped forward, just removed the inscription on the outermost magic circle range. This is the airspace Wu released by condensing a large amount of magic power. With this magic, Luo Yun can completely suck all the magic power in Zeref's body. I will only follow the path that I think is right. How about Zeref? Why do you conclude that I will travel to various time and space to change the fate of the world? You have the power to distort time and space, but don't use it. It all depends on my mood. Hehe, this is your big talk. If you don't open the gap between time, you can't defeat the Black Dragon and that guy. That guy. Luo Yun didn't rush to deny the first half of Zeref's sentence because he didn't expect that Zeref would know an existence that could be compared with the Black Dragon Acnologia. Zeref smiled lightly, the corners of his mouth mumbled for a moment, but he didn't have the strength to open his mouth anymore. The next second the cyan magic circle summoned by Luo Yun just now erupted with terrible glare, as if one palm after another stretched out from the underworld to tear Zeref's body down. 05. The sharply rising pain quickly accumulated, and the power of airspace null had already sucked out nearly half of the magic power in Zeref's body. Even if the magic power in Zeref's body is so huge that hundreds of wizards add up, it can't be compared at all, but as long as the meteor star temporarily fails, his magic power will always be drained. Now the magic in Zeref's body can no longer support his badly damaged body. And Luo Yun also intends to let Zeref sleep peacefully. Ice modeling magic. When he raised his hand, a strangely thick ice crystal formed between the strong lights of the magic circle, and the blood dripping from Zeref into the void continued to fill up. In the void between time and space, Luo Yun has built a rather luxurious tomb for Zeref. Plop! Zeref fell on the pool of blood and ice crystals, the corner of his mouth stuck to the blood of his body, and the smell of iron entered his nostrils. I have witnessed too many regrettable deaths, and when I experience my own death, these regrets become a kind of joy. The little magical power in the body will only add to the pain, and now as long as he slowly falls asleep, all suffering will be eliminated. Zeref closed his eyes forever between the blood and the ice. The big magic circle of space null under Zeref has disappeared. Staring at Zeref's body, Luo Yun suddenly felt many unspeakable emotions, but he didn't pay much attention to it after all. Prey. Ding. Predator, confirmed by the host, is preying target, Zeref Dragneel. Ding. Predator analysis, the target object is being analyzed, please host later. The amount of magic that Zeref possesses is incomprehensible, so it would take a lot of time to analyze it. Luo Yun thought to himself. However, the facts just happened to meet Luo Yun's expectations. Ding. Predator analysis, the target object Zeref Dragneel has been analyzed. Congratulations to the host for mastering the skill. A lot of mechanical sounds came from Luo Yun's system, and he was already dazzled as he retrieved a lot of magic skills in his mind. Does Heaven's Punishment, Dark Explosive Formation, and Death Hunt have almost all the taboo magic that should be there? In addition to the magic of Zeref that Luo Yun has heard of, there are countless magic names that he has never heard of that flooded into Luo Yun's mind one by one. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Eternal Time. Eternal Time skill effect, the host obtains an immortal body, and there is no side effect of Angsel Ramel's curse. This skill can be activated according to the host's choice. Although the curse of the god Anchor Ramel can make people immortal, it has a side effect, that is, the more you respect life, the more you will emit the breath of death and take away the lives of others. Luo Yun really didn't expect that he could master this ability. Not only that, the magic skills that Luo Yun has learned have also been strengthened because of the vacant knowledge of magic formulas that has been supplemented. Because Zeref's knowledge of magic is too deep and rich, the power of almost all elemental magic and forbidden magic of Luo Yun has been enhanced unprecedentedly. However, why does preying on powerful mages spend a lot of time analyzing their magic power, but preying on Zeref does not? After checking the instructions in the system, Luo Yun soon understood why. The reason is that this is the narrow space of time. The normal flow of time cannot be calculated normally here, and all time flow in the outside world will almost stop at this position. Therefore, even if the analysis is carried out here for a whole year, or even thousands of years, it can be completed in a flash. This is similar to the celestial spirit world. In the original work, Natsu and the others also moved the world back a month by going to the celestial spirit world. The flow of time in this narrow space is too fast, only 4.1 needs to turn back the time to return to the position before the crossing. Luo Yun thought, searching in his mind the time corresponding to when he traveled back. At the same time, before Luo Yun's eyes, the eastern jungle has been destroyed beyond recognition. However, it is at this time Luo Yun saw an unexpected scene. In the eastern jungle, the frontier knights who had previously erased their memories died tragically in the ruins. Their bodies were destroyed beyond recognition. If not for the fragments of the armor, Luo Yun would not even be able to recognize their identities at all. Luo Yun clearly remembered that he had never attacked these knights. And judging from their corpses, it was obvious that they had been bombarded by extremely powerful magic power. What the hell is this? Chapter 177. Sieve. Without much thought, Luo Yun quickly teleported to the time before the timeline where the eastern jungle was just now. The survival of these innocent knights of the kingdom can only be guaranteed if everything is backtracked. The political construction of this country is already a piece of sand. If these innocent soldiers are implicated again, these troubles will only pile up and become more serious in the future. If you want to live a stable life, you will have a powerful magic power. At that time, it will be Luo Yun himself who will suffer. In a blink of an eye, the piece of white light in the narrow space of time in front of him has turned into lush trees. Nothing has changed except that Zeref is gone. The Zeref on this timeline has been killed by himself after going back in time, and it is impossible to appear again in the future. Luo Yun turned to look at the knights of the kingdom who had fallen asleep behind him. Before he entered the narrow space of time, he had met these knights and tampered with their memories. And judging from the illusion magic that they were given to sleep by themselves, they are the group of knights and they can't be wrong. And now they are still safe and sound, which just shows that something will happen in 17 soon. Luo Yun stood quietly on the spot, and the myriad phenomena in his mind had already begun to search for information. But I don't know if the search range is too limited or for some other reason Luo Hong has not found any other powerful creatures or abilities besides these knights. Body exists. It's absolutely impossible. Luo Yun is very clear that his memory and eyes can't make mistakes. When studying magic fusion before, Luo Yun once created a large number of thought bodies enough to cover the entire eastern forest. Using these thought bodies to share all-encompassing information, Luo Yun will be able to obtain information about the powerful magic power of almost the entire world. Although it will take some time, he will definitely be able to track down this evil thing. Thinking body everything in everything. Luo Yun began to widen the scope of intelligence detection. After just a few seconds, Luo Yun unconsciously looked up at the sky. He finally noticed that there was an extremely large group of magic power moving in this direction at an incredible speed. It was clear that my intelligence search ability could not retrieve anything just now, but now I have such a strong induction, which shows the terrifying speed of this object. The orientation of the coordinates, there is nothing on the ground, and it seems that it is the only one. Luo Yun raised his head high, his body full of pure white magic power. In Luo Yun's line of sight, a tiny black spot suddenly appeared between the sky. Although it is very difficult to discern in the night sky, the information perceived by Luo Yun is more accurate than that of the optic nerve. Immediately, the small black dot magnified to tens of times its previous size in an instant, and expanded to 1,000 times its size in just a few microseconds, covering Luo Yun's sight in an instant. When the hertz rate sounded in the ear, which was beyond the acceptable range of the human ear, Luo Yun immediately poured out his full magic power. The world was instantly overwhelmed by black light. Be it the wreckage of those forests before, or the land that has been shaken out of the sky, even the vast night sky is buried in the endless blackness. A slant surface was blasted into a gap in an instant. That is the eastern forest of Fiori Kingdom. All the corners as far as the eye can see have been decomposed and reconstructed into invisible molecules, not even powdery dregs are left. Under this fierce blow, all substances have lost their forms and properties. Their existence itself has been erased by this supreme divine power. Not even the aftershock of being crushed was left behind. However, the sound still existed after all, and it quickly pierced the night sky shrouded in black aura. Boom! With a loud noise that shook the sky, the endless darkness in the sky seemed to be shaken by 3 shocks. A burly and abnormal dragon blatantly landed on the fallen Daji in the east. His black dragon scales all over his body, the ominous black wings that do not belong to the dragon clan on his back, and the mysterious blue patterns covering his body all remind people of the name of the ruler who once ruled the land. Acnologia. The real Dragon King who once killed all the dragons has extremely high intelligence and the power to dominate the entire world, but he has always only carried out repeated unnecessary destruction. Crack, boom, boom, boom. The moment Acnologia landed on the moat, the black light suddenly appeared like a nuclear fission, from which a terrifying black magic energy caused another burst of violent explosions on the sunken crust. Even the Earth's crust was decomposed until it dissipated into smoke in these bursts of explosions. Due to the sudden drop in the terrain, the surrounding temperature suddenly increased by more than 10 degrees. Standing in a dark red rock formation, the Black Dragon Acnologia looked up to the sky and let out a long roar that could shatter eardrums, announcing the coming of the Lord of Destruction. Roar! Trample everything, smash everything, destroy everything. Acnologia has never disdained small and lowly human beings. Even shooting at humans and killing humans makes it feel like it's dirty its hands and feels sick to its stomach. However, it came to this region so coincidentally for one reason, of course. Zeref. It sensed that the familiar dark magic of Zeref was countered by another energy it had never seen before. That was his only motive for coming here. It wants to personally end the life of the Black Mage who has not been killed, and at the same time, it also wants to see who is the holder of the brand new power. With the Black Dragon's roar, the area was wiped off the map with just one blow of the dark magic power in Acnologia's body, and everything seemed to be over easily. But Acnologia couldn't ignore the golden light in front of her eyes. All matter has been destroyed, but the dazzling tiny and eye-catching sphere with golden light between the cracks in the rock formations is actually firmly isolating its own magic power. There is almost no magic in this world that can resist one's own magic power. The Black Dragon turned his head and looked at the golden magic ball that gradually lost its light. A group of human knights in armor, like ants without magic power, were crawling and collapsing to the ground, and in front of the group of knights, a boy-like man stood impressively. He was the first human being to face himself without showing any expression of fear or terror. Chapter 178. Black Dragon and Luo Yun stared at each other wordlessly. Although the scene looked quite calm from a distance, any magician with high magic power would definitely be terrified by the atmosphere there. All of a sudden, the golden light had dissipated, and a strong dark aura surrounded Luo Yun, and it was about to threaten Luo Yun's feet in the blink of an eye. However, in an instant, these dark breaths disappeared. Ding! Predator, predator, confirmed by the host, it has successfully preyed on the magic, the Dragon Slayer magic of darkness. Seeing such a scene, even the fierce and mature Black Dragon couldn't help but feel a little bit of evidence in his heart. This person. The magic that the boy released at the beginning just now is obviously the super magic fairy ball. In the world of magic, probably only this kind of magic can block the impact of his roar. But what is this ability released by this young man now? Even if the Black Dragon's body was not driven by his will, those black magic energy still swooped towards Luo Yun's body. And the infringement again and again, in exchange for disappearing again and again. No one can know how these energies disappear, but these energies seem to be afraid of the aura escaping from Luo Yun's body, and they have retreated far away from him, temporarily concentrating in a corner. Acnologia's eyes narrowed. It was you who beat August. The Black Dragon turned towards humans, and whispered extremely rarely. He almost never accosts humans other than Zeref. But from this young man, he felt an aura very similar to that of Zeref, the aura of powerful magical power that combines countless forbidden magics of black mages. Of course, as a white mage at this moment, Luo Yun's endless magic power is enough to distort time and space, but the Black Dragon Acnologia is not familiar with the power of the white mage. For the time being, he identified Luo Yun as a powerhouse of the same level as Zeref. Black Dragon, Acnologia. It's been hard work coming from a long way. Acnologia was completely suspicious of Luo Yun's greeting. How could he be so calm? He was clearly following Zeref's aura, and the speed was beyond comprehension. Even with the highest precision magic power detector, it would be difficult to detect it. Could it be that all this was within the boy's expectations? Impossible, this must be a bluff. Why, are you curious? Luo Yun bathed in the white magic power radiating from himself, and said slowly to the Black Dragon. Let me tell you. Whether it's August or Zeref, they're all dead by my hands. I let Zeref live for a while longer, because I didn't want to go out and find you, just wait for you to come to the door yourself. The next one who is about to die is you, Black Dragon. The Black Dragon seemed to have misheard something, and fell into a brief silence. That is to say, the dragon's head suddenly raised high, and the sky let out a long dragon whistle, which was his reaction when he was laughing. Chant. Even the storm blown by the dragon's chant even accelerated 3 times in the air in succession, bursting out bursts of violent sonic booms. If there is no strong wind elemental magic to resist, ordinary wizards will even be killed by the breath of the Black Dragon. So die. You want to kill me, hee hee, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a burst of extremely gloomy dark magic energy erupted all over the Black Dragon, and a group of extremely frightening dark energy bodies spit out from its mouth. Bang crack! The roar of the Black Dragon, this blow can kill the powerful attack of Fire Dragon King Ignalu, and the clutter caused by the attack alone is enough to destroy the entire Sirius Island. And it was the aftermath of the Black Dragon's roar that destroyed the eastern jungle just now. And what is shooting at Luo Yun now is the body of the Black Dragon roaring and impacting. Wow! Suddenly there was a gust of wind, and at an extremely fast speed that was hard to see with the naked eye, the roar of the Black Dragon was about to annihilate Luo Yun's body. Once again, gone. The moment the Black Dragon's roar was about to hit Luo Yun's body, it disappeared close to Luo Yun together with the violently surging black magic energy. Ding! Predator, predator, confirmed by the host. Luo Yun didn't even blink his eyes, looked at the surprised Black Dragon, and smiled. And he long also had a hint of joy in his heart. He hadn't seen such an interesting human being for a long time. Acnologia, you have no attributes, your magic power is devouring all magic power in this world, and nullifying all magic. Even if it is not recognized as magic, you can devour the magic power of the time gap, because you can devour all the energy in this world, and your energy has expanded enough to destroy the world in the past 100 years. Luo Yun took a few steps towards Acnologia. The more he walks out like this, the more violent the smile on the corner of Luo Yun's mouth becomes. What a coincidence! What would you think if there was a human being who happened to have the same strength as you, or even surpassed your strength? What did you say? Swallow me up, I can do it too. Luo Yun looked at the Black Dragon jokingly. Under the pressure of the huge dark magic energy, he actually resisted the envelope of the death breath, and moved forward like a stroll in the garden. Every time he took a step, a dark aura was evaporated and dissipated. When Luo Yun walked under the Black Dragon, Acnologia felt a sense of crisis for the first time. This man didn't lie. Where did the roar of the Black Dragon just now go, and where did the huge energy radiating from his body go? Damn it! There is no other possibility. The only possibility is that he was swallowed by this boy, just like the Black Dragon himself. He can even ignore the magnitude of the magic power swallowed, and easily sweep away all the magic power in front of him. The Black Dragon, which has been relying on devouring magic power to easily trample countless wizards, is really uncomfortable when it is treated like a man in its own way at this moment. However, the reason why the Black Dragon Acnologia can become the strongest in this world naturally has its reasons. Roar! At an extremely fast speed, Acnologia raised his head to the sky and shook his diaphragm. In an instant, an extremely fierce wind rose up, absorbing the magic power overflowing from Luo Yun into his body. The white magic power has escaped Luo Yun's control, and it rushed into the Black Dragon's mouth to become his nutrient and bait. In a trance, white light filled the Black Dragon's body. Chapter 179. Huzian. The extremely powerful white magic power was quickly absorbed by Acnologia into his body, and the Black Dragon's scales even began to glow with dazzling silver light. At this moment, the Black Dragon had a layer of white radiance on its pitch-black armor, which looked even harder like tempered steel. When black and white magic power radiated from the Black Dragon at the same time, it seemed that the world was overwhelmed by it. Luo Yun couldn't help admiring the powerful magic power. Can even my magic power be devoured in the air? Then how about this? In an instant, around the side of the Black Dragon, at some point in time, 4 big cyan magic circles had formed. This is magic spirit power. This is a powerful magic that can destroy a country, but at this moment Luo Yun released 4 magic circles in an instant. Acnologia's heart was filled with suspicion for an instant. Does he have infinite magic power? Even Zeref would have to go through a lot of trouble to drive the original scale of magic spirit power by himself. How can the magic power in this boy support him to complete such a super large magic? However, the Black Dragon does not need to think about these trivial issues at all. Because devouring magic does not need to consider the issue of magnitude. In an instant, the 4 blue and white large 150 magic circles revealed a majestic glow, and when the ancient and complicated magic spells began to turn, the extremely dazzling destructive death light blasted towards the Black Dragon from 4 directions in an instant. Shh. Sure enough, it was as expected by both parties. The beam of magical elf power blasting towards the Black Dragon seemed to be absorbed by his skin the moment it touched the Black Dragon's skin, and it didn't feel like it had hit any object at all. The feeling of touching the Black Dragon is like the body of the Black Dragon is a deep and boundless black hole, and the huge magic power is sent to another world along this black hole. Call out. The process of absorbing is still going on with the continuous release of magic spirit power, and Luo Yun, who is watching all this, is like a spectator waiting for the opening of the film, full of no nervousness, restlessness, and some just looking forward to I am delighted to understand each other more deeply. As expected of the legendary Black Dragon, this power is truly extraordinary. In a blink of an eye, the absorption of magic power has been completed. The big cyan magic circle then disappeared, and the earth-shattering, Baitka, magic power that would destroy the entire Fiori kingdom if it was released was now silently disappeared into nothingness, becoming the nourishment of the Black Dragon. Even the taboo magic that is so powerful, in the eyes of the Black Dragon, it is like its own source of energy. All of this is just a richer and more luxurious meal in front of him. No matter how powerful it is still magic power. At the same time, the Black Dragon, which is filled with 4 strands of magic spirit power, looked at the peaceful Luo Yun in a blink of an eye, and said with a sneer. Hehe, you seem to have made a mistake. Don't you expect different energies to have mutually exclusive reactions in my body? Stupid! All your magic power will become my power, don't think that the fairy ball can resist all attacks. Oh? Is that so? Luo Yun knew that this was the Black Dragon's aggressive method. The Black Dragon is still completely unclear about his own details, so he has to use various methods to find out about himself. If it was in the past, Luo Yun would definitely not waste any more time. However, it might as well look at the next plan of the Black Dragon. As soon as possible, Luo Yun said loudly. Then let's see how you can hurt me. Ridiculous and lowly race, cry for your own fate. All of a sudden, the Black Dragon's magic power has gathered at the center of his front paws. It seemed that the sharp claws could not even resist the terrifying power, trembling and tightening when the uncontrollable magic power flowed on the Black Dragon's thick forelimbs. It seemed that the surrounding space would be distorted by him. The magic power of this forelimb contains the original huge non-attribute magic power of the Black Dragon and the magic power buffed by Luo Yun. Let alone getting rid of a magician, even destroying the entire Fiori kingdom is no problem. However, despite controlling such terrifying magic power, the Black Dragon's expression seems to be extraordinarily cautious. He seemed to be waiting for an opportunity. Maybe he already knew that even such a blow could not destroy Luo Yun. Call out! In the blink of an eye, the front paws filled with huge magic power had swept to the front door of the road floor. Sure enough, it was not as expected by the Black Dragon. The moment his sharp claws rushed onto Luo Yun's body, the magic power that filled the forelimbs had completely disappeared. Just as if he had devoured Luo Yun's magic power, Luo Yun also swallowed the surging magic power from him. But so what? Even if there is no magic power, the magic power attached to Luo Yun's body will also be devoured and taken away by the Black Dragon. Could it be that Luo Yun's thin human body can withstand the sweep of his claws? How can the pure physical strength of human beings compete with dragons? Swoosh! The extremely fast speed set off the sound of explosive airflow in the air. Even if it lost its magic power, the Black Dragon's claws were still extremely fierce. Boom! The sharp claws instantly shattered the rock shell in front of him, and the deep rock surface, which was as solid as a diamond, turned into scattered debris, and there was an endless rustling sound. In the blink of an eye, the entire mountain-like rock surface in the eastern region was completely shredded under the claws of the Black Dragon. Even without the huge magical power, the Black Dragon's pure physical strength is already so high that it is outrageous. However, the Black Dragon knew very well that its blow that shook the world also did not hurt Luo Yun. Luo Yun had already used teleportation magic to escape before that. Although the magic power he used to protect his body was temporarily withdrawn by himself, but the magic power in his body could not be swallowed by him without diverging. That's why, the Black Dragon with devouring magic can't devour Zeref's magic and kill Zeref. Seeing Luo Yun, who was already at the other end in a blink of an eye, the Black Dragon let out a low growl, and the sound was filled with resentment towards Luo Yun. Teleportation magic is indeed like a golden card to avoid death, it can always save Luo Yun from fire and water in critical moments. However, as long as one has the ability to move instantly, no one need be afraid of the Black Dragon anymore. Idiots talk about dreams. At this moment, the supreme magic energy in the Black Dragon's body rioted again. And this time, the torrent of powerful magical power caused the great sage in Luo Yun's mind to continuously send out alarm sounds to him. Chapter 180. Luo Yun clearly realized that the current Black Dragon is no longer a one-dimensional existence compared to just now. If the Black Dragon just now was just an ultimate creature with extremely huge magic power and body, the Black Dragon in front of me now is simply a killing machine that has gained extremely terrifying fighting skills on the basis of further strengthening its magic power and body. Machine. Luo Yun couldn't understand why this terrifying creature had to restrain its power and release it in bursts like it is now, but Luo Yun knew very well that the current Black Dragon deserved his serious attention. If he reacted a little later, he might still be at risk of being killed by a single blow from the ground. Staring closely at Luo Yun, the terrifying dark magic power of the Black Dragon has disappeared. Different from the full of evil power just now, the Black Dragon has already found that the magic attack is useless to Luo Yun. It's better to strengthen your own magic power into your own physical strength, hit Luo Yun, and you will be killed every day. Therefore, the Black Dragon stared at the teleported Luo Yun for a long time, his golden pupils were bloodshot, and his expression was incomparably focused. It seems that he is just like a prehistoric giant crocodile at the bottom of the lake, quietly waiting for the prey to come to his door before killing it in one bite, but he is actually much smarter than that. In the planning of the advanced wisdom of the Dragon Clan, Luo Yun's habit of releasing magic in every tiny movement at the moment has been perfectly calculated by it. Black Dragon has too strong self-confidence to ensure that his next blow will end road, long life. Teleportation magic, a boring child's trick. Let me show you the absolute power. As the Black Dragon said, the claws of the hind paws had already retracted. This is the posture of being ready to exert strength at any time. When everything in the world transmitted this detail to Luo Yun's mind, even Luo Yun had to make full preparations. Soon the Black Dragon will attack with a pure physical impact, and as long as I see the right time to launch teleport. Just as he was thinking about it, the body of the Black Dragon flew out like a flash of light. Draw. After images of Black Dragons suddenly appeared in the air, and the sound of the sonic boom that originally echoed in the ears seemed to be deformed. Purchase. When Luo Yun was about to launch the teleportation magic at the same time, something unexpected happened. As the beam of black light suddenly shot in, all the surrounding objects seemed to turn into liquid, completely losing their previous form. Time and space are distorted. Under the blessing of the extremely terrifying internal magic power, the speed of the Black Dragon has surpassed the speed of light, and the timeline of Luo Yun's world has been completely reversed, and even slightly reversed. Luo Yun really never imagined that even if the Black Dragon had not obtained the power of Meteor Star, it would be able to distort time and space with pure physical speed. When going back in time, I can't release any magic to deal with it, naturally including the teleportation magic I rely on. Boom! With one claw blasted out, Luo Yun's body was instantly smashed to pieces by Acnologia's blow. This speed is completely out of the scope of human reaction, and the short retrospective city of the time is blocked from the moment of realization. Dodging to the distance behind Luo Yun, dormant between the cracked rocky crust, even the capital of the dragon has never turned back. Behind Acnologia, a loud noise like a nuclear explosion erupted from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Crack, sublimate, dissipate, end. The already devastated rock surface, under this blow, completely turned into a purgatory on Earth. The stratum that was originally a kilometer deep was dug out to a depth of nearly 10,000 meters under this second attack. The scorching rock walls here glow crimson, and the heat is so intense that no creature can survive except for the extremely tough dragons. Even soaking in lava is like taking a hot bath to it. Acnologia felt nothing but warmth among the scorching rock formations that melted human skin and bones. Bathed in the scorching air, Acnologia bowed his head and let out a dragon roar. Roar 1. In an instant, the Saihe mountain rocks collapsed, and the layers of rock were broken. This is the excited neighing that it, as the most powerful of the Dragon Clan, uttered to slaughter its opponents. He has not enjoyed such a thrill for a long time, and Luo Yun made him feel the joy of fighting for a long time. However, it seems the battle is not over yet. The Black Dragon seems to have noticed that the endless white magic hidden in Luo Yun's body has not dissipated. Asking for flowers. They have been lingering in the air like ghosts, shaking like fireflies, making people feel irritable and uncomfortable. Immediately, a strange thing happened that made the Black Dragon feel wrong. Sieve. The star-pointed white fireflies actually connected from tiny single points to line segments, and then spliced from line segments into planes, connecting into tiny white fragments. Then the fragments gathered into a white-haired boy at a speed far faster than before. Even the Black Dragon couldn't help but shiver when he saw the godlike light wings behind him. UBD. This boy is clearly that Luo Yun. Could it be that what I defeated just now was a phantom clone like the thought body? No, how could a phantom clone like the thought body have such a power that is no less than that of Zeref? The Black Dragon's brain quickly processes all the information it has mastered so far. He finally realized the true power that Luo Yun possessed. Back in time, Time magic, endless magic. If he didn't use time magic, Luo Yun couldn't be safe and sound from his ghostly blow that distorted time and space. If there is no endless magical power Luoque, it is impossible to move freely after releasing 4 beams of magical elf power in an instant. So, with such power, it's no wonder you dare to challenge me. The white light has completely condensed Luo Yun's figure. As time went back and he was reborn, Luo Yun didn't even feel the pain the moment before he died. Going back in time has smoothed all senses, and now he seems to have never fought before, refreshed and in excellent condition. Acnologia, you can't kill me. In the face of endless time regression, you have no chance of winning. Hee. Acnologia let out a mocking dragon roar. Human kid who gets carried away, let's call you the second Black Mage. Do you really think I can't kill you? Suddenly, a bright light shot out from the Black Dragon's golden pupils. Chapter 181. At the beginning, Luo Yun had no idea what else the Black Dragon could do. No matter what direction or posture he attacks from, he can easily reverse the attack to the previous state and dissolve it. Even if he can temporarily distort time and space with super high speed, how can he maintain confidence in front of himself who has endless power of time and space? But the ferocious eyes projected by the Black Dragon at this moment have already told Luo Yun that he is really confident about his own power now. In the original work, the ability displayed by the Black Dragon is nothing more than that. The roar of the Black Dragon capable of destroying everything, the absolute physical strength and the magical power to crush all things, all of these are clearly within Luo Yun's calculations. Is there any other secret weapon that the Black Dragon has not used? I saw the Black Dragon crawling on the ground, just like a 397 just now, its arches were slightly bent backwards, its posture was low, and its eyes were full of endless desire for destruction and blood. Immediately afterwards, like a cannonball soaring into the sky, even faster than it, the Black Dragon's body suddenly shot towards Luo Yun. The gusts of wind blown by his huge dragon body have blown away all the surrounding scorching rock formations and shattered them, expanding the originally incomparably vast sky. At the same time, the Black Dragon's body burst out with extremely huge magic energy, and it accelerated 3 times in succession in the air, surpassing the speed of light in an instant, distorting time and space again. Snapped. With a bang when Luo Yun's inactive body was hit, time was once again stopped by the magic power remaining in Luo Yun's body. Immediately, time began to go back, and Luo Yun's body gradually began to return to its original state, and soon he would be able to restore his original appearance. This trick has already been used by the Black Dragon, but it was easily resolved by Luo Yun's time regression. How could a highly intelligent creature like the Black Dragon be fooled in the same way? How could it be possible to waste energy on such a senseless offensive? But this time is different. The dark eyes of the Black Dragon brazenly landing on the ground seemed to be staring closely at Luo Yun, who was going back in time at this moment. At the moment when the backtracking was not over, his claw bow was firmly clamped on the rock face, ready to repeat the old tricks at any time. Apply. It wasn't until this moment that Luo Yun understood what the Black Dragon wanted to do. Meanwhile, the Magnolia Harbor of Fiori Kingdom. In the Fairy Tale Guild, it was already late at night, and when everyone was falling asleep, the lights were brightly lit now, and almost everyone gathered in the guild hall to listen to Makarov's speech just now. It's hard for them to stay sane. On the second floor of the guild, Makarov panted and explained to everyone what happened just now. It turns out that after the war with the Alvarez Empire, Hyborian, one of the greatest heroes of the resistance, has a higher status in the kingdom of Fiori. After careful deliberation on the direction of the battle, he believed that Fiori Kingdom's defense in the east was too loose, so he purchased many super-large detection magic devices to strengthen the monitoring of the eastern region. At the same time, he also uses the super-advanced communication magic device made by Magic Mithril, which has suddenly increased in number on the market recently, to maintain close contact with the presidents of various guilds. Of course, needless to say, these mithrils were also made by Luo Yun. However, just now, Hyborian's probing magic devices were all washed away due to a strange giant impact, and he completely lost contact with the knights on the border. Could it be that the mages of the Alvarez Empire are making a comeback again? Luo Yun did quell the turmoil before, and preyed on the 12 shields of the guardian saints into his body, but from the outside world, the 12 shields are just unknown, and it is not clear about their current life and death, and all deaths are just one-sidedness of Luo Yun. Hyborian quickly announced in the Huideng Palace that it has entered the first level of combat readiness with the help of the communication magic device. What everyone needs to do is to ensure that the communication magic device is unblocked immediately. After the magic connection is completed, he will try to contact the corresponding expert to use remote magic power transmission to repair the last magic device that has not been completely destroyed, and report the real-time situation for everyone. After all, it is almost impossible to destroy almost all super-large detection magic devices in an instant, and it must be something that only August or Irene's level of powerhouses can do. If Hyborian's judgment is correct, in the worst case, the mages who received the news must go to the eastern jungle area to defend against foreign enemies. One and must use almost all the power of the mages to ensure nothing goes wrong. Sweat was already streaming down Makarov's forehead. Anyway, that's it. Everyone, please wait patiently now. As the number 1 mage guild in the kingdom of Fiori, we must live and die with Fiori no matter what. No matter whether the enemy this time is an invincible enemy like last time, we must. At this time, Makarov suddenly noticed that Urza looked around anxiously. Her restless expression was quite different from her previous calmness and composure. Urza, what's wrong? President, have you seen Luo Yun? How could he disappear at such a time? Urza's question also attracted the attention of everyone in the guild. Indeed, how could Luo Yun, who has always been active in the guild, run away at such a time? Makarov bowed his head in thought for a moment. It's also possible that he is using the communication magic crystal in his dormitory to receive the synchronous news. He should be here soon. Is that so? Just 2 or 3 minutes later. Everyone is still restless. Gray has rushed from the boys' dormitory to the guild hall. President, I didn't see Luo Yun. I have already opened his room with a lock made of 4.6 out of ice modeling magic, and there is no one in it. How can it be? Everyone in the guild fell into an uproar. Could it be like last time again? Luo Yun was preparing to transfer magic behind his back and left the guild early? Is it the ghost of your 12 shields? You should know the inside story, right? Myra Jane gritted her teeth and pointed at Brandish. All eyes turned to Brandish. Luo Yun is the only one who can have that kind of huge magic power, and there are not many people who know about it, but there are many people in the Alvarez Empire. When Brandish was about to become the target of public criticism, the screen of the super-advanced communication magic tool suddenly lit up in front of everyone. Chapter 182. What, that is? Everyone couldn't help but be taken aback by the image sent by the detective magic tool. In the center of the picture, it is completely impossible to see that there are crimson rock formations scattered among the hills and valleys around the forest, and there is probably flowing high-temperature magma underneath. In this terrifying painting of black and red everywhere, even the ubiquitous air seems to transmit the sense of hopeless suffocation to the hearts of every member of the guild through Mo Kang's picture. Just looking at this area, they were already restless, as if they were burning like wildfire. Here, is this really the Eastern Jungle? Members of the Fairy Tale Guild have often received commissions in the Eastern Forest. Not to mention S-level mages like Laxus and Gildarts, even newcomer mages like Myra Jane and Natsu who have some experience have been to the Eastern Jungle area, where the lush vegetation is completely different from the scorching rock formations here. World. There's nothing wrong. Makarov sighed heavily. The magic guide of this magic tool is very precise, and Hyborian has just completed 17 repairs, so there must be no mistakes. But, what kind of monster can do such a thing? As he said that, Makarov began to negotiate with Hyborian through the communication magic device to refine the coordinates of the picture to a smaller range. With the remote debugging of Hyborian, the picture is constantly enlarged. Until the burly dragon with cyan patterns and black scales appeared in everyone's field of vision, everyone almost forgot to breathe. How is it possible? Dragon Clan. In the eyes of most people, the Dragon Clan is just a legendary existence, and no one has actually seen it. Even Gildarts, who has seen the Black Dragon Acnologia in the original, is still 2 or 3 years away from his first encounter with the Black Dragon. The only person who has ever seen dragons is Natsu, who was raised by Fire Dragon King Ignaru since he was a child. However, Ignaru is like his biological father, giving people a sense of honesty and kindness, far from the suffocation of this Black Dragon. General strong pressure. The ones who were most surprised were Branch and Makarov. Brandish had also heard the legend of the Black Dragon in the western continent. This dragon could easily destroy a country by itself. I am afraid that the entire Alvarez Empire would have little chance of winning if they fought together. But Makarov had only seen the depiction of the Black Dragon in the myths and anecdotal records of ancient documents, and Makarov didn't take it seriously at that time. Song thought it was a product that existed purely in people's fantasy. However, the Black Dragon really exists in this world, and it even came to Fiori Kingdom. On the other side of the messenger, Hyborian fell into a wordless silence. Give up. Don't say that it is impossible for the mages of our Fiori Kingdom to defeat this monster. I am afraid that even those mages of the Alvarez Empire. Although Hyborian doesn't know the true identity of the Black Dragon, there is no doubt that its dangerous aura that can kill people instantly is not a joke. Is there really no way to stop it from continuing to destroy? Maybe there is, but if we rush there now, we will be exhausted when we arrive, and we will only die in vain. Hyborian on the other side of the magic device bit his lip bitterly. Damn it, Fiori again. In this way, how should we protect the glory we inherited from the great wizards of the past, and how should we? Look, everyone, what is that white light below? At the moment of despair and solemnity, Jovia suddenly pointed to the picture below the portrait. Below the Black Dragon, a group of white brilliance with strong color contrast is emitting a faint brilliance. Among the brilliance, countless tiny particles of dust cobbled together a human form, and the holy aura all over his body was equal to the Black Dragon's gloomy death magic power. He seemed to have been severely injured, but at this moment, he was reborn from nirvana like a phoenix in a miraculous way. Confronting the Black Dragon, his aura is not inferior to the opponent's. Rather, no matter how the Black Dragon attacks, he can parry it with ease. Whenever the Black Dragon rushed to his side in an instant, it seemed that his body had been crushed with one blow, but he could continue to restore his body to its original shape. Is this person a mage? Can humans have such power? He was fighting against the Black Dragon, but he didn't attack. Could it be that he was waiting for an opportunity? No matter what, relying on this person, Fury should be saved, right? Wait, do you think he looks a lot like? Looking at the white-winged wizard in the image, Urza's pupils widened. Luo Yun. He is Luo Yun, there is no mistake. At the same time at this moment, Fiori's eastern forest. Sieve. Snapped. Call. Time and time again, the Black Dragon distorts time and space at an unreasonable speed, inflicting severe injuries on the backward Jinping, who died instantly. Luo Yun, on the other hand, went back to time and space at the moment of death time and time again, rewriting the fact of his own death. He didn't seem to want to attack the Black Dragon, or he had other plans. But the magic power in the Black Dragon's body was far more than that. As he attacked more violently, the degree of distortion of time and space became stronger, and Luo Yun even almost failed to complete the backtracking several times. What's the matter, can't you handle it? It seems that you still don't understand the gap between us. Smack. In an instant, another strong attack that distorts time and space, Luo Yun's body returned to its previous state again. When the tiny spots of light slowly converged, Luo Yun's voice gradually came. I see what you're thinking. Rewinding my time may save my life, but if you kill me on every timeline, how can I go back, haha. You are much stronger than I imagined, Black Dragon, but not enough. Stupid humans. Isn't that enough? The magic power in my body is enough to kill you continuously, and let you go back to the moment before you were born, until you can never activate your ridiculous ability. And you can't go back to the past and kill me, otherwise you would have done so long ago. This is the biggest gap between us, hehe. The body reunited into its previous appearance again, and Luo Yun couldn't help showing a bitter smile. If I want to do it, I should be able to do it anytime. Only. Chapter 183. It's just that, after going to that world and killing the Black Dragon, do the Urza and the others in the world I returned remember me? After pondering for a moment, Luo Yun said a few words to the Black Dragon that made it extremely angry. I just don't want you to die so easily. Do you think that I can't defeat you just by relying on pure physical strength and magic power? Roar! The Black Dragon didn't even respond, and in his rage, he let out a roar that shook the sky, and at the same time smashed Luo Yun's heart with his claws again. Then it crazily ravages those torsos that Luo Yun traced back. Under the long-term harm and crushing, Luo Yun never made any attack on the Black Dragon, even if the body returned to its original appearance. The second uninterrupted complete destruction followed. Hehe. Is this what you call physical strength? Is this what you call magic? Weak human beings, you are more stupid than Zeref, and you don't know what to say. Once again, Luo Yun's body was smashed to pieces by the Black Dragon's extremely powerful tail swing. But when the Black Dragon was about to continue to trample on Luo Yun's unrecovered body, it sensed a strange aura. E/OU. Heilong has already noticed that something is wrong. Beside him, white energy bodies suddenly appeared one after another. Energy manifestations that have never appeared before have slowly poured into the Black Dragon's field of vision. In a trance, the Black Dragon took a closer look and found that each energy body was not someone else's appearance, it was Luo Yun. These are his thought bodies, there are so many. Is this what he's been preparing for just now? At this moment, in the Fairy Tale Guild, the surge of white thought bodies in the image also attracted everyone's attention. What the hell is? Just now, I faintly felt that there was more than one group of forces competing with this Black Dragon, but I didn't expect these forces to become stronger and stronger. What's going on? Just when everyone was full of doubts, Natsu's yelling once again drew everyone's attention away. Look everyone! What is that? Natsu's finger pointed out the window of the guild. Looking in that direction, everyone present was stunned, as if seeing a dreamland for a while. Luo Yun! No, it's Luo Yun's missing body. On the streets outside, white-haired mages who looked very similar to Luo Yun stood shoulder to shoulder, and the number was even increasing. When Natsu saw it, the mind-body of these mages could barely completely block the view from the guild window. But in fact, now the entire Magnolia Harbor, and even every inch of Fiori Kingdom has been filled with Luo Yun's thought body. Why is this happening? It's too exaggerated. What kind of magic is this? Guildarts rushed out of the guild hall, just about to fight these thought bodies, but found that they were not hostile. They are like dolls, standing motionless in place, but they are constantly being generated as time goes by. While the number is increasing sharply, it seems that their physique is constantly being strengthened by magic power. Guildarts, look at what you mean, we don't need to take action. Laxus said grimly behind Guildarts. It should be right. Even if we want to do something to these thought bodies, the magic power on them has already been strengthened to an unprecedented state with our strength. I'm afraid we can't destroy them at all. I think Luo Yun should have his own arrangements. Kingdom of Fiori, Eastern Jungle. The Black Dragon as tall as a mountain roared up to the sky in the deep cave of 10,000 meters. This is the sneer from its heart. Among them, it is full of jokes about the advantages and disadvantages of race. He, ha 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 ha. Are you so weak that you can only win by using crowd tactics, or do you think that I can't find the real you if I get mixed up with this bunch of trash? It's useless to delay time, I will let your time be completely blocked. The Black Dragon screamed angrily, and in a blink of an eye, the countless thoughts of Luo Yun were all sucked into the Black Dragon's mouth along with a gust of wind. And at the moment when these thought bodies were about to be devoured by the Black Dragon, Luo Yun's body finally showed a smile. Dark text teleportation magic, open. Shua dash. In an instant, all the thought bodies were transferred to the distance by Luo Yun again. Seeing these avatars that had dissipated in front of him, the Black Dragon immediately laughed wildly. He, the avatars you have worked so hard to create are useless at all. 10 In the face of my non-attribute, everything will be annihilated, including you. Letting go, the Black Dragon Claw Bao leaned back, and was about to use the previous tricks to take away Luo Yun's life on the past timeline. But when it saw Luo Yun's calm expression, it seemed that something was wrong. From just now to now, it seems that something has been cleverly designed and firmly calculated by Luo Yun to the present, which is why Luo Yun can be so indifferent. Between the lava, Luo Yun's voice came leisurely. Steel Iron Dragon Slayer Magic. Doll Material Steel. Strength Enhancement, Rock Dragon Slayer Magic. As Luo Yun's voice rang out one after another, the 10,000-meter high land surface above the Black Dragon's head actually emitted an endless golden light. He didn't know how to deal with this vision, but the Black Dragon knew that as long as he attacked Luo Yun again, everything would be resolved. At the moment when the Black Dragon was about to take off and swing its claws, Luo Yun's brows also sank suddenly. Missing body once taken back. Su. Qian Yozhao, country. What? All of a sudden, the extremely strong golden light that was enough to burn through the retina suddenly filled the 10,000-meter deep ravine. It is difficult to understand the intensity of this light source, even the Black Dragon can't help squinting his eyes, watching the changes. This light is not destructive, it seems to be a buff effect after being irrigated with extremely strong magic power. Apart from dazzling, it has no harm to the body at all, let alone the Black Dragon which is immune to magic power. Soon, the overflowing golden light converged on Luo Yun's body surface, coating the outer edge of Luo Yun's body with a layer of golden strokes. However, this stroke quickly converged into Luo Yun's body, making him look nothing like his previous appearance. From just now to now, except for a burst of violent golden light flickering that dazzled the Black Dragon, there seemed to be no change. At this moment, the Black Dragon finally understood what Luo Yun's plan had been all along. Chapter 184. The Black Dragon has already noticed that Luo Yun's body does not have any powerful magical power attached to it at this moment. In this way, I can't activate the devouring magic to devour his magic power. I am afraid that I have transferred my magic power into my own power through some magic. It's really stupid. Just jokingly, Luo Yun has already completed his last preparation procedure. It was the magic that he had studied for a long time, the fusion of two super magics. Fairy ball shape magic. Suddenly, the magic power in Luo Yun's body surged up, and suddenly formed a semicircular arched golden magic shield in front of the Black Dragon. Afterwards, following Luo Yun's shape magic, the protective shield twisted and changed its shape. Unknowingly, it turned into a thin film that closely fits his body and attached to his body surface, giving Luo Yun the final boost. Protect. Fairy armor. All preparations have been completed. And at this moment, with a snap, the Black Dragon's arch instantly crushed the lava, and once again swooped towards Luo Yun at a speed that almost distorted time and space. Under this terrible speed, Luo Yun had no way to dodge, so he had no choice but to stand straight and bear his blow. Shoo! Flying beyond the speed of light, the Black Dragon flashed behind Luo Yun in an instant. The Black Dragon's attack is no different from before, just as fast, exquisite, 040, fierce, and hits the vital point. There is no difference in Luo Yun's defense. In the state of distorted time and space, he has no way to defend at all, just standing quietly in place. However, this time the Black Dragon stood there in a daze, burying its head and looking down at its own dragon claws, without the arrogance and self-confidence of a king like before. His dragon claw, the hard claw, had cracks, and even the pain of bone shattering has spread all over his body. What happened? Behind the sluggish Black Dragon, with his back turned to it, Luo Yun said leisurely. You can't defeat me, Acnologia. From just now to now, the thought bodies I have placed all over the world have all completed the strengthening of the physical body. Infinite magic power, countless strengthening magic, and countless thought body containers that accumulate physical power, all of these powers have been put into my body. I won't go back in time, because now I don't need it at all. What? Strength enhancement? With human strength, do you think you can compete with me? Acnologia was still shocked by the fact that his dragon claw was instantly shattered by Luo Yun. The self-confidence of being a dragon in his heart, as well as the arrogant heart that let out the bold words just now, will never allow himself to bow his head to Luo Yun at this moment. Sieve. Unable to help the arch of the foot to exert force again, the Black Dragon suddenly exploded at an extremely high speed that surpassed everything, and suddenly came to Luo Yun's side. And just when it was about to swing its claw that surpassed the speed of light, what shocked him was that Luo Yun's palm cut towards him suddenly before that. Suddenly. Boom! The huge body of the Black Dragon flew out uncontrollably like a cannonball in an instant, piercing through layers of hot lava underground, as effortlessly as a bullet piercing through paper, only heard the sound of rock formations cracking and gravel crumbling. The sound of emerald green lasts for a long time. I don't know how far it was pushed, but the Black Dragon was blown thousands of meters away by Luo Yun's blow, and the impact was not weakened until it was buried deep in the deeper and hotter strata. Raising an arm, the Black Dragon was shocked to find that his dragon claw had been completely cut off. Teleport. In the next moment, Luo Yun teleported to the Black Dragon. Is there any difference in his appearance from before? But once he made a move, it was so bad that the Black Dragon couldn't believe that there is such a supernatural power in this world. Ever since I kept killing dragons and devouring their power, has there ever been an opponent in this world who has satisfied me? Has there ever been a king of power that I can look up to? Apart from the fact that Zeref can use his undead body to let him play for a while, how can even Jeff, BHCD, give him such an impact? What's the matter, are you not launching an attack? Luo Yun said coldly. Magic power has no effect on you and me, let's compete with the purest physical power. Looking at Luo Yun who stepped forward step by step, the Black Dragon's resentment was pushed to the highest point. Boom! The Black Dragon trapped in the lava swung its thick dragon tail suddenly, and everything under the ground was instantly turned into unbearable dust, and at the same time, a beam of destructive black light that could destroy everything was sprayed from the Black Dragon's mouth out. Disappear! Shoo! The black light rushed to Luo Yun's face. Luo Yun, who did not respond, did not activate the magic power of devouring to make the light disappear, but chose to resist. The Black Dragon's roar completely annihilated Luo Yun's figure, and destroyed the lava formation behind him even more thoroughly. However, to the surprise of the Black Dragon who was about to rejoice, Luo Yun stood there unscathed. It seems to be protected by the so-called goblin armor. With Luo Yun's pure body at the moment and this defensive super magic protection, even the Black Dragon's breath, which is enough to destroy a country, cannot hurt Luo Yun in the slightest. Devouring. Black Dragon still didn't give up. Even if Luo Yun didn't cast magic on itself, it still had to activate its own non-attribute magic power to devour the magic power on Luo Yun's body, but now Luo Yun's power is no longer magic power at all. When the buff effect is activated, physical strength is just pure physical strength. Seeing nothing, the Black Dragon looked at the expressionless Luo Yun, showing fear for the first time. This is the first time the Black Dragon has felt since he embarked on the road of killing dragons. It's my turn. Luo Yun teleported to the side of the Black Dragon in an instant, compared his hand to a hand knife, and gently cut down on the back of the Black Dragon. Boom! In an instant, the incomparably overbearing force directly crushed the Black Dragon's spine like God's punishment, and the rock layer fell to a deeper layer below 10,000 meters at any time. The hot magma flowed between the layers, a dark place brought the last bit of light. The splitting pain instantly penetrated the Black Dragon's whole body, and somehow that light blow could erupt with a wild force enough to flatten the mountains. But that's all. The Black Dragon's pupils trembled suddenly, and it was only when his consciousness was blurred that he realized that he was fighting this human boy, and when he came to his senses, Luo Yun had come to his side again. Chapter 185. What's wrong, does it hurt? Luo Yun's voice reached the ears of the Black Dragon. At this moment, the Black Dragon has no way to think about how huge the power this young man has mastered. Under the extreme pain and torture, there is only one thing he can do. Run away. Using all the magic power to barely support the broken spine, the Black Dragon claw bow rose downwards, and rushed to the high altitude above at an extremely fast speed. Its dragon head broke through layers of hot and hard rock layers, like a piece of rusted steel breaking through pieces of soft tofu. Luo Yun stood between the lava. The scorching high temperature even made Luo Yun feel no temperature under the armor condensed by the fairy ball. With just one blow, Luo Yun made the Black Dragon flee. Where will he go next? Luo Yun has gradually felt that the Black Dragon's body is rapidly fading away from his omnipotent intelligence collection range. This speed is indeed unparalleled in this world. Want to escape? Above the thick clouds. All of a sudden, the Black Dragon had rushed to an unknown height, but his body was still rising upwards, and its speed was still much faster than modern rockets. Being seriously injured, he no longer has the strength to launch a high-speed impact of distorted time and space that exceeds the speed of light. Now he can only wait for the magic power to heal the wound in his body. Even if he can get away from Luo Yun this time, his current injury will take at least several decades to heal. When breaking through the sky, the gust of wind caused the back of the Black Dragon to tear like pain. Even he himself didn't know how he persisted until now. And Luo Yun, who has teleportation magic, will move in front of him at any time. It was only because he judged that Luo Yun could not move freely in the air than on the ground, so the Black Dragon chose such an escape route. Blood flowed from its back and broken claws, and the Black Dragon was running fast while thinking about its next plan. Just now, my momentary underestimation of the enemy has already caused a catastrophe. If I remain indifferent, I will definitely not be able to find the possibility of turning around again. But what can I do now? In a trance, the Black Dragon found a strange area in the sky. It seems to be a vortex of nothingness. It circles and turns in the night sky, no matter in color, shape, or appearance, it is the same as the big sky. It looks like it doesn't exist. However, the Black Dragon still sensed the slight distortion in the nearby space by virtue of its extremely strong 5 senses. Is this? The Black Dragon recalled the legend of the Aslanti world that he had heard. According to legend, when the heaven and the earth were first born, there was a vacuum zone created by friction where time and space were incompletely combined. Creatures that lead to that area will be sent to the so-called gap of time, where there is a huge amount of magic that can be swallowed by itself. However, at the same time, there are risks that are difficult to escape from. But now, does the Black Dragon have any other choice? The Black Dragon raised its head slightly, quickly deflected its direction of action, and rushed towards the twisted invisible vortex. Sieve. In a trance, the Black Dragon has been sucked into the cracks of time and space, and that huge figure has disappeared in the world of Aslant. Swish. Immediately afterwards, the cloud also teleported to the sky where the Black Dragon was. Originally, it was expected that the Black Dragon would never escape from his control, but now, the Black Dragon has really escaped from his control. Although Luo Yun didn't know how it did it, but if it sped up and fled away suddenly, Luo Wei's perception speed, which was 1,000 times faster than that of ordinary people, could at least be aware of it. There is only one possibility for such a disappearance, and that is to escape to another world. Luo Yun quickly launched a search using his omnipotent ability. In just a split second, he discovered the strangeness around him, the mass of unknown swirl-shaped spatial object, which is located not far from Luo Yun and is spinning rapidly like a small black hole. Such an invisible, colorless, and intangible thing, no matter how sophisticated the instrument is, it is impossible to perceive it. If it is not for the omnipotent ability, even with Luo Yun's infinite magic power, it is impossible to detect it. Looking at this strange area, Luo Yun's eyes glowed with a brilliant white light leisurely. Great Sage, analyze and appraise. Ding! Great Sage analysis and appraisal, analyzing the target object, please wait. Ding! The analysis is complete. Common name of the target object, time gap. Ask for flowers. The specific content is the crack that was born when time and space were fitted in the world. The scope is extremely small and extremely hidden. The specific coordinates are. Luo Yun didn't need to listen to the Great Sage's follow-up explanation, just smiled coldly. Because of the gap at this time, in the original work, it is basically the cemetery of the Black Dragon. Originally, a group of mages sealed the Black Dragon during this gap, but they didn't expect that the gap is now in the sky above the Black Dragon's rise, and the Black Dragon chose to flee in by itself. Hehe, the Black Dragon. If you are stronger than you will fall to this point and escape to this crevice world to save your life. Let me see how much you can increase in it. 0. After all, without any hesitation, Luo Yun stepped into the strange invisible vortex, and his consciousness was quickly taken to another dimension. For a time, Acnologia has been in an unheard-of world. Here, the surrounding earth seems to be like a transparent magic crystal, and you can see your own shadow. And magic crystals containing powerful magic power abound, naturally connected and growing on the crystal-like ground. The surroundings are composed of transparent light blue and lavender. Just staying here, the Black Dragon feels quite relaxed and happy. Because the magic power in all the magic crystals around here is like the Black Dragon's gas station, providing powerful magic power for the Black Dragon all the time. Under the infiltration and nourishment of this extremely strong magic power, the Black Dragon even felt a puddle of blood gushing out from his back, and his injury was recovering rapidly. The magic power in his body was even far higher than before. Just stay in this area, as long as it takes a little longer. I can again. Just when he was thinking like this, the Black Dragon suddenly discovered that the magic power in the gap at this moment was too powerful, so that he couldn't completely control it at all. The magic power poured into his body, even made his injured body unable to bear it. In this state, the Black Dragon's consciousness and body gradually began to separate. For a while, he couldn't figure out whether he was a human or a dragon, or what other creature it was. Chapter 186. My head hurts, damn. The Black Dragon held his head, only then did he realize that his claws had turned into human palms. What? The shaved dragon claw has also turned into a half-broken arm, and the blood is still dripping down, leaning on the ground, which makes the Black Dragon feel raw pain. Looking down at the image on the ground of the magic crystal, the Black Dragon was shocked. What's going on? I obviously didn't end the dragon transformation. Why did my body automatically release the dragon transformation state? Acnologia, as one of the very few human beings who can completely control the magic power of the dragon, could freely switch between the human and dragon states. But now, he can't control the switching of his state, and he feels that the huge magic power of the dragon-shaped body has taken away most of his 683 consciousness, and now it still stays in his body, ready to go from here at any time. Separated from this body. This is because the Black Dragon can hardly bear the excess magic power with its own body, so it chooses Acnologia to bear it as a human body. The second is because the Black Dragon judges according to the injury. Hiding in his human body can speed up the recovery of power. After feeling all this, Acnologia staggered forward, trying to quickly find 10 hidden areas to fully recover from his injuries. At this time, raising his head, Acnologia saw the familiar white-haired boy whom he had tortured and killed thousands of times. What? The most worrying thing happened after all, and the building of security built in Acnologia's heart collapsed. How could he even find this kind of intangible and immaterial otherworld entrance? Acnologia gradually realized that the power possessed by this young man was not just as simple as infinite magic power and distorting time and space. Floating in the sky relying on the holy wings of light behind him, Luo Yun looked at Acnologia without saying a word. What he had in his heart was to solve everything as soon as possible, and not to give the Black Dragon any room to breathe. After pondering for a while, Acnologia seemed to have suddenly realized something, and burst out laughing. He, ha 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 ha. Now you are no longer my opponent, and now we are. Teleport. Before the words finished, Luo Yun had already teleported to Acnologia's side, and lightly waved a punch. Boom! Acnologia's entire body flew out like a bullet uncontrollably in an instant, through the howling wind, and never stopped piercing through one magic crystal after another. It wasn't until he hit an unknown number of magic crystals that his body finally stopped on the last huge blue magic crystal, and at the same time knocked out a deep crack in that magic crystal. Drink! Acnologia suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. Not knowing how many bones he had broken, Acnologia instinctively covered his chest and buried his head, looking extremely embarrassed. Is this the result of being strengthened by the magic crystal? The answer is, of course. He knew that if he hadn't been replenished with magic power by the magic crystal, just that light blow from Luo Yun just now would be enough to penetrate his internal organs. Even this kind of external impact would quickly end his life. Shoo! Before he knew it, Luo Yun had already arrived in front of Acnologia. His holy and awe-inspiring appearance is like an archangel who judges his sins. After a few seconds, people can't help but start counting the sins in their hearts. How possible? How could you have this kind of power? Facing the desperate Acnologia, Luo Yun walked forward step by step, not saying anything in the future. Angels are often more terrifying than demons. Because angels are monster-like existences born to punish the evil karma of demons. Every time Luo Yun gets close to an inch away, the fear in Acnologia's heart will increase by 3 points. Anxiety, panic, despair. The heart rate continued to rise, the pupils trembled uncontrollably. What Acnologia felt now was the horror of death. And when Luo Yun was quite close to him, he could no longer suppress the panic in his heart, instinctively want to release the magic power of the whole body to Luo Yun. Drink dash. All of a sudden, Acnologia gathered all the strength in his body and punched, and the heavy black magic energy contained in it after being replenished by the magic crystal, as if the fist wind revealed the power of resentment from countless dead souls in the underworld, which had not yet been captured by that blow. In boxing, the soul seems to be pulled out by the powerful force in the fist wind. Although this punch was struck by a human being, it was no less terrifying than his full-strength punch in the Black Dragon state. Acnologia did not lose the terrifying dominance he had before because of the injury, and the speed of this punch was once again it surpassed the speed of light, and even deformed the 4 space Shi Luo's time was even slightly reversed because of this. Snapped. However, Luo Yun caught the punch easily. Not knowing how he could withstand such a terrifying attack, Luo Yun grasped the fist and slightly folded his palm. The bones of Acnologia's wrist and the entire upper limb burst instantly, as if they were pulled out of the body one by one. Fall apart and misplaced. All the dislocated bones had no possibility of being reattached, and Acnologia, who had already lost a palm, endured the swelling pain in his arm, trying to make some stress response to Luo Yun, but it was of no avail. How could he have thought that the strongest blow he had exhausted all his magic power would be so easily controlled by Luo Yun? Immediately afterwards, Luo Yun kicked his calf without interval 4.8 low sweeps. Boom! With a bang like a falling cannon, Acnologia's leg bones were instantly shattered, and the muscles and skin were simultaneously necrotic by the high heat caused by Luo Yun's kick. Although the nerves have failed and paralyzed, the heavy pain is connected to other neurons and transmitted to Acnologia's brain. Ugh! With a shrill roar, Acnologia immediately fell to his knees, completely unable to support his exhausted body with one leg. While screaming desperately and painfully, he instinctively shrank back. How does this look like the reckless and arrogant Black Dragon King? Where does this look have the arrogance and kindness that has killed Luo Yun countless times? Chapter 187. In the blink of an eye, Luo Yun posted another step. He clenched his fist and pointed at Acnologia's chest. The moment he made this movement, Acnologia seemed to have foreseen his own future death, and actually saw his own corpse lying in the magic crystal. At the same time, the spirit and body in his body, which were already about to disintegrate, were further separated. In the next second, Luo Yun's strength had already reached Acnologia's thoracic vertebrae. Boom! The viscera suddenly seemed to be shifted and turned upside down, the broken bone pierced deeply between the viscera, and Acnologia suddenly sprayed out a mouthful of thick black blood. This time, can I still escape from death? Facing this godlike enemy who can hit me so hard purely by relying on physical strength, I really still have a chance to survive. At least, even if the heart is destroyed, relying on its own extremely strong magic power, it will not die suddenly. Acnologia knows that he can survive for a long time at least. But when the heart-pounding pain forced 17 to kill himself, what's the point of the extra survival time? It's nothing more than prolonging his pain, and spending a ridiculous life that is boring and ultimately futile. Full stop, that's all. Ugh! Black blood continuously oozes from the corner of Akuno's mouth, dripping onto the mirror-like ground under his feet bit by bit. Luo Yun's trial continues. Have a good experience. The sciatic nerve was instantly torn in its entirety, and the supreme pain from the abundant nerve endings made Akuno feel so painful that he almost fainted immediately. Ugh! A palm cut into Acnologia's hip bone, and the terribly shrill roar shook Luo Yun's eardrums even a little shivering. Taste carefully the feelings of the people you slaughtered. The blood-stained palm cut Acnologia's skin from bottom to top, and for a while it was attached to the sensitive area above the gums under the cheekbones. The trigeminal nerve, this extremely delicate, hidden, fragile and sensitive nerve belt is so obvious under Luo Yun's analysis and identification ability. SHHHHHHHHHHH. The pain, the endless pain made Acnologia completely lose the room to think. Under the physical torture for a long time, Analoki's spirit was also close to a state of collapse. His instinct tempted him to fall asleep like this. Although he would not wake up and face defeat and death, it was still much better than experiencing pain like this. But at this moment, the consciousness of the Black Dragon full of magic in his heart crazily guides him to cheer up. As long as he can keep a glimmer of hope of surviving, he will never give up. If I can make a comeback, I will definitely put the humiliation and pain I have suffered today 100 times and 1,000 times on Luo Yun's head. In the ear, Luo Yun's voice gradually came. You lost, Acnologia. Admit your defeat. Admit yourself the fault of speaking up against me. Finally, bow your head to your dissolute fate, and finally usher in the end of your life. Acnologia's bloodshot eyes fixed on Luo Yun. He was about to say something, but the stench in his throat made him almost forget how to speak. Under this provocative statement, Acnologia's inner anger was finally fully ignited. Soon, the consciousness of being a black dragon condensing powerful magic power in his heart dominated his body. I don't admit it, I absolutely can't admit it. I want to kill you, I want to eat up all the magic power in the gap at this time, I want to get this power that surpasses you, I want to destroy this whole world, until you are in my heart crawl and beg for mercy. Acnologia let out a hysterical growl of despair, but his bloodshot vocal cords could no longer enigma these words to Luo Yun's ears. Now he has no intact torso or organs left, the only thing left is the huge magic power he stored for dragon transformation, and his strong will to survive at all means and costs. Driven by this strong will, suddenly, Acnologia's body released a black light, and while the light burst out, it suddenly charged in the narrow space of time, and at the same time as it continued to rise, that terrifying speed even deformed the surrounding space. At this moment, Luo Yun quickly realized what happened. It turns out that the Black Dragon's body has long been separated from its will. In order to suck enough magic power in the different space, it puts its will in the flesh body of others from the beginning to the end, and when the sandbag of human flesh delays enough time, his body as a dragon will bring him full again. The magic power breaks through the blockade of the gap at this time. Soon, so fast that it was impossible to see clearly with the naked eye, the Black Dragon had been reborn in a trance. His main body, which had sucked all the magic power, suddenly flew into the sky from the gap of time. The speed was unbelievably fast, and it would reach the edge of the gap in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterwards, in the cage of time that could not be broken through, the Black Dragon opened his bloody mouth, and between the sharp fangs, the non-attribute magic power called devouring was ready to move. Call. While flying on one side, the magic power on the edge of the time gap was completely swallowed by it. The gap of time, which was sucked dry by the Black Dragon, is like an empty eggshell that has lost its yolk and white. But now even this hard eggshell has been devoured by the Black Dragon to form a black hole, instantly losing its original strong tension and instantly becoming fragile. All of a sudden, the Black Dragon has escaped from the broken gap of time with far more magical power than before. It's really a trapped beast. To be honest, although the Black Dragon's power is still not as good as it is, its speed has indeed exceeded Luo Yun's expectations. At his super high speed enough to distort time and space, Luo Yun's myriad phenomena couldn't even completely lock his body position, and the Black Dragon had already escaped Luo Yun's locking range by the time he activated it. Even if he uses the nomadic body to teleport to a distant place to perceive, Luo Yun will eventually be one step slower. At most he can only guarantee that he will be able to catch up by teleportation after a few seconds. At this moment, the Magnolia Harbor of the Kingdom of Fiori. Blue Pegasus, Fairy Tale, Mermaid Heel. The many wizards of the Mage Guild, and even all the passers-by of the Fiori Kingdom who knew nothing about the current situation, could not help feeling a chill down their backs. Chapter 188. What is that, a dragon? It crawled out of the void, it crawled out of the other world. Just now, under the connection of Hyborian, a superlarge communication magic crystal stands in the center of Southgate Park. Except for Southgate Park, Tequila Park, Honeybone, Crocus, all the iconic places in the Kingdom of Fiori have been erected with large messenger crystals. On the magic crystal, the picture just now was projected synchronously. It is said that the legendary ferocious dragon once again appeared in the Kingdom of Fiori. In order to let everyone get the information of the dragon as soon as possible so that they can respond quickly, Hyborian allows everyone to see the synchronous screen of the dragon's activities most clearly and intuitively. Contact. The most sophisticated communication devices linked to the magic power were purchased by various mage guilds, and the expenses will be reimbursed by the palace afterward. But when everyone connected to the devices one after another, nothing appeared on the image. This is because the Black Dragon at that time had already been sucked into a different space, and the slight difference between the crack of time and the big space was impossible to see with human observation. And now, just when everyone was extremely confused, the Black Dragon actually tore through the gap between time and space and appeared in everyone's field of vision. The scene of the sky suddenly shattered, revealing a huge black hole with a deep and endless expanse, from which protruded a sharp claw with dragon scales. That is the dragon claw of the Black Dragon Acnologia. One note, why the hind paw? At this time, everyone in the fairy tale guild couldn't help but be amazed. Only then did they discover that the two forelimbs of the Black Dragon had been broken, and someone had cut them off along with the dragon claws. The wound hadn't even healed, and blood was oozing downward. Not only the forelimbs, but also a hind leg that has been completely out of touch with the body, uncontrollably drooping on the body with the skin, but it is completely unusable. It seems that the Black Dragon has been hit hard. However, the Black Dragon's movement in the image was like thunder and lightning, swift and fierce, but it didn't look like it was hurt at all. Suddenly, the Black Dragon's figure suddenly began to accelerate. His pitch-black wings fluttered suddenly, and his body burst out at super high speed, rushing straight to the airspace on the west side of Fury. Hyborian's voice came simultaneously through the messenger crystal. The speed of the Black Dragon is too fast, and its position is already difficult to track. Please be sure to pay attention to the movements around you at all times. Mage stirs, please be sure to guard the ordinary residents. If the Black Dragon invades, please be sure. Before the words were finished, a huge black shadow descended on the heads of everyone in the Magnolia Harbor. What? What speed is this? In just a few minutes, the Black Dragon leaped from the eastern jungle to the western port of Magnolia. Even the teleportation magic and the ultra-high speed that the Black Dragon erupts beyond the speed of light can only be achieved within a small distance, but even if the Black Dragon makes such a long-distance leap, it can be so fast. When Hyborian's voice came to his ears through the wizard, the pupils of the wizards of the Fairy Tale Guild began to tremble continuously. This is a dragon. The residents of the kingdom knelt down uncontrollably, their knees began to weaken involuntarily, and they could no longer support the weight of their whole bodies. In the sky, the Black Dragon Acnologia let out a long and cheerful howl. The roar of the dragon shook the universe, causing the sky to tremble and the earth to weep. When the dragon roar passed through everyone's ears, all they could feel was the fear of death. Of course, there are also a few powerful wizards who bravely stood up and tried to challenge the absolute authority of the Black Dragon with their strongest magic. But their magic power was completely devoured when they got close to the Black Dragon, which made everyone understand once again that the dragon clan in front of them could no longer be called an opponent. It was an invincible disaster. Looking at the insignificant and vulnerable human beings, Acnologia let out a disdainful sneer in his heart. Gap of time, it's such a powerful force. Now the magic power in my body is so strong that it only takes a matter of seconds to destroy this world. Destroy, destroy. Follow that mage to death. Ha 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 ha. In an instant, the sky was filled with black sorrowful clouds, and the dark clouds rolled and rubbed against each other, reflecting frightening white lights. The thunderous lightning seemed to land on the head of the Black Dragon Acnologia, giving the wizards and the people the last hope. However, when there was a bang and the lightning landed on the Black Dragon impartially, even the energy of the lightning was instantly swallowed by the Black Dragon. In the end, no one knew whether I had devoured the huge magic power or the lightning that was enough to blast people into carbonization was completely ineffective against the Black Dragon. There is only one image left in everyone's mind, that is, the Black Dragon is an invincible existence. The children began to cry loudly, and people were kneeling on the ground in despair. The endless breath of death and the heavy and suffocating sense of oppression permeated the air, which made people think of dying on their own. Everyone, don't panic, cheer up. Makarov stood in the crowd and spoke loudly. Even though his powerful magic power is insignificant compared to the Black Dragon, it is enough to make the sound reach everyone's ears. Don't give up until the last moment. Now, except for the mages, try your best to escape. We will gather all our strength to open a way for you. Even though he said so, how can Makarov respond? He just said this for the time being to stabilize the people's hearts, Wang Zhao. Even if linking magic is used to connect everyone's magic power to each other, the speed cannot catch up with the Black Dragon's blow. And from the mouth of the Black Dragon, the frantic magic power that swallows the sky and blocks the sun is ready to burst out. The extremely strong black magic power gathers together from all directions, the sky is covered with dark clouds, and the earth is rumbling endlessly. The dark clouds in the sky and the dust and gravel on the ground are almost absorbed by the magic power in the mouth of the Black Dragon. Everything is here in front of the terrifying power, they all seemed so vulnerable. The goblin's magic has already been used, the light magic that Makarov released just now, and all the dragon-slaying magic of the guild mages have no effect on this dragon. What everyone is about to face is real death. Is it all over? In desperation, the dragon's roar from the mouth of the Black Dragon sprayed out in an instant, and the black light suddenly flooded everyone's vision. Chapter 189. The black light wave pierced everyone's field of vision instantly. At this moment, everyone had already given up resisting, just quietly waiting for their bodies to usher in the final destruction in that desperate impact. For this result, they did not have any expectations, because this is the Black Dragon, and this is the punishment from the gods. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, master seconds. Until 5 or 6 seconds passed, everyone didn't even feel any pain in their bodies. How? Everyone in astonishment opened their eyes, only to see the aftermath of the black roaring shock actually stayed suspended in the air, as if it had been stopped and no longer flowed. Not only that, the light wave was even receding slightly, slowly flowing back in the direction it was shot from, until it retreated into the Black Dragon's mouth. This miraculous scene shocked all the people of Fiori Kingdom. Whether it is the people in the Magnolia Harbor under the Black Dragon or the people who are watching the Black Dragon's every move through the magic crystal of communication, they are all tongue-tied at this moment, and their bodies are thrown to the ground, unable to speak a word. And the white-haired boy with holy wings of light came into their sight once again. That's Luo Yun. Gradually, Lu Chu's appearance changed. His white hair turned into the previous black hair, and the white wings of light behind him also began to change into the wings attached to the ordinary dark text wing magic. That face is no different from the Luo Yun that everyone has been with day and night. This kind of Luo Yun actually stood side by side with the incomparably powerful dragon clan. Although everyone has seen and guessed such a scene before, seeing it with your own eyes is more shocking than seeing it on the image. Your speed is good. Even if you teleport over after mastering the direction, I will slow you down a little. But against you now, I don't need to use time magic anymore. Luo Yun has changed from the posture of the white mage to the previous appearance. Simple black hair, handsome face, plain clothes, he looks quite similar to the former black mage Zeref. However, Luo Yun's magic power and physical strength are far beyond Zeref's reach. The Black Dragon who was forced to go back in time never imagined that Luo Yun could not only retrace his time but also his own time. His bloodshot pupils looked at the rushing Luo Yun with, tears in his heart. Resentment and pain suddenly twisted into a ball, and it was already too heavy to be added. Obviously only a little bit, obviously. I'm going to tear you to pieces. However, at the moment when the Black Dragon's time regression ended. Wow! Luo Yun's body suddenly turned into a meteor and flashed to the side of the Black Dragon. This time, I'm going to do my best. Boom! The loud explosion of hundreds of millions of tons of explosives invaded everyone's eardrums. Just stuck in the maximum range that everyone's eardrums could bear, Luo Yun blatantly punched the black dragon's limb, and the uninjured left leg was only with the raging wind of the fist, it has turned into a puddle of blood and sprinkled on the ground. The astonished black dragon lost part of his body without even feeling the pain. In the blink of an eye, Luo Yun was already on the back of the black dragon. In contrast, his slender arms clamped the black dragon's wide black wings. It was as if a gnat could shake a tree, and a mantis arm was as stupid as a cart. Torn down by Luo Yun. The broken black wings and wing bones were pulled out from the black dragon's back, and a large amount of blood gushed out. The black dragon let out an extremely shrill howl, and at the same time, its body was about to fall to the ground uncontrollably. At this moment, Luo Yun flashed to the lower abdomen of the black dragon again, and pushed out a palm against his abdominal cavity. Snapped! In an instant, the continuous loud noise of the air explosion exploded in everyone's ears, and the black dragon pushed out by the palm of the wind fell into the port guardrail of the Magnolia harbor in a straight line, smashed the bend of the guardrail, and then fell into it at an unimaginable speed. See! When the huge body fell into the nearshore area and caused heavy waves, the storm caused by the high-speed movement of the black dragon had already pushed the sea water in the opposite direction, and the violent waves were bound to create a huge wave on the opposite side of the sea area. The tsunami, and the fall of the black dragon actually forced back half of the sea water in this area, and its burly body actually smashed straight into the sand covered with rocks. The huge amount of smoke prevented everyone from opening their eyes, but the murderous intent in Luo Yun's eyes did not diminish at all. Teleport! In an instant, he dodged to the front of the black dragon. Standing in the junction of the black dragon's chest and abdomen, Luo Yun's feet suddenly exerted force downward. Boom! A muffled sound blatantly rang out from inside the black dragon's body. Except for the head, all the bones in the black dragon's body had been shattered, and the incomparably hard sternum was inserted into the black dragon's viscera in a vertical and horizontal pattern, almost piercing the black dragon's internal organs into pieces. Sieve! Wave after wave of blood spit out from the black dragon's mouth, and the sea water shaken by the black dragon's body was about to sweep in and submerge the black dragon's body again. Congeal! The magic power in Luo Yun's body surged, and he used General Winter Invel's housekeeping magic. Suddenly, the originally turbulent sea area has turned into a shining glacier world. Looking at the black dragon who could no longer move freely, Luo Yun turned his palm into a hand knife, teleported and flashed 3 times in an instant, and savagely swung 3 heavy blows. Boom! The weak hand knife issued by the small human body cut out the 4 corners of the black dragon, cutting the black dragon into 5 pieces neatly. The black blood has piled up into a river, piling up in that glacial river, like wine in a huge goblet full of ice cubes. However, even so, the consciousness of the black dragon has not dissipated. Today's black dragon still has a head and the entire upper body. Although the internal organs and bones have been completely destroyed, it is still alive, and maintains its own life with the incredible magic power in his body, and is even recovering. Own injuries. In the fairy tale world, such strange things often happen. Life hangs by a thread. No matter what kind of person's physical quality is so strong that it is incomprehensible, I am afraid that if you are cut into tiny pieces and put in different containers and left alone, you will still survive after decades. Luo Yun looked at the still-breathing black dragon, showing a slight smile after the bloodshed. However, it couldn't be easier to just make you lose consciousness. Chapter 190. The black dragon is not dead yet. However, what was revealed in his bloodshot eyes was no longer anger or hatred towards Luo Yun, but only regret for his own fate. All the limbs had been cut off by Luo Yun, and the movable part of the whole body was only a head, and the black dragon didn't have the strength to move it anymore. It just held on to look at Luo Yun's peaceful eyes in severe pain. You are not the existence of this world. Your strength, cough cough. Luo Yun looked at the black dragon quietly, and replied in a deep voice. It doesn't matter if it is, it doesn't matter if it doesn't. As soon as the voice fell, Luo Yun's feet had already stepped on the black dragon's neck. I always feel that killing you like this is not pleasant enough. Magnification magic. Suddenly, Luo Yun's body size skyrocketed, and in the blink of an eye, it had rapidly expanded to hundreds of times its previous size. When Makarov's enlargement magic is used to the extreme, it can become as huge as an island. Even if Luo Yun is not so proficient in mastering it, because of the huge difference in magic power, it can even expand its body to be like a country. Keep getting bigger, bigger, and bigger. When the body size easily surpassed the Black Dragon, Luo Yun's appearance had already occupied the images of all the communication magic crystals. And his myriad phenomena also fully sensed the existence of the messenger magic crystal nearby. Stepping on the Black Dragon's neck, turning his head sideways, Luo Yun said leisurely. People of the Kingdom of Fiori, and even the people of the Alvarez Empire, Kurdana continent and the entire continent of Aslanti, all mages who have dedicated their lives to the cause of magic. Acnologia, the Black Dragon, will be killed by me today. Its powerful magic will never infest this land again, and its power will disappear forever in the void. 4. The war between continents has completely ended, and the war between mages and dragons will also be brought to an end by me today. Luo Yun's voice followed the transmission magic crystal into the ears of every mage, and his appearance was deeply engraved in everyone's heart. This sudden disaster appeared, and at the same time, an extremely powerful young man swept the thread of the Black Dragon out of this continent with only physical power. Such a bizarre, dreamlike scene, how could they not learn by heart? Immediately, Luo Yun put down one foot, and the other foot stepped heavily on the Black Dragon's neck. The hard and sharp dragon scales looked like slender and delicate fluff to Luo Yun's touch, not even tickling. Immediately afterwards, Luo Yun exerted strength on the arch of his foot and stepped down with one foot. Crack! The sandy land in the sea area instantly stirred up sand and dust, and the flying sand and gravel blocked everyone's vision for a while, leaving only a boundless dark yellow. When the gravel was gone, they opened their eyes slightly, and what the mages saw was the broken neck of the Black Dragon. A piece of blood bathed in the ice, the broken head has been separated from the body's magic power supply. The Black Dragon finally closed his eyes, and his consciousness fell into a deep sleep. The reason for saying this is because Luo Yun is still unable to determine whether the Black Dragon has actually died. But he doesn't need to take the time to confirm it with analytical identification, because, as long as it is an individual who has lost consciousness, there is no difference in front of his ability. Predator, predator. Ding. Predator, predator, confirmed by the host. It is preying on the target Black Dragon Acnologia. Ding. Predator analysis, target Black Dragon Acnologia analysis completed. Congratulations to the host for learning the skill, Devouring Dragon Slayer Magic. Active effect of Devouring Dragon Slayer Magic, you can use non-attribute Dragon Slayer Magic to attack the enemy, and you can actively devour nearby magic power. Passive effect of Dragon Slayer Magic. The host is immune to all damage and adverse effects caused by magic. In a trance, shocking pictures appeared on all the communication magic crystals. The Black Dragon Acnologia disappeared in front of everyone's eyes in an instant, and his stumped limbs, and even the blood between the ice layers disappeared under everyone's noses. What's going on? Could it be that he escaped into a different space? Hyborian stared at the image in amazement. But I saw Luo Yun turned his head peacefully. Although he is now in the form of a giant, his voice is not loud, but I don't know whether it is due to the magic power in his body or because the texture of the communication magic crystal is too fine. They all heard Luo Yun's voice clearly. Ask for flowers. The Black Dragon, Acnologia, has been permanently sealed into other world by me with space magic. In that world, there is no magic power to devour him, and he will never be able to escape. It's all over. Speaking of this, Luo Yun also returned to his original appearance from that giant posture. Whether it's Urza or Myra Jane, or Makarov, the mages of other guilds, including all the people of Fiori Kingdom, everyone has a casual look on their faces. It seems that everyone has not come over from this atmosphere, has not yet understood that the terrible crisis in front of them has been resolved, and still cannot believe that the terrible dragon just now has been solved by Luo Yun alone. No one could believe that Luo Yun possessed such terrifying power. When they witnessed the scene where Luo Yun defeated the Black Dragon, everyone thought they were in a dream, or were under the spell of the Black Dragon's hallucination magic. Already ready to die. But at this very moment, I don't know who in the crowd shouted. "Win, we won! It's Luo Yun, Luo Yun killed the Black Dragon! Everyone is safe now!" Suddenly, with these two shouts of joy, everyone's emotions were instantly mobilized, and people who hadn't realized what happened suddenly understood everything, and shouted excitedly with these two shouts of struggle. For a time, the noisy streets were full of people, and even those who were not in the Magnolia Harbor and watched the battle through a remote magic link excitedly gathered on the street to celebrate this epic dragon-slaying day. The entire kingdom of Fiori was soon bathed in a sea of joy. But where did the protagonist of this dragon-slaying battle go? It seems that Luo Yun left as soon as he killed the Black Dragon. In the reflection of the magic crystal of communication, the ice that had been congealed just now has melted away. Luo Yun, who was originally standing between the ice layers, soon disappeared after the Black Dragon. There was no trace, probably using teleportation magic to go somewhere else. Chapter 191. Luo Yun. Where is Luo Yun now? When everyone was cheering and excited that the war had subsided, Erza was only thinking about Luo Yun's safety. She has already lost a happy childhood, lost a best companion, and now she really does not want to lose the person she loves deeply. Of course, she understands that Luo Yun's strength is absolutely impossible to die suddenly, but she always has a vague feeling that Luo Yun is probably not a magician in this world, and after the battle with the Black Dragon, he will most likely leave the Fairy Tale Guild. After a major incident, Erza will often feel this kind of uneasy feeling in his heart, because Luo Yun feels too mysterious and unpredictable, although he is very familiar with it, but sometimes he feels very strange. When Erza realized that the distance between their hearts and the 570 in their hearts was much farther than imagined, Erza fled from the noisy crowd with a strange premonition in her heart. Will it be there? Shoo! Passing through the familiar magic circle, walking down the long stone steps, a beam-like dark yellow candle lighted up slightly in front of Erza is the entrance of the Fairy Tale Guild's underground library. It was here that she first got to know Luo Yun, and learned to control the magic power in her body. Although her magic power was insignificant compared to what Luo Yun did, but it was a precious memory for her life. Crack! Pushing open the door, Erza raised his head. "Don't sleep at this late hour, Erza." A smiling black-haired boy was looking at her silently. The indifferent smile in the silence was like when the two met for the first time. "Luo Yun." Erza called out Luo Yun's name in a daze. This is the so-called tacit understanding, otherwise how would she know that Luo Yun would be in such a position? Her feet slowly took one step towards Luo Yun, 2 steps, faster and faster, and she even wanted to throw herself into Luo Yun's arms, but at this moment, the surrounding lights were all extinguished, leaving an infinite endless darkness. "Don't worry, Erza, come here step by step." Under Erza's feet, a circle of dizzy halo-like water waves suddenly appeared. Every time I take a step, bright and ethereal ripples appear on my toes, and between my left and right steps, I feel like an elf dancing in the dark night. For some reason, Erza burst into tears. These tears are of course tears from laughter. In this scene, the memories of the past bloomed in her heart, like a beam of warm current moistening her anxious heart. Step by step, Erza walked into the large light circle in front of her, where a solid chest was waiting for her. Although it was a boy's chest, it seemed to be so broad, as if it could hold everything about her. With a thump, Erza plunged into Luo Yun's arms. Caressing her long red hair, Luo Yun already felt his shoulders getting wet. "What's wrong, Erza? Are you sad?" "No. I thought." "Why?" Erza looked up at Luo Yun, with tears glistening in his red eyes. "Luo Yun, tell me that you won't suddenly disappear like before, okay? I'm really scared, I'm afraid that one day I won't see you." Listening to the sobbing Erza, Luo Yun just laughed easily. "So you're talking about this, haha. What's so funny? I'm telling you very seriously. Erza, I disappeared before because I had some preparations to do, so I left temporarily. You have to forgive me for this kind of thing. Preparation work, can't you tell us the plan?" If that's the case. No, Urza, I was going to tell you my plan today. Luo Yun shook his head and made a fool of himself. Do you want to know what I was doing when I disappeared? Urza didn't expect Luo Yun to say such a word suddenly. But of course she was curious about what Luo Yun would show her. Blindfolded by Luo Yun, Urza was walking in a completely unfamiliar territory. Just now Luo Yun said that he wanted to take him to see what his plan was, and then he used teleportation magic to bring him here, and he couldn't see anything during the whole process. Listening to the surrounding sounds, this place is obviously outside, but where could it be? Urza couldn't help but fantasize. Since this is the plan that Luo Yun has been carrying out all along, it must be a place to practice magic that strengthens the magic power? Then should this be a very quiet place to practice? Or is this a zen place for Luo Yun to contemplate and meditate? Okay Urza, open your eyes. Halfway through thinking, Luo Yun stopped suddenly, pushed Urza's shoulder and retracted his palm. The moment he opened his eyes, Urza was suddenly taken aback. In front of her is a woman who looks very similar to her, but looks more mature than her, and looks almost exactly the same as her. Who are you? It was at this moment that Luo Yun activated the memory magic on Urza for the first time. Originally, Luo Yun thought that it is really not appropriate to use memory magic on his companions to peek at their memories, but Luo Yun already knew Urza's past too well, so it was better to come here quickly at this time. Through memory magic, Luo Yun quickly implanted the memory of his mother when he was born in Urza's brain. Irene Belzarian. She didn't die, but was sealed in Luo Yun's stomach. Like Irene, there are still many mages who were not killed by Luo Yun, because in the fairy tale world, it is extremely difficult to completely kill -5.2 people. Therefore, Luo Yun modified their memories, cleared all the darkest and most traumatic memories in their human nature, and let them be reborn with the most sincere and simple emotions. For example, Luo Yun retained the sincere maternal love for Urza in Irene's heart, but erased her dark and cold-blooded side of the West Continent's crimson despair. At first, of course, what Urza felt was unacceptable and unbearable. It was really hard for her to admit that this sudden person who almost never cared about her unfortunate childhood was her mother. But under Luo Yun's explanation and relief, Urza also gradually understood the truth of all this. It turned out that Irene Belzarian abandoned herself because she didn't want to use magic to add personality to herself, so as to avoid becoming a pawn. Chapter 192. Urza finally hugged Irene tightly with red eyes. She has the same strict personality as her mother, and she can always accept issues of position very quickly. Although she can't have any feelings for her mother, Urza believes that Luo Yun will do so because her mother, Irene, has really got rid of the shackles and control of her past identity, and has the ability to make up for the unfortunate shortcomings of her childhood. Irene, who hugs Urza tightly, has many memories in her mind that have been erased by Luo Yun, but only vaguely remembers that she was once the queen of Dragonov, and was rescued by Zeref after mastering the dragon-killing magic. Abandoned Urza, and slaughtered many lives over the ages. As for why she slaughtered those lives, and why she abandoned Urza, Irene can't remember for a long time. It is probably a distortion of her personality that was naturally formed by her long-term allegiance to Zeref. Caressing Urza's red hair in her arms, Irene burst into tears unknowingly. Mr. Luo Yun, I have made many mistakes. Is someone like me really qualified to live in this world? 17. Facing Irene's question, Luo Yun just smiled lightly. Irene. Damn Alvarez's crimson despair, not you. And your personality as crimson despair has already been killed by me. So you can live with Urza with peace of mind. There is no need to have any scruples. If anyone wants to give you advice, just let him come to me directly. After Luo Yun said these words, Irene immediately knelt down and couldn't get up. After her dark personality was completely reversed, at this moment, only pure gratitude to Luo Yun remained in her heart. If Zeref was the first mage to help Irene get a new life, Luo Yun was the second, and maybe the last. I don't know how much I thanked Luo Yun, and I don't know how much I apologized to my daughter Urza. Urza and Irene cried into a tearful couple under the constant incitement of this emotional atmosphere. The most vulnerable part of my heart has been dug out together. However, Luo Yun didn't seem to be infected by this atmosphere, just smiled and looked at the mother and daughter, and waited until their emotions had passed for a long time before using magic to transport them back to the guild. 3 days passed quietly like this again. Early in the morning, there was a light knock on the door of the Fairy Tale Guild Master's room. "How do you say hello, Luo Yun? Hurry up, come in." Before going inside, he heard Makarov's excited voice. Luo Yun yawned and walked slowly into the president's office. "President, what happened again? You called me over early in the morning." The moment Luo Yun stepped out of the chairman's room, he saw Makarov standing in front of him in fear and respect, standing in a very solemn and respectful manner, as if he was the guest and Luo Yun was the master here. Luo Yun couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. "This. President, what are you? Don't call me president anymore, Luo Yun." Makarov's eyes were full of autumn light. "You are the dragon-slaying hero who saved everyone. I really can't afford to be called the president by you. But there must be something for the elders and younger generations." 27. No. Makarov's head shook like a rattle. "Luo Yun, I invited you here early this morning just to discuss this topic with you. How about you being the president of this fairy tale guild?" "What?" Luo Yun thought he hadn't woken up. Now whether it is prestige or magic attainments, you are no longer at the same level as us mortals, and based on my time with you, I really feel that you have a very big picture and you are capable of fulfilling the duties of the president. Luo Yun, although with your current status, a small guild leader is really overqualified for you, but, in our guild, this is the highest position." Luo Yun coughed lightly twice. "President, it's better to get rid of this position or something. If you insist on finding a job for me, how about arranging me to be the honorary president of the guild? Or to be the general counsel?" Okay, honorary president. Makarov clenched Luo Yun's hand and nodded excitedly. "It doesn't feel like the vitality of an octogenarian at all. Luo Yun, you are the protagonist of today's banquet, you must attend. It seems that there will be many mages from the west and the north who want to take photos with you." "Ha! Really, they all want to see your face and see which hero slaughtered the Black Dragon. After all, this incident is so sensational that it even spread to the magicians of the Western continent. The scholars all want to submit to our Eastern continent. If you don't want them to bother you, just leave it to me and push all of them away for you, but everyone in the Gathering Guild today will be waiting for you. My old bones are ready to play." After successfully getting Luo Yun to accept the post of honorary president of 650, Makarov always spoke with a smile, as if full of endless energy. Seeing that the old man is so energetic, Luo Yun is also very relieved. After discussing the so-called important matters, it turned out that it was because Luo Yun was an old man in the Fairy Tale Guild, and he was also the president, so Makarov had to give Luo Ymo the so-called high position. In fact, this has long been nothing to Luo Yun, but Luo Yun temporarily said that he still wants to stay in the guild until Grey Natsu and the others become independent wizards before leaving, so Makarov has to put the guild. The position of chief was handed over to him. After the status is raised, the level changes quite quickly, and the world you see seems to be completely different. Soon, Luo Yun came out from the chairman's room. In the past few days, the entire Fiori Kingdom is holding parades and celebrations to celebrate the victory of the battle between humans and dragons. Of course, Luo Yun's name has also been recorded in the history books and has become a legendary existence in the continent of Aslant. It was 2 days ago that everyone threw Luo Yun up and down excitedly, but 2 days later, the enthusiasm of this celebration has not diminished at all, but it has become more and more lively. Even standing in the guild hall in such an early morning, you can also hear the sound of celebration outside. However, Luo Yun felt a faint uneasiness in his heart. Chapter 193. Indeed. Even after the Black Dragon has been eliminated, Luo Yun often feels a strange feeling. It's not that uneasy, but Luo Yun always feels that there is some hidden danger lurking in this peaceful life. Like a tiny needle thorn buried deep in the flesh, if left alone, it will not hinder your life. However, when you inadvertently touch your skin with something hard and scratch it, the unexpected tingling sensation will make you feel strongly uncomfortable, and that feeling is even more serious than being hit with all your strength. The first time I felt this way was when Zeref was dying. At that time Zeref made up his mind, and he still wanted to deny the world before his death. Then he said something that made Luo Yun quite incomprehensible. Hehe. If you don't activate the time gap, you can't defeat the Black Dragon and that guy. Looking back now, who is that guy referring to? Does Zeref know some powerful enemies that Luo Wei has never known? Or is it that Luo Wei was all hunted by some terrible existence? Everything can only perceive the things that exist nearby. Of course, it is impossible to tell Luo Yun this conceptual answer. For a while, I didn't know the deep meaning behind Zeref's farewell words, so the faint worry in Luo Yun's heart has not yet dissipated. No matter what, Luo Yun does not believe that now that he has obtained the power of the Black Dragon and is immune to all magic, he will be hurt by the so-called terrible existence. Thinking about it this way, Luo Yun felt that it is better to take one step at a time. Just as he was thinking of this, Luo Yun met that muscular red-haired boy. Natsu Dragneel. Zeref's younger brother, Dragon Slayer of Fire, was walking towards the stove behind the bar with a large basket of gaudy meat on his back. Because the battle between himself and Zeref started quietly without telling everyone, Natsu didn't know what his life experience was until Zeref died. But is this important? In the original work, Natsu himself thought that he would rather be a wizard of the fairy tale guild than the restrictions of many identities. Therefore, concealing his life experience may be the best result for him. I don't know if it's because of his existence that the world line of this world has changed, but Natsu didn't pick up the transcendent cat happy as Luo Yun expected. He usually conducts training and activities silently by himself. Luo Yun, you came out so early. Seeing Luo Yun early in the morning, Natsu was particularly excited. Morning Natsu, you are. I'm going to have a big meal tonight, to celebrate Luo Yun that you defeated the dragon. At that time, a lot of people from our guild will come, Myra Jane and Fried will ask me to prepare meat that I can't finish eating, then Luo Yun, you will have a meal with us cool. Before Luo Yun could say anything, Natsu started talking for a long time. Even though he was carrying so much meat, he was still so energetic, Luo Yun couldn't help admiring his energy. Okay, I will go, and I will eat more by then. Okay. Natsu rubbed the back of his neck. Strange, there seems to be a hard lump on my body, why is it so uncomfortable? Never mind, it's important to work. Looking at the back of Natsu who ran into the kitchen in a hurry, Luo Yun felt more and more uneasy for some reason. Night. Grand parades and rallies unfolded throughout the kingdom of Fiori, and the gorgeous colorful lights dyed the shoals of the port in neon colors. The kingdom's best artists gathered in the harbor of Magnolia. There were wonderful singing, dancing and acrobatic performances in various wizards' guilds, streets, and even parks where no one stopped. Although Luo Yun had negotiated with the kingdom to simplify everything, the kingdom said that this was the result of simplification. In the Fairy Tale Guild, after dealing with many mages who came here from the western continent, Luo Yun also began to change glasses on the wine table, eating a lot of wine and food. Alcohol is broken down by the body and converted into magic power as usual. Soon, one after another, strong men fell down in front of Luo Yun. At first it was Max, followed by Gray, and finally even old guys like Gildarts and Macau. No one can last a few rounds under Luo Yun after losing the battle. But while drinking, Luo Yun felt something was wrong. It seems that some key characters are missing. Where's Natsu? When the banquet was being held to an interesting place, Luo Yun's solemn words quickly attracted everyone's attention. Where did Natsu go, why didn't he come? Gray grinned at the moment and said, could it be that he thought he couldn't drink, so he sneaked somewhere to eat and drink, haha. But Luo Yun shook his head. No, Natsu told me today that he was going to have a good meal with me, and he would never lie to me. While speaking, Luo Yun was ready to use the myriad phenomena to detect Natsu's position. There is always a guess in Luo Yun's heart, if this guess is really related to Natsu, he must not sit still at this moment. Something's wrong. An extremely abnormally large amount of magic power has appeared nearby. It seems to be, in the direction of the hearth. But at the same time, it was the moment when Luo Yun found the direction of this huge magic power. Boom! The explosive sound of bricks smashing suddenly rushed into my ears. It turned out to be Gildarts. After he drank too much, he couldn't control the magical power of crushing super magic in his body, and once again destroyed the walls of the guild. Ah! I'm so sorry, I accidentally made a group. Gildarts scratched the back of his head and apologized to everyone in the guild. After all, he had been a building destroyer, with good money, for more than a day or two. He was the strongest demolition household in Aslanti, and there was nothing he could do about this situation. However, when Gildarts smiled awkwardly and saw everyone staring in the direction of the wall behind him in astonishment, he quickly recovered from the alcohol anesthesia. Even if their own magic frightened them, they couldn't show that expression. Turning his head, Gildarts looked behind him. At this moment, endless fear emanating from instinct hit his whole body. This, Natsu. Behind the wall he broke through, a boy-like creature glowing red was curled up in a corner. Half of his body has been covered by a black and red lava-like substance, and the body is shaking out a continuous killing intent, and his eyes are stabbed just by staring at him for a while. To nearly blind. Chapter 194. When the fiery demon-like and human-like creature in front of him looked towards Gildarts, at this moment, the human skin on that half of his body began to be quickly covered with black-red lava. What Luo Yun saw in his eyes was different from all other mages. What he saw in his eyes was that there was a mass of energy body containing extremely terrifying magic power in the fiery demon body, which had been continuously expanding and growing to the point where it was about to explode. In the next second, the yellow light that drowned everyone's sight instantly enveloped the fairy tale guild. Boom, boom! Instant explosion. Under the loud noise that shook the sky, the harbor of Magnolia blatantly exploded into a mass of flames. The thermal energy of a nuclear explosion instantly shattered and sublimated houses, grounds, streets, and even the port facilities of the seaport. The sound pressure generated by the explosion pushed the air out into a shock wave that shook the sky, and even the cloudless sky was burned red and purple. All the matter touched by the white light was completely swallowed by the roaring flame explosion in the blink of an eye. The intensity of this explosion was not at all comparable to Jackal's spell in Tartaros. Just like being dropped on the surface of the sun in space, all substances will be sublimated into gas by the extremely high temperature. After the explosion, there was an endless raging fire. Even standing in the sea at a considerable distance from Magnolia, you can still see the soaring flames dyeing the clouds and the ground into a coquettish purple. Just happened, what? In astonishment, Makarov, who was still slightly drunk, looked blankly at the area he was in. In this area, the ground at the feet is covered with hot lava. Although the surrounding scenery is basically the same as the purgatory on Earth, it still gives people a very familiar feeling. Where? Behind him are all members of the Fairy Tale Guild who are equally astonished. And in front of them, on a piece of ruins that had been burned into black coals, that familiar figure stood in front of them. Luo Yun, his expression seemed a little uneasy, perhaps only he understood what was going on. At the very moment when the flame explosion was sent out, Luo Yun used the teleportation magic to teleport all the members of the guild to a safe place again. The dark text written during the last transmission has not disappeared yet, and it just came in handy at this time. Luo Yun's voice came. Everyone, our guild has been destroyed. The place we are now is the ruins of the guild. Luo Yun explained everything to everyone in a few words. The general meaning is that there is a terrible demon core residing in Natsu's body, and this demon core has not grown for a long time, but just now the energy of this demon core suddenly went berserk. This turned Natsu into the demon of fire and, an ultimate monster whose power surpassed even that of Zeref. And just now, the huge energy released by Natsu has instantly destroyed everyone's guild. If Luo Yun hadn't used the fairy ball to block the magic power in time, the entire Magnolia harbor would have been destroyed by his huge flame magic power. The explosion happened so suddenly that Luo Yun couldn't even use the predator to devour it. Hearing Luo Yun's words, everyone thought he was joking. After all, today is a day of happy celebrations, and it's normal to have some tricky side shows occasionally. Moreover, Luo Yun's magic power is so powerful, it is of course not a problem to make some realistic program effects. While everyone was thinking so, the flame demon end has crawled out from the ruins, walking towards Luo Yun step by step with that heavy killing intent. The moment they saw the creature, more than half of the guild members were already stunned by the powerful magic power emitted from it. Even the companions who were not stunned, had a great mental shock. What's that guy? They couldn't believe that the creature in front of them was the cheerful and passionate boy Natsu, and they couldn't understand that a demon could leak such terrifying pure magic power. Luo Yun's brows were already furrowed. I finally understand what Zeref means. Before Zeref died, he claimed that he wanted to deny the world, so that guy he was referring to that can be compared with the Black Dragon is most likely Natsu, who has not yet turned into a demon. The magic seed in Natsu's body probably started some kind of chain reaction in his dying body at that time, quickly completing the internal growth to turn him into an irrational monster capable of destroying the world. Even though Zeref was dead, he pinned his will on the demon and wanted to use his last strength to fight back against Luo Yun. This guy was a lot trickier than I thought. Looking at the flame demon that is getting closer, the great sage in Luo Wei's body is constantly gathering the analysis and identification information to Luo Wei's brain. Ding! Great sage analysis and appraisal. The target is the demon of flame end, danger level, extremely dangerous. Speed, magic power, physical strength, reaction, spirit, and other abilities are all higher than the Black Dragon Acnologia, but because of the host's magic immunity, there is no need to escape one. Demon of Flame End. What kind of existence is that? In the original work, Natsu was only affected by the demon core in his body. Before he became a real demon, the flames released were enough to burn Zeref's distorted time and space. Natsu originally possessed extremely powerful spiritual power, and when his spiritual power was completely demonized re-emerged, Luo Wei's time regression might not be able to resist. Now if the ancient magic nirvana is activated, the preparation time required is not enough at all, and even changing Natsu's personality cannot restore him from the demon state. Of course, with Luo Yun's current ability, it is not difficult to defeat Natsu. But how do I defeat Natsu? Is it necessary to gather the power of the thought body and completely defeat Natsu like fighting against the Black Dragon? Luo Yun's brows lowered. He is not a fool. Since I am a great sage of the fairy tale guild, I will not be a fool who only knows how to fight and kill. I must have the best of both worlds and the ability to solve problems perfectly. I'm not going to hurt Natsu, and I'm not going to let Zeref get his way. Try them one by one. A bright light shot out from Luo Yun's eyes, and the magic power in his body soared. Back in time. Suddenly, the gap between time has been opened by Luo Yun. By traveling through the cracks in time, Luo Yun can go back in time and do something before Natsu turns into a demon. Chapter 195. Suddenly, the flames all over the flame demon's body were burning hot and boiling. At this moment, he stared at Luo Yun's body gradually disappearing in this time and space, and he had an intuitive reaction to blend into the gap between the time. Shoo! With just a snap of his fingers, Natsu dodged in front of Luo Yun, and the powerful magic energy of the raging flames had already rushed to attack Luo Yun's whole body. It's burning! Before he knew it, the entrance of the narrow space that Luo Yun was about to step into, approached the magic power of flames around Natsu, and even the space was already burned. Even Luo Yun couldn't help being a little surprised this time. Since he got the power to distort time and space, he has seen many powerful abilities, but he has never heard of the terrifying magic power like Natsu that can burn the entire time and space. Out of nowhere, Natsu had already slammed a purgatory punch covered in black and red lava at Luo Yun. Instinct told Luo Yun that if he didn't dodge this punch, he would die. And it was at the level of sudden death. Even if he used time-space regression to restore his own life, he didn't know if the time-space that was traced back would be burned clean by Natsu. As expected of the strongest demon, I am afraid that he is really more terrifying than the Black Dragon. Teleport. At the critical moment, Luo Yun still maintained his temporary stability by relying on a tiny speed advantage and pure reflexes. Standing behind the flame demon, in Luo Yun's eyes the flame wave launched by the flame demon just punched the burning air has sent everyone in the guild flying hundreds of meters. Obviously separated by a long distance, it shows how terrifying the magic power of this blow is. Try something else. At his fastest speed, Luo Yun continuously activated the shape magic of myriad objects and brandish. Found it. Soon, Luo Yun found the lump on the demon of flame exuding abnormal arm strength through his intelligence-gathering ability. That is probably how the devil's core is fully developed, and the magic power of the devil almost comes from here. Immediately after. Shape magic, shrinking. Luo Yun slightly raised his cheekbones, and the lump on Natsu's body disappeared visibly. This should temporarily suppress the magic power of the flame demon. When Luo Yun thought of this in his heart, call. A monstrous wave of flames erupted all over the demon of flame's body, and the powerful flame storm suddenly rose to the 4-helix spiral with the potential energy of tearing the sky, and the wind that surrounded all directions made Luo Yun almost unable to open his eyes. There is no waning drive at all, and it is too late. Even if the devil's core in the flame demon's body has been shrunk to the point where it cannot be seen by the naked eye, the magic power in it has not been reduced at all, and even more majestic energy has erupted because of the compression. Now that it's over, is it possible to kill Natsu just like killing the Black Dragon? Luo Yun didn't want to fight anymore. He is very sure that even if he does not fight, he can win the final victory. He wants to prove to the world that the so-called Great Sage, the master of magic power who gathers countless magics in one body, can do more than just slaughter. Shape magic, shrink. Suddenly. In a blink of an eye, Luo Yun's figure was already like an ant. Even a piece of weed that has been melted has become extremely tall and strong in his eyes, and even a small grain of dust among the lava occasionally looks quite majestic in front of Luo Wei. And for the few mages who have not been stunned by the flame demon, Luo Yun seems to have evaporated in front of them suddenly. Luo Yun him. Although there was a moment of shock, everyone quickly calmed down. We believe in Luo Yun. If he had acted, everything would have been reversed. Because he is Luo Yun. Teleport. With a bang, Luo Yun's eyes completely changed. The ground under Luo Yun's feet became crimson and soft, surrounded by countless blood-red fibrous tissues, and an unbearable stench rushed into his nostrils. Here is inside Natsu. Luo Yun could use this method to solve many problems by teleporting himself into the opponent's body after shrinking. However, this way of dealing with the problem is like a precise operation, leaving little pain, and perhaps it is only suitable for use at this moment. Through the comprehensive information collection system, Luo Yun is sure that the place he escaped into is near the devil's core. Fairy armor. The incomparably golden light covered Luo Yun's whole body. Ask for flowers. Relying on the toughness of the fairy armor, Luo Yun was able to move freely in this wriggling area. But even so, the gloomy and dark atmosphere here still makes Luo Yun feel quite depressed. Going around the thick black blood vessels, Luo Yun couldn't imagine that Natsu's body had been eroded into this appearance. Logically, it should take a few years for the demon core in Natsu to mature. I am afraid that Zeref set his own death as the fuse of the magic power in Natsu when he used the dark magic god's punishment to create demons. Soon, Luo Yun stomped his feet and raised his head. On the top of his head, 2 spherical magic power crystals twitched like a heart, and were connected by bundles of blood vessels, beating left and right in 2 places in the chest cavity. The huge black crystal on the left is the fully developed demon core, and the slightly smaller red crystal on the right is the dragon crystal in the body of the 10th generation dragon slayer. 0. The demon crystal on the left is the shackles that Natsu was forcibly endowed by Zeref, while the dragon crystal on the right is the heavy fate of Dragon Slayer. Luo Yun let out a sneer with his tiny body. If the fate of this world cannot be changed by the people of this world, then let people like me from other worlds change it. In an instant, the endless magical power in Luo Yun's body surged like crazy, and the violent impact burst out from his body, turning all the endless darkness and blood in Cixi upside down. Super Magic Crush. The flame demon looking at Makarov blocked Makarov's light magic attack with just a wave of his hand. When its murderous eyes shifted from the disappearing Luo Yun to everyone in the guild. It is impossible to say that there is no fear, unless someone is not afraid of death, without fear of losing the companions of the guild. But at this moment, no one took a step back. They believed that the young man would solve all the problems and appear in front of them again. Luo Yun. All of a sudden, at the moment when everyone who was full of despair shouted hoarsely, the fiery demon twitched and fell to his knees. Its black and red lava skin began to slowly fade to its original skin color. Everyone, I'm back with a knife. Chapter 196. The body of the fiery demon instantly knelt down and fell to the ground. The previous violent magic power was gone. In front of him, Luo Yun, who had dispelled the shape magic, teleported out, smiling and turning his back to everyone in the fairy tale guild. Everyone, it's all right. Laxus was the first to react, followed by Gildarts and Makarov, and in the end even the timid and introverted Juvia gradually felt that the killing intent in the air before was gone. Looking at the calm Luo Yun and the restored Natsu, the consternation in everyone's hearts was gradually replaced by another emotion. That is probably the deep and strong sense of dependence and trust on Luo Yun. 3 years passed quietly. The Natsu incident that shocked everyone for a long time has gradually faded out of everyone's impression. In the past 3 years, many trivial things have happened in the March 13, but none of them have anything to do with fighting against the enemy and fighting. The communication magic crystal recorded the battle between Luo Yun and the Black Dragon. Within a few days after the banquet, Luo Yun's reputation spread throughout Aslant. The statue of Luo Yun stepping on and breaking the Black Dragon's neck is erected in front of the National Defense Chambers and in the gardens of various continents, and has become a symbol of supreme magic power. But all mages remember Luo Yun's name, and the prestige of dragon-slaying mages has become something that mages must pursue throughout their lives. And the Alvarez Empire, which lost its emperor and national defense force, has also become a mass of scattered sand. Under the leadership of Luo Yun, the Alvarez Empire, the Kingdom of Fiori, and all the surrounding areas such as Curdina great powers with decent strength completed the merger. The new country is tentatively called the Fiori Empire. As for the emperor, there is no doubt that it is Luo Yun. Inside Fiori Palace, a black-haired teenager with a shirtless upper body bowed slightly in the resplendent hall, and presented a paperwork report. Your Majesty, this is the work report for this month, please have a look. Sitting high above the emperor's throne was still that handsome young man. What is different from before is that his plain clothes are now replaced by a huxia robe. This is also a change made to adapt to the position he is in. The voice of the young King Ye came. Gray, how many times have I told you, just call me Luo Yun, we have nothing to do with each other. Yes. Also, you should at least put on your clothes in the palace, and walk around, in case the queen sees. This, I'm really sorry. Gray quickly made himself a piece of ice armor and put it on. Well, I've read your report. Luo Yun looked at the letter in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. Has there been no foreign enemies recently? It's really peaceful. How dare they fight against us? Just me and Natsu are enough to clean them up now. After all, my ice destroyer demon has made great progress recently. That's true. Speaking of demon killing methods, Gray, how is my father? Okay. After today's meeting, I have to bring 2 caddies of wine to him, haha. Gray's father, Yin, was originally one of the 9 demon gates of Tartaros. After Luo Yun stored it in his stomach and erased his dark memory, he began to live peacefully with Gray and Riki again. For people like this who were originally pure in nature and suffered from bad luck, Luo Yun basically brought their lives back on track after erasing part of their memories. Luo Yun propped his chin and smiled helplessly for a moment. I remember you just visited the president. Is the president still in good health? He just has a bit of fat in his heart. He often drank with us before, but now he can only play chess with Mr. Bob. Ha ha ha. Luo Yun was just smiling, and a blonde-haired, pretty girl suddenly walked in outside the hall. Your Majesty. I'm here to apply for Lucy, the Royal Magister of the Fiori Empire, and today I'm here to attend the interview for the Magister of your empire. The girl blinked her eyes. Her expression was reserved and somewhat expectant. Luo Yun looked at Lucy's proud figure with great interest. Lucy. May I ask why you want to become the royal wizard of our empire? Does it need to be said? Of course it is because your majesty's blessings shade the common people in the world. I don't listen to these flamboyant nonsense, you can just tell the truth. For money, for fame, whatever. This. Gray showed a hearty smile on the sidelines. Haha, those who don't want to praise us. Luo Yun, for the past 2 years since you took the throne, the people have no worries about food and clothing. With your magic, you can solve almost all the troubles that ordinary people can't solve. Agriculture uses plant magic to solve it, industry uses shape magic to solve it, and waiters can even use dark magic god's punishment to create demons and modify their personalities. Our country is almost perfect, don't you think, Miss Lucy? Yes, yes, yes. Actually, I want to join the Royal Wizards because I heard that the predecessor of this place is the Fairy Tale Guild, which is the best guild in the whole continent. It's really not because I want money. Lucy's head nodded rapidly. Wait. At this moment, a red-haired girl who was sitting next to Luo Yun frowned. It's useless to be eloquent. I must personally assess your strength to see if you are qualified to complete those tricky entrusted tasks for His Majesty. Lucy looked up at the girl carefully, and couldn't help being stunned for a moment. Her beauty and extraordinary temperament can be felt when stepping into the hall, but upon closer inspection, it is even more stunning. Besides, there were 3 girls with the same exquisite beauty sitting beside her. Even though their eyes were not so friendly when they looked at her, Lucy was quite familiar with it. Are you the one Urza Queen? The people next to you are. 3.5. Let me introduce you. Luo Yun sighed helplessly. This is Princess Myra Jane, this is Princess Jovia, and this is Princess Brandish. Myra Jane squinted at Lucy's slender waist and ample breasts, her eyes full of hostility. Luo Yun, I can't keep this woman. Jovia whispered to Brandish. Sister Bran, if she is really elected as an Empire Wizard, can you please secretly shrink the key parts of her body? Brandish made an okay gesture with a blank face. I will handle it. Before he knew it, Luo Yun was already dripping with sweat. It's been a long time since he crossed into this world. How do you feel that the days to come will become more and more sad?